Ding 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 Class 2, Senior Year Penguin Group Class Monitor Lu Nan. It has been a week since the college entrance examination ended. On the 11th of this month, our class will have a reunion, tentatively at High Hotel. Everyone, please remember to come. The once quiet class group suddenly buzzed with activity. Zhou Haoyan, what? Is it the 5-star High at Jifengbai Pacific Department Store? Guanhong. I've only heard of it, never been there. Is it on Lu's dime? Smirking.jpg. Chow Meng. Lu's family has some money. A small sum doesn't matter to him, so he treats us grinning.jpg. Peng Shui. Isn't Lu on vacation in Sanya? Are the ladies beautiful? Flirty.jpg. Lu Nan. Images.jpg 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 images.jpg. Shin Yoyu? Goddess, are you also traveling? Having just finished a game of King of Glory, Yihang stretched. Switching to Penguin. Seeing Lu Nan showing off again in the group made him shudder. Yihang usually preferred not to speak up in the group. At most he played the role of the atmosphere maker. Ding ding ding, best friend Song Zihong sent a private message. Check the class group. Lu Nan is showing off again. Vomiting.jpg. Lu Nan's family had a bit of money, having opened a foot massage center in the Sichuan Chongqing area. After the college entrance examination scores were released, he managed to get into a second-tier university, making him even more arrogant, constantly posting on social media, indulging in everyday vanity and subtle bragging. Few in the class liked him. Yihang had clashed with him several times, especially since he had been desk mates with Shin Yoyu. The two exchanged barbs often. Ding. Just as he was about to enlarge the image Lu Nan posted in the class group, a crisp system voice rang in Yihang's ear. Travel Gourmet System binding 20.40.60.80.100. Binding successful. Soon, a virtual panel appeared before Yihang. Name Yihang. Gender, male. Attractiveness, 90. Height, 1.83 meters. Intelligence quotient, 90. Charm, 80. Buff, none. Assets, 1 3-year-old Vivo phone, 1 second-hand Dell laptop, 1 Yachty electric scooter involved in multiple collisions. Yihang was not unfamiliar with systems. Lu's novels often began with such setups. This system will comprehensively cultivate the host through travel, gourmet experiences, fashion sense, charisma, knowledge, and insight. Yihang rubbed his hands together. Travel Gourmet System? Ding. The system will periodically issue travel tasks. By checking in at world-renowned tourist spots, you can receive corresponding rewards and points for a lottery. Currently detecting the host's location. Greater China region. Would you like to set this as your birthplace? Yes. Setting successful. Would you like to start accepting tasks? Wait. It won't make me travel to places like the East African Rift, Hell's Gate, or extreme bungee jumping, right? Yihang had no desire to survive in the wilderness, risking his life for a paycheck. No, please rest assured, host. Accept. Task issued. 7-day trip to Sanya Island. Task requirements: 1. Stay at a 7-star hotel. 2. Experience local specialties and enjoy a perfect seafood feast. 3. Check in at famous scenic spots. Tianya Haijiao. 4. Go snorkeling as a couple. Note. Must be of opposite genders. 5. Shop in the duty-free zone with a minimum spending of 100,000. Yihang looked at the task requirements, feeling a bit perplexed. Items 1, 2, 3, and 5 seemed fine, but the key was item 4. Snorkeling as a couple? And it had to be with someone of the opposite sex. System, is it mandatory to go as a couple? Yes, host, snorkeling as a couple provides the most enjoyment. What if the task isn't completed? Upon task completion, the system will rate the host based on performance, from low to high. C, B, A, S, 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 S. The higher the rating, the more generous the rewards for the host. Note: to assist the host in completing the task, a travel fund of 600,000 has been allocated. This fund can only be used for this task. Any other investments, loans, or gifts will be void. This was simply the dream life, traveling while earning money. Before Yihang could react, his phone buzzed with messages. CITIC Bank, 600,000 has been deposited into your bank account ending in 6490 on July 10th at 20:00. Current balance, 600. Sichuan Chongqing Airlines. Dear VVIP Gold Card customer, Mr.Y Yihang. You have successfully booked flight GS 7688 on August 3rd, departing from Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport to Sanya Phoenix International Airport. The flight will take off at 9 a.m. and arrive at 11:10 a.m., with an estimated flight time of 2 hours and 10 minutes. As a valued customer, a special car will arrive at the designated location at 8:00 a.m. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Dear Atlantis Hotel guest, Mr. Yi Hang, you have successfully booked the Poseidon Undersea Suite for 7 days. Please check in on August 3rd, where your butler, Lena, will provide pickup service. All staff at Atlantis wish you a pleasant stay and await your arrival. Goodness! The system directly reserved the Poseidon Undersea Suite for 108,888 a night. Impressive. Yi Hang enlarged Lu Nan's image again. The background was a photo of the Atlantis Hotel's buffet. However, the image quality was somewhat blurry. The key was, Lu Nan was not in the photo. This made Yi Hang suspicious. Was he merely a photo thief? He saved the photo and uploaded it using Baidu image recognition. The next second, the result came back. This photo is from Dazhong Dianping, uploaded by user Little Cold Hands. Yi Hang laughed so hard he rolled on the floor. Such people really exist. Goodness, he even managed to show off using Dazhong Dianping. He quickly replied in the group. Yi Hang, Lu Nan using someone else's photo to show off, how does that feel? Chapter 2. Yi Hang directly exposed Lu Nan's pretentious behavior. Guan Hong. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Today is another day for Lu to be slapped in the face. Peng Shui. No way, is Lu Nan's post really fake? Ridiculous expression.jpg. Chao Mengmeng. Yi Hang, whose photo is it? I want to see he.y. Yi Hang's best friend Song Zihong directly screenshot Lu Nan's post and shared it in the class group. The buffet at Atlantis is really bad. Hilton suits my taste better. Hotelimage.jpg, aquariumimage.jpg, luxury car and beautiful women.jpg. Goodness, a foul stench wafted through. A male version of a green tea. Moreover, Yi Hang discovered he couldn't see this post. Clearly, Lu Nan had blocked him. Lu Nan. Haha. Sour grapes. Isn't it wrong to slander others? Yi Hang. Lu Nan. Is there a problem with my saying the Atlantis buffet is bad? Oh, I see, after all, not everyone can afford a hotel that costs 108,888 a night. Lu Nan. Sigh, if I hadn't performed poorly this time, I'd be at Zongtong Beach. By the way, Yi Hang, do you know Zongtong Beach? With goddess Shin Yu present, Lu Nan was like a flailing chick, flapping his wings. Yi Hang shook his head. The two were on completely different levels. Not wanting to continue the banter, he quickly shared the screenshot from Dazhong Dianping in the group. Yi Hang, did you not know about Baidu image recognition? Then he also screenshot the system's reservation message for the Atlantis Hotel. Unfortunately, he accidentally included the 600,000 deposit in the screenshot. Yi Hang, do you want me to come back and tell you if the buffet is good? Lu Nan. Instantly, the class group chat erupted. Guan Hong. I'm dying of laughter. Slamming the table. JPG Peng Shui. Tough guy. Few words. My brother Hang is impressive. Kara's. Chao Mengmeng. Did I read that right? Is this a reservation at the 7-star Atlantis Hotel in Sanya? Zhou Haoyan. Isn't anyone noticing that 600,000? Shin Yoyu. Yi Hang, why aren't you replying to my messages? Meanwhile, Yi Hang tossed his phone aside and began to pack his luggage. He could already guess that Lu Nan on the other end was seething with rage. The next morning, Yi Hang stepped out with his suitcase, having already informed his parents. Let him go, he's 18 now, not a little kid. Yes, father spoke with a Sichuan accent, naturally humorous. Ms. Wang Hui spat playfully. All right, go see the world. I'll transfer you 10,000 through WeChat. When you're out, don't skimp on yourself. Yi Hang told his parents this trip to Sanya was funded by his pocket money. In reality, that pocket money had long been spent on gaming skins and overnight stays in internet cafes. Upon reaching the community entrance, an Audi A6 awaited him. The driver personally took Yi Hang's suitcase, donning white gloves, and opened the car door. Mr. Yi, please get in as the car started. The morning rush hour in Sichuan was a nightmare. The winding roads of the mountainous city were a challenge for anyone unfamiliar with them. Yi Hang pulled out his phone to review the chat history. After confronting Lu Nan yesterday, the group chat was buzzing about him. Wow, when did Yi Hang become so wealthy? 600,000. 108,888 a night for the Poseidon underwater suite. Am I the fool here? Scrub, scrub, scrub. Yi Hang, brother Hang. Please let me ride your coattails. Yihang grinned indeed. Showing off was a necessity. Aside from that, there were private messages from Shin Yoyu. Are you coming to Sanya? I just arrived with my aunt yesterday. Sanya Coconut Dream Corridor. Are you by yourself? Dogman, you can reply to the class group but not to me. It wasn't that Yihang was ignoring her, he simply hadn't seen her messages. Shin Yoyu was the dream girl of many boys, a quintessential beauty with a reputation for being both stunning and academically accomplished. The list of boys pursuing her could stretch to the heavens. Yihang and Shin Yoyu maintained only a classmate relationship, often teasing each other in class. Is Goddess Shin coming to pick me up? E.jpg Yihang replied. Soon, a response came back. Shin Yoyu, I roll.jpg poor, what time will you arrive? Yihang, 10:10. The Atlantis Hotel offered airport pickup services. If Shin Yoyu came to fetch him, he wouldn't need to rely on the hotel. Shin Yoyu, okay. My aunt and I will pick you up. If you see a gray beetle, that's us. Yihang, OJBK. 2 hours swiftly passed. The first-class cabin was not as comfortable as he had imagined, in my opinion. Nothing beats Emirates. Upon landing, his feet touched the ground, and the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have illuminated the tourist city. Island City Sanya. Ding. Unlock reward. Local dialects of the island, including Li language, Lingao dialect, Danjo dialect, military dialect, and Hakka dialect. The previously gray interface on the system map transformed into vibrant colors. Inhaling the subtropical monsoon climate, he felt invigorated. Yihang, I'm here. Dressed casually, with the sun shining on his side profile, wearing a baseball cap, Yihang stood out among the crowd. In the airport's parking area, Shin Yoyu waved her arms. Although only 18, she had blossomed into a graceful beauty, her unadorned face displaying 2 adorable dimples. Her long, fair legs were striking. Next to the beetle stood a tall, elegant woman, presumably Shin Yoyu's aunt. As expected, the two shared equally stunning looks, a feast for the eyes. Yihang had anticipated a middle-aged woman, but was surprised to find her so youthful. Oh my, is this your rumored boyfriend? Shin Yoyu's aunt teased as she took Yihang's suitcase. No, this is Yihang, my classmate. This is my aunt, Lin Mu. Shin Yoyu was ecstatic. She had initially wanted to hug Yihang but reconsidered, even ignoring her aunt's teasing. Yihang greeted them. Hello, auntie, I am Shin Yoyu's deskmate, Yihang. Lin Mu observed Shin Yoyu's eager expression, her smile knowing. After all, she was a 26-year-old young woman. Seeing the adoring glances from her niece, it was quite overt. Auntie, you're annoying. All right, let's get in the car. Lin Mu, in high heels, ruffled Shin Yoyu's hair, and the 3 of them got into the car. Non-toxic, safe to consume, seeking flowers, seeking review tickets, seeking collections. Chapter 3, Where to, Young Men? Lin Mu touched up her makeup in the rearview mirror. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shin Yoyu turned to Yihang. My aunt is a social media influencer. She travels to islands every year, avoiding tourist traps and helping others. Lin Mu rolled her eyes. You little brat, showing off in front of your young boyfriend? Auntie, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Mu playfully pinched Shin Yoyu's delicate nose. With a snap, she closed her YSL powder compact. Her slender fingers gripped the steering wheel, and she accelerated, merging with the traffic. One must admit, the Beetle had a surprising amount of power. Yihang felt a push against his back as he sat in the rear seat. It was likely the turbocharged 2.0T engine, quite fitting for Lin Mu. The urban beauty. Yihang reported his safe arrival in the family group chat, to ease his parents' worries, not lifting his head as he said, First, let's go to Atlantis. Sipping water, Shin Yoyu nearly choked. Cough, cough. Yihang, did you really book the Atlantis? The Poseidon underwater suite for 108,888 a night. Lin Mu was equally stunned, realizing she was driving a wild second-generation rich kid. To be honest, Shin Yoyu had been Yihang's deskmate for 3 years, and she was aware of his family's situation. After finishing in the family group chat, Yihang looked up. He had already formulated an explanation. This year, Mutai and new energy stock surged, and I made a bit of profit. This was, in fact, true. This year, Mutai, a heavyweight asset, topped the share rankings. From 1.5 trillion, it skyrocketed to 2.6 trillion, surpassing the world's largest bank, ICBC, and earning the title of liquid gold. As for new energy, Iron Man Musk firmly held the title of the richest man on Earth. Lin Mu, who had been eavesdropping, asked curiously, "I thought you could only trade stocks after turning 18? Lin Mu, am 1 year older than Yoyu. Yi Hang had indeed repeated a year in kindergarten because the teacher thought he was too mature. Calling her sister Lin Mu made the older lady's heart flutter. His words were too sweet. She examined Yi Hang through the rearview mirror. Dressed simply, he lacked the counterfeit luxury items that many young people flaunted. With a sunny appearance, it was no wonder Shin Yoyu had brought him up repeatedly. The sour scent of love. For some reason, Lin Mu felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. Yi Hang, how long do you plan to stay? About a week. Yi Hang planned to obtain his driver's license during the summer. By the way, Sister Lin Mu, do you know any good places to eat or visit in Sanya? This was Yi Hang's first visit to Sanya, despite having meticulously researched various guides, without a familiar companion to navigate through some of the well-regarded establishments. One may easily fall prey to subpar experiences, where the authenticity of the flavors is compromised, detracting from the overall enjoyment. Crucially, this directly impacts the assessment of one's tasks. Yi Hang is quite intrigued about the rating system. Could it be an A, an S, perhaps even an SS? The sun blazes brightly, prompting Lin Mu to don her sunglasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Follow me, ladies, and I shall take you on a culinary journey through Sanya. The 30-minute drive was filled with lively conversation. Upon arriving at Atlantis, the hotel, shaped like a grand sailboat, emanated an aura of affluence. The trio disembarked at the entrance. A beautifully attired hotel receptionist greeted them with a melodious voice. "Good day, are you Mr. Yi Hang?" "Indeed. Welcome. I am your personal concierge, you may call me Lena." Throughout their journey, Lena provided an engaging introduction to the hotel, never once eliciting a sense of annoyance. The hotel's decor resembled that of an aquarium, with intricately carved walls housing a tiger shark. Shin Yoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. Jellyfish, rays, jellyfish, upside-down fish, eels, and the mighty arapaima swirled around them. Lin Mu, however, was secretly astonished and increasingly curious about Yi Hang's background. Once a woman's curiosity is piqued, succumbing to fascination is merely a matter of time. Mr. Yi, may I see your ID, please? Certainly, here you go. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You have reserved our Poseidon underwater suite at Atlantis for a total of 762,216 yuan for 7 days. As a gold card member, you are entitled to a 20% discount, bringing the total to 609,772 yuan. If everything is in order, I shall prepare your card. A staggering 108,888 yuan per night for a suite. Shin Yoyu felt her heart racing. Yet Yi Hang remained unfazed, not even batting an eye. Not a problem. Very well, Mr. Yi. During your stay, you will have unlimited access to the Lost World Aquarium, meal vouchers worth 2,088 yuan for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as a dedicated concierge and private transportation. Please sign here to confirm. With a flourish, Yi Hang signed. Sir, here is your room key. All the staff at Atlantis wish you a pleasant stay. The front desk staff bowed in unison. Lena took the luggage from Yi Hang's hands. Mr. Yi, in addition to the luxurious Poseidon underwater suite, we also have 4 Neptune underwater suites. While the two walked ahead, Lin Mu and Shin Yoyu whispered behind them. Young fish, did you not realize that your boyfriend is a rich heir? Shin Yoyu cast a wary glance at her aunt, aware that her normally aloof demeanor seemed unusually enthusiastic today. Auntie, you're being ridiculous, we're just classmates. Though she found her aunt's behavior peculiar, the girl's attention was still fixated on the term boyfriend, which made her blush. If you're merely classmates, then why the rosy cheeks? Lin Mu teased, nudging Shin Yoyu with her elbow. The way you looked at him just now was quite infatuated. Shin Yoyu's face turned crimson as she stomped her foot. We really are just classmates. All right then, I was just saying I could let you stay here. Lin Mu laughed, and Shin Yoyu's disappointment was palpable. Don't worry, I won't tell your mother. If you like him, go for it. Auntie will help you win him over. Is she aiding her or herself? Upon reaching their room, the suite was grand, the space expansive, and it boasted a duplex structure with 2 levels. The garden level contained the living and dining areas, as well as a restroom. The underwater suite on the lower level was surrounded by ocean on all sides, encompassing an impressive area of square meters. From floor to ceiling, the walls, bedroom, and bathroom were all transparent, presenting an unobstructed view of the magnificent atoll lagoon. Outside, the scuba diver feeding the fish was unexpectedly greeting Shen Yoyu. "Mr. Yi, please feel free to use any items in the room. I shall not disturb you further." The concierge took her leave. After a brief respite, Lin Mu prepared to depart as well. "Little fish, do you plan to stay with your boyfriend, or shall I take you home?" Chapter 5 Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing side quest 1. Check into a 7-star hotel. Current task progress, 20. Ding. Task reward, master level immersive freestyle swimming, 500 points. Yi Hang's swimming skills were limited to the dog paddle. With this reward, he could finally shed the title of a landlubber. As for the points, the host could use them for a lottery in the shop. Yi Hang reviewed the task rewards while Shin Yoyu discreetly glanced at him. I think I should go back with my aunt. What if my mom calls?" Shin Yoyu was reluctant to leave. Ahem. It wasn't just because of the 888 yuan underwater suite. It was fundamentally against her upbringing. Shin Yoyu's father was the vice president of the Sichuan Chongqing Calligraphy Association, and such was the nature of a cultured family. Lin Mu waved her hand. "Just stay here. You're about to go to university, and you should take charge of your own life. Right, Yi Hang?" Yi Hang had no objections. Living alone was fine. He could tease the innocent girl a bit. "Sister Lin Mu, don't worry. All right, tonight I'll take you both to explore the local delicacies. How can one visit Sanya without indulging in seafood?" After bidding Lin Mu farewell, Yi Hang flopped onto the grand bed, turned his head, and looked at the somewhat bashful Shin Yoyu, beginning to undress. "Come on." Shin Yoyu's face turned pale with fear. She curled up in the corner, covering her plush toys, terrified. "You! What are you doing?" Yi Hang leaned against the wall, suppressing laughter. "What am I doing? It's a double entendre." Instantly, Shun Yoyu's face flushed crimson, reaching down to cover her face. I've never tried this before." "Just try it. Trying it means you're not a child anymore." How amusing, utterly delightful. Truly a peach of a girl. Shin Yoyu peeked out, fluttering her beautiful eyes, almost dripping with water. "Try? What?" Yi Hang took out his phone, opened the Game King of Glory. "Didn't you always want to try Yao? I'll use Han Xian. My Han Xian is amazing." Shun Yoyu lowered her hands from her face, the blush fading. "I advise you to be cautious." With that, she pushed Yi Hang away. Yi Hang was perplexed. My Han Xian is indeed incredible. What malice could little fish possess? She merely wished to bite him. At noon, Yi Hang and Shin Yoyu casually sampled the Hotel S buffet. The 2,088 yuan seafood buffet was commendable, worth the price. Australian lobster, freshly sliced bluefin tuna, abalone, coconut crab, and king crab. He casually posted on social media. "Have you eaten? Greetings to all the socialites, pretend wealthy second generation, green tea girls, show-off men, money-grabbing dogs, microbusiness investors, and entrepreneurial sisters. Hello, I'm your good friend, Zhang Quandan." Location: Atlantis. Sanya. Yi Hang couldn't care less about feigning extravagance. It was primarily to provoke Lu. Soon, the comments were overflowing. "Does young Master Yi still need leg accessories? The whimpering kind. I song. Advise you not to beat around the bush, doghead. JPG. How infuriating. Who did I see? School Flowershin. Damn. My goddess. Draw your swords, rivals. Yi Hang is mine." However, Song Zihang's comment was the most audacious. "Hello, Yi Hang. Your social media post has made me envious. May I have a taste of your leftover crab legs? I hope you do not take offense." Before long, Lu Nen posted a status. The image featured an anime character in tears. Caption: "Indeed, love can disappear, right?" The comments were filled with laughter. Yi Hang's close friend Song Zihang delivered the final blow. "Licking one person is called a sycophant. Lick 10, and you're a battle wolf, the king of kings. A hot dog. 1 is better than 6, treating kidney deficiency. Sugar-free. For 300 years. Juzatang." Even Shin Yoyu chuckled. "Yi Hang, you're not angry, are you? Angry? What would I be angry about? It's just Lu Nan. That's utterly impossible. Come on, who cares about a sycophant?" In the afternoon, Yi Hang was in high spirits. After a nap, He donned the sportswear sent by the butler and jogged for 30 minutes in the hotel gym. Draped in a towel, wiping off the sweat, he returned to his room to wake Shin Yo-yu. He had made plans with Lin Mu to dine at a local seafood restaurant. The butler called a car, a Bentley Continental, waiting downstairs for quite some time. "Driver, take us to Chun Garden Seafood Market." His fluent Cantonese caught Shin Yo-yu's attention. Chun Garden Seafood is as renowned as the first market. It is quite famous on the island, mostly self-selected seafood, avoiding exorbitant prices, hence always bustling with customers. It is indeed a must-visit spot in Sanya. There's a joke online. A northeastern person visited Sanya and ended up eating northeast barbecue and dumplings from day 1 until the last day. Truly a northeastern province in Sanya. By 7 or 8 in the evening, the Chun Garden Seafood Market was packed with cars, filled with young ladies, their long legs captivating. Seafood restaurants clustered together, the sounds of vendors shouting mingling in the air, creating a bustling atmosphere. The market was where the vibrancy of life was most palpable. Unlike those upscale restaurants, here one could relish authentic seafood. Chun Garden Seafood isn't just a restaurant. It's a market dedicated to seafood. You select the seafood, and the chef prepares it salt-baked, stir-fried, steamed, or braised. The chef chooses the best cooking method based on the ingredients and the guest's preferences, ensuring nothing is wasted. "Mr. Yi, I'll wait for you in the car." Upon stepping out and seeing Lin Mu in a fresh outfit, Yi Hang's eyes lit up. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, an elegant collarbone, an A4 waist, and a refined face, she carried a shell bag. Her mature allure was captivating, appealing to all ages. "Let us go." Thankfully, I made a reservation early. Otherwise, there'd be no seats left. The three entered Chun Garden Seafood Market, drawing the attention of everyone. "This is it, Aoyang Seafood." The staff welcomed them. The interior was already full, with at least 500 square meters in the main hall, leaving just one last table along the wall in the aisle. A row of aquariums lined the side wall, a spectacular sight. East Star grouper, red hairy snails, deep-sea tiger prawns, geoduck clams, and even pufferfish. Additionally, there were goose barnacles, wild yellow croakers, and half-head Australian abalones. Shin Yo-yu was as ecstatic as a little girl. Yi Hang, look! This mantis shrimp is as thick as my forearm." Lin Mu, clearly familiar with the place, explained while ordering. "Their seafood is freshly selected and cooked on the spot. Yi Hang, order whatever you like. This trip to Sanya has a budget of 600,000 yuan." Before Yi Hang lay the task of how to spend this sum. Ding. Side quest 2 activated. You have discovered a hidden seafood restaurant in Sanya. Commence your seafood feast journey. Task requirements. At least one member of the opposite sex must accompany you. Task rewards. Trip expenses multiplied by 3. This task will influence the host's final task rating. Chapter 6. Yi Hang was unapologetic. After all, he was paying. Gazing at the misty ingredients, he spoke fluently in the local dialect of Lingshui. 3 gene of mantis shrimp. The waiter, taken aback, instantly assumed Yi Hang was a local. The dialects of the islands are notoriously difficult to master, with each tenli presenting a different sound. Beside him, Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a treasure he is. "Sir, mantis shrimp is 318 yuan per gene. Mantis shrimp, known locally as xiagu, was ordered alongside a king crab, 2 gene of red flower crabs, a local flower dragon, and a small blue dragon. 1 blue East Star, by the way. How do you prepare it?" The waiter became increasingly convinced of Yi Hang's local identity. Such colloquial expressions could not possibly be uttered by an outsider. "Blue East Star is usually steamed, but braised is also delightful. I recommend you try it fresh, accompanied by our special sauce." Yi Hang nodded. The Blue East Star, a prized variant of the East Star grouper, costs over 4,000 for just this one. 1 geoduck, and make sure it's sashimi. A serving of lemon conch, and 1 coconut crab. This will be all. In the Chun Garden Seafood Market, there are no tricks or deceit. Freshness is paramount, and with a local accompanying them, there was no fear of being scammed. Lin Mu interjected, "Wait, how do you prepare the coconut crab?" "We first bake it to remove the bitter taste of the fat, using lemon and lemongrass to enhance the flavor, preserving the crab's texture to the utmost. Rest assured, madam, This dish will be prepared personally by our chef, ensuring its deliciousness. The coconut crab is notoriously difficult to prepare well. Lin Mu had always wanted to try it, but it was too expensive. This particular coconut crab weighed nearly 3 jin, priced at 2,670 yuan. After placing their orders, the three of them took a seat. Yihang, have you thought about what to do while in Sanya? It's my first visit, and I haven't decided yet. Do you have any recommendations, Sister Lin Mu?
Lin Mu exclaimed. Ah,
I can't believe it. With your fluent Lingshui dialect, you could easily pass for a local. Wuzuzu Island is lovely, and there's also the Paradise Forest Park, which hosts bonfire parties every night. If you visit Tianya Haijiao, you absolutely cannot miss Yalong Bay. Tianya Haijiao, Wuzuzu Island, the Forest Park, and Yalong Bay, these were all places Yihang intended to check off his list. If he merely completed the system tasks conventionally, his rating would likely not be very high. If Sister Lin Mu has no other commitments, why not join us? I'll handle the expenses and you bring the locals. Shin Yoyu rolled her eyes. Are you trying to flirt with my aunt?
Yihang replied nonchalantly.
It's your aunt who seems interested in me. Alright, I have no plans either. I haven't felt like live streaming lately, so let's have some fun together. Yihang held no strong feelings towards internet celebrities. Neither did he dislike them. On the other hand, Lin Mu found Yihang perplexing. Despite having graduated many years ago and encountering numerous wealthy individuals, she had never seen someone so unpretentious in attire, spending no more than 500 yuan in total. His shirt was a mere 20 yuan from Taobao, pants from Uniqlo costing 99 for 2 pairs, and a pair of sneakers. Only the Supreme baseball cap held any real value. Thus, Lin Mu felt it was her duty to keep a close eye on Shin Yoyu. The dishes arrived promptly. Steamed blue East Star, king crab prepared in 3 styles, spicy salt mantis shrimp, sashimi geoduck, and lemon conch. A fragrant seafood feast awaited, and Yihang was eager to savor the true essence of seafood dining. Unlike the spicy and fragrant dishes of Sichuan and Chongqing, local island cuisine sought to highlight the original flavors of the ingredients. Renowned among them was coconut chicken. First-time visitors might mistake it for hot pot broth, unaware that this was the authentic local dish. Those using milk and spices were merely deceiving themselves. As the three dined and conversed, Shun Yoyu picked up a piece of sashimi geoduck and placed it in her mouth, her face lighting up with joy. Wow! So fresh. Yihang, you must try this. It's incredibly delicious. Yihang sampled a piece, pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. Mildly salty, slightly sweet and tender, perfectly complemented by fresh lime, offering a distinct layered experience. Accustomed to the spicy dishes of Sichuan and Chongqing, he also appreciated the subtlety of southern cuisine. He peeled a mantis shrimp, revealing one as thick as Shin Yoyu's forearm, and discovered it had a rich yellow filling. The conch was somewhat ordinary, with the only distinction being the use of brown sugar in the sauce. And then the coconut crab arrived. The owner personally brought it over, wiping his hands. It has been a while since anyone ordered coconut crab. Let's see who the connoisseur is. Yihang, encouraged by Lin Mu's eager gaze, took a bite. Aren't you going to try it? Lin Mu shook her head. I can't quite handle it. The attentive staff had thoughtfully cracked the crab shell, allowing the meat to be easily scooped out. A faint taste reminiscent of century egg filled his mouth, akin to savoring crab sticks flavored like century egg. No wonder Lin Mu found it unpalatable. Yet it was surprisingly enjoyable. The owner bent down to carefully slice open the crab's belly. This must be eaten with a spoon. Yihang scooped a spoonful, and a burst of rich coconut flavor enveloped his palate, mingling with a hint of bitterness akin to American coffee. Delicious. Truly delightful. The owner, who had been anxiously watching, finally relaxed. Really? Shin Yoyu gazed skeptically at Yihang, taking a bite herself. Wow. Such a unique flavor. It feels like I'm eating solid coffee. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. It is indeed different. Impressive. After half an hour of dining, without any staple food, the three were thoroughly satisfied. Sir, here is the bill, totaling 22,000 yuan. We charge a processing fee of 20 yuan per jin. Please take a look. It was indeed reasonable. The fear of spending money without enjoying authentic seafood, risking being taken advantage of, was unfounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. You have savored the delicacy of coconut crab. Quest reward. Triple travel expenses have been transferred from the offshore funding account to your bank card. Source cleared. Side quest rating. S-class. Sated. Shinyoyu exclaimed adorably, what's next? Lin Mu touched up her makeup. A bar? As a vibrant tourist city, Sanya offered an exciting nightlife. Besides the grand players of Beishan, the electronic music scene in Sanya was not to be missed. Let us go. I'll take you there. Chapter 7. The three of them entered the Bentley. Lin Muju's little beetle seemed trivial in comparison at the entrance of the bar. After this meal, Lin Mu gained a new understanding of Yihang. In Shin Yu's mind, she regarded her aunt as a rival. It remains the same sentiment. If she is naive, expose her to the splendors of the world. If she has endured hardship, take her for a ride on a carousel. With a strong hand, they played 4 twos and 2 kings, leaving no sister unyielding. The European car sped directly to 165 East Ingbin Road, West Coast, a bar street. Many luxury cars were already parked outside. This was Saga, the finest bar in Sanya, a veritable den of indulgence, frequented by flamboyant flamingos, internet celebrities, striking faces, and long legs. As Shun Yu alighted, she secretly slipped her small hand into Yihang's, feeling a rush of courage. Afraid, Shun Yu puffed up her cheeks defiantly. It's just a bar. And I'm not the one paying. Compared to the surrounding crowd flaunting Korean semi-permanents, hyaluronic acid, and rib nose surgeries, Yihang still found Shun Yu's beauty refreshing and pure. As for the women in the bar, would marrying one truly be worth the trouble? At this moment, a throng of stylish men and women gathered at the entrance of Saga, all donned in trendy brands. Yeezy, AJ1, Comme des Garçons, and Takata Kenzo. Whether real or fake, the allure was undeniable. This group, known as Andy or July on WeChat, would transform into Tsuehua, Shufin, or Ingzi when they returned home for the holidays. Essentially, girls from northeast China, adorable ones from Sichuan and Chongqing, chubby girls from Taikuli, and electronic music enthusiasts from Jinling. Their favorite pastime was editing photos, so much so that even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. They meticulously curated a glamorous online persona, indulging in macaroon afternoon teas or showcasing extravagant travel and luxury cars. When asked about their education, they would claim to have graduated from Beijing Film Academy or studied abroad in Australia, occasionally posting about modeling gigs that paid a mere 200 yuan. In reality, they were simply factory workers from Foxconn, mingling in circles that were far from glamorous. Their social media painted a picture of opulence, with one day spent drinking with the likes of Wang Jiar from the steel factory and the next dining with Yu Wenla from Chunxi Road. The bar was a hotspot for social media check-ins, with a flurry of camera clicks and inquiries about discounts for takeout. When approached by a bold man in the evening, he would ask, "Hey, want a drink?" as he led them outside, confidently declaring, "In Asia, I'm the fairest of them all." Lin Mu was negotiating with the bartender. It was Saturday, and there was no minimum consumption, but the venue was packed, leaving only a table in the central area. "No problem," she assured, though a hint of concern flickered as she subtly pulled on Yihang's sleeve. "It's quite expensive. A 60,000 yuan minimum and drinks are on us." That's not surprising. The shareholders of Saga include Zheng Kai from the entertainment industry, and Sitsong is a regular. "Let's go, we're here to have fun," Yihang said, taking Shun Yu's hand as he led the way inside. Lin Mu shook her head behind them, fearing her little niece was on the verge of being utterly captivated. The deafening electronic music assaulted their eardrums. The first floor was divided into 3 sections, 0, 1, and 2. The 0 section was the most coveted spot in Saga, a symbol of status. Top DJs would come over to clink glasses with you, while the ladies, they would flock to you, and if the conversation flowed, it could lead to a home run. The industrial chic decor failed to diminish the nightclub's vibrancy. Amidst the swirling smoke, beauties abounded, ponytailed HR professionals exuding passion, smoky-eyed girls casting nets for attention. Nearby, several executives with extravagant waistbands gulped down their drinks, embodying the essence of love as they nestled with girls clad in cheap skirts from Taobao, showering them with affection. As the trio settled at their table, an array of drinks and snacks adorned it, while performers on stage, slicked back and eager, prepared to ignite the atmosphere. Just as they were getting comfortable, a number of men approached to strike up conversations. There was the greasy man with a handlebar mustache in ornate shoes, the small-time prince of the fish pond flaunting a replica coconut bag, and the hip-hop enthusiast with dreadlocks who insisted on speaking in slang. Then there was the suave guy channeling a Japanese style, chatting up girls with a confidence that suggested he was well-heeled. Of course, many women sought out Yi Hang's WeChat. There were tall, high-heeled beauties returning from abroad, heavily made-up girls from high-end establishments, and opportunistic women with fake luxury bags. Yet all were met with Yi Hang's firm rebuffs. "Sorry, I'm not interested in picking up discarded shoes." Lin Mu laughed heartily at Yi Hang's rejections, while Shin Yu gradually relaxed, clutching Yi Hang's hand tightly, sipping her drink, her gaze fixed on his profile. "Yi Hang, did you know you have such a sharp tongue?" Soon, a wealthy second-generation heir, flaunting his Porsche key, approached Lin Mu with a drink. "Excuse me, I lost a bet with my friends. Can we clink glasses?" Just as Lin Mu raised her cup, Yi Hang intervened. "Did you see the black girl at table 101 in section 1? Go clink glasses with her, her success rate is 90. The man's face fell as he left in embarrassment. Lin Mu, crossing her legs, chuckled to the point of pain, inquiring, "Hey, Yi Hang, why didn't you let me clink with him? What if he's my destined partner?" Yi Hang shrugged. "Do you really think a used car dealer could be your soulmate?" Shin Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "How do you know he's a used car dealer?" Yi Hang took a sip, his gaze sharp. "Good guess. He probably bragged about being a member of the SBS Supercar Club in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, right? And his father is some provincial leader who just returned from Saipan. Am I right?" Lin Mu was taken aback. "How do you know that?" Yi Hang was amused by her astonishment. "Let me tell you, that guy is a second-hand car broker. The cars he posts on social media, Tesla and all, are not his. He has no connection to them whatsoever." Lin Mu was left speechless, stunned by Yi Hang's insight. Chapter 8. Shin Yu felt that Yi Hang had opened the door to a new world for him. Lin Mu stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Well, even if you say that, not everyone in nightclubs is a bad person, right?"
Yi Hang siket.
"I need to use the restroom. In the back, there were 4 bodyguards. No need to worry about trouble. In a law-abiding society, if you win a fight, you'll have kanji to drink, and if you lose, you end up in the hospital. Choose one while I wait for Yi Hang to return." Shun Yoyu's little face flushed, and her gaze became dreamy. "Let me show you what bewildering behavior in the nightclub scene looks like. Over there at your 9 o'clock, there's a man wearing a Rolex Submariner and a Givenchy bespoke suit, stepping in Zilly Oxford shoes worth $3,000. Handsome, right?" Following Yi Hang's finger, Lin Mu nodded vigorously. "Handsome, but not as handsome as you. This guy tried to hit on me while you were in the restroom, and I had to kick him out." The man claimed to be studying fashion design in the Eagle Country and also pursuing jewelry design, as well as holding an MBA. He even called himself a CFA lawyer. Yi Hang leaned against the wall, spitting blood. Someone who doesn't even know the Antwerp 6 boasts about studying fashion design? Are girls nowadays that easy to deceive? Indeed, those who study jewelry design never know how to make a proper piece. Those pursuing an MBA have no idea what the 4P theory is, and those who casually study law are oblivious to the differences between civil law and common law. He probably thinks civil law refers to the laws of our homeland. In reality, he was a kept man by 3 wealthy women, an unemployed drifter, a contractor for Haitang District Television, with a monthly salary of just 400 yuan. Lin Mu was utterly astonished. She felt that Yi Hang had brought her countless surprises. Shin Yoyu even covered her mouth in disbelief. "No way, with that outfit. It must be worth hundreds of thousands. You must be lying." Yi Hang continued to clarify. "Yes, the outfit is indeed impressive, but it doesn't belong to him. Look closely, he's 170 meters tall, yet the Zilly shoes are size 42. Is that fitting? Moreover, Givenchy suits are tailored to account for the customer's chest and shoulders, using steam ironing that creates a sleek silhouette. Do you see how unnatural it looks on him? Have you ever seen such a distorted upper body?" Ironically, to conceal his discomfort, he has fastened the buttons of his suit sleeves tightly. You guessed it, he probably has double-sided tape inside. Lin Mu discreetly observed, and it perfectly matched Yi Hang's description. In an instant, both girls felt that Yi Hang was glowing. With adoring eyes, they exclaimed, "How do you know this?" I also know that the wealthy women who support him are about to arrive. Indeed, as Yi Hang's words faded, a commotion erupted from the 9 o'clock direction. A woman, glittering from head to toe and weighing around 200 pounds, burst in with two muscular men. She directly grabbed the man by his hair and smashed a bottle over him. Wu Qing, have I caught you? Spending my money on debauchery while wearing my husband's clothes. Do you have a death wish? Cries of despair filled the air. The crowd around was eager for the spectacle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. I was just thinking of our future. Beautiful. That's the last straw. Drag him out and break his legs. The two burly men promptly hauled the man away. Shen Yuyu slowly turned to Yi Hang and said, "Wow, you're like a deity." Looking to her right, she noticed another man in Nike Air Jordan sneakers, worth about 39,000. On his wrist was a Danton watch, valued at 120,000. On the table lay a key to a Mercedes G-Class, worth over $1 million. He wore Lotus glasses with a prescription of 1,200 degrees, costing a fortune. The table also displayed a dragon set, though it wasn't operational. Is he wealthy? Lin Mu asked with keen interest. Indeed, Yi Hang replied, and Lin Mu realized she was no longer surprised by anything he said. There's a saying that a sign of a man's maturity is when he replaces his Rolex with an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak or a Vacheron Constantin overseas. In nightclubs, the ones who favor Royal Oaks and Vacheron Constantines are often from new money industries. Shin Yoyu blinked her eyes, curiously urging, "Hurry up and tell us more." Yi Hang explained, they are usually product managers in tech or small business owners in finance, with many being private equity fund managers, and some are PR professionals from foreign companies or heads of fast-moving consumer goods. They represent the new wealthy class, a small group who became affluent first. Even a little money makes them the favorites of post-00s girls in nightclubs. These people are predominantly from the 95 and 96 generations, rational and mature, typical children who see right and wrong, while adults only look at benefits. Their sole goal is one word: play. Lin Mu questioned, but why isn't he drinking? Shin Yuyu was puzzled. Right, just watching and not drinking? Yi Hang chuckled. The target of their intent hasn't arrived yet. Since they've come once, they won't leave empty-handed. The ace of spades is only served to the right girl. Such men are the beloved uncles in major cities. Eloquent, mature without being old, stylishly dressed, flirtatious yet restrained, generous with spending, effortlessly transferring money to buy a bag, and often become someone's sustenance for half a year. The only downside is that he will never be with you until the end. To put it bluntly, it's a mutual arrangement. One is willing to hit, and the other is willing to take it. Just as Yi Hang was explaining, a stunning lady in a cheapao, with an S-shaped figure, approached with 2 glasses of champagne. Though I dance and drink, I know I'm a good girl, so may I toast with you? Yi Hang turned, smiling. Cheers to your MB. Now scram. Chapter 9. You are truly vulgar. With that, she extracted a business card from the side of her cheapao and flung it onto Yi Hang's face before sashaying away, her size 42 figure swaying. Shin Yoyu and Lin Mu laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Lin Mu, laughing so hard she was hiccuping, exclaimed, She claims to be a good girl, yet you still tell her to scram, you scoundrel." Shin Yoyu urged, Continue. I'm all ears." Yi Hang gestured ahead. At 12 o'clock. "Do you see that man wearing a hublet watch?" The two women looked up. The man had tousled hair and was wearing a pair of unremarkable Skechers running shoes. Truly unremarkable. Lin Mu shook her head. "I can't see anything special about him. That watch he's wearing is a hublet Big Bang Tourbillon from the Seoul series. You can't get it for less than 300,000 yuan, and it's usually sold in conjunction with other purchases." Shin Yuyu interjected eagerly, "I know about that. When I went to Hermes with my aunt, it was the same deal." Yi Hang nodded and continued, "Those who buy hublet watches are akin to those who drive a Volkswagen Phaeton, low-key only for those in the know. Watches from IWC are decent too, but they are more for show. True watch enthusiasts are rare. However, this watch has its shortcomings. Its materials cannot compete with Richard Mille, and in terms of movement, pales in comparison to Jaeger-LeCoultre. When it comes to durability, Rolex leaves it in the dust. One can only conclude that this man is a die-hard hublet fan." Shin Yoyu seemed to understand, nodding. "Can those women in fur coats recognize it?" To men, watches and cars are akin to a woman's affection for Chanel No. 5 or Sisley. Yihang, parched from speaking, took a sip of his drink and chuckled. You guessed it right. They wouldn't even recognize it, ha ha ha. That's why it's said that the ladies follow home men flaunting fake Rolex submariners, taking DD taxis to the Hilton Garden Inn at an 800 yuan discount for yet another night of revelry. But little did they know that the man with the Hublot watch at 30 years old was just a carefree small-time entrepreneur, driving his E63 home with a sigh. Women of poor taste might find themselves discarded by men adorned with Patek Philippe and RM, but those men donning Hublots are fathers you can never attain. Shin Yoyu's scholarly nature emerged as she peppered them with questions. I don't understand. What kind of person wears such a watch? As for Lin Mu, she felt her worldview had been profoundly shaken, and this shock came from a man 5 years her junior. Those who understand, understand. There's no need for dialogue. Those who can afford such watches possess a wealth exceeding 30. They are either graduates of elite private schools like Eton, returnees from studying abroad, genuine high-caliber talent, or executives from investment banks or the Big Four consulting firms. They are certainly not the frivolous, rich second generation. My personal advice is that dating such individuals is the quickest and most stable way for a woman to ascend social classes, without exception. What Yihang didn't mention was that, of course, one must also be a woman of refined taste to attract them. Shin Yoyu pouted, a peculiar thought brewing in her mind. Even if they went to university and started dating, surely many girls would be attracted to him. Thus, Lin Mu rolled her eyes dramatically. You don't say. You're just an old sow with a bad omen. Always with your tricks. Cough, cough. Low-key, low-key. Shin Yoyu tilted her exquisite face, scanning for prey. That man behind us with the slicked-back hair. Yihang subtly turned his head. The system had already relayed all pertinent information to him. Finally, you've spotted a wealthy individual. Shin Yoyu gasped in astonishment. How did you tell at a glance? Oh, the Richard Mille on his wrist is the real deal. He can afford Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, and Omega without a second thought. But that RM is a true masterpiece. The average price for a Richard Mille is around 6 figures, akin to a Nissan GTR or a Panamera, and he's wearing the limited edition RM 5301, which is worth approximately 6 million. Lin Mu sputtered her soda out in shock, exclaiming, cough, cough, cough. 6 million. That's quite a bit of money to burn. Quick, the golden son-in-law has arrived. A man in Zilly Oxford shoes may not treat you to an 8 yuan spicy hot pot, but a man sporting an RM tourbillon will undoubtedly shower you with red envelopes starting at 5,200.
Yihang chuckled.
Do I look like someone in need of money? Lin Mu made a face, her curiosity about Yihang reaching new heights. Once a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it's merely a matter of time before she falls for him. Such men frequent nightclubs on a whim. They might treat you to a 98,000 yuan sports car or pop open a bottle of champagne. Yet they may just desire a simple drink of J. Germeister or something more basic. He could whisk you from the Champs-Élysées to the Fifth Avenue in New York City, or discuss the intricate geopolitical situations of the Middle East over a drink by Lake Baikal. He is the quintessential man who has seen the world. And believe me, if you wish to captivate a man who wears an RM, he is not the kind of rich loser you read about in novels. He is someone whose heart you cannot easily reach. Have you read Water Margin? Shun Yoyu, with her crimson lips, bit her glass, sitting cross-legged in the booth, shook her head with a smile. Yihang rubbed his temples, realizing this girl had indeed had too much to drink. Even after hundreds of pages of battles, the valiant Liangshan heroes could not compare to the romantic escapades of the charming Yan Qing. With his embroidered attire, proficiency in the crossbow, mastery of sumo wrestling, and multifaceted talents in music and performance, he was indeed a man of many skills. Lin Mu laughed. That's you, yet you criticize others. Ding ding ding. Yihang's phone chimed. It was a message from Shun Yoyu. Shin Yoyu. Is my aunt pretty? Image. JPG. Oh no, that's a loaded question. Yihang typed in response. Not pretty by any stretch, he replied, channeling his inner candor Gil. To his surprise, Shin Yoyu was actually jealous. Chapter 10. Is Shun Yoyu jealous of her aunt? Ahem. This is quite amusing. Lin Mu sipped her drink, her thoughts far from Yihang. It was impossible to ignore such a well-informed young man, a rare find indeed. With a lavish seafood feast costing over 20,000, he paid without a flicker of an eye. In Saga, he casually spent nearly 100,000. She found herself somewhat envious of Shin Yoyu. Shin Yoyu's emotions were more complex. The most infuriating part was that Yi Hang behaved like a 24K gold-plated straight man. Could he not take the initiative? The three of them had nearly finished their drinks. Yet the dragon set and ace of spades on the table remained unopened. Stepping out of the bar, they were met with a wave of heat. Lin Mu said, "Yi Hang, I have matters to attend to at my company tomorrow, so I won't be accompanying you. I'll leave little fishy in your care." Shin Yoyu, like a sloth, hung around Yi Hang's neck. How about heading back to the hotel together? Lin Mu's car was still parked at Chun Garden Seafood Market. "No need. I'll drive back tomorrow once I sober up."
Ye Hang nodded.
"Then I'll have the driver take you home first." Once in the car, Lin Mu's heart raced. She nearly agreed to his suggestion. Yi Hang was indeed audacious. Little Fishy was still beside them. But if she had consented, would they have shared the same bed? Goodness. She couldn't even think about it. Merely contemplating it felt like a sin. Until the very last moment, as she was dropped off, she never found an appropriate excuse to ask for Yi Hang's WeChat. She had even prepared herself to be his mistress. Lin Mu covered her face. "Oh dear, what am I thinking? If Yi Hang, sitting in the passenger seat, were to know, he might just drop his jaw in shock." Women were truly formidable. The next day, Shin Yoyu remained sound asleep. After a run in the hotel gym, Yi Hang ordered the butler to bring breakfast to their room. He gently patted Shin Yoyu's cheek. "Time to wake up. The sun's already shining on your backside." She mumbled and turned over, continuing to sleep. Yi Hang, with a sigh, leaned closer to her ear. "Your aunt added me on WeChat yesterday." The drowsy Shin Yoyu suddenly opened her eyes wide.
Ye Hang.
"I will bite you to death." Yi Hang, chuckling, quickly jumped away. "Serves you right for pretending to be asleep." Unfortunately, her sudden movement caused the blanket to slip off. Yi Hang's gaze shifted downward, his expression froze. Shin Yoyu looked down. The air grew tense. "Ah,
Ye Hang.
you're doomed. Hey, hey, hey. I advise you to choose your words carefully. You were quite drunk yesterday." Yi Hang turned away just as a flurry of pillows came flying his way. "Woo-woo. You scoundrel. You add my aunt on WeChat and refuse to take responsibility." Yi Hang retorted, "What? I might as well die right here. Shin Yoyu, you must speak with a clear conscience. Besides, I have no interest in A." As he spoke, Yi Hang rummaged through his suitcase for a short-sleeved shirt and tossed it to her. "I'm speaking with a clear conscience. You swear, without caring whose shirt it was." Shin Yoyu grabbed it and put it on. Upon seeing her dressed, Yi Hang laughed. "Your conscience seems rather small." Shin Yoyu paused, looking down to see her ordinary figure. Suddenly, a tiny fish darted forward.
Ye Hang.
"I'll fight you." She bit down on his arm. "Ouch, that hurts." Yi Hang feigned pain, though it barely hurt at all. Shin Yoyu stood there with red-rimmed eyes. "You've bullied me since childhood, and now in high school too. One day, you'll bully me to death." She looked so pitiful. Yi Hang wiped his face and suddenly turned serious. "So, would you let me continue to bully you?" Shin Yoyu's breath hitched, her heart raced, and she stammered, "You can't. Bully me to tears every day. I could accept it occasionally. 3 or 4 times is fine." Ha ha ha. What was this girl saying? Yi Hang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shin Yoyu, filled with indignation, blushed all the way to her neck, vigorously hitting Yi Hang. He held her back with one hand. "From now on, you can only let me bully you. Okay?" In an instant, Shin Yoyu fell silent. "Let us make a pact." Ah, the youthful emotions are always. "Did my aunt add you on WeChat?" "No." "Really?" "Indeed." "Then let me rephrase. Between my aunt and me, who is more attractive?" Yi Hang pondered for a moment. "In terms of looks, you have a slight edge." Before Shin Yoyu could rejoice, the next moment, she felt a surge of murderous intent towards Yi Hang. "But your aunt's figure surpasses yours. Who can resist a mature woman, right? I'll kill you." He quickly fled, knowing he had no rational argument against her. The entire day passed with the two of them in the hotel, as the sun outside was simply too intense. Their activities were limited to the buffet, the gym, or the swimming pool. On the third day, Lin Mu arrived to pick up Shin Yoyu after finishing her work. Taking advantage of the cooler morning, they checked in at Tianya Haijiao. To be honest, aside from the legend of the sun and moonstones, there wasn't much to enjoy at the scenic spot. Most tourist attractions in the country were similarly dull. Fortunately, the previous chaos had subsided. Yihang took a few photos and sent them to the family group chat. Funny family group chat. 3. Ms. Wang Hui. How was your day? Share some photos. Yihang, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG. Am I handsome? Idabi, thumbs up. JPG Ms. Wang Hui. Idabi, your son is too ugly. I can't bear to look.
Yihang.
Idabi, Yihang, why do you have that expression? Did you fart? 3 black lines appeared on Yihang's forehead. Ms. Wang Hui, it could also mean he is constipated. Idabi, Yihang, don't come back. You're truly useless, can't even relieve yourself.
Yihang.
Is this how you speak of your son? Waving hand. JPG Ms. Wang Hui, who is the girl next to you?
Yihang, my girlfriend. Yedabi, shocked.
JPG Ms. Wang Hui, how terrifying, your son even has a girlfriend now. I'm off to play mahjong. I won't be cooking for you tonight. Idabi, great news. Let us drink tonight. Yihang? Little one, do you have many questions? Chapter 11, 3335, West River West Road. That's it. Lin Mu removed her frog glasses with a flourish, hands on her hips, her slender waist exposed. Yihang and Shin Yoyu alighted from the car. Before them stood a small, unadorned eatery, with only 5 bold characters proclaiming authentic Baoluo noodles. Goodness, some even dare to self-proclaim authenticity. Upon entering, Yihang sensed that this establishment might be a case of false advertising. Shouldn't the patrons determine authenticity? And yet they self-proclaim. Shun Yoyu murmured, shielding her eyes from the glaring sun. Her delicate skin seemed so tender it could almost glisten with dew, all without any sunscreen. Meanwhile, Lin Mu donned a flowing bohemian dress, exuding a mature charm that was utterly captivating. Ding! You have discovered the hidden culinary gem of authentic Baoluo noodles on the island, increasing your rating weight by 1. Rating weight? Host. Upon discovering hidden delicacies, gourmet experiences, and engaging activities globally, the system will appropriately enhance the rating weight, ultimately affecting the evaluation of travel tasks. Please continue your efforts, esteemed player of Earth Olive. Yihang found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing, reminiscent of unboxing a surprise. Delightful revelations followed one after another. This is the most authentic and genuine Baoluo noodles I have tasted since arriving in Sanya. The flavor will undoubtedly surpass your expectations. Lin Mu declared confidently. Let us sample this authentic Baoluo noodles. The establishment was modest yet bright and tidy, with clean ingredients. Aside from the lack of a notable sign, there were no faults to be found. The owner, a woman in her 50s, radiated the warmth characteristic of the island's locals. The staff, numbering 2 or 3, appeared to be family. Shin Yoyu rested her chin on her hand and inquired, Auntie, is this place reliable? It seems rather empty. Lin Mu glanced at her watch. It's past 11. It will soon be bustling. Within 2 minutes, the notifications from the restaurants Meituan and Me platforms began to flood in. You have a new Meituan takeaway order? Please process it promptly. You have a new Meituan takeaway order. Please process it promptly. You have a new Meituan takeaway order? Please process it promptly. Delivery riders flooded in, and surrounding office workers gathered at the entrance. Auntie, 1 serving of Baoluo noodles and add a marinated egg. Young lady, for the pickled noodles, hold the sourness and no soup. From Zhonghai International, 22 servings of soup noodles, 12 servings of hongmen noodles, and 18 servings of thickened noodles. No rush, Auntie. Just have them ready by noon. The busy owner smiled as she worked in the kitchen. 1 at a time, no hurry. Yihang was taken aback. They must have arrived too early. Shun Yoyu gasped dramatically. This is terrifying. Auntie, have we even placed our order? At this rate, we might not eat until afternoon. We have ordered, rest assured. A day in Sanya begins with a bowl of noodles. The island's leisurely pace encourages a focus on food. To be precise, the populace south of the Huai River is particularly discerning regarding cuisine, as evidenced by the exquisite offerings of Cantonese and Guangxi delicacies. In stark contrast to the frenetic pace of cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, Sanya truly serves as an ideal locale for relaxation, romance, and savoring life. Yihang initially anticipated a lengthy wait. Yet, within 20 minutes, 3 steaming bowls of noodles were presented. "I apologize, young lady. Today is a holiday, and there are too many customers. I'm so sorry." "No worries at all, auntie. Please take your time." Yihang's fondness for this establishment soared. "Here, try this. A bowl of 10-flavor baoluo noodles, a bowl of marinated pork intestine noodles, a bowl of seafood thickened noodles, and a serving of kingbiling. These are all their signature specialties." The baoluo noodles were round and slightly thick, with the noodles being translucent and smooth, offering a soft and chewy texture, and the broth was refreshingly clear. The thickened noodles, on the other hand, boasted a rich, flavorful broth that was both sweet and spicy, catering more to northern palates. Shen Yuyu picked up a bite, and the anticipated joy overwhelmed her. "Oh my goodness! This is divine!" Yihang savored a bowl of marinated noodles, which were dry and devoid of soup. It was immensely satisfying. The unique sweetness of the island was indescribable. Coupled with a mouthful of kingbiling, it was heavenly. The trio devoured their noodles with remarkable speed. Shen Yuyu unabashedly let out a contented burp. "So good. But a fairy can't eat anymore." Lin Mu chuckled. "Yihang wouldn't mind. What's wrong with eating a bit more? Even a fairy's droppings would be pink." Shen Yuyu discreetly glanced at Yihang, poking him gently. "Do you prefer me slim or plump?" "Plump is better. It's more resilient." "You scoundrel," she retorted. "Can't you offer me a compliment?" "Humph." Lin Mu found herself momentarily stifled by this unexpected display of affection. The meal was quite affordable. Lin Mu settled the bill, with each bowl costing 18. Yihang was thoroughly satisfied. Such an unassuming eatery, seemingly humble yet impeccably clean, was truly the best spot for a culinary adventure. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have illuminated the local flavor culinary icon." "Ding!" The system is assessing the satisfaction levels of Yihang, Shen Yuyu, and Lin Mu. "Ding!" Based on the system's final evaluation, the average satisfaction level of the three is 99 out of 100. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The final task rating has been determined. A grade." "What?" "They have directly given the minimum expected rating." "System, what is the reward for an A grade?" The A grade reward allows the host to retain all items acquired during the mission, including travel funds, buffs, and more. "Ah, I see. As long as the minimum task rating is A, any unused travel funds at the end of the mission will still belong to me." In that instant, Yihang felt invigorated. "Indeed. Please continue your efforts, esteemed host." Yihang grew increasingly curious about the rewards for an S grade. For a full day and a half, the trio directly ventured to Wuzuzu Island. Yihang observed the task progress gradually climbing. 20. 40. 60. Clocking in at Tianya Haijiao. Clocking in at Wuzuzu Island. Clocking in at Coconut Dream Corridor. Clocking in at Yalong Bay. Clocking in at Paradise Forest Park. Incomplete. That evening, at Paradise Forest Park, after 2 days of activities, Shen Yuyu was utterly exhausted. The moon rose over the sea, casting a glow as a bonfire flickered to life on the beach. Shen Yuyu leaned against Yihang's shoulder, counting the stars, 1, 2. Unable to resist, Yihang playfully pinched her. "Ah!" Shen Yuyu gasped softly, startled like a deer caught off guard, her eyes darting around in a panic. "Oh no! They must have seen that." Chapter 12. How annoying. "You bullied me again." Shen Yuyu's delicate face flushed crimson up to her collarbone, her petite hands clinging to Yihang's waist, pinching him softly. Yihang grinned mischievously, reminding her, "It was you who suggested I bully you." Shen Yuyu felt that she could never escape Yihang in this lifetime. The idyllic love story that began in high school, continued through university, and ultimately flourished in the real world was a fairy tale long cherished by every young girl. However, after being the obedient girl for so long, she yearned for a moment of rebellion. "Yihang, do you remember that year in the second year of high school when my father cornered you?" she mentioned, and the moment the topic arose, Yihang's mood soured. Song Zihong had entrusted Yi Hang with a love letter intended for a girl in the neighboring class, but due to his cowardice, it ended up in Yi Hang's possession. Shen Youyu stumbled upon it, and to her horror, the letter bore no signature. Naturally, she assumed it was written for her. As fate would have it, during a parent-teacher conference, Shen Youyu's father discovered the letter. Oh dear, it was quite a calamity. As the vice president of the Sichuan Chongqing Calligraphy Association, Shen Youyu's father nearly drafted a denunciation outlining Yi Hang's 10 transgressions. Consequently, Yi Hang was subjected to a barrage of scolding from Yi Dabiao.
I am utterly wronged,
He exclaimed. Is it my fault that my phone is dull? Or that the novels are uninspiring? What if I agree to your demands? Shen Youyu fluttered her beautiful eyes, but Yi Hang's gaze was fixated on her legs. Wow. Such fair legs. No, they're so long. I recall someone saying they wouldn't date before graduation. Yi Hang scoffed. Look, this is how a goddess rejects someone. How lowly. Shen Youyu suddenly turned serious, her demeanor a mix of shyness and arrogance. Let me formally ask you, shall we date? Break up or die trying? Wow. This girl is rather ruthless. Lin Mu, barefoot on the sandy beach, stifled a laugh. Shen Youyu remained true to herself, using the meekest tone to utter the harshest words. However, from Lin Mu's mature perspective, it was clear that Yi Hang would not be limited to just Shen Youyu. Once in university, the opportunities would be endless, and the world beyond was a battleground of survival and ambition. One by one, exceptional women would enter the scene, and Yi Hang's calm charm, combined with a touch of tenacity, would be irresistible to any woman. The notion of remaining unmoved in the face of temptation was reserved for saints. Yi Hang simply wished to relish life, nothing more. All right, Yi Hang replied with a smile. Shen Youyu exhaled in relief, her palms clammy, returning to her adorable self. So, shall we follow the procedure? Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. What procedure? Just take a bite. Weren't you the one pursuing me? Shen Youyu ground her teeth, preparing to make her move. Wait. Let's change the location for that. Oh, for heaven's sake, this dreadful grammar. Shen Youyu glanced at Yi Hang's certain area, blushing. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Jiajing Island is an undeveloped freshwater island near Sanya, colloquially known as Deserted Island. As a popular tourist destination, diving is an essential activity. However, the nearby waters have suffered degradation, making most snorkeling experiences less than ideal. Rather than snorkeling, it would be more accurate to describe it as a beach detour, better suited for a hot spring retreat. Mr. Yi, you are a VIP client at Atlantis. Thank you for your 7-day stay. This snorkeling project is in a confidential area we are currently developing. Not even wealth guarantees access, but you and the 2 ladies may indulge in all snorkeling activities without time constraints. A speedboat whisked Yi Hang and his companions to Jiajing Island. The surface of the sea shimmered with vibrant colors, revealing shallow corals and schools of fish in crystal-clear waters with a visibility of 9 meters, a breathtaking sight. The price was equally striking, 35,000 per person, requiring identity verification, as this pristine area was not to be tarnished. Currently, the system task only required completing the final snorkeling project. Yi Hang removed his life jacket, prepared to help Shen Youyu into her diving suit.
Yi Hang.
I'm a bit scared. With her mask, breathing tube, and fins donned, Shen Youyu's figure was perfectly showcased. One couldn't help but acknowledge that this girl had quite the allure. The diving suit cost $600-700, along with the mask, fins, and an aviation-grade breathing tube, all designed to ensure maximum safety. The nearby steward reassured her. Rest assured, our professional lifeguards are within 3 meters of you. Moreover, they had a dedicated cameraman capturing stunning photos from every angle. Lin Mu, fully equipped, took a deep breath and leaped into the water with the grace of a mermaid. All right, Yi Hang completed his preparations. Ladies, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Shen Youyu hugged Yi Hang as they entered the underwater world. After a brief period of pressure adjustment, everything became vividly clear before their eyes. Sunlight filtered through the water, illuminating corals, starfish, and sea cucumbers. Shen Youyu transitioned from her initial anxiety to gradual ease, slowly releasing Yi Hang's hand. Gazing into the depths, vibrant ripples danced around them, with lifeguards hovering above. Yi Hang felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. Shen Youyu truly transformed into a mermaid, frolicking freely. Meanwhile, the cameraman worked tirelessly, capturing poses in S and B shapes. The trio reveled in their fun, although frequent breaths left a sense of regret about not diving deeper. Considering safety, Yihang declined to carry an oxygen tank below 10 meters, aware of the numerous lives lost each year due to depth-related incidents. It must be said that snorkeling required considerable stamina. Even with Yihang's regular exercise regimen, he found himself slightly breathless. After thoroughly enjoying the experience, the trio climbed back onto the speedboat. Here, Yihang revealed a star-shaped stone from his palm, offering it to Shen Youyu. The persistent waves had polished it into a heart shape over time. Wow! Shen Youyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Mu shivered slightly, muttering, "Old lady, I'm about to be sick from all this dog food." On the return journey, Yihang's ears perked up at the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing side quest 2, you have experienced a perfect snorkeling adventure and discovered the pristine waters of Jiajing Island. Ding! Task reward. Weight 1. A randomly generated 100 times consumption rebate card. Side quest rating S. Chapter 13. At 8 in the morning, Yihang concluded his morning exercise. He emerged from the top-floor swimming pool, maintained at a constant temperature for 20 hours. Having mastered the art of full immersion freestyle swimming, he found that it was far more efficient in terms of aerobic energy expenditure than running. Once a 3-time amateur sprint champion, he understood the importance of training. Yihang's physique could be described as lean, with a low body fat percentage that made his abdominal muscles distinctly visible. Unfortunately, such muscles served little purpose. He picked up a towel from the side, draped it over himself, and scrolled through his phone. Lin Mu had matters to attend to and had already returned to Chuanyu. Shen Youyu, lazy pig, are you awake? Are you awake? Are you awake? Shen Youyu, my aunt and I have a flight at 6 this morning. Shen Youyu, by the way, the college entrance exam results are out, and I've been admitted to Linen University, accompanied by a meme of a pained expression, suggesting a headache, perhaps from an overflow of knowledge. Linen University? Indeed, a top student. It is a prestigious 211 university, part of the 9-School Alliance, a national double first-class institution, often referred to as the Cambridge of the East. Yihang logged onto the website to check his exam results. Yihang. Chinese, 95. Mathematics, 127. English, 109. Comprehensive Science, 220. Total, 551. This score was merely average. He would have no problem gaining admission to a first-tier science program. Yihang had applied to a financial institution in the bustling metropolis, having thoroughly researched the school prior to the exam. It was also a 211 university, with a significant number of local students, hinting at a congregation of wealthy second-generation individuals. However, the proximity of the metropolis to Linen made it all the more intriguing. Reclining on a sunbed by the pool, Yihang browsed through his social media feed. Shen Youyu had posted just before boarding her flight, featuring the starfish stone he had gifted her. The caption read, "Looking forward to your guidance." Shen Youyu also commented, "Everyone help me him. Hee hee." A flurry of tags followed: Zhou Haoyan Yihang, Guanhong Yihang, Chao Mengmeng Yihang, Peng Shui Yihang, Song Zihong. Yihang, Yihang the Elder, with boundless magic and great powers, commanding the central plains. As for Lu Nan, he was lamenting and seeking affection, asking everyone he encountered, "Do you believe in love?" His social media posts were a tragic trilogy, this time with just 2 words: blessings. Yihang checked the system. His current task progress was already at 80. With Sanya illuminated, the surrounding waters and the island also displayed vibrant colors. Checked in at Tianya Haijiao. Checked in at Wuzizu Island. Checked in at Coconut Dream Corridor. Checked in at Yalong Bay. Checked in at Paradise Forest Park. Only one task remained: shopping in the duty-free zone, with a net spending requirement of no less than 100,000 yuan. Upon completion, the travel mission to Sanya would be fully concluded. Yihang stretched lazily and was about to get up when a melodious voice interrupted him. "You must be a professional swimmer, right?" Yihang turned, slightly taken aback. A woman lounging on a nearby sunbed, wrapped in a hotel towel, was playfully toying with her hair, looking at him with a teasing smile. Her fair skin and oval face bore no traces of cosmetic alteration. Particularly, her figure was strikingly voluptuous. Her abdomen was devoid of any excess flesh, indicating a long-standing dedication to fitness. However, she appeared older than Yihang, and he could distinctly perceive an air of sophistication emanating from her. Quite unlike the regal demeanor of Lin Mu, she resembled a perfectly ripe peach, arguably the most beautiful woman Yihang had encountered thus far. Unfortunately, the tattoo on her ankle diminished his interest. Wasn't a girl like Shinyoyu, who could be both innocent and alluring, more appealing? Full immersion swimming is a fundamental skill for national team athletes. Besides stable underwater breath holding, it also requires duration. I noticed you held your breath for at least 3 minutes, reaching the limits of physical training. The woman stood up, casually wrapping her hair around her finger, her eyes on Yihang resembling an excited female monkey. Yihang, however, remained oblivious. He had swum back and forth in the hotel pool for 800 meters, engrossed in the activity without much thought. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Would you like to swim together? Yihang glanced at the hotel clock. No, I have a flight tonight and need to head to the duty-free shop shortly. All right, see you next time. Once Yihang departed, the woman eagerly grabbed her phone. Wiping it dry, she opened a search engine and typed, "How to view teacher-student relationships." Returning to his room to freshen up, he couldn't waste the breakfast voucher for room 2088. The hotel, likely aware that it was his last day of stay, had thoughtfully provided a warm card. Though we cannot be together, I hope you cherish every moment in Sanya. Regards, Atlantis. A serving of wonchang chicken, a portion of Gigi duck, a whole Helu crab, and some Dongshan goat from Wanning Dongshan Ridge. Additionally, there was a bowl of seafood stew featuring sea cucumber and abalone, all specialties of the island. As Yihang savored his meal, he sent a screenshot of his exam results to his parents, then promptly ignored any further inquiries. Descending to the lobby, he instructed the driver to take him to the Haitang District Duty-Free Shopping Center. As the largest standalone duty-free store in the world, it offered an extensive array of luxury goods, fulfilling any desire one could have. Yihang's sole purpose for this trip was clear: to spend money, and spend more money. That 100-fold rebate card had captivated him for quite some time. The Sanya duty-free store was a haven for luxury brands, showcasing Hermes, Chanel, LV, and Gucci, all prominently displayed. The northeast corner featured an entire section dedicated to men's watches. To his surprise, Yihang spotted the rare European brand, Constantine Chaikin. As he was about to embark on university life, he felt the need for a watch. He swiftly entered Audemars Piguet, a brand catering to the new affluent class. Unlike the ostentatious nouveau riche, it focused on the wearer's character, which explained its popularity among researchers, finance professionals, and Python developers alike. Yihang's calm demeanor, serene presence, and understated brilliance made Audemars Piguet an impeccable choice. A sales associate, elegantly attired with a silk scarf, approached him, exuding charm without a hint of condescension. Such haughty luxury salespeople were likely mere figments of fiction. "Welcome, sir," she greeted warmly. "Do you have a particular model in mind?" Perceiving Yihang's directness, she adeptly guided the conversation. "I would like to see the Royal Oak series, thank you." "Of course, sir. Please follow me." Her radiant smile left a favorable impression on Yihang. "May I ask how to address you, sir?"
Ye.
She led Yihang to the VIP lounge. "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment while I retrieve the Royal Oak, which features high-end movements from Audemars Piguet." The associate did not leave. Instead, she squatted beside him. "Mr. Yi, would you like something to drink? Coconut water, please." Chapter 14. Yihang surveyed his surroundings. The Audemars Piguet logo retained the gilded wax seal from the 17th century, a relic of ancient Latin. Although the meaning eluded him, the sophistication was undeniable. As for the sales associate's appearance, it was beyond reproach. No wonder she was a favorite among Mediterranean programmers. Unlike the sales associates of Panerai and Rolex, who dressed with a certain restraint, this one appeared as if she had stepped out of a high-profile international finance affair. The clientele was clearly reflected in her attire. These opulent connoisseurs were all masters of marketing, wielding human nature with remarkable finesse. Among them, Patek Philippe stood out with its peculiarities. It was as if they had all emerged from prestigious drama and film academies, leaving one to ponder where to address such an anomaly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. I apologize for the wait." The sales associate crouched at Yi Hang's feet, cradling a miniature safe adorned with 3 layers of gold locks. With utmost care, she opened it, revealing a collection of the Royal Oak series timepieces, gleaming in the air. "Do you have any recommendations?" When it came to her expertise, the sales associate began to speak fluently. "It seems Mr. Yi possesses a discerning taste. The Royal Oak is positioned as an intellectual, understated choice at Audemars Piguet. The classic models may feel a tad antiquated. The Millennium series is a bit more extroverted, while the Royal Oak Offshore leans towards ostentation. If I were to suggest, I would recommend the Royal Oak. May I inquire, do you engage in sports regularly?" Such a line of questioning. The sales associate had already discerned Yi Hang's intent. It was all a prelude to flattery, a performance reminiscent of romance. "Quite a bit." With a smile, the sales associate swiftly retrieved a tourbillon. Featuring the craftsmanship of a tourbillon, it starts at 500,000. This is the most affordable option. "Mr. Yi, you may wish to try this one." As Yi Hang reached out, the sales associate carefully noted, "Mr. Yi, your hands are truly exquisite. What is professionalism, if not this?" Such praise was deftly woven into the conversation. "This Royal Oak employs our signature hammering technique, with a perpetual calendar and superchronograph, model 15407 BC. In truth, it was all mere embellishment. A luxury watch exceeding 500,000 must include features such as a perpetual calendar and superchronograph. The watch, resplendent in silver gray, with a skeleton dial, was impeccable in craftsmanship. As for the movement, unless one tossed it into a blender, it could very well be an heirloom. Indestructible." Just as Yi Hang contemplated trying another model, an out-of-place female voice interrupted. "Please switch this one for him." Yi Hang looked up in astonishment. It was the woman he had encountered at the hotel pool. "The Royal Oak in Brigade Blue suits you perfectly. Give it a try." She had changed into a stylish asymmetrical dress. Her aura was captivating enough that, had she not spoken, Yi Hang might have mistaken her for a university senior. The sales associate glanced at Yi Hang, seeking his approval. "Very well, let us go with her suggestion." Upon wearing the Brigade Blue Royal Oak,
Yi Hang se demanor transformet dramatical.
"I'll take this one. How much is it?" The sales associate was momentarily taken aback. It was uncommon to see such a young and decisive customer. "Is there a problem?" Yi Hang examined the watch, growing fonder by the moment. This woman had a knack for her craft. "The price for this model is 388,000. Wrap it up." With over $1 million in his account, courtesy of a recent trip's expenses, it was more than sufficient. The sales associate promptly secured the watch and led him to payment. Even in such a high-end boutique, it was rare to encounter a customer so forthright. While processing the payment, Yi Hang utilized a rebate card. Consumption critical rebate card, 100x rebate, duration, 30 minutes. "Do you wish to use it?" "Yes." "Congratulations, host. This transaction amounts to 0 yuan, random critical hit 10x, rebate 0 yuan. Upon expiration of the duration, the rebate will be transferred from 4 offshore centers to your bank account. Source of funds verified." Wow, a straight 10x critical hit. This sensation was exhilarating. Instead of merely spending, he unexpectedly profited 3 million. Nearby, Li Qingqing wore a victorious smile, astonished that she had flirted with a wealthy heir. The amount he just charged was more than her university professor's annual salary. The earlier poolside flirtation had merely been a playful whim, driven by admiration for his swimming style. Cough. Certainly not due to his physique. How intriguing! What kind of person would appreciate a Royal Oak? After completing the payment, Yi Hang donned the watch, affirming that a watch is indeed the soul of a man. If Yi Hang had previously been a wild wealthy heir, now he embodied a rare breed. The Audemars Piguet sales associate bid farewell to both. Yi Hang jested, "I'm curious, what kind of person tattoos their ankle? Are you a vagrant?" Li Qingqing was not at all offended. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. Most men she conversed with were overly cautious or too seasoned. Thus this refreshing exchange was a delightful change. Without uttering a word, Li Qingcheng retrieved her glasses from her bag, tied her hair into a ponytail, and regarded Yi Hang with a knowing smile. How about this?
Ye Hang uploaded.
She had transformed from a street-savvy woman into an intellectual. Remarkable. You're quite impressive. Li Qingcheng's smile was captivating as she extended her hand.
Im Li Qingeng. Ye Hang.
The two quickly grew familiar. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Yi Hang thought having her as a consultant, given her refined taste, would be quite beneficial. By the way, I'd like to buy a birthday gift for my girlfriend. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing Yi Hang mention a girlfriend, Li Qingcheng felt a flicker of delight rather than disappointment. Loyalty is a choice. She was an adult and a university professor, and she bore no regrets for the outcome. A low-quality romance was far less appealing than a high-quality singlehood. This encapsulated the current reality for many single women of a certain age. The two then ventured directly into Van Cleef Arpels. Chapter 15: Women, Such Enigmatic Creatures. It seems the technological tree has taken a misguided turn. Shopping appears to be an innate talent. Of course, there is also an element of unreasonable indulgence. Li Qingcheng is even more invested than he is, with the sales assistant reduced to mere background. The VCA four-leaf clover, perfectly aligning with a young girl's essence, complemented by a white mother-of-pearl collarbone chain, is something she simply cannot resist. Li Qingcheng turned gracefully, inquiring, "May I try on this piece?" The Van Cleef Arpels sales assistant, with a lightness of foot, retrieved the item from the display. Li Qingcheng flicked her hair, resting it delicately around her neck, asking, "Does it look good?" Yi Hang nodded. To speak candidly, her taste is undeniably exquisite. Would she find the rose gold too ostentatious? The sales assistant, taking a rare breather, couldn't help but steal glances at Li Qingcheng. Her aura is simply too elevated. "Could you let me try the medium-sized malachite pendant?" After trying it on, she turned to Yi Hang, flaunting the piece. "What do you think of this?" Yi Hang shook his head, stroking his chin. A bit too mature. Li Qingcheng then tried on a ladybug design. Surrounding her were twinkling fireflies, 7 stars bedecking the piece, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Indeed, Van Cleef Arpels epitomizes opulence among opulence. This brand's necklaces are primarily targeted at affluent individuals. Do not underestimate it. This pendant, merely the size of a fingernail, costs 49,000. Yi Hang nodded. She should like this one. Suddenly, Li Qingcheng looked at Yi Hang with a peculiar expression and clapped her hands. Did you all applaud?
Ye Hang shrugged. No.
Who would believe that? The nearby sales assistant eagerly chimed in. "Sir, I actually highly recommend the malachite piece. It's one of our summer new arrivals. It would make your girlfriend's complexion appear even fairer." Before Yi Hang could clarify, Li Qingcheng nonchalantly replied, "I am not his girlfriend. My apologies," the sales assistant stammered, awkwardly scraping her foot against the floor, but the next line dropped jaws all around.
I am here lower.
Yi Hang, who was sipping water, instantly spat it out. "Goodness, Miss, we've known each other for less than 24 hours, and now you claim to be a lover?" Yi Hang forced a smile at the sales assistant. "Cough, cough. She is just joking, haha." The sales assistant gave Yi Hang a knowing look. "No, what do you understand? This woman is too bold." After much deliberation, Li Qingcheng ultimately selected the first VCA four-leaf clover white mother-of-pearl collarbone chain. Yi Hang just wanted to pay and leave. Despite the apparent busyness of the entire Van Cleef Arpels team, each cast envious glances in their direction. "Young man, you are quite fortunate, sir. The total is 45,800. Will you be paying by card or cash?" "By card." "Congratulations, host. This purchase of 45,800 yuan has triggered a random critical hit of 20 times, resulting in a rebate of 916,000 yuan. Upon completion, the rebate will be transferred from 4 offshore centers to your bank account. Source of funds verified." Yi Hang barely had time to rejoice. He grasped Li Qingcheng's arm and pulled her outside. Li Qingcheng doubled over with laughter, one hand clutching her bag, the other playfully tapping the wall. "Your expression. Haha, so adorable." Yi Hang sighed. "Is this fun?" After sufficient amusement, Li Qingcheng straightened up. "It's delightful." Anger was far from her mind, given that Li Qingqing's beauty and figure were beyond reproach. The key point is, it's Yi Hang's first experience being teased. Intriguingly, he felt a sense of rivalry. However, Li Qingqing was merely enjoying the banter with the younger man. But, is she sure she isn't playing with fire? Originally, she intended to buy gifts for her parents. But upon reflection, giving money is the most pragmatic approach. Ms. Wang Hui has always appreciated cash. Comrade Yi Daipio, on the other hand, has a penchant for tea. With 15 minutes remaining until the 30-minute critical hit rebate concludes, Yi Hang treated himself to a casual outfit, considering the numerous travel tasks ahead, and swapped for a new luggage set from a reputable brand. Ding! Consumption rebate card. Limited time ends in 30 minutes. Total rebate for the host, 0 yuan. Funds from offshore accounts will be transferred in batches to your bank account. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing side quest 3. Exceedingly fulfilling shopping in the duty-free zone. Ding! Task reward, wait 1. Ding! Sonya travel task concluded. System is rating, please wait. Phew! The Sonya trip has concluded. Now all that remains is to await system evaluation. Yi Hang believed he had performed exceptionally well, anticipating at least a grade A rating, and the 10,000 in his account is secure. As for the purchased items, there is no need for concern. The ticketing staff at the duty-free zone will deliver them directly to the airport. The two shared a casual drink at Starbucks, exchanged contact details, and Yi Hang returned to his hotel. My holiday has just begun. Farewell, little puppy.
After Ye Hang departed, Li King regainet her cool demeanor.
Retrieving her phone to send a message. I have a friend who has developed feelings for a boy. They've met for less than 6 hours. Does she still have a chance? Noted as Shin Manny in her contact list, she swiftly sent an emoji. Out of thin air. JPG Li Qingqing. But he has a girlfriend. Shin Manny. I knew it was you, Li Qingqing. Help me come up with ideas on how to pursue him. Shin Manny. Surprised. JPG. Sister, you want to chase him after knowing him for less than 6 hours? You are a Stanford graduate. For goodness sake, have you been reading too many Mary Sue novels? Li Qingqing. Quit the nonsense. Shin Manny. Facepalm. JPG. The guy already has a girlfriend. My dear lady, what kind of conditions do you have that you can't find someone? Why stoop to being a love-struck fool? I loathe love-struck fools. If it were me, I'd pretend you never said anything. Li Qingqing. I was at the entrance of the duty-free shop in Sonya, initially planning to buy you a set of La Mer, but I think I'll pass, you don't deserve it. Shin Manny. Chase. If it's someone you like, we must chase. The key is, at least give me some information. Li Qingqing. He should have just graduated from high school? We bumped into each other at our hotel. I initiated the conversation. Shin Manny. That it? Li Qingqing. That it. Shin Manny felt her heart racing, nearly seizing up. A distinguished PhD in finance from Shanghai, now reduced to a love-struck fool. I can't believe this. Shin Manny. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid your mother will disown you? Li Qingqing simply responded with a waving goodbye emoji. Shin Manny realized Li Qingqing was not joking this time. Li Qingqing. Being a mistress is a decent option. Chapter 16. Shin Manny abruptly sent a voice message via VX. Upon connecting, she launched into an unfiltered tirade. Goodness, have you lost your mind? Li Qingqing replied with a hint of melancholy. Is it so wrong for an older young woman to risk everything for love? On the other end, Shin Manny was utterly bewildered. Is this really the Li Qingqing I know? Oh, so this is what it means to throw caution to the wind for love? Li Qingqing retorted, you young girls simply do not understand. To be precise, Shin Manny was Li Qingqing's student. During her time at MOKai, Li Qingqing had just begun her teaching career at the university. Their friendship blossomed quickly, and they became close confidants, sharing everything with one another. Now, Shin Manny had graduated from MOKai and, under Li Qingqing's recommendation, had secured a position at Goldman Capital as an external researcher. With a hand on her forehead, Shin Manny sighed, Are you serious?
Li Qingqing responda.
He possesses a certain purity about him, reminiscent of a boy on a summer basketball court, rushing past with a ball, exuding a faint scent of delightful laundry detergent. So radiant. Shinmani interjected. Stop right there. I think I understand now. Have you considered the consequences? What if your mother finds out? Li Qingcheng replied flippantly. Then I suppose I'm doomed. How splendid. A modern-day disgraceful youth, Shinmani exclaimed. But that doesn't mean you should become a mistress. Do you lack money? Li Qingcheng countered, not at all. Shinmani sighed deeply. Her teacher had always been whimsical and financially secure, with investments in the stock market and passive income ensuring a life free from worries. Moreover, she was known for her decisiveness at work. Who didn't know that she was the goddess of finance at Mokai? The line of admirers vying for her attention could stretch across the Huangpu River. Shinmani remarked, the battlefield of love is akin to war. If you wish to love, you must seize the opportunity. Sister, if your mother asks, don't dare say I was the one who led you astray. Li Qingcheng's interest was piqued. Do tell. With a wave of her hand, Shinmani outlined. Men are creatures of instinct. They cannot resist purity nor can they withstand allure. You might start by doing this, then that, and ultimately, undermine them from the roots. Do you understand? Goodness gracious, I am absolutely astounded. I shall not even glance at the art of war without you. On a flight from Sanya to Chongqing, Yihang reclined in first class, checking the system and awaiting his rating results. Ding dong. You have completed your journey in Sanya. The icon is now illuminated. A circular globe materialized before Yihang, with Sanya glowing while all other locations appeared gray. In addition, there were blank ocean areas and Jiajing Island. Side Quest 1. Check into a 7-star hotel with the opposite sex. System rating, A. Side Quest 2. Discover a cost-effective seafood market specializing in local island delicacies and enjoy a perfect seafood feast. System rating, S. Side Quest 3. Exceed expectations by checking off tourist attractions. Immerse yourself in local customs and discover authentic Baoluo noodles. System rating, A. Side Quest 4. Snorkel at Jiajing Island, a pristine, unpolluted sea area where you had great fun. System rating, S. Side Quest 5. Shopping in the duty-free zone, exceeding targets. System rating, A. In summary, the system evaluated 20, 40, 60. Yihang now understood. If one merely completed the standard tasks, the ratings would likely be mediocre. The key was to uncover unique experiences, especially those hidden gems tucked away in alleyways, which would surely yield higher ratings. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Sanya journey has received an ultimate rating of S-Class. Privileges retained, and the main life task has commenced. I am truly not a rich second generation. Reward, Daily Wealth Buff. Daily Wealth Buff. Wearing this title allows for abundant financial gains, generating wealth daily. Level, LV1, 0 30,000. Effect, earn 0, 5 yuan per minute, with a 10 chance of triggering double rewards, a 5 chance of 5-fold rewards, and a 1 chance of 10-fold rewards.
Duration, permanent.
Note 1. This buff is currently at LV1. Each level up will grant corresponding rewards. Goodness gracious. Is this truly the pinnacle of life? A simple mathematical calculation. 1440x 0. 5,720 yuan. With an S rating, the host retains the rewards from the journey, with 3 options to choose from. Option 1. Select any skill. Option 2. 4 million live streaming platform reward coins. Option 3. Level up, commencing international travel.
Yihang ponderet bir yefli.
He immediately dismissed option 2. 4 million in rewards. Unless he wanted to be foolish again. As for option 3, international travel was indeed alluring, but there were countless breathtaking sights in Huaxia that he had yet to explore. He was certain he would have the opportunity for international travel in due time, so there was no need to rush. I choose option 1. Congratulations, host! You have drawn Master Level International Standard Dance. Master Level International Standard Dance. Charisma 50. 100 chance of receiving admiration. 1 chance of attracting the target's affection. This is splendid. What is the most important thing for the wealthy? Time. Any skill, hobby, or art cannot be purchased with money alone. Whether it is music, chess, literature, or tea, each requires an abundant investment of time to master. To excel in any one discipline typically demands a minimum of 3 to 5 years, and sometimes even decades of dedication to achieve a modicum of success in that field. Having multiple skills is not a burden. It is merely a humble expression of those who lack expertise. Who does not dream of performing in a grand hall, playing under the moonlight? Most individuals without talent will find themselves unable to grasp even the basics in a lifetime. And even those with talent face arduous trials. Just the piano alone is an unattainable dream for countless individuals. With the conclusion of the Sanya journey, the shopping mall opened. Yihang glanced at the offerings in the mall. Most were grayed out, requiring thousands to redeem, often tens of thousands. Currently, he possessed a meager 500 points. System: how does one upgrade the daily wealth buff? To progress from LV1 to LV2, a staggering 30,000 points are required. The host will accrue experience through daily financial gains. If that is the case, wouldn't it take 27 days? Forget it, what do I need a bicycle for? Name: Yihang. Gender: male. Attractiveness: 90. Height: intelligence quotient: 90. Charisma: 80. Buff: daily wealth buff. Skill: master level international standard dance. Assets: 5. 270. 000. The second travel task will commence in 1 month. Please enjoy the holiday following the college entrance examination. Perfect. In this month, I must secure my driver's license. Chapter 17. Return to Sichuan and Chongqing. It was already 7 p.m. Shin Yoyu called without delay. Henin, have you made it home? Yihang casually tossed his suitcase aside, removed his shoes and socks, turned on the air conditioning and with one hand, cracked open a can of soda. Just arrived. He sprawled out on the sofa, feeling the fatigue of travel. Ms. Wang Hui and Comrade De Biao were not home. From the family group chat, it seemed they were visiting a cousin. Have you been good? You can't flirt with other girls behind my back. At least don't let me find out. Yihang shrugged. You already hold my priority affection rights. Aren't you satisfied? Little fish, one should be content. A woman's intuition can sometimes be remarkably accurate, yet it often leads to self-deception. Who wants your affection rights? Shin Yoyu blushed. Yihang turned on the water heater, preparing for a shower. The remaining time became Shin Yoyu's solo performance. Once a girl is in love, she cannot help but share everything. Yihang responded with hum and oh, occasionally interjecting. The state of contemporary young men Lin and in Shanghai are so far apart. Yihang felt a few beads of sweat forming. Is less than an hour on the high-speed train really far? Shin Yoyu pouted. What if I miss you? Yihang grinned. Then I'll order you a custom body pillow on Taobao, so you can hug it while you sleep when I'm not around, and stop right there. Shin Yoyu clearly understood Yihang's implication. I warn you, Yihang, before college we cannot engage in that sort of activity.
Yihang mereli simirket.
A woman's words. Just listen. If you believe them, you're a fool. If love is not about the body, then let us just become sworn brothers instead. I can allow some excessive behavior. Yihang raised an eyebrow, bemused by the girl's shifting boundaries. How excessive? Shin Yoyu bit her lip, murmuring, just what you boys usually watch. Your words are so vague. I can't understand. Yihang nearly burst out laughing. All right, enough of that. My dad is urging me to practice calligraphy. After hanging up, Shin Yoyu sent a message containing a string of URLs, along with a VPN account and password. Here, you're welcome. Yihang gasped, realizing this girl was quite formidable. Indeed, women are far more complex than one might think. Ahem. Certain things are not to be written here. Yihang launched a game of PUBG, inviting Song Zihong to join. The duo, known for their prowess, began to dominate the battlefield. They landed directly in the so-called Autistic City training base. Armed with an S-686 and a Level 2 helmet, Yihang was ready for action. Yigu, be sneaky, Song Zihong advised. In a place like this, one must not hesitate. Just charge in. With players of equal caliber, Yihang felt fearless. Bang! Bang! Player Yihang, the dashing hero, swiftly eliminated foes with his S-686. Yihang achieved his first kill, nonchalantly waving his sleeves, leaving without a trace.
Yay, Yege.
You're amazing, Song Zihong cheered. The remainder of the time was a one-sided massacre, with Song Zihong providing cover while Yihang charged in, a relentless force. They ultimately secured a victory. Upon hearing the sound of keys in the door, Yihang instinctively shut off his phone, an automatic reflex he hadn't yet shed since the exams. Seeing Yihang at home, Wang Hui beamed with surprise. "You're back? I thought you'd stay out a few more days." "Dear, you're sunburned." This was Yihang's mother, a seasoned veteran at teasing her son. "Hey, your kid is back." Following her was Yihang's father and a distant relative, his aunt. Yihang held little fondness for this aunt. She was overly made up, loved to show off, despised the poor, and could not resist gossiping, always reeking of second-hand perfume. "Ah, Yihang is back. Your mom just said you were in Sanya. I thought, this child is making something of himself. Did you bring any gifts for your aunt?" The stench of entitlement was palpable, straight to the point about gifts. Yihang grimaced. Idapio shot him a look, urging him to ignore the aunt. "Have you eaten yet, my dear? Your old man will whip up some good dishes for you." "I've already eaten." Yihang opened his suitcase. "Mom, I brought a few gifts from Sanya." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui's face lit up, her chatter a mere pretext for her joy. The aunt settled on the sofa, watching as Yihang pulled out several Givenchy and LV bags. It was clear they were no ordinary items. The aunt's expression turned to one of greed. "Dad, I brought you 3 pounds of premium Tai Ping Ho Kue." Idapio, a tea aficionado, was well-versed in various teas, but his favorite was Tai Ping Ho Kue, yet he had only ever sampled the 7th-grade variety. This one was of the highest quality, produced only during the best climate and season, with a mere 300 pounds harvested annually. "Also, your thermos could use an upgrade." Yihang produced a brand-new Givenchy thermos. The tea and thermos had been purchased at the airport. Idapio held the Tai Ping Ho Kue with affection. "Your dad can enjoy $30 tea. So why this extravagance?" Meanwhile, the aunt, clearly unaware of the tea's value, chimed in, "Oh, it's just a pound of tea. Why are you so excited?" Idapio shot her a sidelong glance. "You don't know anything. This is first-grade Tai Ping Ho Kue, 60 yuan a gram." As the aunt began to speak, her voice faltered, her expression turning sheepish. 60 yuan per gram translates to 3,000 yuan per tael, 30,000 per pound. The 3 pounds of nationally certified Tai Ping Ho Kue amounted to an impressive 90,000. In front of outsiders, Wang Hui always maintained composure. Though she enjoyed teasing Yihang in family chats, she would never undermine his filial piety. She was always full of praise. "Mom, this is for you." Wang Hui was ecstatic, admiring the rectangular box in her hands. A golden phoenix motif adorned the box, inscribed with the words Chow Tai Fook in a classic font. "What is this?" "Open it." Inside lay a hand bracelet and necklace crafted from hammered gold, shimmering brightly, illuminating half the room. "Oh my gosh, a 40-gram gold bracelet." While at Sanya Airport, Yihang pondered what gift could possibly suffice for his mother, realizing there was nothing middle-aged women couldn't resist more than gold. A woman's love for jewelry is timeless. The aunt was momentarily stunned, discreetly pulling out her phone to check the day's gold price. 500 yuan per gram. Goodness. A bracelet worth 20,000. Chapter 18. The ancient method of summoning the golden phoenix pendant. Good son. Mother truly did not suffer in vain for you. Yihang twitched his facial muscles. "If you don't deceive me, I will be eternally grateful." A bracelet, a phoenix pendant over 50,000, plus another 500,000 for the elders. This was Yihang's plan. "Yihang, look. Aunt's gift." The initial expenditure included 90,000 for the Tai Ping monkey tea and 50,000 for gold ornaments. After all, as Auntie's nephew, gifting her something worth 10,000 should not pose a problem, right? Yihang was taken aback. "Is there really someone so shameless? I heard from your mother that you got into MOKI, and your cousin's company is now on the right track. Once you graduate, they will arrange a good job for you." Aunt Zhou Qin coaxed him gently. Aha, speaking of running a business, Yihang knew all too well what was going on. His cousin, a college graduate, had his family empty their savings to send him to study in the United States. He ended up at a mediocre institution, a so-called Colgate University. Listen to it. One might think this university specializes in toothpaste research. Indeed, there exists a Colgate University. Upon his return, he became arrogant, rented an office space, and boasted about engaging in international trade. In reality, teaching people how to operate on Amazon, euphemistically referred to as cross-border e-commerce, but more accurately described as a pyramid scheme. He profits by recruiting others. As for whether those individuals can make money, he couldn't care less. Refunds? Impossible. They will never happen in this lifetime. Aunt Zhou grew increasingly animated. Your cousin has a girlfriend, exceptionally beautiful, hailing from the Magic City, with 3 properties in Minhang, a Fudan University high achiever, supposedly engaged in some PE work. Haha, I don't really understand it. In any case, this visit was to inform you that the two are to become engaged. Really? Congratulations. I knew Zhao Lu was extraordinary from the start. Madame Wang Hui surreptitiously nudged Yi Hang. Zhao Lu is Yi Hang's cousin, and as for Auntie's mention of PE, it actually stands for private equity. Such fraudulent investment schemes are rampant. In Lujiazui Financial Center, 9 out of 10 are con artists, with the last one being a janitor. Yi Hang, if you can take the postgraduate entrance exam, you should. After all, your cousin has studied abroad. He probably earns about 10,000 a month now. Oh dear, I hesitate to mention it. It's merely pocket money. Listen to this nauseating sense of superiority, this exquisite display of one-upmanship. If only Aunt knew that Yi Hang, even as a slacker, earns at least 20,000 a month, with over 5 million resting in his account. I wonder what her expression would be. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Triggered the side quest. I am truly not a wealthy second generation. Aunt, who constantly boasts, is attracted by your affluence, her greedy nature compelling her to seek some benefit.
Quest requirements. Gift her a plastic bag.
Aunt, how could I possibly forget to bring you a gift? Yi Hang said, retrieving a large plastic bag from his suitcase. Aunt's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This trip was not in vain. However, she was momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing the plastic bag. Yi Hang. This. Yi Hang engaged his cunning mind. Aunt, do not underestimate this plastic bag. It is one that has been blessed by the abbot of Nanshan Temple. Yi Daipio, who was sipping tea, suddenly spat it out. Cough, cough. No worries, no worries. You all continue, I shall return to my room for a nap. Aunt Zhou looked at the plastic bag with suspicion. Is that so? Yi Hang smacked his thigh. How could I deceive you? Do you remember that bodhisattva in Sanya? He began gesturing. So tall. So long. Standing on a lotus pedestal, holding a bottle of observation, bestowing blessings equally upon all. Madame Wang Hui nearly burst into laughter. I remember. Every year, many people go to pay their respects. Aunt had long wished to visit. Yes. This plastic bag is extraordinary. I queued for a day and night to have it blessed by the abbot, to ward off misfortune, pray for blessings, and promote career advancement. It's incredibly potent.
Yi Hang asserted confidently.
In the sacred realm of Buddhism, even a fart is fragrant, don't you think, Aunt? Absolutely. There is no fault in that statement. Gazing at the large plastic bag, Aunt suddenly became devout. Besides, the abbot mentioned that this plastic bag possesses protective qualities. Despite feeling that something was off, Aunt still accepted it. Wonderful. I shall worship it upon returning home. I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave now. Yi Hang covered his face, laughing uncontrollably. No thief leaves empty-handed. Aunt Zhou has always been a relentless opportunist, after all. Once Aunt departed, Madame Wang Hui held her stomach. You rascal. You are too wicked. Ha 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 ha. Yi Hang shrugged. Who told her to always act disdainful towards the less fortunate? When my father's career was struggling, Aunt never missed a chance to mock. However, over the past 2 years, Yi Daipio had become a hands-off manager. The family's long-distance transportation business was entrusted to several uncles, allowing for a more leisurely life. In the Magic City, Songjiang University Town, Shuxiang Yayuan District. Since parting ways with Yi Hang, Li Qingqing felt utterly unfulfilled and booked a return flight to Shanghai, arriving home around 9 p.m. Upon her arrival, Shin Mani's WeChat message popped up. Have you texted him? Feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Qingqing loosened her waist-length dress and collapsed onto the sofa. She kicked off her high heels, her fair calves resting on the sofa, replying to Shin Mani's message. I did, but it fell into the abyss. Shin Mani responded, Pfft, this guy even understands the art of seduction? When I was conquering the dating scene, he was still in diapers. Li Qingqing pondered, could it be That I am not his type? Meanwhile, Shin Mani, brushing her teeth, exclaimed, "Oh no, this is a dangerous trend. The enemy is in plain sight, while I remain in the shadows. Not good." Shin Mani held her electric toothbrush in her mouth, typing furiously. "What did you send?" "Screenshot it for me." Li Qingqing sent a screenshot. Image. JPG. Upon seeing the content, Shin Mani spat out her toothpaste. "My ancestors. Have you lost your mind? Li Qingqing?" "Shin Mani, look at what you sent." "What do you mean by please immediately start toying with my emotions?" "Li Qingqing, didn't you tell me to be a bit flirtatious?" "Shin Mani, you are making such valid points. I am utterly speechless."
Li Qingqing.
With one hand styling her hair and the other typing on her phone. "So how should I phrase it?" Seeing Li Qingqing's response, Shin Mani became increasingly convinced that she had never been in a relationship. Who starts off with a question like that? It would only scare someone away. Of course, it was also possible that Yi Hang was deliberately ignoring her message, perhaps fishing for a reaction. No way, her best friend must not fall for him. "Shin Mani, send me a screenshot of his moments." Li Qingqing opened Yi Hang's moments. It was set to 3 days visibility. Chapter 19. Shin Mani activated her little brain, swiftly wiping the toothpaste foam from her mouth as she sketched character diagrams in her notebook. Beneath Yi Hang's illustrious name, she penned annotations. TSK. You truly are a budding expert in romance. Sisters, remember our principle. Do not initiate, do not refuse, do not take responsibility. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing dabbed lamer essence at the corners of her eyes. Though she was 28, she bore no trace of age, maintaining the youthful radiance of an 18-year-old girl. Li Qingqing remarked, "I don't quite understand. Could you elaborate?" Shin Mani decided to send a voice message, pacing back and forth at home. When dealing with such young men, one must not be overly enthusiastic. We must lure him into our pond, thus seizing the initiative. With the initiative, we can turn the tables, ensnaring him in our charm, making him utterly captivated. At that point, the power is all yours, whether to take or to spare. That makes a lot of sense. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes. Shin Mani was still the same as in school, acing theoretical knowledge while floundering in practice. Back when several billion-dollar mergers were on the table at Goldman Sachs, it was Li Qingqing who had managed the risk control. Li Qingqing pondered, "Doesn't it feel a bit like online dating?" Shin Mani clicked her tongue, adopting a seasoned demeanor. "It's just like online dating. Once is an introduction, twice is familiarity. I never imagined I would end up as your mentor." Li Qingqing teased her. "Enough of that. Next month, at the Shanghai Financial Summit, I've recommended your name for discussions with Art Capital, China International Capital Corporation, and the bigwigs at Guitu. Don't say I haven't provided you with resources. After all, you are my student." Instantly, Shin Mani's eyes sparkled. She had long coveted such an opportunity. The financial industry thrives on information disparity. This summit would focus on the trajectory of A-shares, a treasure trove of information. Shin Mani's credentials at Goldman Sachs were insufficient unless someone endorsed her. Li Qingqing, being the youngest professor at MO Finance, carried significant weight with her recommendation. "Teacher Li truly cares for me. Love you lots. Teehee." Her playful charm was effortless. The conversation circled back to Yi Hang. Li Qingqing sighed. "In that case, I should extract some information first, at least know where he lives, how many family members he has, and where he studies. Bingo! Then we can tailor our approach, like a hot knife through butter." Suddenly, Li Qingqing questioned, "But what if he continues to ignore me?" Shin Mani responded helplessly, "Then we'll have to make Teacher Li take on the role of a devoted admirer." Li Qingqing mused, "That's not entirely out of the question." Shin Mani sprawled on the bed. "I'm quite curious about what he looks like. What could possibly enchant you? Such a stunning beauty?" The two women burst into laughter. It felt almost like luring an innocent young man into a trap. Alas, he has met his match. Their laughter echoed, Shin Mani's hearty chuckle hinting at her scheming nature. But she quickly corrected herself. "It's more like a mistress' strategy." Li Qingqing's lips curled into a beautiful smile. "Tell me, if we were to have children in the future, would they resemble me or him?" Cough, cough. "My dear, we're not even at that stage yet. And you're already planning for children?" One could hardly imagine that Yi Hang, slumbering miles away, was unknowingly being cast as a father. Shin Mani nearly choked. Perhaps we should consider whose inheritance they would inherit instead. Li Qingcheng pondered. He does seem quite wealthy. I noticed he purchased an Audemars Piguet. Shin Mani paused. It wouldn't he be the royal oak, would it? With an alluring smile, Li Qingcheng playfully replied, of course. Shin Mani sighed. It's true what they say, experience trumps youth. I suspect it's the Breguet Classique you two are sporting. Poor boy, he doesn't even realize he's wearing matching watches with his lover. Enough of that. I have to accompany the Asia-Pacific CEO for a financial analysis tomorrow. You two should continue your conversation. Off you go, off you go. After concluding their chat, Li Qingcheng opened her WeChat conversation with Yi Hang, contemplating her message. Dear sir, what positions do you prefer? Shortly, Yi Hang replied with just 2 words. Foolishness. Goodness, what a display of skill, and the results were a mere 0 to 5. Everyone, please stand. Yi Hang, riding his electric scooter, arrived punctually at the driving practice venue. With Shun Youyu seated behind him, he effortlessly showcased his skills, impressively displaying his prowess in front of Song Zihong. Wow, are we already back to back? You're something else. Yi go. Share your secrets of wooing women. Song Zihong, perched on his scooter, looked on enviously, lamenting how he had endured the morning porridge and the late-night drinks, only to be blindsided by this unexpected display of affection. I'd rather learn your direct man-s tactics. Yi Hang dismounted and smiled. Have you got the hang of it? Shin Youyu greeted Song Zihong, both being classmates, easing the need for formality. Not yet. Over the past few days, Yi Hang hadn't been idle at home. Together with Shin Youyu, they enrolled in driving school. They had passed the theory test and were now awaiting practical training. Yi Hang was already daydreaming about whether to drive a Ferrari or a Porsche upon obtaining his license. Old Song, which would you choose? Ferrari or Porsche? What? Song Zihong, having bought 3 bottles of water from a nearby shop, handed them to Yi Hang and Shin Youyu. Children make choices. Adults take all. Forget it. Asking him was futile. However, Yi Hang already had a preferred vehicle in mind. The newly released Ferrari Roma, a delightful 2-door, 2-seater. The Ferrari 3S dealership in Chuanyu was conveniently located at the Crystal Lake Pavilion in the new district. A mere 20-minute ride on his electric scooter. As for the Porsche, it was simply not worth considering. When it comes to sports cars, it must be the Stallion. After 3 hours of practice, Yi Hang was the quickest learner. Shin Youyu struggled with the clutch at first. Reversing into the parking space and parallel parking were her Achilles heel. Gently tapping the brake, she slowly released the clutch. Bang! Yi Hang and Song Zihong covered their eyes. The incident was as predictable as it was unexpected. Predictable because Shin Youyu had indeed driven beyond the white line. Unexpected because she had crashed into the instructor. Fortunately, under the guidance of Yi Hang and Song Zihong, Shin Youyu eventually mastered her skills. I'm so sorry, Yi Hang. I feel so stupid, Shin Youyu lamented. Yi Hang ruffled her hair and chuckled. Everyone has their first time. Seriously, hey, Song Zihong, if you keep laughing, you won't have any dinner tonight. Amidst their laughter, the day of driving practice came to an end. Seafood barbecue, here we come. The trio, riding 2 electric scooters, cast long shadows in the gentle summer breeze of the setting sun. Chapter 20, Jiangbei, Guanyinqiu, Barbecue Factory. In the midsummer of Sichuan and Chongqing, the air is thick with the aroma of grilled seafood along the barbecue street. Cheers, cheers, cheers. May our university life be smooth sailing. May those who are yet to find love hurry to do so, and may those in love enjoy everlasting happiness. The latecomers Zhou Haoyan, Guanhong Yi Hang, and Song Zihong were the closest friends from high school. The 4 raised their glasses, clinking them together. Yi Hang downed half a large mug of beer in one go. Next to him, Shin Youyu nestled her arm into Yi Hang's, skewering a piece of meat with the other hand, her petite mouth smeared with spicy oil. With her stunningly beautiful face, she was captivating. Even the men at the adjacent table couldn't help but gawk. Darling, could you help me with my hair? It got messy, Shin Youyu said, shaking her head. With a piece of grilled squid in his mouth, Yi Hang used both hands to fix her hair. Beside them, Song Zihong, Zhou Haoyan, and Guanhong put down their drinks. Hey, hey, hey. You two should at least be mindful of us single folks over here. We haven't had a bite of food, but we've had our fill of dog food, Guanhong remarked, turning to Song Zihong. Are you in a relationship? Song Zihong chuckled. Nope. Guanhong rested his hands behind his head, a look of contentment on his face. Who in their right mind would be in a relationship? Exactly. The three chimed in unison, pathetic. Yihang tied his hair back and finished his beer, sour, still sour. Shinyu playfully pecked Yihang on the cheek. Thank you, darling. Wow, you two are really getting cozy over there. But no one is surprised that Shin Yoyu's ultimate destination is Yihang. They had been inseparable in high school, a classic case of unrequited feelings, with Yihang obliviously immersed in gaming. Suddenly, Song Zihong smirked mischievously. Goddess Shin, honestly, did you know back then that the love letter I placed in old Ye's hands was meant for someone in the adjacent class? Yihang froze for a moment. If Shin Yoyu knew this, didn't it mean she had liked him all along? Shin Yoyu, unashamed, laughed with handwriting as ugly as that. It could only be you. Song Zihong. How could it possibly be Yihang? Realizing Yihang was listening, her face flushed bright red. Haha. This girl is too adorable. So, Shin Yoyu, turns out you're the real tease. Shin Yoyu pouted. Humph. Who told you to be such a wooden block? After I brought you breakfast every day, you still didn't get the hint. It drives me crazy. Laughter erupted among the group. Guanhong chuckled. Haha, Olji, you're killing me. Zhou Haoyan added, indeed. All love is premeditated. Song Zihong raised his glass. Let us toast to our goddess Shun for winning over Yihang. 2 glasses of beer downed. Yihang was still holding his liquor well, while Song Zihong was turning bright red. Just thinking of Loon and makes me laugh, he burst out. Indeed, love can fade away, right? Oh my stomach hurts from laughing. Boasting about visiting Atlantis only to have Olji crush him. Guanhong held his stomach, wiping away tears, just imagining Lunan's embarrassment. Haha, that guy. Haha, he should be afraid of Olji. Zhou Haoyan couldn't help but spit out the beer he had just swallowed, laughing. But seriously, Olji, how is the buffet at Atlantis? Yihang took a bite of beef tendon, mimicking Lunan's tone, and stood up. Ahem. The buffet at Atlantis is truly awful. Hilton suits my taste much better. Laughter erupted once more. Ah, I can't take it anymore. What a gem. A real treasure. Treasure is a local slang term meaning fool. Shun Yuyu chuckled, leaning against Yihang's shoulder, chatting with her friends in the group. As they finished their skewers, Yihang called out to the owner, boss, bring us 3 pounds of crayfish, make it spicy and hot, and another case of Lao Shanqing. The busy owner, sweating profusely, shouted back, coming right up. As the rounds of drinks continued, Song Zihong finally reached his limit, placing a disposable chopstick in his glass with a piece of paper attached. I surrender. I can't take it anymore. Guanhong and Zhou Haoyan teased him, hey old Song, what happened to that bravado from earlier? You can't give up now. Ignoring their antics, Yihang stood to settle the bill. Boss, I'd like to pay. The owner, now drenched in sweat, approached from behind the grill. That LLB 268. Let us make it 260. Sure. Yihang transferred the payment via WeChat. Ding. Triggering the daily wealth buff effect, 10x critical rebate. This barbecue expenditure rebate, 2680. Awaiting offshore account deposit. 268 times 10 equals 2680. It couldn't get any better. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to Yihang. Yihang? It was none other than his cousin Zhaolu, slicked back hair and dressed in a suit, looking like a typical pyramid scheme promoter. Beside him stood a cold-faced, internet celebrity-like woman. Instantly, the hidden system provided information. This was a side quest reward Yihang had received previously. Name, Zhang Manxi. Gender, female. Height, age, 24 years. Appearance, 92. Relationship status, single, pretend. Occupation, unemployed. Personality, materialistic, scheming. Note, this vehicle is approximately 24 years old. 1. 72 meters long, well-maintained, but has severe oil consumption issues, occasionally stalls. Novices need not apply. Only experienced drivers may engage. Ugh. This system is so irreverent. Hey, cousin, just finished work? Yihang felt no fondness for this cousin. Just finished dining with a few old leaders from Yuzhong. They insisted on treating me at Crystal Lee Garden for a foot massage. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with such gatherings, especially since my wife is unwilling. Yihang remained unresponsive, haha. Zhang Manchi's gaze lingered on Yihang, immediately noticing the exquisite Audemars Piguet royal oak on his wrist, instinctively withdrawing her hand from Zhao Lues and smiling at Yihang. Chapter 21. As Yihang scoffed internally, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Life is but a journey, traversing countless miles and encountering numerous people. Triggered side quest. I'm really not a rich second generation. Cousin Zhao Lu is eager to seek validation in your presence, stemming from his barren heart. Meanwhile, his girlfriend Zhang Manqi appears to take a keen interest in you. Quest requirements. Expose Zhang Manqi's true nature. Current quest progress. 1. Quest rewards. Confidential. This will influence the next travel quest. Yihang's interest was instantly piqued. This was amusing, exceedingly amusing. The system had placed quotation marks around the term girlfriend, which was quite intriguing. Zhao Lu, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned success, patted Yihang on the shoulder.
Yihang,
I heard you got into MO Financial. Keep striving. Although it's a mediocre university, it's still somewhat respectable. What do you say about joining my company after graduation? TSK. Hearing a prestigious university like 985,211 trivialized in such a manner was almost laughable. Have you been eating potatoes for years and forgotten what they're called? Where did this overwhelming sense of superiority, exuding from the very screen, come from? Before Yihang could retort, Zhang Manqi raised an eyebrow. You got into MO Financial? So I suppose that makes me your senior, a senior from the neighboring school. Yihang recalled that MO Financial was situated in Songjiang University town, surrounded by several other institutions. Judging by Zhang Manqi's tall stature, he surmised she was likely from either the Shanghai Theater Academy or MO Art University. However, Yihang remembered his aunt mentioning that Zhao Li's girlfriend was involved in private equity. Could it be that an actress understood terms like sunk cost, bridge financing, and leverage? The only explanation was that Zhang Manqi was deceiving him. At that moment, Yihang noticed the side quest progress jump from 1 to 5. TSK. Poor Zhao Lu was utterly oblivious to this little ruse. Zhao Lu awkwardly chuckled. There's really no need to flaunt school ties. Zhang Manqi, with an air of indifference, offered no regard for Zhao Lu. Founded in 1917, MO Financial is the first institution in the country to introduce an MBA program. Among national universities, it is the sole financial institution that money cannot buy entry into. Once accepted, regardless of innate talent, one can, through the recommendation of mentors, step into the financial hub of Lujiazui. With diligent study for further examinations, Wall Street will extend its olive branch. A combined master's and doctoral program grants you a chance to remain and apply for a professorship. So, is this what you refer to as a mediocre university? Zhao Li's expression darkened, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, he could not unleash his ire, lest his fade of a good man crumble. Yihang genuinely wished to applaud this woman. Goodness! She was decisively overshadowing Zhao Lu. What could Zhang Manqi possibly see in him? His lack of hygiene? His age? Yihang chuckled. Sister-in-law, you are quite skilled. I look forward to an opportunity for some sparring. This damned double entendre. One must acknowledge that Zhang Manqi's beauty was rated at 92. Currently, aside from the slightly eccentric Li Qingcheng at 97 and Xin Youyu at 96, she stood at 92. However, Xin Youyu was still young, her beauty rating could still ascend. Zhao Lu, regaining some composure, stubbornly attempted to one-up Yihang. Academic credentials are merely a stepping stone. Having a good girlfriend is the true wealth of a lifetime. Your sister-in-law possesses high education, beauty, and a good family background. I suppose I am just fortunate. Realizing that academic credentials could not overshadow Yihang, he shifted his approach to his partner. However, Yihang distinctly sensed a flicker of disdain in Zhang Manqi's eyes. This was certainly not the expression of someone about to get engaged. Zhang Manqi was undeniably hiding something significant. Darling, we must be going. Song Zihong and the others are waiting for you. Xin Youyu skipped over, affectionately wrapping her arms around Yihang's waist. exuding an enchanting aura in her floral chiffon dress, a perfect blend of beauty and charm, coupled with her height of 172 meters. She possessed both beauty and figure. Oh, that captivating demeanor! It completely eclipsed Zhang Manqi. Zhao Lu, momentarily stunned, inquired, "Who is this?" I almost forgot to introduce. "This is my girlfriend, Shen Youyu," Yihang replied, "and this is my cousin Zhao Lu." Shen Youyu, poised and gracious, responded, "So you're my cousin, nice to meet you." To Yihang's surprise, Zhang Manqi regarded Shen Youyu with palpable hostility, her gaze flitting between the two, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Haha, splendid, Zhao Lu stammered. "Well, you two should head off. I'll have a bite with your sister-in-law." Before he could finish, Zhang Manqi took the lead and walked away. A crestfallen Zhao Lu, unable to maintain his pretenses, hurried after her. Yihang found the situation tedious and took Shen Youyu's hand to leave. Along the way, as Yihang rode his electric scooter, Shen Youyu embraced his waist, whispering, "Darling, she seems to have a thing for you." Goodness, a woman's intuition rivals that of a bloodhound. This was a perilous predicament. Yihang touched his nose. "You picked up on that? You truly are a clever little one." Shen Youyu rested her head against his back. "My instinct tells me she doesn't like your cousin." Hiss. That was rather unsettling. Earlier, the feedback from his contact lenses indicated an affinity rating of 80 from Zhang Manqi. For a stranger, such a high rating upon first meeting was implausible. To put it into perspective, even love at first sight garners only a 90. Shen Youyu scrunched her nose, tightening her embrace around Yihang. "Humph. No one can take you away from me." The electric scooter sped along, creating sparks. Upon arrival, Yihang announced, "Welcome aboard Didi Taxi. Your journey is being provided by Master Yi. Please rate him. If you're satisfied, give him 100 points. If not, feel free to deduct an eye." Shen Youyu reluctantly dismounted. Yihang retrieved a Van Cleef Arpels necklace from the scooter's trunk. "Here, a gift for you. No girl can resist a present." Shen Youyu accepted it with delight, but within moments, she began to chide Yihang. "You're wasting money again."
Yihang playfully sıraç her delicaten ose.
"I bought it online, a high imitation. Don't think too much of it." "I can't believe I fell for your little trick. A counterfeit Van Cleef Arpels? When did counterfeit merchants become so extravagant?" Upon hearing that Yihang had not spent much, Shen Youyu cheerfully said, "Thank you, darling. Well, I'm off now." With a mischievous grin, Yihang pulled Shen Youyu back. "Do you need me to remind you?" "Remind? Remind me of what?" "Cupping therapy, of course." Shen Youyu pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed as she glanced around. Though there was no one present, one could never be too certain if acquaintances might pass by. What if they told her parents? Never mind, they would find out about her relationship with Yihang sooner or later. In a swift motion, she pecked his cheek. "I'm heading home now." Regrettably, this entire scene was witnessed by Shen Youyu's father, who observed everything unfold. Chapter 22. Shen Youyu returns home. Upon arriving home, Shen Youyu took a moment to tidy her appearance and carefully stowed away the gifts presented by Yihang before opening the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Her father, Shen Guoyang, donned spectacles and wielded a brush, engrossed in his artistic pursuits on the balcony. In the living room, he had inscribed 4 grand characters, Zhang Zhong Xiahuai. Such is the life of a literary man, capable of producing both pretentious art and insufferable charm. He often wrote things whose meanings eluded him, yet he consistently crafted an air of sophistication that bewildered the uninitiated. Nonetheless, Shen Guoyang possessed undeniable talent. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, Shen Youyu tiptoed toward her room. "I'm gonna sleep now. Stop right there." Her heart skipped a beat at the command, and she turned around with a playful grin. "Dad." Shen Guoyang set down his brush, beckoning her to sit alongside her mother. "Hui Wan, take a seat." "Why the harsh demeanor?" Hui Wan shot a glance at her husband. Shen Youyu rolled her eyes, exuding an air of nonchalance. Shen Guoyang pointed at the framed characters. "Do you understand their meaning?" "No." "You are a student from the Chinese department at Linen University, and you don't know what these 4 characters mean?" A sense of frustration welled within him. The thought of his beloved daughter engaging in intimate gestures with other boys felt like watching a cherished cabbage being uprooted by a pig. Hui Wan interjected to ease the tension. Well, your daughter is about to enter university. It's the right time for her to explore romance. Besides, I've seen that boy. He is quite handsome. What is his name again? Realization struck Shin Yoyu. Her parents had witnessed her affectionate interaction with Yi Hang. Speaking of which, Shin Guoyang's frustration flared. Yi Gang. Shin Yoyu stomped her foot in protest. Dad, his name is Yi Hang. Hui Wan chuckled, shoving a peeled pomelo into Shin Guoyang's mouth. Just eat and keep quiet. You have no idea. This boy wrote love letters to Yoyu in high school. I caught him red-handed at the parent-teacher meeting. How was his writing? Hui Wan, a middle school Chinese teacher, inquired. Take a look. This is what literary families are like, strange priorities. But his handwriting isn't half bad. Shin Yoyu defended Yi Hang. Yet you didn't let him off the hook for an entire semester. Shin Guoyang sighed, resigned to the reality that his daughter would eventually belong to someone else. I'm not against you dating. It at least proves that my daughter's romantic inclinations are normal. Let us hope you don't end up like your aunt, alone at this age. Lin Mu? Utterly bewildered, Shin Guoyang removed his glasses. As for that boy, remains to be seen. Shin Yoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh yeah, but I want to add him on WeChat. Question. What will happen next? Answer. Fill in the blank. Back at home, Yi Hang stared at his system with a serious expression. Task requirement. Expose Zhang Manqi's true nature. Current task progress. 10. Could this possibly affect the next travel task? Unacceptable. How to reveal this? Should he emulate Shin Yoyu's father and compose a public denunciation, proclaiming it to the world and creating a trending topic on Weibo? A headache ensued. Ding. A WeChat notification chimed. Li Qingqing. The other party has tapped you. Yi Hang's breath caught. She was back. Since exchanging WeChat IDs, this woman had incessantly sent him flirtatious messages, her mysterious antics utterly perplexing. He understood her intentions, yet he harbored no interest in online relationships. It felt akin to nurturing a pet on his phone. Yi Hang, what's up? Li Qingqing. Help me choose a picture. Li Qingqing, image. JPG. Li Qingqing, image. JPG. Li Qingqing, image. JPG. Li Qingqing. Which one looks best? Yi Hang's eyes widened. Was she a benefactor? The three images exuded an aura of mature elegance, reminiscent of a stepmother archetype. One portrayed a corporate professional, another a warlord's wife. But was this really appropriate at this late hour? Yi Hang replied, adults do not engage in multiple-choice questions. Li Qingqing. Want to see more? Check out my moments. Let your mood blossom. Yi Hang was incredulous. However, the disparity between her online persona and reality was stark, offering no useful insights. Her posts were filled with insider information from the financial sector, either from financial publications or business journals. Wait. Upon opening her moments, he discovered a plethora of photos. They were incredibly eye-catching, and the aesthetics were superb. Had she hidden these before? Lin Che looked at the chat box, which indicated the other party was typing. Li Qingqing, don't worry, only you can see. Yi Hang. You seem like a mischievous rogue. Do you believe I won't report you? Such antics were sure to attract the attention of the authorities. Soon, a message arrived. Li Qingqing. You're so bad. I like it. TSK. This woman had a way with words. Yi Hang. I'm off to bed. My life is precious. Li Qingqing. Wait, one last question. Yi Hang. I'll answer a normal question. Li Qingqing. Which university are you attending? Yi Hang. Modu Finance. At that moment, Shin Yoyu sent a message. Shin Yoyu. Darling, I need to tell you something. Don't get too excited. Yi Hang. What is it? Shin Yoyu. My dad wants to add you on WeChat. Yi Hang, stunned. On the other side of Modu, Li Qingqing was thrilled beyond measure. She sent a voice message to Shin Manny. Li Qingqing. Major breakthrough. Major breakthrough. While working on a PowerPoint presentation, Shin Manny exclaimed, Please, don't scare me like that. What's happening? Did Yi Hang agree to be your sugar baby? Listen, is that even a sensible question? Li Qingqing calmed herself. 1. We had a lengthy conversation. 2. He-S from Modu Finance. Shinmani appeared puzzled. Modu Finance? Which one are you referring to? Li Qingcheng. Which else could it be? Our school. Shinmani. No way. Poor Yihang. Li Qingcheng countered with enthusiasm. What are you talking about? This is absolutely fantastic. Oh my, I'm so excited. I can hardly contain myself. Shinmani. I get it. You're eager to charm him. Li Qingcheng covered her slightly flushed face. I believe we can commence the second phase. And I'm confident he is a freshman at Modu Finance. Shinmani cautioned. But that doesn't guarantee he is in your major. What if he chose public economics? Li Qingcheng, a dual major in international finance and business management, was well acquainted with Modu Finance's flagship subjects. She smirked. Then I can just manipulate the situation. It was not uncommon for professors to teach across disciplines. Moreover, professors at prestigious universities typically possessed a degree of knowledge in various subjects. Of course, apart from mandatory courses like advanced mathematics, probability statistics, and linear algebra, Li Qingcheng had her limitations. Chapter 23. This brought to mind for Shinmani the fear she had experienced during her university days, dominated by Li Qingcheng. While others sought to skip classes with conviction and audacity, when it came to Shinmani it was a different story. She found herself thinking, no matter what, she could not simply resign herself to despair. Nonetheless, this led her to graduate smoothly from the prestigious Magic Finance and directly enter Goldman Capital. Shinmani. I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for this junior. Li Qingcheng smiled. That one matter. It's no issue if he doesn't attend my classes. After all, I do have a fondness for him. Ah, what a double standard. Shinmani perused their chat history and felt a profound sense of disbelief toward certain wealthy women of a certain age, who not only seemed desperate but also shameless, engaging in flirtation without a hint of embarrassment. Unable to restrain herself, she quipped. Look at these predatory words. If you claim you've never sought the company of a companion, I wouldn't believe you for a second. Li Qingcheng frowned. Not having experienced romance or having a man in her life did not grant her the liberty to behave as she pleased. In public, she held the title of professor, while privately she indulged in her whims. This encapsulated Li Qingcheng's life. After all, Yihang certainly wouldn't appreciate her idling around. Would he? Li Qingcheng. You little rascal. Speak recklessly and I shall revoke your qualifications for the summit. Shinmani stood and saluted, defiantly retorting. If I can't win, I'll resort to threats. Is the national team here to bully people now? Li Qingcheng chuckled. Quickly devise a plan. What should we do next? Next? From the nuances of their conversation, Shinmani sensed that Yihang seemed rather disinterested. How could a goddess like Li Qingcheng fail to captivate him? That was unexpected. Shinmani bit her finger, a subconscious habit of hers. Aha! Just a moment. Allow me to recommend a few books. Before Li Qingcheng could respond, Shinmani abruptly hung up the phone. Soon after, a message arrived on WeChat, containing a list of recommended readings. Shinmani. The president is not so bad. Submit. Beautiful young men. Let go of my love, young master. The second marriage of the abandoned young master's little wife. 1 birth, 6 treasures. The scoundrel returns, my years as a mistress. Shinmani. Remember to check out Xlu. They have ample stock, and the authors are all exceptionally eloquent. I adore that place. Sister, you're a bit off. 2 hours later, Li Qingcheng, sporting panda eyes, was engrossed in reading. She messaged Shinmani. Send me more books. It was already a month since she had successfully obtained her driver's license. As for the task of exposing the deceitful, it remained pitifully at 10. Yihang and Song Zihong waited in the hall for Shin Yoyu, engaging in a round of King of Glory. Yihang's character wreaked havoc, leaving opponents wailing, dispatching enemies with ease. Wherever there was a team battle, there was his formidable presence. From start to finish, it took 30 minutes. Was this how elementary school students played? Just as they finished, they spotted Shin Yoyu emerging, dejected. Yihang exclaimed in surprise. No way, having passed the 3rd test. Has she failed the 4th? Whom should we hold accountable for this? In the next moment, Shin Yoyu produced her driver's license, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Bounding towards Yihang, she exclaimed, Ha ha ha! I've got my license. Congratulations. Shin Campus Flower. Song Zihong stretched lazily, glancing at his watch. Old Yi, where are you headed later? I might not be able to join. There's a family dinner tonight, and I need to head back early, or my mother will have my head. Yihang waved him off. Off you go. I'm taking little fish to a hotel. Song Zihong shot Yihang a knowing look and zoomed away on his scooter. What a delightful thought. Today, Shun Yoyu was clad in a chic long-sleeved V-neck shirt dress, yet it did little to conceal her stunning figure. Her legs were undeniably enviable. That infuriating innocence stirred Yihang's desires. The bond between Yihang and little fish escalated rapidly, their intimacy soaring from an initial 92 to an impressive 97. Their next destination was Wanxiang East Road, the Crystal Liyuan, and the Ferrari 3S dealership. On the way, Yihang hailed a ride, his mind consumed with thoughts of the Roma's graceful lines. In the affluent region of Chuanyu, where wealth flowed abundantly, the Ferrari dealership had long been established. While others were still pondering which new notebooks to purchase for school, Yihang was already contemplating his own car. Such was the disparity. With her arm draped around Yihang, Shin Yu pondered aloud. Yihang, might you be feeling pent up? Upon hearing this, Yihang sensed an opportunity. While pent up might not be the case, it certainly increased the chances of unforeseen complications, heart attacks, strokes. These could all pose risks to some degree. That does seem plausible. Oh, Yihang. My parents have gone back to Namping to see my grandmother. They 1T returned for 2 days. What more needs to be said? The 4 great joys of life. A timely rain after a drought, encountering an old friend in a distant land, the wedding night, and the moment of achieving academic success. Yihang had just claimed 3 of those. How could he not be elated? Then let us have a child today. Shun Yoyu spat, wide-eyed and dreamily. Who would want to have a child with you? Understood, I get it. As the ancient text El Shur Chuanxiu states, a gentleman acts with respect towards others without expecting respect in return, loves others without requiring love in return. The implication being, when a girl expresses disinterest in having children with you, you must not take it at face value. Otherwise, one is unworthy of being a true gentleman. Upon arriving at the Ferrari 3S dealership, Yihang took Shin Yoyu's hand. Yihang, are you looking to buy a model? God forbid. A model. Indeed. The greatest model in a man's life. A fatal romance. Outside the expansive glass windows, the aerodynamic lines of the new Ferrari Roma stood proud, its perfectly designed grille making it resemble a colossal beast awaiting awakening. Additionally, there was a pista. Sales personnel moved about the store, noticing Yihang and Shin Yoyu enter. A charming saleswoman approached them. Sir, are you here for afternoon tea as well? Yihang paused, momentarily taken aback. Many luxury car dealerships offer exquisite afternoon teas, none more so than Ferrari S, which rivals the sumptuous offerings of Bulgari 2688. Oh, is afternoon tea accompanied by a car purchase? The saleswoman chuckled at Yihang's jest. Absolutely, we have prepared everything for you. Please come in. Had she not noticed the royal oak on Yihang's wrist, the saleswoman might not have been so generous. Chapter 24. The sale of domestic Ferraris is exceedingly limited. Therefore, placing an order is a test of patience. Regardless of whether you are the Shanghai magnate Qin Fon or the celebrity in the meat circle, Sitsong, acquiring Schumacher's divine chariot necessitates a reservation. The exorbitant transportation costs from Maranello alone equate to the price of a BMW 5 Series GT. Yihang has not indulged in ostentation. The entry-level Roma sufficiently satisfies his desires. The young lady, seemingly unperturbed, cast a glance at her Audemars Piguet royal oak, her heart as clear as a mirror. It is no jest. Luxury car salespeople are often promoted from management trainees, with the luxury goods course being a pivotal aspect of their training. The affluent client, eyed, represents merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to high-net-worth individuals in the country. The reality of their assets far surpasses what is visible and audible. Crucially, Yihang's clean aura, coupled with Shun Yoyu's star-like beauty, makes them the quintessential target clientele. Wealthy individuals rarely have the leisure to indulge in free meals. Sir, right this way. The young lady was engaging, and the conversation flowed easily. Please take your time. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, a dessert box adorned with golden silk strings housed exquisite pastries. Macarons and the like were far beneath Ferrari's standards. Shun Yoyu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the desserts. Indeed, high sugar content is eternally a woman's secret weapon. Fortified chocolate delicacies, platinum cakes, geisha-themed fondant. Shun Yoyu's inherent elegance radiated naturally, devoid of flattery or kitsch. The treasure of a young lady smiled. Madam, the afternoon tea at Ferrari is strategically partnered with Bebe's Banyan Tree, where you can indulge in 7-star desserts. Bebe Banyan Tree, colloquially known as the back garden of Sichuan and Chongqing, boasts unparalleled offerings. It is easy to imagine. Moreover, our fruits are airlifted from the Sanyuanli fruit market in Beijing. Hiss. Sanyuanli, the market for sky-high priced fruits. A single luxury pomelo costs 2,800. A black spiky durian, 1180 per gene. A bundle of Emirati diamond grapes, 980 a serving. Yi Hang selected a yellow-skinned dragon fruit and handed it to Shun Yoyu. Wow. Delicious, it has a hint of honey. Leaving Shun Yoyu to savor the delicacies, Yi Hang exchanged a knowing glance with the young lady, and the two strolled through the showroom. Were it not for the lack of auto expos in Sichuan and Chongqing recently, Yi Hang would have dared to try his luck. He was truly reluctant to wait. In the center of the showroom stood a familiar stallion, complemented by a 40K high-definition screen, the roar of an F1 engine igniting Yi Hang's adrenaline. The final scene transitioned to Schumacher cradling his helmet, delivering his famous line before the camera. "It's not that I drive too fast, it's that you are too slow. Did you hear that?" The entire Ferrari 3S store spans 4 floors. The first floor is the showroom, the second floor showcases Ferrari merchandise, the third is dedicated to contract signing, and the fourth serves as the marketing center. "May I ask your name, sir?" Yi Hang. Ji Bing cautiously approached, skillfully balancing her demeanor, as she stood before the Ferrari 488. This 488 Pista retained the brand's signature red, but to cater to domestic clients, it also comes in silver gray and dark blue. The interior features various options, and this time we boldly selected green. Red is the faith. What's with green? With a maximum torque of 770, a displacement of 390, and a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, the guide price stands at 4.08 million. However, it has already been reserved. Yi Hang held no interest in the 488. Reservations are merely reservations. As long as the Roma remains available, he is content. Noticing Yi Hang's gaze fixated on the Roma, Ji Bing hurried to the front and opened the car door. Unlike the plastic scent of B-class vehicles, the moment the door swung open, the unique fragrance of green tangerine enveloped him. As Yi Hang settled inside, Ji Bing quickly retrieved a tablet and crouched beside the driver's seat. "Mr. Yi, the Roma is our newly arrived model, fully equipped. This particular vehicle was sent by headquarters specifically for client demonstrations. It is well known that sports cars are typically customized. A Ferrari headrest logo costs 28,000. Upgraded all-leather burgundy interior, 320,000. Even the horse emblem on the wheels, one logo is 9,800, totaling 39,200 for 4. Ji Bing opened the Roma's interface on the pad. With each selection, the model transformed. One must admit, the Roma's distinctive shark nose design bears a resemblance to Aston Martin. Despite being an entry-level sports car, every aspect of it is crafted for speed, including the rear wing. The Roma competes directly with high-performance versions of the Porsche 911, embodying the next generation of divine vehicles. It houses a 3.9 V8 Heart, an 8-speed dual-clutch transmission, a peak torque of 760 N, and accelerates from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds. Mr. Yi, a small personal suggestion, the 488 and Roma are neck and neck. Yi Hang's finger glided across the liquid crystal central display. The paddle shifters were impeccably ergonomic. Moreover, the passenger seat boasts its own liquid crystal screen. If Mr. Yi is not entirely satisfied with this configuration, you may also opt for custom selections, though the wait time may be longer. How long? Not too long, really. The school year is about to start. Could be as little as 2 months or as long as 6 months. Then I 1T consider it. That's too long. I need to attend school. Ji Bing's eyes reflected disappointment, but the next moment, her spirit soared. Yi Hang emerged from the vehicle. This fully equipped Roma. How much? The feeling of descending from heaven to hell was palpable. Ji Bing hesitated to try again, smiling. Mr. Yi, the standard Roma is priced at 2.38 million, but for this fully equipped model, the price is amount. We support a minimum down payment of 30. The fully equipped Roma truly holds its ground against the 488. As for the down payment, those who reach the sports car echelon of wealth typically pay in full. Yet, installment plans yield higher commissions, leading to boastful conversations. No need. I will pay in full. Can I pick up the car today? I detest waiting and loathe wasting time. Ji Bing nodded eagerly, her face alight with excitement. No problem at all, Mr. Yi. Ferrari will manage all the paperwork for you. All you need to do is enjoy afternoon tea with your girlfriend. Yihang nodded, swiping his card. However, I will need you to assist me in familiarizing myself with the operation alongside the store's professional driver. No problem. For a top-tier sports car like Ferrari, training in driving is essential once a purchase is confirmed. Chapter 25, 368 million. Shen Youyu covered her mouth, resembling an innocent girl. Adorning her neck was the Van Cleef Arpels necklace gifted by Yihang, radiating charm to the utmost degree. Yihang, should we reconsider? After all, this is 368 million. Not merely 368. A Ferrari embodies every man's dream. However, it is merely an entry-level sports car, and a replacement will be necessary in due time. Shen Youyu's heart raced at the thought. She was oblivious to the significance of cars and watches to men. Every youth harbors fantasies of possessing a vehicle of their own. Yet, a Ferrari is a matter of fate. Either one is born into it or remains devoid of such luxury for a lifetime. Sister Ji Bing busily scurried about, kneeling beside Yihang. Mr. Yi, here are 2 car keys and an invitation to the Ferrari Owners Club. The key for the new Roma was no longer the unsightly single key of the past, but rather 2 pieces resembling amulets, proudly displaying the Ferrari emblem. In hand, they felt substantial, crafted from carbon fiber, with each key customized at a cost of 12,000. Congratulations, esteemed Ferrari owner. Your personal information has been registered in our club. Each year on your birthday, Ferrari will extend our sincere blessings to you. The purchase date of your Roma will be included in our database, granting you national membership. Additionally, you will enjoy complimentary access to nationwide auto shows. Your key serves as your pass. The staff also presented 2 customized Ferrari suitcases, reasonably priced at 100,000 each. A message popped up on Yihang's phone. Esteemed Ferrari owner, Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming a club member. In the days to come, Ferrari will accompany you through thick and thin, steadfastly supporting your youthful dreams. Sincerely, Enzo Ferrari. Upon opening the invitation, the embossed gold script in both Chinese and English exuded opulence. Mr. Yi, shall we take a picture together? Ji Bing smiled. Yihang pondered before declining. As for the additional Ferrari headrests, surrounds, mats, teacups, and wristbands, he unceremoniously tossed them into the trunk. After completing the Ferrari driving course, the temporary license plate was ready. Mr. Yi, in 3 days you will visit the vehicle management office for the official registration, accompanied by our supervisor. The cumulative costs of purchase tax, full insurance, temporary plates, and various fees amounted to 4.11 million. Ding. Regrettably, you have not triggered the daily fortune buff effect. Yihang sighed, what a pity. If only I could trigger the double rebate for 11 million would instantly transform into 8.22 million. As for the 5 chance of a 5-fold critical hit and the 1 chance of a 10-fold critical hit, Yihang chose not to dwell on them. Under the guidance of the staff, the only fully equipped Roma in the showroom slowly emerged. Mr. Yi, the Ferrari's accelerator is quite sensitive. If you've driven other brands before, I recommend taking your time to adapt, Ji Bing advised kindly. No worries, I just obtained my driver's license. If adaptation is required, it should be the Ferrari acclimating to me. The accompanying Ferrari staff paused in astonishment. Goodness! Just got your license and you're driving a Ferrari? Talk about reaching the pinnacle of life. With the roar of the engine, the awakened Roma activated its daylight running lights, resembling a fierce beast coming to life. With a press of the accelerator, Yihang sped off with Shen Youyu towards the J.W. Marriott Hotel. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the J.W. Marriott Hotel's banquet hall, The observation elevator was bustling with activity. Successful individuals, clad in tailored suits, raised their glasses in camaraderie. Business cards exchanged were either from Guijin, CITIC, or some securities firm. In reality, among 10 individuals, 5 were involved in telecom fraud, 2 in telemarketing, 2 in crude oil futures, leaving just 1, online gambling. Everyone was merely a pawn, and who was to say who would be cut first? On stage, a man dressed like a 90s hipster, sporting a wolf-tail haircut and holding a microphone, was delivering a motivational speech. The placard beside him read, Master of Success, Xiao Gu, present in Sichuan and Chongqing, teaching you how to effortlessly earn $1 million monthly. In a left-side seat sat a man and a woman. The man was none other than Yi Hang's cousin, Zhao Lu, and the woman was Zhang Manxi, the founder of Junlin Tiantang. Securing a ticket to this event was a significant achievement. Zhang Manxi's expression was icy as she scoffed. Only someone like you would fall for such a scam. Zhao Lu shook his head, fixated on the mentor with an almost fanatical expression. You don't understand. Once I finish this class and pay for the wealth code course, trust me, I'll be the next to break into Forbes. Manxi, believe me, I'll buy a house in the magical city, and I will make you truly like me. His laughter echoed through the hall. Zhang Manxi crossed her arms, rolling her eyes dismissively, her tone frigid. Zhao Lu, I hope you can properly assess our relationship. Everything is for your pitiful pride. At that moment, Zhao Lu was oblivious to her words, for the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. The mentor, microphone in hand, animatedly proclaimed, all great achievers share a common trait. What is it? It's grandeur. Those who betray me, I shall reward with 1 million. Those who remain loyal will reap billions in return. Understand? Applaud. As applause erupted, he continued, the money you spend reflects your grandeur. If I squander 1 billion on frivolities, then when it comes time to get things done, producing another 800 million becomes a mere jest. Do you understand? Applaud. Now, ladies, listen closely. Many women are unhappy. Why? Because they lack confidence. A truly confident woman is one whose husband, before marrying her, had no ties to her. Yet after marriage he must rise above, surrounded by beauties. If your man is without allure, it signifies a flaw in you. Either your standards are too low or your magnetism is insufficient. A genuinely happy woman ensures her partner is surrounded by admirers. Thus, the fault lies not with men, but with your own lack of ambition. To resolve this issue, simply enroll in my course for 29,800. I will teach you how to conquer men. Wonderful. I shall do a 360-degree turn on this. No need for further words. Those who are Navi and wealthy, come forth. Chapter 26. Zhang Manxi could no longer endure it. In such a grand dementia event, every additional second spent felt like a waste of life. How unfortunate that she had dressed so beautifully today. Those Jimmy Choo high heels were rarely worn by her. Suddenly, a notification chimed from WeChat. Socialite group Xiaoshangi. Is anyone interested in sharing A.J.W. Marriott afternoon tea? Instantly, the group erupted with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Count me in. I'm on my way. Please quote the price, sisters. I'm already en route. Could a Balenciaga stocking be sponsored to lower the room fee? Smiley face. Is it a suite or a presidential suite? Are there any generous young men from the fish pond sponsoring the car? I just need to take a picture of the steering wheel. A G-Wagon, a Land Rover, or a Mercedes E-Class will do. Advertisement break. Next month, heading to the Magic City to meet a benefactor, looking for someone to share a Victoria's Secret lingerie. Only one spot available. I have a cleanliness obsession. Thank you. Xiaoshangi. The room fee is 3,800 with 20 sisters participating, each paying a free afternoon tea, limited to 5 minutes for photos per person. And could some sisters with CL lipsticks help out? I adore the shade anti-red, but it's unfortunately sold out. Crying face. Zhang Manxi discreetly clicked 1 and privately messaged the group leader. Is there enough people? Xiaoshangi. We still need one more. Are you joining us, sister? Zhang Manxi. Yes, I'm already at the Marriott. Xiaoshangi. Please transfer the payment. Zhang Manxi. Zhang Manxi has transferred yuan. Xiaoshangi. Received, sister. Head to the front desk to pick up the room card, 2201. I'm still on my way. Should arrive in half an hour. Zhang Manqi turned off her phone screen, tossed her hair and said casually, after meeting your parents, I'll return to the Magic City next week. Immersed in the teachings of success, Zhao Lu failed to notice Zhang Manqi's departure. Upon exiting the banquet hall on the 38th floor, Zhang Manqi let out a sigh of relief and pulled out her compact to touch up her makeup. Ding! The elevator arrived. She stepped into the elevator, her high heels clicking against the floor, eyes fixed on the rapidly changing floor display. 38. 37. 36. 35. When the doors opened on the 22nd floor, a middle-aged couple entered, both exuding an elegant aura, reminiscent of a cultured family. Zhang Manqi stepped back to give them space, her attention drawn to their conversation. No way, I clearly saw Youyu earlier. Could it be my eyes deceiving me? Youyu is taking the 4th driving test. How could she possibly come to Nanping? You've been cooped up writing all day. I told you to take care of your eyes. That girl's silhouette resembles Youyu's. I saw her enter room 2204. Didn't you notice the cleaner coming from 2204? It's been confirmed to be vacant. How could it be your daughter? Strange. Alright, I'll call Youyu later to check where she is. Yes. And also advise your mother to avoid these health product promotions. They disguise themselves as giveaways of eggs and cabbages, but they're just scams. Last time, I spent 9,800 yuan on a nano memory pillow, claiming it could cure cancer, hypertension, and cerebral thrombosis. SNT, that pure deceit? Such fraudulent companies should be regulated. Understood. Let us discuss this outside. Ding! The first floor arrived. The middle-aged couple hurriedly exited, leaving Zhang Manqi alone in the elevator. Youyu? That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Zhang Manqi approached the front desk, pondering aloud. Youyu. Youyu. Shin Youyu? Wait, Shin Youyu. Isn't she Yi Hang's girlfriend? Zhang Manqi had an indelible impression of Yi Hang, especially of his girlfriend. The overwhelming sense of superiority in beauty, poise, and figure from Shun Youyu left Zhang Manqi feeling defeated. Moreover, Yi Hang's sunny disposition evoked a sense of nostalgia for first love, though she had no clear memory of what first love felt like. However, what could Shin Youyu be doing at the Marriott? An insatiable curiosity compelled Zhang Manqi to re-enter the elevator. She remembered the room number, 2204. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Hang was utterly exhausted after a prolonged ordeal of over an hour, collapsing onto the bed, yearning for a restful slumber. Shin Youyu, her cheeks flushed, curled up in Yi Hang's embrace, a vivid scarlet against the sheets. Suddenly, the phone rang. Darling, could you pass me my phone? Yi Hang, eyes still closed, rolled over and grabbed the nearest phone from the bedside table, handing it to Shin Youyu. But upon seeing the incoming call, Shin Youyu gasped in horror. Oh no, it's my dad calling. This must be my parents. Yi Hang, what do I do? What do I do?
Sensing Shen Yuyuse unease, ye hungry susuret her.
Stay calm. Don't panic. They're likely just testing the waters with a phone call. Tell them you've received your driver's license. It'll make them happy and alleviate their suspicions. Shin Youyu nestled against Yi Hang. What if they see us entering the room together? Not a chance. When we arrived, the cleaner was tidying up, and I've already instructed her on what to say. They've left. A 500 yuan confidentiality fee, and it's all sealed tight. Nice and clean. Shin Youyu remained unconvinced. Wah! I'm so scared. What if they find out? The phone continued to ring. We can't delay any longer. Be good, listen to me, answer the call. It'll be fine. Shin Youyu took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello, Dad? Yi Hang perked up, listening intently as Shin Guoyang's voice came through the receiver. Youyu, Mom and Dad are back. Did you finish the 4th driving test? Yes. I completed it. I've already received my license, hee. Really? That's wonderful. Where are you now? I'm on my way home, waiting for the license. I thought it would be better to pick it up today rather than run back tomorrow. Indeed. Some licenses are issued on the same day while others require a return visit the next day, so that's plausible. Wow, Youyu, you're quite the storyteller. You deserve an Oscar. Oh, so you're almost home? Yes, I'm taking a Didi. After that, Shun Youyu's mother's voice chimed in from the background. See, I told you not to be paranoid. acting like you're catching your daughter as if she were a thief. Shin Guoyang chuckled. All right, your father is waiting for you to return. I'll make your favorite dish tonight. The call ended. Shun Yoyu let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling a wave of ease wash over her. Yihang also relaxed. Seeing their expressions, Shun Yoyu's cheeks flushed. Are you satisfied now? Humph. Chapter 27. Without lingering too long, Shun Yoyu tidied herself up and prepared to leave. Before departing, she pecked Yihang on the cheek. My dear, I'm off now. You should get some rest. Yihang turned back to his pillow, feeling utterly drained. Those who understand, understand. When you leave, please pull the curtains. Got it. With that, she drew the curtains, instantly enveloping the room in darkness. As Shin Yoyu exited, she donned a mask for precaution. At that moment, Zhang Manshi, stealthily hiding at the end of the corridor, peeked out. Sure enough, a tall figure emerged from room 2204, masked and unrecognizable. Yet her aura was unmistakable. Such a pure and untainted presence was unparalleled. However, it was evident that her legs were somewhat unsteady. Zhang Manshi felt a mix of envy and confusion cloud her mind. How could such a beautiful girl engage in such behavior? It can't be true. Yihang doesn't strike me as someone who is financially desperate. How could Shin Yoyu possibly resort to this? This thought led her to ponder whether the couple she encountered in the elevator was indeed Yoyu's parents. Children from such scholarly families are typically raised with strict morals. If they were to discover this, it would surely break their hearts. Zhang Manshi could only lament the decline of societal morals, revealing her inherent gossiping nature. Where there are women, there is gossip. What to do? Should she inform Yihang? Although she and Zhao Lu were merely pretending to be a couple, their trip to Chuanyu was simply a charade, coupled with a bit of sightseeing. Yet, Yihang exuded a refreshing and sunny disposition, if it weren't for her situation. Never mind, she felt unworthy. 5 minutes later, Zhang Manshi resolved to gather evidence. She would find a time to reveal Shun Yoyu's true nature to Yihang. After fixing her hair and pulling out her phone, she switched to stealth mode, adjusting the settings to silent. Today, she would become Sherlock Holmes, eradicating evil and upholding justice. Feigning normalcy, Zhang Manshi approached room 2204, inhaled deeply, and knocked on the door. Thud, 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 her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. Her palms slick with sweat. One hand gripped her phone, positioning the camera towards the door. She had a plan. If that scoundrel attempted anything untoward, she would swiftly retreat, armed with her self-defense tactics. She was no novice. After a moment with no response, she knocked again. Thud, 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 just as Zhang Manshi began to feel perplexed. The door creaked open. Yes, the door had merely opened. Zhang Manshi blinked her beautiful eyes, questioning the situation. She placed her hand on the doorknob, pushed it open, and swiftly entered. The room was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. What have I returned to? A melodious yet weary male voice echoed in the dimness. Zhang Manshi wondered, is an older man's voice truly this captivating? This is unlike anything I've seen on television. Zhang Manshi's impression of older men was still stuck in a stereotype of gaudy gold chains, flashy watches, beer bellies, and raspy voices. She observed the frail figure before her. Why the silence? Just as she was about to draw back the curtains, she was suddenly pulled into an embrace. A gaping maw descended upon her. Yihang. She whimpered. I'm back. Shin Yoyu entered her home, filled with a sense of anxiety, as the aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air. Yoyu's home. Her mother, Hui Wan, was bustling in the kitchen, carrying dishes. Go wash your hands. And my father? Shin Yoyu glanced into the kitchen, where Shin Guoyang was busy finishing up. She exhaled, relieved that everything seemed fine, her heart finally settling. Hey, bring out that bottle of mutai. Little Fish has been accepted into Linen University, and we haven't had a chance to celebrate. Shin Yoyu headed to the bathroom to wash her hands. Wearing an apron, Shin Guoyang sat at the dining table, admiring his culinary creations, contentedly stating, we men from Chuanyu are never henpecked. We simply love our wives. Haha. Hui Wan shifted her gaze from Shin Yoyu's retreating figure and shot Shin Guoyang a disapproving look. Where's Little Fish? She's washing her hands. The couple sat down, awaiting her return. Why do I feel something is amiss? As a fellow woman, her intuition suggested her daughter had transitioned into womanhood. In a good mood, Shin Guoyang picked up a piece of spicy hot pot and chuckled. What could possibly be wrong? You say I'm paranoid? But I think you're just experiencing menopause. Hui Wan swatted Shin Guoyang's chopsticks away. We'll eat when your daughter arrives. She then shifted the conversation. I mean, Yoyu's demeanor has changed. Haven't you noticed anything different since we got married? As a renowned teacher, Hui Wan was well regarded for her virtue, having received multiple awards and mentoring several top classes in Chuanyu. Shin Guoyang poured some wine, pondering. What could possibly be different? You criticized me before marriage, and now it's the same. Only the title has changed. Ha ha! Besides, as long as Yoyu is in a relationship that doesn't T-cross any boundaries, I can accept it. What's wrong with enjoying youthful romance? It's human nature and you can't stifle it. You, a language teacher, should know the wisdom of flood control. It's better to guide than to obstruct. Times have changed. It's not like the past, where a piece of preserved meat could win a bride.
8 Rouen twisted Shen Golian Essieur, Fénin Angers.
Now you're so open-minded, accusing me of being unreasonable? You deserve a slap. Shin Guoyang chuckled. All right. My wife is the best, my wife is the greatest. After washing her hands, Shin Yoyu sat at the dining table, and the three of them shared a joyful meal together. After dinner, Shin Guoyang asked Yoyu, why hasn't that boy added me on WeChat? Shin Yoyu averted her gaze. Perhaps. He just hasn't noticed. Later, around 6 in the evening, nearing 7, Yihang awoke, glancing at the string of messages from Shin Yoyu on his phone. My parents haven't noticed anything unusual. Safe. But my dad wants you to add him on WeChat. Please don't say anything foolish. Remember to check our Class S Penguin group. Teacher Zhao is organizing a class reunion. Meng Meng said. The necklace you bought for me isn't even a high imitation. You big liar. Happiness. JPG. He casually checked the family group chat. His parents were engaged in a game of mahjong and drinking, seemingly carefree. This carefree life is truly blissful. However, when Yihang noticed 2 splashes of crimson on the bed, his mind went blank. Chapter 28. A double whammy? A double yoke? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Yihang clutched his hair in confusion. What was going on? He sent a message to Shin Yoyu. Dear, have you noticed any discomfort in your body? Soon, a reply came back. At least you have a conscience. I'm fine, manageable. But my mother seems to have noticed something, although she hasn't said anything. Not winning this battle. That's good. Yihang stared at the bed sheet, lost in thought, preparing to pack his things and head home. Wait a moment, what is this? A YSL lipstick. Yihang pulled out his phone, activated the camera function on Taobao, and clicked. The information arrived promptly. Here is the information you requested. YSL Saint Laurent lipstick, matte vintage red mini bar. Shade. 21 withered rose. Price. Shin Yoyu rarely wore makeup. Even in her natural state, she was stunningly beautiful. Occasionally, he would see her apply a MAC bullet lipstick, which was not that she couldn't afford it, but rather she deemed it unnecessary. After contemplating, he texted Shin Yoyu again. Dear, what lipstick do you usually use? How about a YSL set?
Shin Yoyu replied, No.
Yihang, don't waste your money. I don't often wear lipstick, and YSL's mature style doesn't really suit me. Oh. Yihang made a face of sudden realization. Shin Yoyu continued, Do you like it? If you do, I'll go buy it. Yihang responded, No need, I just wanted to know your preferences, so I could make a suitable choice. Shin Yoyu replied, So thoughtful. Love you. Forget it, not winning this battle. Although Yihang felt something was off, it was not the right moment to inquire further. He went downstairs to retrieve his car. The Ferrari Roma was parked prominently at the entrance of the J.W. Marriott, catching everyone's eye. 3 or 4 young women surrounded the Ferrari, posing for photos. Xie Xiangyi exclaimed, Hurry, it's my turn. Remember to get the angle just right. Make it look natural. Click. 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 Let me see. Xie Xiangyi shook her head, dissatisfied. No, it looks a bit fake, and my legs appear too short. Let me move forward. You lower your phone to create the illusion that I just stepped out of the car. Yihang shook his head beside her. No, you should sit on the hood. During editing, sharpen the image and elongate your legs. And your expression must be natural. Xiaoshangi whirled around. Who are you? Yihang ignored her and glanced at his watch. 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Despite being a seasoned socialite, Xiaoshangi noted Yihang's attire didn't suggest he was just another shallow person. These pretentious socialites. They may not know much, but they can identify luxury brands with precision. Coupled with Yihang's aura and good looks, her expression changed instantly. Then you take the photo for me, please. Yihang shook his head. Time's up. Without giving her a chance to react, he unlocked the Roma, opened the door, and joked as he entered. Sister, find a job. Or if that fails, work in a factory. For to 5,000 a month I send tea bad, right? Xiaoshangi snapped back to reality. Did he just flirt with me? Hey, wait for me. Yihang started the car, leaving Xiaoshangi leaning against the passenger window, her beauty a mere shadow of Shun Yoyu's brilliance. After removing her makeup, she couldn't surpass a score of 82. Hey, can you take me for a ride by the river? I just broke up with my boyfriend, and I'm feeling really down. Yihang ignored her. He pressed the accelerator, leaving her in a cloud of dust. Xiaoshangi stomped her foot in frustration behind him. What a great opportunity. The latest Roma, the first in Chuanyu. If I posted this on social media, wouldn't all those losers be envious? And he is so handsome. I could reel in a meal ticket for half a year. However, Xiaoshangi had just discreetly taken a photo of Yihang opening the car door. She sent it to the socialite group Order 5. Xiaoshangi, image. JPG dying here. The handsome guy just ran off. The group chat buzzed with activity. Oh my, sister. You missed out big time. He.S. wearing an Audemars Piguet high-end royal oak. Is that watch expensive? Not really, just around 3 to 400,000. 3 to 400,000? You could buy a Ferrari with that. Silly. That's a watch for high-net-worth individuals. Purely for pleasure. Forget it, just go home with your fake Rolex. The new Roma, it wouldn't happen to be the one from Crystal Lee Pavilion, would it? Back at room 2204, Zhang Manshi clutched her abdomen. Ouch. So painful. Her lipstick smudged, her beautiful face showing signs of exhaustion. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Zhang Manshi felt she had been too reckless, covering her flushed face. Zhang Manshi, what on earth are you doing? Ding ding ding, WeChat chimed. When Zhang Manshi saw the photo Xiaoshangi posted in the socialite group, she froze. SNT that Yihang? A Ferrari. When did he become so wealthy? A complex emotion washed over her. He probably doesn't even know, right? Forget it, I have no chance with him. It was merely a fleeting encounter, never to be repeated. The phone rang. It was her mother calling. Seeing the caller ID, she hesitated, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She answered the call. Hello, Mom. Manshi, you haven't called home in ages. Your mother is very worried about you. I'm fine. You sound so tired. Are you busy with work lately? Zhang Manshi forced a smile. Yes. I'm on a business trip to Chuanyu with colleagues, trying to earn some extra money. Her mother hesitated. Manshi, I don't want to trouble you. But your father needs dialysis and it costs 20,000 yuan. For a moment, Zhang Manshi almost broke down, her eyes welling with tears. I understand. I'll send it right away. Okay, Manshi. Your mother hopes you take care of yourself. I'm so sorry. She couldn't bear to listen any longer. Zhang Manshi hung up the phone, swallowing her tears. She opened the Wealth app and transferred the remaining 12,000 yuan, keeping only enough for her plane ticket. Mom, I'll send you 12,000 yuan first. Give me 3 days for the rest. Zhang Manshi wanted nothing more than to leave this place. She left the room key and exited the socialite group. Meanwhile, Yihang was on his way home, his expression serious. Task requirement. Expose Zhang Manshi's true nature. Current task progress. 80. Chapter 29. You have uncovered Zhang Manshi's secret. Although she is materialistic, her means are justifiable. She cherishes herself and wishes to reserve the best for those she holds dear. Host, this is part of your journey through life. Current task progress. 80. Would you like to replay the task? Replay. Upon completion, Yihang understood everything. No wonder there was a YSL lipstick in the room. It certainly did not belong to Shen Yoyu. By a twist of fate, He had mistakenly taken Zhang Manqi's first blood. What baffled him the most was that this girl had actually left. Was she planning to put on a tragic performance? Or was she merely licking her wounds alone? Such a melodramatic woman. Thus, Yihang concluded that Zhang Manqi and Zhao Lu were certainly not in a romantic relationship. It was likely that Zhao Lu had been boasting about having a girlfriend in front of his aunt, especially since he was no longer a child. Ever since returning from studying in America, he had found himself in a predicament, trying to silence his aunt's incessant chatter. Who could have predicted that his aunt, with her loose lips, would spread the news throughout the family? A fire cannot be contained by mere paper. The two of them had staged a performance. An engagement. Am I right, system? The system remained silent. However, the task progress jumped to 90. Correct deduction. Good heavens. I have stumbled upon an annual spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu, thoroughly brainwashed, was in his rented office, brimming with excitement. The exorbitant tuition fees had finally paid off. This time, I must make Manqi see me in a new light. Before him lay a business plan, adorned with the signature of the successful entrepreneur, Brother Xiao. Zhao Lu wore a satisfied expression, lost in reverie. He yearned for the moment he would be surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. Ah, the intermittent ambition, coupled with a consistent lethargy, aptly summarized as relentless enjoyment. A call from his aunt, Zhou Qin, interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Qin, Lele, your father has already booked the venue Wanjiayuhua in the Dujianjian Hall. Remember to wear your suit. Also, your cousin's family will be joining us, so don't make things awkward for your cousin. After all, he just started college and has neither a girlfriend nor a stable job. Zhao Lu forced a smile. Ha! His girlfriend was the real deal, having been accepted into a prestigious university, while his was merely rented for 5,000 yuan. Naturally, he could not voice this. Zhao Lu understood. Zhou Qin, where is Manqi? Is she nearby? Treat her well. Also, regarding the engagement, we won't be purchasing the wedding gifts just yet. Who knows what might happen in the future? However, we cannot skimp on the return gifts. Zhao Lu furrowed his brows. Isn't this a bit premature? Zhou Qin raised her voice. Premature? You are simply being naive. An engagement is meant to solidify matters. We will offer a bride price of 100,000, a house, and an Audi. On their side, the return gifts must not be less than 2 million. That is the bottom line for your father and me. Goodness! Such audacity! Under the new regulations, premarital assets such as cars and houses belong to the individual. Even in the event of a divorce, the law favors the purchaser, rendering it no less valuable than joint marital property. What a clever scheme! What a paltry offering for marriage! Zhao Lu rubbed his temples. All right, I will discuss it with Manqi. Zhou Qin grew anxious. Discuss what? Can't your own girlfriend make decisions? How have I raised you? She must agree, whether she likes it or not. Moreover, your father and I have already agreed that we will hold one ceremony here and another in Shanghai afterward. It must be grand. Ensure that her family prepares tickets and books hotels in advance. Make it clear that we will not settle for anything less than 5 stars, and the flight must be first class. Additionally, while Chengdu and Chongqing are emerging first-tier cities, they cannot compare to metropolises like Shanghai. We are not being unreasonable. At the very least, they should buy us a house in Shanghai. Zhao Lu felt a surge of anger. Mom, are you out of your mind? Do you know how expensive housing is in Shanghai? Zhou Qin, what are you shouting about? We are considering your future. When you have children, who will take care of them? Even though you are currently in Chengdu, you have always wanted to go to Shanghai, right? Are we supposed to rent an apartment when we visit? Nonsense. Besides, people from Shanghai are wealthy. Do not underestimate them. Manqi earns 1 million a year. What does this amount to? The stench of absurdity was palpable. Zhao Lu sensed that with Zhang Manqi's character, this situation would soon spiral out of control. Such matters should be discussed privately. Do not bring them up in front of Manqi at the dinner table. Zhou Qin, are you trying to drive me to madness? Discussing these matters at the dinner table puts pressure on her. Inform her family of our conditions. Enough, I won't say more. Be mindful. Oh, and be punctual at 11 a.m. With a decisive click, the call ended. The next day, at Wanjia Yuhua's private room, Yihang parked his car. The welcoming host greeted him with a beaming smile. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? To Jianjian Hall. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Yihang had stayed up all night gaming with Song Zihong and woke up a bit late. Ms. Wang Hui and comrade Yi Dabiao had already arrived early. Before reaching the entrance, he heard his aunt's loud voice. Upon seeing Yihang enter, she greeted him. Yihang, you finally made it. Your cousin just mentioned seeing you with your girlfriend last time at Guaninkyo. Yihang exchanged pleasantries and sat beside his father, casting a quick glance. Most of the guests had arrived, his parents, aunt, uncle Zhao Lu, and Zhang Manqi. However, it was evident that Zhang Manqi intended to avoid Yihang's gaze. Outwardly calm, her inner turmoil was a tempest. Now that everyone was present, let the dishes be served, his aunt said with a smile. Finally, she had met Manqi. Seeing her in photos, she thought the girl was beautiful, perfectly matched with Zhao Lu. Zhang Manqi flipped her hair and awkwardly greeted. Hello, auntie. Oh dear, don't call me auntie. Caught between them, Zhao Lu whispered. Mom, Manqi is shy. Yes, auntie, Zhang Manqi quickly corrected herself, smiling. One must uphold a certain professional standard when accepting someone's money. Yet, her gaze continued to dart towards Yihang. Zhao Lu would likely never comprehend that he was the true clown in this scenario. Wanja Yuhua is a renowned establishment in Chengdu, specializing in Jianghu cuisine. Let us eat. Manqi, try this zhuangcha duck. It's a specialty of our region and is hard to find elsewhere, his uncle urged. Zhang Manqi, who had been staring at Yihang, turned around. Ah, thank you, uncle. Zhao Lu cast a curious glance at Zhang Manqi. Why do you keep staring at my cousin? Chapter 30. As Yihang perused the trending topics on Jihu, he was struck by the terrifying power of big data. Zhang Manqi's gaze was fixed on him, and he could only return her stare. Their eyes locked in a brazen exchange. Zhang Manqi, are you unwell? Yihang, do you have medicine? Zhang Manqi, do you believe I would tell your cousin about us? Yihang, please, commence your performance. Applause. JPG. Zhang Manqi, your father will surely plant loquat trees tonight. Yihang shot her a glare. Your horse will explode into fireworks tonight. Zhang Manqi, your horse will cause the vegetables to inflate in price. Yihang, your father will certainly draw 3,456 in cards without ever hitting 78. Ah. The simplest of banter, the most exquisite of pleasures. At this moment, both families sensed that something was amiss, though they could not articulate precisely what it was. Ahem. Yihang, make sure to eat more meat. Look how thin the child is, his cousin's wife remarked, serving him a piece of braised pork. Thank you, Yihang replied. Zhao Lu noticed Yihang's lingering gaze on his girlfriend, and his expression darkened, feeling rather peculiar. Yihang remained indifferent, waiting to see who would be the first to crack. After all, they were all merely actors in this play. Zhao Lu, eat more vegetables. They are nutritious, Zhang Manqi offered, serving him some chives, celery, broccoli, romaine lettuce. According to the Book of Rites, to come without reciprocation is not courteous. The implication being, you are a mature hat now, learn to place it atop your cousin's head. Somewhat taken aback, Zhao Lu stuffed his mouth with vegetables, feeling that his girlfriend, who cost him 5,000 yuan to rent, was truly worth it. Yihang was nearly in fits of laughter. Madame Wang Hui sensed an oddity in the atmosphere and discreetly kicked Yi Dabiao. Why do I feel like something is off? Yi Dabiao, well, your son is indeed rather off. Wang Hui, I meant that girl. She seems rather cold. I don't think Zhao Lu and she resemble a couple. Yi Dabiao, maintaining a stoic demeanor, continued to serve himself food. Don't speak out of turn. Finally sensing the peculiar tension, their uncle produced 2 bottles of Jian Nanchun. Old Yi, today let us drink to our children. Zhao Li's father, having spent years within the system, lacked a certain perceptiveness. Otherwise, he would not be merely at the level of a county official now. All right, it's been ages since our cousin brothers have had a drink together. After 3 glasses of liquor, the atmosphere lightened, and casual conversation ensued. Yihang, I heard from your mother that you traveled to Sanya recently? Zhao Lu inquired. Yes, the college entrance examination was too stressful. I needed a break. Sanya is a lovely place, but compared to Hawaii it falls short. One should travel more. The differences between domestic and international experiences are vast. During my time studying abroad, several wealthy second-generation students would take me out to eat, drink, and have fun. It was quite exhausting. Zhao Lu relished recounting his past experiences abroad, flaunting them to anyone who would listen. Yihang smiled and remained silent. Surely 6 million square kilometers were not insufficient for exploration? Have you decided on a major yet? Take my advice. If you are not particularly studious, find a lucrative opportunity early, like I did with international trade during its prime. Zhao Lu felt overwhelmed by the greens on his plate. Yihang contemplated. The golden subjects of MOCai were business administration and international finance. A choice between the two. The key was to become well acquainted. While fields like applied mathematics and statistical research leaned towards academia, often leading to theoretical careers post-graduation. Business studies, he declared. Those unfamiliar often mistakenly equate business studies with an MBA, linking it directly to institutions like the Yangtze River Business School or Alibaba Business School, presuming graduates merely manage Taobao. In truth, finance professionals from prestigious universities like Tsinghua, Peking, Renmin, and Jiaotong carry significant weight. Pursuing a master's degree is a prudent choice, ultimately leading to gilded opportunities on Wall Street, investment banks, or high consulting roles upon returning home. Do not place too much stock in it. Success does not hinge on educational qualifications. Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard, Buffett left school, Jobs abandoned it entirely, and Ma Yun took the college entrance examination thrice. The ability to generate income is the foremost competitive edge. Yihang chuckled, unwilling to engage in a debate. Bill Gates never mentioned that his mother was the president of IBM, nor that a Federal Reserve executive was his relative. Buffett would not tell you that his father, a congressman, took him to visit Goldman Sachs, where a board member personally welcomed him. Although Jobs was abandoned, on the day he returned to the board, he was backed by a wealthy father and the $1 billion he brought along. In this year of 9021, it was astonishing that some still propagated the idea that studying was futile. Yihang, I think your cousin makes a valid point. After all, college is just for fun. Madame Wang Hui cherished wealth but held Yihang's views in high regard. Mother, education is not merely a stepping stone. The people and experiences you encounter in college are vastly different from those in high school or junior high. Life is a journey, and the stars and the sea require an entrance fee. Poetry and distant horizons are also quite costly. Wang Hui nodded, always feeling immense pride for Yihang. Besides, isn't being a couch potato acceptable? Zhao Lu chuckled, fiddling with his Audi key. Let us focus on earning more. This year I plan to trade in my A4L for a 5 Series. Just then, the hotel manager knocked and entered. Excuse me, is there a Ferrari downstairs belonging to anyone at this table? A guest has finished dining and wishes to leave, but it is blocked. Zhao Lu waved his hand dismissively. Not from our table. A Ferrari? What a tacky car for someone so impractical. Yihang laughed and stood up. I am the one with such tackiness. I apologize for forgetting to move my car. I shall head down now. Inside the private room, silence enveloped them. Upon seeing Yihang leave, Zhang Manqi also sought an excuse to visit the restroom. Uncle and aunt, I am off to the washroom. The two departed one after the other. When did little Yi buy a Ferrari?
Madame Wang lui exclaimed in surprise.
How would I know? Surely a jest, Idabia replied, rubbing his nose. This kid, just like me. Haha. Zhao Lu felt increasingly discontented. The 1,588 yuan family set meal was not bringing him any joy. He discreetly stashed away the Audi key he had ostentatiously placed on the table, feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 31. Zhao Lu couldn't help but think. But could a rented girlfriend truly be taken seriously? He was acutely aware of Zhang Manqi's standing and understood that with her beauty and education, they belonged to entirely different realms. Observant individuals could see that this engagement merely resembled a child's play. What's the situation between you and Manqi? Asked Zhou Qin. Zhao Lu, distracted, replied, what situation? I mean, have you informed Manqi about the conditions our family proposed? While her looks are undeniable, they put food on the table. You know our bottom line, not a penny less. I understand. After Yihang parked the car, he headed upstairs. Passing by the restroom, he found Zhang Manqi waiting for him. Is there something you need? Zhang Manqi crossed her arms, unable to maintain her composure as she faced Yihang. You know everything? Know what? That you and Zhao Lu staged quite a performance? Collaborating to deceive my aunt? Should I commend your Oscar-worthy acting or your conniving nature? Yihang had initially refrained from exposing her, feeling unperturbed. Given his aunt's nature, it would be difficult for her to salvage the situation. If things went awry, this engagement party could easily become a laughingstock. Zhang Manqi's lips quivered, her body grew numb, and tears brimmed in her eyes. She had endured enough of the pretense within the private room. She didn't wish to remain there for another minute. Ah, men. Truly, none are worth a dime. Yihang retrieved a YSL lipstick. Give it back. Upon seeing the lipstick, Zhang Manqi reached out but grasped nothing but air. Yihang found himself at a loss for words regarding this woman. So, why is your lipstick with me? Realizing her actions had revealed her intentions, Zhang Manqi averted her gaze. It has nothing to do with you. Oh. Then never mind, I was going to offer you 100,000. Since it's not you, I apologize for the disturbance. Yihang turned to leave. 100,000. Zhang Manqi desperately needed that money. However, accepting it would mean she was no different from those women who were kept. Wait. It's me. Strictly speaking, Yihang had not betrayed his cousin, as they were merely in a rental arrangement, both playing actors. Although Zhao Lu was far from likable, Yihang had no desire to stoop to his level. Yet the circumstances had changed. At that moment, Zhao Lu emerged, looking bewildered at the two of them. What are you discussing? Why aren't you going in? The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Zhao Lu remained oblivious to the fact that the true fool was him. Zhang Manqi, unwilling to mask her feelings, declared, Zhao Lu, transfer the 5,000 to me. What are you talking about, Manqi? Yihang is still here. Let us discuss this privately. Zhao Lu forced a smile, his eyes betraying his anxiousness, as he attempted to usher Zhang Manqi back into the room. Don't touch me. Zhao Lu, we are not really a couple. I've had enough of this charade. Transfer the money to me, and I will help you see this through to the end. Ugh. Yihang looked up at the ceiling, pretending to be an outsider. What splendid weather we have today. Look at how bright and round the sun is. So long and wide. Zhao Li's expression shifted between anger and confusion. Before he could respond, the door to the room swung open, revealing Zhou Qin, who gazed at the trio in astonishment. What is going on here? Zhao Lu forced a hideous smile. Nothing, Mom, we're going in now. Seeing Zhou Qin emerge, Zhang Manqi struggled to maintain her composure, quickly changing her demeanor. Auntie, I just went to the restroom. Oh, hurry inside then. Zhao Lu felt a mix of admiration and disbelief at Zhang Manqi's acting skills as the three entered the private room and took their seats once more. Zhou Qin was the first to speak. Manqi, my dear, we've eaten and met each other today. I'm quite satisfied. I wonder, what are your thoughts? Zhang Manqi frowned, glancing at Zhao Lu, sensing something amiss with the script. Auntie, I don't really have any thoughts.
Zhao Lu quickly interjected, Mom.
Let us discuss this at home. Don't speak. Zhou Qin redirected her gaze to Zhang Manqi, smiling brightly. Silly girl, how can you have no thoughts? We need to discuss the engagement process. I'm not familiar with your customs in Shanghai, but they're quite similar nationwide. Hear us the deal. For the wedding, we'll provide a house, a car, and a dowry of 100,000. The gold and silver ornaments are naturally a given. What will you be giving in return? Return. Gifts? Zhang Manqi momentarily froze, turning once more to Zhao Lu, biting her lip. Zhao Lu, how much do you think is appropriate? Zhou Qin spoke bluntly. Manqi, we aren't asking for much. Zhao Lu is our only precious son. The return gift should be at least 1 million, right? We're planning 2 wedding ceremonies, one in Sichuan and one in Shanghai, and Zhao Li's father and I will definitely need to go to Shanghai. The airfare and hotel expenses will need to be covered by you. If it's a 5-star hotel, first-class tickets will suffice. You earn quite a bit, so buying us a house in Shanghai shouldn't be a problem, right? Yihang and his family were left dumbfounded. My goodness, they had found someone willing to milk them dry. Zhao Lu covered his face while Zhou Qin continued to press. Manchi, what do you think? If it's not feasible, we can discuss it further regarding the return gifts. Zhang Manchi let out a deep breath, unable to hold back any longer. She took a sip of water and smiled. Auntie, let me be frank. I am not your son's girlfriend. I am merely an actress rented by Zhao Lu for 5,000. I can't even understand K-line charts, let alone be a CEO of a private equity firm. The $1 million salary was just a fib Zhao Lu concocted to deceive you. In reality, I am a junior at Magic Arts University, here only to earn some extra cash. Do you understand? The entire room fell into stunned silence. Only Yi Hang sighed, realizing this woman was willing to bring down everything with her. Zhang Manchi stood up, clutching her bag. Moreover, as an outsider, I would advise you to keep someone like your son to yourself. Don't let him loose on the world. Any girl who ends up with him would be incredibly unfortunate. Turning to Zhao Lu, she added, as for the money, I no longer want it. You may find whomever you wish for such work in the future. Farewell. As she walked halfway out, she tossed back one last remark. Let us not meet again. Chapter 32. Zhao Lu. You are utterly foolish. Zhao Li's father, a man of integrity throughout his life within the system, never anticipated that his son would lead him to such disgrace. What is worse, the onlookers were not sympathetic at all. Zhou Qin clutched her chest, feeling her blood pressure surge, her world spinning around her. Yi Hang stood up, but halfway through, Yi Debut stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Yi Hang blinked, glancing at his cousin. To the restroom? Nature calls, be quick. Yi Debut merely pretended to be stern. Although he was not particularly close to this cousin, he found Zhou Qin's conduct excessively harsh at times. Yet, only the Zhao family could engage in such foolishness. Ordinary folks would steer clear. After all, who doesn't have a few troublesome relatives? Ms. Wang Hui had thought earlier in the day, has the girl truly lost her senses? Before she could finish her thought, she was stunned by the shocking scene. Just then, Yi Hang remembered the gift he had for his cousin. Considering it was her engagement, he needed to save face. He pulled out a gift box from beside his feet. Cousin, here is the bracelet from you Manuan I promised you. With that, he dashed away. As evening fell on South Bin Avenue by the river, a cool breeze blew. Yi Hang drove, following Zhang Manchi, yawning repeatedly. This woman had an incredible stamina, striding in her high heels without a hint of fatigue. Observing her figure, it was undeniable that Zhang Manchi was strikingly beautiful. Hey, are we heading to Kaoshiman? Still, there was no response. Zhang Manchi walked on, crying intermittently, squatting down one moment and standing the next, leaving Yi Hang utterly exasperated. Her makeup was smudged, revealing her natural beauty. For the first time, Yi Hang realized that someone could look even more stunning without makeup. Hey, if you're not going to eat, you must be out of your mind. Then go eat, and choke on it. What will you do if I die? Go back to acting, perhaps? Get lost. Are you still keeping the lipstick? I, Zhang Manchi, would rather jump than sell my soul. Yi Hang, I'll consider this as being bitten by a dog. Yi Hang felt a wave of frustration. Dog. What did I do wrong? To be honest, when Zhang Manchi bled for Yi Hang, she felt no sorrow. However, recalling the words of Zhao Li's mother this morning, she felt insulted, especially as a diligent student who had always excelled. Yes, she was in need of money, but selling her soul had never crossed her mind. Outside the entrance of the Shanghai Art Academy, luxury cars were plentiful. Some offered to support her financially with 10,000 a month, while others promised cars and houses. For a fleeting moment, she felt her defenses crumbling. With money, she could afford to treat her father's illness, no longer fretting over exorbitant medication costs, and could indulge without counting every penny for a fake YSL lipstick. She could chase her dreams, adorn herself beautifully, and boldly pursue love. A Maybach S pulled over on South Bin Avenue, and two flamboyantly dressed women unreservedly climbed into the car, driven by a sleazy middle-aged man. This scene pierced her heart, becoming the final straw. Yi Hang parked next to Zhang Manchi, noticing her internal struggle. She turned her face away, wiped her tears, then fixed her gaze on Yi Hang. You can support me. I know you have the means. I won't regret it. I'll be yours forever, I swear. With that, she raised her right hand, holding up 2 fingers. Yi Hang chuckled in disbelief. Sister, swearing requires 3 fingers. Zhang Manqi hurriedly adjusted her fingers to 4. Have you thought this through? I have. In my life, there will be no other man besides you. Never. Yihang admired Zhang Manqi for her sincerity and fearless nature. Such a refreshing change compared to those superficial women. Name your price. For a month. Perhaps 50,000? I'm inexperienced. If you had experience, would I need you? Silly girl, 100,000 a month, excluding pocket money, accommodation, and transportation. Zhang Manqi was momentarily taken aback. The terms exceeded her expectations, overwhelming her with a sudden sense of happiness. She wiped her tears fiercely, embodying the spirit of a brave heroine. It's a deal. At 66 Pipa Mountain Main Street, Panda Hot Pot, the establishment bore no sign. Dubbed Panda Hot Pot by patrons, it was a humble eatery favored by locals, a staple throughout Yihang's high school years. Wow! So spicy. Slow down. Having not eaten all day, Zhang Manqi devoured the food voraciously, her left hand holding a soda while the right indulged in fried spring rolls, her lips glistening with oil. How do you guys from Sichuan and Chongqing handle such spice? Zhang Manqi's lips were red from the heat, and she was panting. Having spent days in Sichuan, she had yet to savor authentic local hot pot, confined to a rental room costing 80 yuan a day. May I have another plate of crispy meat? Zhang Manqi looked at Yihang with pleading eyes, her lips still smeared with spicy sausage, sweat beading on her nose. Yihang chuckled and shook his head. Uncle, bring 10 more plates of crispy meat, but make them tender. All right. Zhang Manqi hastily interjected. That's too much. We can't eat it all. It would be wasteful. You wealthy folks really can be extravagant. Eat. If you can't finish, we'll pack it up. Zhang Manqi scrunched her nose adorably. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and as they celebrated their newfound fortune, a notification chimed. 100,000 yuan deposited into her account. Zhang Manqi, caught up in her meal, looked up at Yihang. The money has arrived? I know you need it. Hurry and help those in need. Yihang was indifferent to her family affairs, merely hoping for her well-being. After all, it took an immense amount of courage for a girl to openly seek support. Pity me? Forget it. Zhang Manqi snatched her phone, hugging it tightly, muttering, I can't let myself be mistreated. I must take care of myself. She promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to her mother. In that instant, Zhang Manqi felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. Chapter 33 Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest. I am not a rich second generation. Biao Biao Zhang Manqi. Task reward. Vibrant Spirit Buff. 10,000 points in the mall. Vibrant Spirit Buff. By donning this title, the host only needs to ensure 2 hours of sleep each day to remain energetic throughout. Description. Why sleep excessively in life when eternal rest awaits after death? Effect. Charisma 20, Lucky Critical Hit 99, Vitality 200, Energy 200, with a 10 chance of triggering instant attraction. Duration. Permanent. Note. This buff cannot be upgraded. Host. You have completed the Bone Point task, illuminating the entire map of Greater China. Yihang glanced at Zhang Manqi as she ate, while checking the system. The entire map illuminated? On a 3D globe. Aside from the gray of overseas international regions, the Greater China area was transformed into vibrant colors. This was somewhat enchanting. Host. Illuminating the Greater China region does not imply that you have fully experienced or traveled through it. Yihang noticed that only the map of Sanya displayed a footprint icon, indicating he had already traveled there. With countless culinary delights and attractions in Huaxia, and an array of hidden gameplay, the completion of the Bone Point task means that the host does not need to activate locations on demand. Rather, as long as he travels to any location and completes the task there, it will be marked as done. Understood. If Yihang were to take Shin Yuyu to Linen University, then the travel task for Linen would also ensue. There was no need to complete Sanya before moving on to illuminate each location. In essence, Yihang possessed the privilege of freely selecting travel destinations across Greater China, marking them as completed upon fulfillment. Host has understood correctly. Ding. Issuing the next main travel task. International Metropolis, Magic City. Hint. City characteristic wealth. Got it, the main task must be accomplished. As the world window of Huaxia, Magic City holds an indisputable status and culture, being the leader of the Yangtze River Delta economy. Task issued. Understand the customs, unique cuisine, historical culture, social sciences, and traditional arts of Magic City. Task deadline, 3 months. Task requirements, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Note: this main task has a minimum requirement of S rating. Note 2. Please consider the hints provided by the system to fulfill the corresponding tasks. Yihang was taken aback. Starting with an S rating baseline, was this meant to overwhelm me? The key issue was, all 10 task requirements were concealed. However, the system provided a hint. Wealth. Magic City is a supercity on a global scale, comparable to New York City, Tokyo, and Los Angeles. The affluent are as numerous as the stars, and even a mere 10 million in assets might not create a ripple in Magic City. Since the hint was wealth, then the travel tasks concerning Magic City would undoubtedly have some connection to money. Ding. To assist the host in better completing the task, a travel budget of 10 million has been allocated. This budget is strictly for this task. Any other investments, loans, or gifts will be rendered void. CITIC Bank. Your account ending in 6490 received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan on July 10th at 2000 hours, with a current balance of 14,900,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your daily prosperity buff has upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Daily prosperity buff. By wearing this title, wealth flows abundantly, bringing daily riches. Level. LV2, 290,000. Effect. Earn 1 yuan every minute, with a 10 chance of triggering double critical rebates, a 5 chance of triggering 5-fold critical rebates, and a 1 chance of triggering 10-fold critical rebates. Duration. Permanent. Note 1. This buff is currently at LV1. Each level increment grants corresponding bonus rewards. A minute passed, experience 1. 2 minutes passed, experience 2. A new character panel emerged. Name Yihang. Gender, male. Points, 10, 500. Buffs. Daily prosperity buff. Vibrant spirit buff. Skills. Master level in National Standard Dance. Assets. 14,900,000 yuan. Retracting his gaze from the system, Yihang observed Zhang Manqi still devouring her meal, feeling a sense of having purchased a lifetime of loyalty. For just 100,000 a month, one could secure a person's unwavering fidelity. This deal was undeniably profitable. Moreover, with her appearance soaring from a 92 to a 95, Yihang's thoughts were further validated. Her beauty was truly captivating. The charm of wealth had elevated her to new heights. In the hidden notes of the character, a new binding character, Yihang, appeared with a loyalty of 100, unwavering. How intriguing. Yihang stretched lazily, in high spirits, feeling full just watching her eat. I'm full. Zhang Manqi wiped her mouth and continued to breathe heavily. Boss, let's settle the bill. By the time the bill was settled, Yihang was no longer surprised. With the lucky 99 from the vibrant spirit buff, he could essentially expect rebates with every expenditure. Holding Zhang Manqi's hand, he entered the Roma and, upon starting the Ferrari, roared forth, cutting through the crowd with a thunderous sound. Chapter 34. Zhang Manqi, with a lollipop in her mouth, secretly gazed at Yihang from the passenger seat. A month ago, she was a struggling worker, tirelessly running around for a mere 5,000 yuan. Now, she had transformed into Yihang's cherished companion, residing in his gilded cage. How do you differ from other men? Yihang chuckled. In what way am I different? Other men always seek ways to get closer to me. I can easily discern their hidden motives. But you, do you not like me? Maslow's hierarchy of needs is indeed truthful. Once the material foundation is satisfied, one yearns for spiritual fulfillment. Zhang Manqi sighed. All right, I have no right to make demands of you. This life surpasses anything I could have ever dreamed of. Little did Yihang know, the vibrant aura of her spirit had triggered an extremely rare moment of love at first sight. At that moment, Zhang Manqi's eyes sparkled with admiration for him. I have a girlfriend. Only a fool like you would throw yourself into the flames, Yihang self-deprecatingly remarked. Is there a cat in this world that does not stray? It's merely a matter of appearances, not intentions. TSK. You truly are a scoundrel, Zhang Manqi retorted. But how could a man like you possibly have only one woman? Yihang raised his thumb. You are quite perceptive. She underestimated the depth of her own thoughts. You are already quite good. At the very least, you are not deceiving me under the guise of romance. In the university town of Songjiang, the pool of rich second-generation boys is vast, and the girls are well aware of the truth. Zhang Manqi discreetly slipped her hand into Yihang's, yet they always find the most suitable excuses to deceive themselves, seeking solace for their fragile hearts. Indeed, women excel at self-deception. I've come to terms with it. Love is beyond my reach. However, to be with someone I admire and enjoy his protection surpasses what 90 of girls experience. Relationships may last 3 months to 3 years, ultimately yielding nothing. But you, dear father, are wealthy. Yihang was thoroughly impressed by her candidness. As long as you do not despise me, I shall be your obedient daughter, she teased playfully. Such a combination of mischief and allure is hard to resist. Zhang Manqi was learning how to delight Yihang. I cannot compare to Xinyoyu. She is destined to stand at the center of the stage. All I can do is remain hidden behind you. My looks are merely an entry pass. I understand that my core competitiveness lies in my emotional value. I must remain calm and composed. Only if I can assist your career can I feel justified in accepting this money. Splendid. Such words carry weight. The material aspect is not off-putting, indicating a level of sophistication. Yihang drove into the Westin Hotel at Jifengbai, where a welcoming staff member greeted them with enthusiasm at any hour. This 5-star flagship establishment, located in the heart of Sichuan Chongqing, combines 5A office buildings and serves as a premium sub-brand of Starwood. From here, one can enjoy a panoramic view of the mountainous landscape of both cities. After parking, they exited the car. The hotel provided valet service, and Yihang handed over the car keys with a generous tip of 200 yuan. In the city center, where every inch of land is precious, he had no desire to navigate the underground parking. Sir, here is your Westin key card. You may retrieve your keys at the front desk at any time. I will park your car on the first basement level. Thank you. Welcome to the Westin, sir. Though they mentioned the first basement level, in reality, there was yet another level below. Such is the nature of mountain cities. One might think they are on the surface when they have yet to exit the underground parking. Holding Zhang Manqi's hand, Yihang led her into the hotel and promptly booked a suite for a week. The receptionist was charming. Sir, your double suite is located on the 51st floor, room 5101. Starwood hotels are known for their all-glass windows, allowing for breathtaking views, while their modern minimalist style sets them apart from traditional establishments. The standout feature is the renowned Bai Shi Peking duck, which has become a signature dish since the acquisition that transitioned the restaurant from state-owned to private. The head chef, once a royal chef, was lured to the Westin with a lucrative offer, making it the only place to savor authentic Iban duck. Upon entering the room, Yihang clapped his hands. Instantly, lights adjusted to create the perfect ambience, and the floor-to-ceiling windows shifted from transparent to a misty semi-transparency. A mechanical voice announced, "Welcome to the Westin, sir. Should you require anything, please call upon me, and I will be at your service." Yihang turned and walked to the bar, retrieving a bottle of sparkling water from the refrigerator. "Are you planning to return to school with me, or will you go on your own?" Zhang Manqi slipped off her high heels, massaging her ankle while casting a seductive glance at Yihang, momentarily biting her lip. "I shall go alone. I had already booked my flight." Yihang was to accompany Shan Youyu to Linen University, naturally unable to stay with Zhang Manqi. She headed to remove her makeup, having worn it throughout the day, traversing the entire mountain city. Yihang took out the hotel tablet and ordered a few appetizers: white braised abalone, assorted kidney, and a half portion of Iban duck. "Shall we drink?" Indeed, this woman was intent on getting thoroughly intoxicated. Before Zhang Manqi had finished washing her face, the central kitchen had prepared the dishes Yihang had ordered. Outside the door, a small cart was laden with steaming hot dishes. Yihang, having been hungry all day, felt his stomach growl. The chef, clad in a chef's hat, was followed by the administrative manager, with another cart carrying a selection of beverages. Sir, I apologize. The Penfolds Bin 95 Shiraz you ordered is unavailable. We have brought all the drinks. Please choose. Yihang waved his hand dismissively, casually selecting a bottle of AOP sparkling wine. This one will do. The administrative manager, with an apologetic expression, replied, No problem, sir. I sincerely apologize once again. After they departed, Zhang Manqi emerged, having changed into a loose-fitting t-shirt that could not conceal her alluring figure. With her long legs, she was a striking contrast to Lin Mu, who epitomized the urban beauty. Zhang Manqi, stripped of pretense, embodied the essence of an honest and perfect lover. Chapter 35. What major are you in at the Magic Arts Academy? Yihang was aware that Zhang Manqi was enrolled in the Magic Arts Academy. However, art schools are categorized into different disciplines: drama, music, and fine arts. Drama. Zhang Manqi hesitated for a moment, and they both exclaimed in unison, How did you know? Zhang Manqi settled herself on Yihang's lap, yet it was evident that her body trembled slightly. Yihang shrugged, stating that music and fine arts are notorious for being financially draining, while drama is more dependent on personal attributes. The Magic Arts Academy is among the second tier of art institutions, one of the 6 major art academies in the nation, and its tuition is far from cheap. The first tier includes the prestigious Beijing Film Academy, Beijing Dance Academy, Central Academy of Drama, and Shanghai Theater Academy, 4 voracious money-consuming entities. Do you believe me when I say I want to make money? Zhang Manqi asked, biting her lip without any pretense. Yihang handed her the poured AOP sparkling wine, and she replied, I believe you. Statistics indicate that among art schools, the drama major is most frequently associated with being financially supported. This was precisely why Zhang Manqi had hesitated when Yihang inquired earlier. Choosing this major often feels like stepping into an abyss, where few manage to escape unscathed, affectionately dubbed the mistress major by many. Drama demands extraordinary beauty and physique, proficiency in various aspects such as voice, stage presence, and performance. However, without substantial family wealth, few can sustain themselves in this field. Zhang Manqi leaned her head against Yihang's shoulder. Each year, countless aspiring actors in Beijing reside in basements, earning merely 200 yuan per performance, often without payment. Even if one is a breathtaking beauty, they might still face exploitation. This is the grim reality of the industry. And who are the art enthusiasts? The affluent. Zhang Manqi retrieved her phone and showed Yihang a senior S moments on social media. Leafing through the photos, he noticed they were filled with images of her receiving awards, always at the center during theatrical performances. Her physique and beauty were commendable, yet bore a hint of the worldly. She is my senior from my 4th year. She taught me a great deal. When we used to dine at the cafeteria, she was always the last to leave. As afternoon approached, the cafeteria would discount leftovers by 70%, allowing us to choose freely. However, after she was taken care of by an elderly man from Gubei, she underwent a transformative change. She would spend $9,000 on a plane ticket just to savor a creamy broccoli dish on CNN's food list, attend performances at the prestigious Sala CI, fly to Iceland to witness the northern lights up close, and casually dine on tempura by the renowned chef Yasunori Hayato. Before even graduating, she had already performed solo at the Poly Theater, with our department mentor as her co-star. The reason was simple. Her benefactor was the president of the Shanghai Drama Association, with resources aplenty and connections that were highly sought after. Zhang Manqi raised her glass and drank the wine in one go. Yihang, uninterested in such stories, prompted her, What are your plans? Plans? Zhang Manqi paused, then smiled. Does being your little lover count? Yihang sighed, You can't possibly remain a little lover forever. Zhang Manqi replied softly, Why not? I don't intend to marry. Being with someone I like without financial worries alleviates 95 of my life's troubles. She leaned forward.
Stradling Yihang.
Do you know what the best skincare product for women is? Intrigued, Yihang asked, What is it? Freedom from worries. It is the mundane stresses of daily life that accelerate a woman's aging. Concerns, anxieties, and the burdens of life drain one's spirit. I can fully enjoy life and pursue my passions. Trust me, even at 40 or 50, I can maintain my appearance as if I were 20. Her perspective was truly remarkable. Yihang felt compelled to applaud her. Pleasing Yihang was indeed an art form deserving of recognition. Yihang posed a challenging question. Aren't you worried about aging and being replaced by another Zhang Manqi? He was curious to see how she would respond, as time is the greatest adversary for a mistress. After a long pause, Zhang Manqi appeared to contemplate seriously. To make a wealthy man fond of you is not merely about beauty. It's about the emotional value you provide, kindness, intelligence, insight, and problem-solving abilities. Isolating beauty holds no value, but combining beauty with any of those qualities, such as gentleness or wisdom, creates a powerful impact. Impressive. Applause echoed. Yihang could only express his admiration through clapping. Zhang Manqi rolled her eyes in response. I'm not naive. There are plenty like you in Songjiang University town, but they are all too ostentatious, almost flaunting their wealth. The most crucial aspect is trusting my instincts. Life is filled with choices, and I am willing to face the consequences of my decisions. Yihang recognized Zhang Manqi's emotional intelligence surpassed that of most women. Moreover, Yihang himself was handsome, young, affluent, and exuded charm, devoid of the oiliness often associated with older men. At the very least, he did not resemble her senior, who still had to rinse her mouth after cupping sessions. She maintained her pride, ensuring that when they ventured out together, she would not feel like merely a mistress. Although her heart ached, without Yihang, she would not have embarked on this path. For now, Zhang Manqi felt she had gained an advantage. Now that you have asked me, it's my turn to ask you. Zhang Manqi tilted her head, her gaze alluring. Yihang chuckled, go ahead. How many women have you been with? Second. I don't believe you. Yihang sighed. Believe what you will. Zhang Manqi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Aren't you interested in what happened that day? Talking to a clever person is refreshing. It is somewhat different. Shen Yoyu isn't as wild as you. Zhang Manqi instantly became evasive. Chapter 36. The joy of Duo Q. Double the happiness after a night spent gaming. The two were thoroughly delighted by their matches. The following morning, as Yihang rose, Zhang Manqi was still asleep. He decided to swim at the hotel pool. Ever since he mastered the art of immersive freestyle swimming, he discovered its benefits far surpassed those of running. No wonder those swimming champions possess such enviable physiques. Upon returning to their room, Zhang Manqi was awake, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ceiling. While replying to Shen Yoyu's WeChat message, Yihang remarked, the hotel provides a shuttle service to any destination you desire. If money is an issue, just let me know. Zhang Manqi responded softly. Okay. After tidying up, Yihang pulled back the covers and playfully pinched her cheek. She looked lovely without makeup. A light touch of cosmetics was merely a baseline. Let us go. As he opened the hotel door, a thought crossed his mind. Before heading back to the Magic City, can I see you again? Depends on the situation, she replied. With a soft click, the door closed behind him. Zhang Manqi pouted, so, you prefer me without makeup, what about light makeup? With that thought, she immediately opened her phone's notes app and began recording. 1. Yihang prefers a natural look. A light makeup is the threshold. 2. He has a slight obsession with legs and allocates funds annually for maintenance. 3. She must be sensible and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. 4. Yihang dislikes idleness. She should rekindle her interests and never forsake dance. 5. She must cleanse her social circle, maintaining healthy relationships, and avoid contact with any males aside from Yihang. 6. 7. Ding. Your wealth treasure has credited 100,000 yuan. Note. Get up. Zhang Manqi covered her face, sobbing softly. In the meantime, Shen Yoyu had been confined at home by Shen Guoliang for calligraphy practice. Under the guise of nurturing her talents as a top student in the Chinese department, she could only vent her frustrations to Yihang via WeChat. With a week until the new semester, Shen Yoyu was also preparing to set off for Linen. Shen Yoyu. Darling, it's so annoying. I don't want to write. Yihang. The school year is starting soon. Are your parents sending you off or? Shen Yoyu, hee. They want me to gain some independence and go to school by myself. Yihang. I'll take you. Shen Yoyu, no, it's too far. Driving isn't safe.
Yihang, disagree.
Besides, I want to scout for any pretty girls in Lin and Shinyoyu, you're dead to me, pighead. JPG. Yihang, mainly I want to try the Yangzhou cuisine there. Shinyoyu. I think you mean the Yangzhou skinny horse, rolling eyes. JPG. Yihang. I don't understand what you're saying. Shinyoyu. Just don't let me find out. But if I do, what can I do? I still love you. What more could I ask for? Yihang. How about a movie this afternoon? Shinyoyu. Meng Meng is asking me to shop at Jinmao. Want to join?
Yehang. Okay.
When Yihang returned home, he found that Ms. Wang Hui and Comrade Yi Dabiao were not present. On the table lay a note, beneath which was a bucket of Kong Shui Bo beef noodles. Eat something nice. From your dear parents. The handwriting resembled that of Yi Dabiao, clearly indicating his family standing. After preparing the noodles, a flurry of notifications erupted in the family group chat.
Ye dabiao. In lesan enjoying sweet sikinduk.
Have you all eaten?
MS wang yu yang.
Yi Dabiao. Image of zhong dumplings. JPG Yi Dabiao. Image of spicy rabbit head. JPG Yi Dabiao. Image of sugar-coated fruit. JPG Yi Dabiao. So delicious, mouth-watering. 3 black lines appeared on Yi Hang's forehead. How absurd that his father left him a bucket of instant noodles while indulging in delicacies in Leshan. This was classic Yi Dabiao's behavior. He often garnered diverse culinary experiences from long-distance bus trips. Yihang snapped a photo of his noodles and shared it in the group chat. Ms. Wang Hui was even more ruthless, dining with her friends at a Western restaurant. Ms. Wang Hui, out with my good friends for Western cuisine. The Wellington steak is quite underwhelming. Ms. Wang Hui, only the shrimp souffle, butter chicken, and Marseille fish soup barely filled my stomach. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Yi Dabiao, life is good. Thumbs up. JPG Ms. Wang Hui. It's mainly because of a great husband. Yi Dabiao, I'll bring back cold rabbit for you. How outrageous. I'm not heir. Yihang planned to provoke them a bit. He took a screenshot of his bank account balance and sent it to the group, feigning poverty. Yihang. Sigh, the stock market is in a slump lately. I've only made this little. Yihang, you bought into military stocks. He went all in on liquor. I invested heavily in new energy. Eventually, you found yourself on the rooftop, he.s. sleeping on the tracks, while I chose to hang myself. Yet we all laughed together. Yi Dabiao, what brand of simulator is that? Ms. Wang Hui, you reap what you sow. I told you to study hard. Yihang, what a ridiculous simulator. When Yihang sent another message, a red exclamation mark appeared. You have been removed from the group chat. Damn it. You can't beat me, so you play dirty. After a moment, Ms. Wang Hui posted on her moments, showcasing Yihang's earlier bank balance with the caption, "Caution is advised when entering the market." The comments flooded in from Ms. Wang Hui's friends, including Yihang's aunt. Aunt Wang. Sister Hui. Take me with you. Mrs. Zhang, Xiao Hui. Did you earn this? Aunt Lin, surprised. JPG, surprised. JPG, surprised. JPG. Is this real, sister? Yihang was utterly speechless, commenting, Mom, is the simulator fun? Smiling. JPG, such are the antics of Yihang's parents. By noon, Song Zihong suddenly messaged him. Old Yi, check the group. I'm missing. Chapter 37. Absolutely spectacular. Song Zihong sent a panda slamming the table emoji. Yihang switched to the penguin class group, and after several days of absence, he was greeted with hundreds of messages. However, Yihang quickly grasped the situation. Turned out that Lu Nan, the class leader, was in a relationship, and as usual, he had made a grand announcement on his social media. He even sent a red envelope with a password in the group. This is my girlfriend, He Fong. Please take care of her. Disgusting. Is Lu Nan out of his mind? The key point is that this He Fong is not someone to be underestimated. Although she is not in Yihang's class, she is notorious for her promiscuity in high school. There are rumors that she once cornered a girl in the restroom, and the girl's father reported her to the administration. She was expelled for half a month, but somehow returned. In any case, Lu Nan is repulsive and He Fong is simply foolish. TSK. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed. But somehow, He Fong was dragged into the class group and ended up arguing with Lu Nan. Zhou Haoyan. Stop arguing. Do me a favor. Facepalm. JPG Peng Shui. Can't we just settle this with a fight? I'm getting anxious just watching. Chow Meng Meng. Selling sunflower seeds, beer, and mineral water in the front row. Guanhong. I just entered the group and saw Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. Can someone explain what's going on? Why is he Fong in our class group? Yi Hang could guess with his feet that it was definitely Song Zihong who brought He Fong into the group. He messaged Song Zihong. Did you drag He Fong in here? Facepalm. JPG Song Zihong. Yes, damn it. He announces his relationship and sends a password red envelope, then forces us to bless him, and for what? Not even a penny? Doge. JPG in the class group, Song Zihong is one of the administrators, with the teacher as the group owner. However, the teachers are all young now, and they usually accept the jokes made by Yi Hang and the others in the group. Yi Hang couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. Well done. The argument in the class group reached a fever pitch. Yi Fong. So you're gonna play mute, huh? Lu Nan. Yi Fong. When you were pursuing me, you called me sister, then little sister, and finally stinky baby? Yi Fong. Now that you've got me, you're too busy and tired to talk? I want to take a bath and sleep early? Yi Fong. Haven't you realized, Lu Nan, that you're not a real scumbag? You just want to give every girl a home. You're not really a player. Just someone whose heart is shattered into many pieces, each piece loving a different girl. Ha ha ha. Yi Hang laughed until his stomach hurt. This chapter opened with a flourish, blending narrative and style beautifully. Lu Nan. Are you out of your mind? Who dragged you in here? We've already broken up. Yi Fong. Oh, I haven't even cleared up the mole on your butt yet. And you think we've broken up? Sigh. This is getting intense. Song Zihong mischievously took a screenshot of the password red envelope Lu Nan had sent earlier and posted it in the group, dealing a critical blow. Before He Fong could continue her onslaught, she was kicked out. Lu Nan. From now on, anyone who drags people in without my consent. Don't blame me for being rude. Goodness. Is he a power-hungry tyrant? What an absurd display of bureaucratic authority. Is Song Zihong the type to back down? Absolutely not. He Fong was dragged into Class 2, senior year by Administrator Song Zihong. He Fong. Lu Nan, why don't you try kicking me out? He Fong. You're quite generous, aren't you? You transferred me 521 yuan for my birthday, drank 28 bottles of beer at KTV, ate 8 fruit platters, and even swiped 2 cans of Red Bull. Am I raising a son here? Ha ha ha. You've devoured all the bamboo shoots. Seeing that He Fong had taken aim at Lu Nan redirected his ire towards Song Zihong. Lu Nan. Song Zihong. You can just let anyone into our class group? Teacher Zhou, don't you care? Song Zihong. Double standards, much? You can kick people but I can't bring anyone in? TSK. Your words are just pure hypocrisy. Yi Hang couldn't stand it anymore. Since Song Zihong is Yi Hang's friend, how could he remain indifferent while Lu Nan berated him? He retaliated with a password red envelope. Lu Nan, are you not capable of handling this? The class group consisted of 61 students, including the teacher and the newly added He Fong, totaling 63 people. Each person received a 500 yuan red envelope, amounting to a staggering 32,000 yuan, excluding Lu Nan. Once it was sent out, the already chaotic group chat instantly came alive. The lurkers, spectators, and snoopers all rushed out to claim their envelopes. Lu Nan, are you not capable of handling this? Lu Nan, are you not capable of handling this? Lu Nan, are you not capable of handling this? To Yi Hang's astonishment, even the homeroom teacher claimed a red envelope. In an instant, the class group was inundated with messages. Zhou Haoyin. Thank you, boss. So generous. Guanhong. Yi Gu. You will always be my dad. Chow Meng Meng. Yi Hang is so handsome. Peng Shuai. The one thing I dislike most is money. It's so tempting. Xin Youyu. Thank you, dear. Song Zihong. A shout out to our top supporter. Let us show him some love. Giggle. JPG. Just as Yi Hang was about to deliver his final blow, he discovered he had been kicked by Lu Nan. You have been removed from the Class 2 senior year group chat. Can I endure this? Upon seeing Yi Hang kicked out, the class group exploded. How absurd. Even the homeroom teacher accepted Yi Hang's 500 yuan red envelope, and Lu Nan still dared to act so arrogantly. Chow Meng Meng. What? Is there such a shameless person? Is Lu Nan going to kick me out too? Peng Shuai. What a Shakespearean farce. You really think you can act like a grandmaster? Zhou Hao Yen damn. I'm disgusted again. Let us just create a new group to isolate this loser. Song Zihong. TSK? TSK. Brother, you've truly embarrassed yourself. Shin Yoyu. Lu Nan, are you out of your mind? The group united against him. Even if Lu Nan had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Just as Lu Nan was about to mute everyone, he unexpectedly discovered that he had been banned. Group owner Teacher Zhou has permanently muted Lu Nan and revoked his administrator privileges. In the meantime, Yi Hang was added back into the class group. Yi Hang felt no anger. It wasn't worth his time to engage with such individuals. If money could resolve matters, why bother getting worked up? Chapter 38. The contradictions of high school students, limited to empty banter. Amusing yet frustrating. Arriving punctually at Jinmao City in the afternoon, Shin Yoyu and Chao Mengmeng were already awaiting him at Starbucks. Yi Hang deliberately observed for a moment at the entrance. Within 5 minutes, at least 10 young men approached to flirt. Alas, Shin Yoyu transformed into an aloof goddess, completely ignoring them as she laughed and chatted with Chao Mengmeng. Yi Hang's mischievous curiosity piqued. What could girls possibly discuss? It was said to be even more colorful than what boys talked about. I wonder if the system has a listening device? Novels often portray such scenarios, yet there are far too many unfinished tales. While perusing, Yi Hang indeed found something. Would you like to spend 500 points to purchase a listening device? Purchase. Listening device. Can be used on the target, limited to 10 minutes.
Usage.
Soon, the conversation between Shin Yoyu and Chao Mengmeng reached his ears. Chao Mengmeng. Yoyu, are you truly at ease with Yi Hang? After all, he is quite exceptional. And there must be many girls who like him. Shin Yoyu sipped her frappuccino. What is there to worry about? If others like Yi Hang, it only proves my discernment. Chao Mengmeng rolled her eyes. Oh, Shin the great goddess, you really are carefree. University is not like high school. You two are so far apart, long-distance relationship, huh? Since Shin Yoyu became a woman, her aura radiated a certain allure. Her beauty soared from a score of 97 to an unprecedented 98. Fear not. Internal factors dictate external ones. If such a day were to come, it would be due to my inadequacies. Chao Mengmeng gasped. Is this still the Shin Yoyu I know? I mean, at the very least, shouldn't Yi Hang give you a promise? Your youth, after all. Shin Yoyu suddenly countered. Mengmeng, if you were in a relationship and your boyfriend promised you that he would never cheat and would be devoted to you, what would you think?
Cao Mengmeng scoffed. Huh?
A man who says such things is undoubtedly a scoundrel, a shameless cad. Indeed, then why should I ask Yi Hang for a promise? What would it matter if I obtained it? Shin Yoyu took a bite of her mousse. A man who wishes to deceive you has 100 ways to do so. He can be impeccable, ensuring you discover no traces whatsoever. Hiss. Chao Mengmeng frowned. It sounds somewhat reasonable. I've heard that Huawei phones can unlock 2 interfaces with different fingers. Yet I can't shake off this discomfort. Shin Yoyu. As long as I am not aware, it's fine. Moreover, you also think Yi Hang is quite remarkable, right? The first time he gifted me a Van Cleef Arpels piece, I knew it was genuine. But do you know what Yi Hang said? Chao Mengmeng's eyes widened. What did he say? Shin Yoyu Taobao free shipping. Chao Mengmeng. This is quite complicated. Usually, those boys can't wait to flaunt it on social media. And in this regard, Yi Hang is indeed different from the rest. Thus, I can foresee that many girls will be drawn to him. Am I to cling to him every day? Send a message every 5 minutes? Report where he goes in advance? Do you think that would make him more attached to me? No, it would only hasten his escape. Mengmeng, there are countless girls more beautiful than I. My aim is not to be a love-struck girl, but to be the unique Shin Yoyu. The main wife is here. Dare you act recklessly? Chao Mengmeng exclaimed. Oh my, are there really girls more beautiful than you? Unbelievable. Of course, there are. This world is abundant with beauty. After saying this, Shin Yoyu tapped her head. But wisdom is not possessed by everyone. Beautiful indeed, my sister. Moreover, Mengmeng, you like Yi Hang too, don't you? This. Yi Hang's forehead slowly displayed a question mark. Chao Mengmeng is Shin Yoyu's best friend. Both are the school beauties of their high school, even sporting matching phone cases. Although her looks may not surpass Shin Yoyu's, a score of 92 is certainly not low. To put it into perspective, a score of 90 signifies a goddess. Speaking of which, Yi Hang and Chao Mengmeng had dated for a month. However, Yi Hang was too engrossed in gaming, leading Chao Mengmeng to take the initiative to break up. In Yi Hang's eyes, that hardly counted as a relationship. Did it? What are you saying, Yoyu? Chao Mengmeng's gaze darted away as she picked up her caramel macchiato to mask her discomfort. I must confess, I'm not too adept at handling Yi Hang. Chao Mengmeng's mouth fell open. You too have already. Shin Yoyu's face flushed. Sure. Just then, silence ensued. Listening device. 10 minutes have elapsed. Goodness. Seriously, you really dropped the ball on this one. Nonetheless, I did gather quite a bit of information. It suffices. When Yi Hang finally appeared before them, Shin Yoyu dashed into his embrace. What were you discussing? Shin Yoyu entwined her arm with Yi Hang's. We were chatting about how to help Meng Meng pursue her crush.
Yi Hang?
Another question mark. Just moments ago, they were discussing him and now it's about pursuing a boy? Oh, who does Meng Meng fancy? Would you like me to assist you? Yi Hang chuckled. Shin Yoyu shook her head, her smile teasing. You probably can't help. Oh. Chao Mengmeng appeared a bit shy, unable to meet Yi Hang's gaze. But the next moment, she relaxed. What do I have to fear? Let us go. First, let us get you supplies for the new semester. Jinmao New World is a shopping mall where a plethora of luxury brands first set up shop. The two girls walked hand in hand, chatting and laughing. Shun Yoyu dressed in a fresh style today, her chestnut-colored hair accentuating her fair skin. This shade is typically difficult for women to pull off, as it demands a particular complexion. The 20 yuan short t-shirt gave her an aura of high fashion. Chao Mengmeng wore an oversized short t-shirt that reached her knees, making one wonder if she was even wearing shorts. Those long legs kept swaying back and forth. After nearly an hour, they bought Shin Yoyu a Chanel bracelet and a Givenchy college skirt. As for Chao Mengmeng, Yi Hang initially wanted to gift her something, as she was Shin Yoyu's close friend, and maintaining good relations never hurts. However, she adamantly refused. While Shin Yoyu was on a call, Yi Hang took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Mengmeng, which university did you get into? MOEN? Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The two hadn't exchanged more than a couple of sentences when Shun Yoyu finished her call and looked at Yi Hang with a bright smile. My dad wants us to go home for dinner. Yi Hang. Oh, then you should head back quickly. No. It's an invitation for you to come with me to our home for dinner. Chapter 39. Shin Guoyang invites Yi Hang to dinner. The mere thought of being chased like a rabbit by Shin Guoyang during high school sent a pang of discomfort through Yi Hang's mind. The crux of the matter was his father's uncanny speed in fleeing. Yi Hang couldn't help but wonder if Shin Yoyu's father had been instructed in the art of calligraphy by the physical education teacher. Well, if I must go, I shall not cower. Yet, this old man is rather unpredictable. Yi Hang rummaged through his pockets. Surely, he couldn't arrive empty-handed. What might his father enjoy? Tea? Wine? Middle-aged men typically harbor two predominant passions: seducing virtuous women or coaxing wayward women to reform. Ugh! What was he even thinking? Oh, no need for that. My father merely expressed a desire to meet you and inquire why you haven't added him on WeChat. Shin Yoyu blinked and shot Yi Hang a playful glance. Moreover, my aunt will be present. Shin Guoyang donned an apron, rubbing his hands together as he peered from the balcony, clicking his tongue. And he claims he is not a typical Sichuanese. What was there to gawk at? His wife, Hui Wan, emerged from the kitchen, spotting Shin Guoyang craning his neck. I'm just concerned they might engage in some outrageous antics. Lin Mu, engrossed in his phone, casually remarked, perhaps the young couple has already done everything. Shin Guoyang shot Lin Mu a disapproving look. Don't lead my little fish astray. Lin Mu, rubbing his temples, protested, brother-in-law, let us speak honestly. Without my assistance. Little fish? Nearly slipped about Sonya. Shin Guoyang raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, you can't still be single at 26 without a partner or a marriage. Phew. Thankfully, Shin Guoyang didn't catch on. You wouldn't understand. We're in an era of diminished desires. Is it so wrong to be alone? Is the wine not enjoyable? Or is the phone not entertaining? Must one marry to live? Am I lacking a father figure? Lin Mu stood to help Hui Wan serve the dishes. A variety of home-cooked meals graced the table. Shen Guoliang bent down to retrieve the half-empty bottle of Jian Nanchun from the cabinet. You're full of excuses. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Lin Mu dashed to the door, finding Yi Hang and Shin Yoyu standing outside, arms laden with gifts. Though Shin Yoyu had dissuaded him from spending, arriving empty-handed was out of the question. In a rush, Yi Hang had purchased a coach belt for Shen Youyu's father, 2 bottles of mutai, and a jade bracelet for her mother, all totaling just over 10,000. Upon entering, the aroma of the meal enveloped him. After a round of pleasantries, they dove straight into the feast. Shin Guoliang didn't teach Yi Hang away this time. He wore a genial smile throughout. Yet, Yi Hang sensed that the old man was concealing some ulterior motive. Yi Hang, shall we have a drink? Is that appropriate? Yi Hang hesitated. It was his first visit, and he had just graduated from the college entrance examination. He usually drank and joked with his friends, but this was his future father-in-law. Wang Hui kicked Shin Guoliang lightly. What are you saying? Yi Hang will have juice. Shin Guoliang exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. You see, our culture thrives on interpersonal connections. How can one navigate life without drinking? At my age, I could down a bottle. Come on, let us not let Yi Hang drink too much. Yi Hang realized this was a test. Well, I suppose I can manage a little. After all, I am a seed player of Luzhou Laojiao. Shin Yoyu tilted her head, sensing something was amiss. Huh? But she distinctly remembered that day in Sanya when Yi Hang had consumed numerous bottles of Ace of Spades, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. Moreover, her father was not one to indulge in alcohol casually. Just as Shin Yoyu was about to speak, her aunt Lin Mu intervened. After 3 small cups of liquor, approximately 6 taels, Yi Hang exhibited no signs of inebriation, while Shen Guoliang appeared to be feeling the effects. Throughout the evening, their conversation flowed from initial formality to comfortable camaraderie. Yi Hang, don't hold a grudge against your uncle for previously chasing you. Academics were paramount in high school. Not at all, you were right, uncle. Yi Hang's alcohol tolerance remained untested, but he had never felt dizzy from beer, merely uncomfortably full. Drinking to the point of vomiting was unnecessary. Another cup was poured. If you two are dating, I have no objections, but do ensure to take proper precautions. Yi Hang nearly choked on his drink, while Shen Yoyu blushed, playfully protesting, Dad, have you had too much to drink? Shen Guoliang rubbed his forehead. His face flushed. Is this a little bit too much? Come on, Yi Hang, let us toast again. Goodness, another cup. The half-empty bottle of Jian Nanchun was now completely drained. This was the second bottle consumed. It was no wonder Shin Guoliang was feeling tipsy. They had only been seated for 30 minutes. Yi Hang recognized that his future father-in-law was indeed not a heavy drinker. Uncle, perhaps we should stop drinking? Hui Wan's expression had shifted dramatically. Wasn't he the plan to extract information from Yi Hang? No, that one tea do, Yoyu. Fill it up. Yi Hang could only muster a wry smile. He felt fine, just a bit warm. Since his future father-in-law was intent on drinking, Yi Hang resolved to accompany him. Uncle, I raise a glass to you. He lifted his glass, lowering it slightly beneath Shin Guoliang's, demonstrating his understanding of table manners. Shin Guoliang noted this and felt a wave of satisfaction, growing increasingly fond of Yi Hang. Good lad, uncle. I like you. Cheers. Another cup. The small cups held significant volume. By now, each had consumed nearly 6 taels. Furthermore, Jian Nanchun boasted an alcohol content of 52. Typically, one wooden tea reached the point of vomiting, but they might become loquacious and unsteady. If one had poor tolerance, they might even collapse on the table. Just as Yi Hang contemplated stopping Shin Guoliang, a notification from the system chimed. Beep. Your future father-in-law, Shin Guoliang, seems quite fond of you. His attitude towards you has shifted. Task requirement. Have Shen Guoliang call you brother. Current task progress. 40. Task reward. A travel guide card, valid for any city, guaranteed S rank. Chapter 40. What on earth? Is this toxic? The first time I drank with my father-in-law, he asked me to call him brother? Do I appear to be mentally unstable? Yet the system rewards me with a travel guide card. unrestricted to any city. Most importantly, it guarantees an S rank. Yihang has effectively obtained an effortlessly acquired S card, considering that the minimum requirement for a 5-star travel task in the bustling metropolis is indeed S rank. This verges on self-sabotage.
Yihang.
My man? My man! Shen Guoyang wrapped his arm around Yihang's neck, his hand clasping his, exhaling a breath rich with the scent of alcohol. Hey, I'm here, uncle. After downing 6 taels of liquor, Shen Guoyang's face had turned a deep crimson. Yihang also felt warmth creeping onto his cheeks. Uncle. So nice to meet you today. You see, Yu is my precious daughter. Don't be fooled by Uncle's profession as a writer. Not only Shen Guoyang but also Shen Yu's mother, Hui Wan, regarded Yihang with satisfaction. Meeting for the first time without empty hands was already commendable. Moreover, the gifts he brought were far from trivial. 2 bottles of mutai, one valued at 3,000, a coach belt priced at 1,800, and a bangle from Baiyu Jing worth 2,800. In the realm of social conduct, he is indeed meticulous. Adept at navigating such matters, this young man. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Coupled with Yihang's clean demeanor, sunny disposition, rosy lips, and bright smile, he was undeniably pleasing to the eye. The more one looked, the more one appreciated. Shen Guoyang felt that Shen Yu's future lay with Yihang. You know we spoil her a bit. Sometimes she can be a little willful. But if she misbehaves in the future, you just tell Uncle. Uncle will educate her. Shen Guoyang raised his glass, and Yihang promptly steadied his hand. Another toast. Shen Yu felt helpless. Wasn't it agreed that they would stand united against a common foe? Wasn't the jester just me? Yihang intended to make one last concession. If they weren't drinking anymore, then so be it. But if, Uncle, I think that's enough for today. Let us not drink anymore. Yihang hadn't finished his sentence when Shen Guoyang objected. Uncle rarely drinks, but since we must drink comfortably and enjoy ourselves. Frankly speaking, Shen Guoyang had quite a commendable alcohol tolerance. 7 taels in, he could still converse, his mind clear. The crucial point was that, after years of commanding the drinking scene, he could not afford to lose face in front of a junior. His wife, Hui Wan, wisely remained silent. She understood Shen Guoyang's good mood today and was aware of his capacity for alcohol. The two muddled through yet another cup. Yihang, let me share a little secret with you. Shen Yu felt her heart race, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ahem. Actually, Yu has liked you for a long time. She even ordered a life-sized pillow of you online. And every night she has to hug it to sleep. Yihang stared at Shen Yu in astonishment. It seemed he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Shen Yu's face flushed instantly, her neck and cheeks turning a rosy hue. Dad, you're talking nonsense. I didn't. There was no way she could admit to such a thing. If Yihang knew she truly had a life-sized pillow made, she would be the subject of endless ridicule. Oh no. Shen Yu lamented. Had she known, she wouldn't have invited Yihang over. Lin Mu was laughing so hard she was nearly hiccuping. Ha. I can't take it anymore. I really want to ask little fish. Why did you order a life-sized pillow of Yihang? Shen Yu shot a playful glare at Yihang, raising her small fist in a feeble gesture. What else could it be for? To beat him up. Who told him to be so thick-headed? Lin Mu gave Shen Yu a knowing smile, leaning in and chuckling. It's probably not to beat him, but rather. Yihang took the initiative to raise his glass this time, attempting to ease the tension. Uncle, let me toast you. Shall we have another? All right. Another glass, now totaling 9 taels. Yihang felt just right, slightly warm and pleasantly tipsy. However, Shen Guoyang was thoroughly intoxicated, his eyes bloodshot, pulling Yihang's hand while rambling on. Uncle likes you. You managed to win over Yu. You truly are a remarkable person. Back when I pursued your aunt, it was a Herculean task. From this perspective, you're even more impressive than I am. How about this? Let us drop the formalities. You can call me Dad. And I will call you brother. What do you think? Splendid. That statement was the climax. Lin Mu burst into laughter, nearly rolling under the table. Shin Yuyu covered her face, wondering if she was a sister or a granddaughter now. Hui once slapped Shin Guoyang on the back of his head. What nonsense are you talking? A slightly sober Shin Guoyang realized his blunder and quickly corrected himself. No. I'll call you brother and you can call me dad. That can't be wrong, right? Yihang simply buried his face in his hands. Damn it, from now on, I absolutely refuse to drink with my father-in-law. Chapter 41. Shin Yuyu felt a faint pain in her trigeminal nerve. What on earth? Hopefully, when Dad sobers up tomorrow, he won't regret it. Alright, Yihang, don't drink anymore. Uncle is simply overjoyed to see you today. His wife, Huiwan, could no longer allow Shin Guoyang to indulge in drink. It had been since their wedding that Shin Guoyang last drank to excess. Yihang supported Shin Guoyang, and under the assistance of the three of them, they entered the room. Uncle, don't leave. I promise I won't chase you away anymore. They laid him on the bed, and in less than a minute, loud snores erupted. Wow, he fell asleep in a heartbeat. Yihang rubbed his temples, relieved that the task was finally accomplished. The S-card was in hand. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Yihang awoke in the study. Rubbing his somewhat swollen head, he had to admit Jian Nanchun was quite a good liquor. There was no hangover headache, nausea, or dry mouth at all. Yihang had gained a clear understanding of his own tolerance. He had consumed nearly a pound of liquor the previous night, and he had remained sober while Shin Yoyu's mother tried to persuade him to stay. Ultimately, he had no choice but to spend the night in the study. Naturally, Shin Yoyu shared a room with Lin Mu. It would be inappropriate to share a room with his girlfriend on his first visit to her home, right? However, last night Yihang had been in a daze, feeling someone enter the room, assuming it was Shin Yoyu, and didn't he think much of it. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, he was utterly exhausted. Yihang yawned and prepared to rise, only to suddenly feel a bit of numbness in his forearm. This sensation was quite familiar. It was typical of a girlfriend using his arm as a pillow. Turning his head, he was met with a stunningly beautiful face, entirely different from Shin Yoyu's. A chill shot from his feet to the crown of his head. Lin Mu. Wait. How did she end up in the study? What is happening? This is quite the predicament. As Lin Mu turned over with a soft murmur, Yihang, quick on his feet, rolled beneath the desk. Bang! He accidentally bumped his forehead against the wall, gasping in pain. Ouch! That hurt. A rustling sound ensued, but Yihang, ignoring his pain, crawled on the ground. After a moment, Lin Mu's steady breathing returned. Phew! It seems she hasn't noticed. This is truly exhilarating. But just as he began to relax, Yihang's phone rang. Damn! Why does it have to ring now of all times? Grabbing the phone, he answered in an instant, covering the receiver. Hello! The voice of Ms. Wang Hui came through. Aren't you coming back? School starts soon. Your father has prepared a feast for you. Yihang glanced at Lin Mu and replied, Okay, I know, bye. Detecting something odd in her son's voice, Wang Hui questioned, What's wrong with you? Did you swallow a frog?
Yihang groanet inyartli.
Thinking of the trouble he had gotten into. My dear aunt, I'll explain when I get home. That's it. Not waiting for Ms. Wang Hui to press further, he hung up, lying on the ground for 5 minutes to ensure there were no surprises. Yihang cautiously poked his head out. He rose stealthily, holding his breath, and closed his eyes while reaching for his clothes. As he passed by Lin Mu, who lay there, devoid of makeup, drooling slightly in her sleep, he felt a sense of relief. With one hand clutching his shoes, he opened the door and dashed out. Just as Yihang stepped outside, Lin Mu opened her eyes, beaming with a bright smile. The holiday sped by, and only a week remained until university registration. The class reunion that had been planned was postponed due to the previous incident with Lu Nan. No one wanted to witness that awkwardness. Yihang continued his carefree existence, often teasing Shin Yoyu on WeChat. Their relationship had remained passionate since the night of drinking with Shin Guoyang. As for Li Qingqing, she ceased her relentless pursuit of Yihang. Instead, she posted a status on WeChat, roaming during the weekend. Yihang was more than happy to enjoy the leisure. After all, this woman had a rather peculiar way of thinking. Meanwhile, Zhang Manqi had immersed herself deeply into the role of a little lover. After returning to the bustling city, She promptly rented a duplex and enrolled in a dance class. The tuition for a semester was 66,000. Zhang Manqi deemed this expense necessary, believing that maintaining her figure would keep Yihang perpetually intrigued. After making some simple renovations and adding a few pieces of furniture, she sent photos to Yihang. Zhang Manqi, image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG, what do you think? Feels like something is missing. Yihang, a male host. Zhang Manqi. Then hurry back. Yihang, fill the fridge. Can you cook? Zhang Manqi. I can't, but I can learn. By the way, do you prefer me chubby or slim? Yihang, I like you just as you are. Zhang Manqi paused. This man was undeniably charming. Got it, daddy. While Yihang was engrossed in a lively conversation with Zhang Manqi, he pulled his gaze away from his phone. His mother's voice echoed from the living room. Yihang, I packed 3 bags of Zhang Fei beef in your suitcase. Remember to wash your clothes after reaching school, and hand wash them, understood? Yihang shrugged. Why hand wash when there's a washing machine? Ms. Wang Hui stood in the doorway, hands on her hips. You don't understand anything. Machine washing will ruin the clothes, then just buy new ones. Well, aren't your funds rolling in from the wind? Upon reflection, Yihang mused that it wasn't much different from money blowing in from the wind. When he saw his 2 suitcases filled to the brim with cooking oil, potatoes, and green onions, he felt utterly defeated. Mom, have you lost your mind? Don't be ridiculous. Saving a little is better than nothing. Ding dong. When Yihang saw the screenshot sent by Shen Youyu, he was left speechless. Shen Youyu's mother had stuffed half a pig's head in her suitcase. Ah, the same world, the same mother. After breakfast, he bid farewell to Ms. Wang Hui and his father, Yi Daipyo, then set off to pick up Shen Youyu, conveniently opening the Gouda map. Onward to Linen. Chapter 42. Upon arriving in Linen, it was already 4 p.m. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have checked into the city. Linen, Zhejiang Province. New first-tier city Linen, characterized by heaven above, Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Linen is rich in cultural heritage, boasting numerous historical sites, including West Lake, Lingyin Temple, Qiandao Lake, and Huayang Cuisine. Linen University, specifically the Yuyuan campus, is adjacent to the 5A-rated scenic area of West Lake. As one of the nation's premier 985 universities, it is home to 13 academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and 14 from the Chinese Academy of Engineering. The campus spans an impressive 1,700 acres. With nearly 200,000 diligent students, it truly embodies the essence of a world-class institution. During the bustling back-to-school season, a steady stream of student buses arriving from the airport and high-speed railway station lined up at the entrance. Countless students, laden with bags, disembarked from the buses, organized by the school staff as they made their way into the campus. Luxury cars were also present at the entrance but were all halted. Hello, are you a new student at Linen? A staff member, wearing a cap, stopped Yihang, who was driving a Ferrari Roma. Lowering his window, Yihang replied with a smile, Not me, but my girlfriend is. I'm here to help her settle in. The staff member, also a student, cast an envious glance at the sleek lines of the Roma and, upon noticing Shen Youyu in the passenger seat, felt a pang of heartache. Is it true that the passenger seat of a Ferrari is forever reserved for fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs? Does this senior stand no chance at all? Unfortunately, new students are not allowed to have vehicles enter the campus. Please park at the entrance. Understood. Amid the watchful eyes of many onlookers, Yihang turned his Ferrari around and parked at the gate. The area was already packed with cars, as parents dropped off their children. As Shen Youyu and Yihang stepped out of the car, they instantly became the center of attention. In my opinion, these items should have been shipped, Yihang remarked, opening the trunk of the Roma to retrieve their luggage. Shen Youyu, wearing a baseball cap and with her hair tied back in a ponytail, radiated brilliance under the sun. Her striking beauty drew glances not only from freshmen but also from accompanying family members. A few bold seniors contemplated approaching her, but upon seeing Yihang beside the Ferrari, they quickly reconsidered. Let us go, Shen Youyu urged, pulling Yihang into the university. Due to the vastness of Linen University, small sightseeing buses were available. Walking would be exhausting. New students from the School of Science. This bus is for you. Public management students, here. Chinese department. The bus is about to depart. After locating the bus for the Chinese department and stowing their luggage, they took their seats as the driver accelerated towards the college. Yi Hang observed the other buses, noticing many male students, but upon reaching the Chinese department, he was greeted by a sea of girls, making him feel like a rare panda among them. Upon arriving at the new student reception area, they swiftly completed the enrollment procedures. Guided by a senior, Shin Yoyu was assigned to building A8 third floor. At the dormitory entrance, numerous girls were coming and going, while the dormitory supervisor eyed Yi Hang with suspicion, as if he were an unwelcome intruder. Boys aren't allowed inside, she stated firmly. Shin Yoyu stuck out her tongue, took her luggage from Yi Hang, and tiptoed to peck a kiss on his cheek. Darling, you should go back. The dorm supervisor 1T let you in. Yi Hang felt a twinge of concern. He had intended to check the dorm conditions. If it were inadequate, he would consider buying Shin Yoyu an apartment. However, it seemed that was merely a daydream. Furthermore, the tales circulating online about the intrigues of girls' dormitories were quite alarming. His girlfriend should not have to endure such indignities. Yi Hang turned to the senior who had been helping with the luggage. Excuse me, is the dormitory environment good? The senior regarded the young couple favorably. It's a 4-person dormitory with an independent bathroom and a balcony. Rest assured, the conditions in Linen's girls' dormitories are famously excellent. That's good to hear, Yi Hang replied, looking at Shin Yoyu. If you ever decide you don't want to stay in the dormitory, just let me know. I noticed some nearby apartments that are quite affordable. I could buy one. The senior interjected, brother, do you have any idea how expensive housing in Linen is? The average price is 30,000 per square meter. Are new students really that affluent? After bidding farewell to Shin Yoyu, they agreed to meet again the next day. Yi Hang planned to explore Linen for a couple of days while also scouting for travel tasks in the area. Most importantly, he needed to find a local resident. The concept of weightage was quite elusive. He wondered what rewards might await him after completing the tasks in Linen. Returning to the parking lot at the school gate, under the blazing summer sun, Yi Hang opened the door of his Ferrari when suddenly, he heard a faint sound of crying, like that of a young girl. Curious, he scanned the parking lot, which was mostly empty aside from a few parents dropping off students. Yet, as soon as he opened the car door, the sound of crying grew more distinct. Instinctively, he thought perhaps a careless parent had left their child locked in a car. Such occurrences were all too common. In the sweltering summer, a closed car can become a suffocating trap for a child. Yi Hang furrowed his brow and, following the sound, approached a Maserati where he spotted a heartbroken little girl sobbing uncontrollably. Oh no, there really are such careless parents, Yi Hang exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The girl was crying desperately, her small hands pounding against the window. Uncle, uncle. Yi Hang glanced around. If he hadn't just returned, that little girl might have suffocated inside the car. What should he do? There was no way to break the window without a tool. Just then, a thought struck him. When he purchased the Roma, he had found a baseball bat in the trunk. Without a moment to lose, he dashed back to his car and retrieved the bat. Step back, little one, step back. Yi Hang cautioned as he knocked on the window, signaling the girl to move away to avoid injury from shattered glass. However, the girl was too panicked to respond, continuing to cry. Never mind, Yi Hang decided, positioning the bat towards the driver's side window. With a series of forceful strikes, he attempted to shatter the glass. Bang! 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 The Maserati's glass seemed exceptionally sturdy, and his hand began to ache after numerous attempts. Finally, after several more strikes, the glass shattered with a loud crash. Instantly, the girl's cries erupted into the open air. Yi Hang swiftly scooped her up, her delicate face tear-streaked and heart-wrenchingly beautiful. "Sho, it's okay, don't cry, don't cry. Who did you come with?" The little girl clung tightly to Yi Hang's neck, trembling and sobbing, clearly terrified. Chapter 43. The Teaching Building of Linen University. 7. The Office of Teachers on the second floor. A woman with flaxen short hair and rimless glasses wore an anxious expression, her slender fingers gripping her phone tightly. Why on earth isn't Meng Jia answering? Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal. The woman stomped her foot, her CL high heels clicking with an air of sophistication. Dressed in a khaki vintage coat, exuding quality, her long, fair legs were strikingly beautiful. Her makeup was exquisite, her lips pressed together in worry. She continued dialing, and soon, the call connected. Hello, Meng Jia, this is quite pointless, you know. You're not here for the freshman orientation, and I, someone who graduated years ago, have to help you find materials. Aren't you embarrassed? She launched into a tirade, clearly growing impatient. Hee, I'm just on a date with a little puppy. Poor Boss Chin. The woman rubbed her forehead. The freshman's files are being organized by the academic office. Which drawer did you say my teaching plan is in? A voice came from the other end. The left side, the second drawer. The woman rummaged through. Not here. Where is it? Did you see the folder labeled "Whoever moves is a dog"? The woman continued searching, frowning. No, there's only a folder labeled "World Destruction." The voice on the other end suddenly smacked their forehead. Yes, that's it. I forgot. You. The woman tucked the documents away, preparing to leave the teaching building. All right, I'll treat you to dinner when you return, and bring Kumeng along. Just as the words left her mouth, she froze, looking down, then left and right. Her daughter was nowhere to be found. Oh no. In fetching the documents, I left Kumeng locked in the car. 2 hours had already passed since the little girl was left in the vehicle. The person on the other end was equally bewildered. As a mother, I'm truly at a loss for words. Hurry and find Kumeng. The woman hung up the phone and dashed down the stairs in a frenzy, her high heels clicking loudly. Kumeng, please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. What will I do if something happens to you? In the parking lot, it was now 6 p.m. A crowd had gathered around a Maserati. This parent truly has no worries, leaving her child locked in the car. If anything were to happen, wouldn't she be devastated? You wouldn't believe it. Today's young parents are hardly responsible. Leaving their kids at home while they go out partying is quite common. There are far too many occurrences like this, and if it weren't for this young man, the child might have met a tragic fate. Yi Hang was holding the little girl, waiting under the shade of a tree for her parents. The girl seemed frightened, her small hands clutching tightly to Yi Hang's clothing. Uncle, I'm scared. Yi Hang felt exasperated. Sweetheart, I'm only 18. I can't be your uncle, he thought with a facepalm. Yi Hang, of course, didn't take it to heart. Children say the most innocent things. The little girl looked about 5 or 6 years old, at the height of her cuteness, appearing as delicate as a porcelain doll. It was a pity that she had such a scatterbrained mother. According to the little girl, she had come out with her mother, who had locked her in the car for a moment. A number of elderly bystanders urged Yi Hang, "Young man, if it doesn't work out, just call the police. It's getting late, and waiting here is not a solution." Yi Hang glanced at his watch. "I'll wait another 10 minutes. If she doesn't show, I'll have to call the police." He held the little girl close. "Sweetheart, what is your name?"
Kumeng. Kim Kumeng.
Wow. So adorable. The heart of an old father melted. "Then what is your mother's name?" "Chin Mei Lin." "And your father?" The little girl blinked her big eyes. "What is a father?" "Yi Hang." How do I explain this? Is it possible that the little girl doesn't have a father? "Uncle, why don't you be my dad?" Yi Hang stumbled slightly. "Goodness, that one do. Being a father is not something just anyone can do." The girl smiled, revealing a pair of cute dimples. To her, Yi Hang was the first male figure she had encountered. Yi Hang pondered for a moment. Having a daughter of that age wouldn't be too bad, would it? However, the idea of becoming a father must be approached with caution. "No, sweetheart, to be your dad, I need your mother's consent." That was a reasonable statement. Upon hearing Yi Hang's words, the little girl's wariness diminished, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I'll ask my mother for approval." "Yi Hang." The little girl clung to Yi Hang's arm, determined not to let go. "I'll tell you a secret, my mother is very pretty. But she doesn't seem very smart." Yi Hang rubbed his forehead, both amused and exasperated. "Sweetheart, does your mother not have a boyfriend?" "A boyfriend? Is that someone you can kiss?" "Wow, you're quite knowledgeable." Yi Hang nodded. "Not really, my mother is usually very busy. But she watches all sorts of weird movies, you know, the fighting ones." "Oh dear. No more questions. Yi Hang felt a headache coming on. Children from single-parent families certainly mature quickly, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for this little one. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver you to your mother safely. He ruffled her little head. Just as Yi Hang was considering that her mother might not return and was about to call the police, a woman came rushing over, breathless, barefoot, holding her high heels in hand. She immediately spotted the crowd around her car, noticing shards of glass scattered on the ground. Komeng! Komeng! The little girl joyfully peeked out from Yi Hang's embrace, spotting the woman, and jumped down. Mommy! Mommy! I'm over here. She leaped straight into the woman's arms. I'm sorry, Komeng. I'm so sorry. It was Mommy's carelessness. I'm so sorry. The woman knelt on the ground, hugging the little girl tightly, her eyes red with emotion. The crowd, seeing Qin Meilin had arrived, felt relieved and began to murmur. As a mother, you must be more careful in the future. How could you lock your child in the car? If it weren't for this young man today, your daughter could have met with a disaster. Hurry and thank him for waiting so long. Yi Hang rubbed his slightly sore arm, finally relieved that the mother had arrived. Chapter 44. After checking on Komeng and confirming her safety, Qin Meilin wiped her tears and looked up at Yi Hang with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, sir. I truly appreciate your help. Yi Hang rubbed his arm and waved his hand dismissively. It was a small effort. As for your car, I'm afraid it's been shattered. Qin Meilin noticed the shards of glass scattered on the ground. In comparison to her daughter's safety, what was a piece of glass? It's all right. My name is Qin Meilin. How should I address you? Yi Hang, he replied. Seeing that everything was fine, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Hang picked up the baseball bat, crouched down, and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Make sure to stick close to your mother from now on, so she doesn't lose you again. He stood up and reminded Qin Meilin, during the summer, temperatures rise significantly, and cars can become dangerously hot, which may lead to dehydration. The sealed environment can also cause suffocation. As a mother, you need to be cautious. Qin Meilin had rushed over in a panic, her mind solely focused on Komeng. Now, upon seeing Yi Hang, she was momentarily taken aback. He looked so young, so charming, so comfortable. I promise it won't happen again. Just as Yi Hang was about to leave, he found himself unable to move his feet. Looking down, he saw Komeng clinging to his leg. Uncle, Komeng wants to be with you. Qin Meilin, looking anxious, quickly corrected her. Komeng, you can't call him uncle. Call him brother. Clearly, Yi Hang was not that much older. Calling him uncle seemed inappropriate. However, Komeng ignored her mother and gazed at Yi Hang with longing. Then can I call you daddy? Oh my! A blush crept onto Qin Meilin's face as she glanced at Yi Hang. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Komeng is still very young. No worries, I quite like her, Yi Hang said, lifting her up. Be a good girl and go home with your mother. Komeng turned her little face away. I don't like mommy. Goodness, the fickleness and unreasonable nature of women is truly innate. After all, she had left me alone in the car. You can go now. I've already become someone else's little treasure. So adorable. This child was not a little troublemaker. She was a little sweetheart. Qin Meilin, feeling apologetic, said, Thanks to you today, Mr. Yi. Let me treat you to a meal. Yi Hang glanced at the shattered glass, and since the little one didn't want to leave, he thought perhaps he could take a chance and enhance the significance of this mission in linen. All right, that sounds good. Komeng cheered, her earlier fears forgotten. Let's take my car. Yours should be undrivable. The seats are filled with glass shards, and getting hurt would be not worth it. Qin Meilin gathered her hair and bent down to put on her high heels again. Her feet ached after her earlier rush. Uncle, how about I help you chase after my mommy? Then you can be my daddy. Yi Hang was no longer surprised by Komeng's words. At her age, children were indeed playful. Is someone chasing your mother? No. Mommy is usually very aloof in front of others. Yi Hang chuckled. Do you know what aloof means? Komeng waved her little hand. It means ignoring people. Qin Meilin, following behind, groaned. Komeng, don't say such things. Opening the passenger door of her Ferrari, she said, I apologize for making you hold Komeng. A glimmer of unusual color flashed in her beautiful eyes. It's all right. Come here, Komeng. Let mommy hold you. Meng reluctantly released her grip on Yi Hang's clothing. Qin Meilin settled into the passenger seat as Yi Hang started the car. By the way, Mr. Yi, is this your first time in linen? Yi Hang smiled, yes. Do you have any recommendations? Ideally, I'd love to try some authentic Huayang cuisine. Linen, being part of the Jiangnan region, is the birthplace of Huayang cuisine, one of the 4 major culinary traditions of China. Qin Meilin smiled. As a native of Jiangnan's Watertown, she had grown weary of the decades-old local restaurants. I do know a place that serves authentic Huayang cuisine. Although it's not exactly local, I believe you will definitely enjoy it. Huayang cuisine is renowned throughout Jiangnan and is often highlighted in national banquets. It is universally acknowledged that for large gatherings, Lu and Huayang cuisines are top picks. Unlike the spicy and fragrant dishes from Sichuan, Huayang cuisine places great emphasis on cooking techniques and knife skills. Among its most famous dishes are dongpa pork, steamed lion's head meatballs, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and crispy eel from Liangxi. The silky smoothness of Wensi tofu exemplifies Huayang cuisine at its finest. I'll make a reservation. They are usually fully booked. Great, there's just one spot left. Qin Meilin exclaimed. Let us go. At Fuchin Mountain Residence, the new Chinese-style decor exuded an ambience reminiscent of high-end banquets. By the time Yi Hang and the others arrived, the courtyard was already filled with cars, and several ladies in kipeos bustled about, creating a busy scene. The courtyard was structured with 4 entryways, and the screen walls featured exquisite replicas of the Fuchin Mountain Residence painting. Good evening, do you have a reservation? The attendant, with a sweet voice and lovely appearance, inquired. Qin Meilin, carrying her bag and exuding grace, stepped forward. Yes, it's under Qin. Phone number. Yi Hang followed behind, holding Meng, who stubbornly refused to let her mother hold her. It seemed that opposites attract. Or perhaps Meng lacked paternal affection from an early age. All right, Ms. Qin, please follow me. The attendant led the way. As Yi Hang surveyed the establishment, he noted that aside from the courtyard, which had 4 entryways, the place extended vertically, reminiscent of Chao's grand courtyard. The 2nd and 3rd floors likely housed private dining rooms, with the aroma of liquor wafting through the air. The 1st floor hall was quite grand. The staff wore uniforms adorned with dragon and phoenix embroidery, which Yi Hang recognized as custom-made. Once seated, they were served a pot of Huqiao Longjing tea to moisten their lips. Qin Meilin, seated elegantly, accepted the hand towel offered by the attendant and wiped her hands. Fuchin Mountain Residence is reputed to serve the most authentic Huayang cuisine in linen, having relocated from the Grand Temple to Tianshui Street and then to Tsueyuan. It is said that the current owner, Yang Chan, is a direct descendant of the original founder. Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. Yang Chan was quite famous, a master of Huayang cuisine. During the past grand banquet competition, the Yang style nearly became lost to history. The attendant presented an iPad, and Yi Hang handed it to Qin Meilin. Please order. I just want to savor authentic Huayang cuisine. Qin Meilin smiled. Yi Hang found this woman truly captivating. Every gesture radiated elegance. He discreetly glanced at her information. Name: Qin Meilin. Gender: female. Height: age: 30. Appearance: 95. Emotional status: single. Occupation: current level undisclosed. Temperament: gentle, graceful. Skilled: affinity: 75. Chapter 45. A favorability score of 75. Just an ordinary person. However, the current level remains undisclosed, which leaves Yi Hang somewhat disheartened. He desperately needs to upgrade his contact lenses. Yet, the adorable Chemo is perched on Yi Hang's lap, her large eyes sparkling, her long black hair framing a delicate, oval face that melts hearts. You look quite lovely. How about becoming my father? Qin Meilin, who is busy ordering food, helplessly interjects. Chemo, stop talking nonsense, or your mother will truly be upset. Chemo pouts, adopting an adult-like demeanor. You're just secretly thinking about men at home. Facepalm. The waitress nearby struggles to suppress her laughter. Yi Hang gently ruffles Chemo's hair. You mustn't speak like that in public. Others will laugh at you. That's exactly it. Chemo mumbles, pouting in apparent reluctance. Brother, don't pat my head anymore. Why not? I'm growing taller. If you keep patting my head, I might not grow tall. Haha, how amusing. Qin Meilin shoots a disapproving glance at the mischievous chemo and resumes ordering. Wensi tofu, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, crab meat lion's head, longjing shrimp, lychee pork, and finally a crab stuffed with orange. Mr. Yi, these are all classic Huayang dishes. Please take a look. Yihang waves his hand dismissively. No need. Qin Meilin looks up. Returning the iPad, that will be all. The waitress sweetly inquires, do you have any dietary restrictions? None. Please wait a moment. Once the waitress departs, Qin Meilin covers her mouth and whispers, Huayang cuisine has small portions but excels in delicacy. I'm afraid you won't be full. As they chat idly, Yihang sips the sweet tiger run Longquan tea. Do you usually take chemo out alone? Yes, I'm rather busy. Occasionally, I leave chemo with a friend. Qin Meilin replies apologetically. They don't converse for long before a series of aromatic Huayang dishes are presented. Squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, crab meat lion's head, longjing shrimp, lychee pork, wensi tofu. Mr. Yi, do try some. Qin Meilin urges, showing no intention of picking up her chopsticks, instead eagerly awaiting Yihang's reaction. As Yihang takes a bite of the crab meat lion's head, an unusual aroma mingled with plum residue fills his mouth. It is tender, rich yet not greasy, a delightful blend of crab's milky flavor and the smoothness of pork, simply divine. No wonder Huayang cuisine is celebrated as the first banquet of the founding nation. Delicious.
Yihang ekkaims.
Qin Meilin beams with delight, resembling a girl who has just received praise, and takes small bites of her food. Strictly speaking, lychee pork does not belong to Huayang cuisine but rather to Minnan cuisine, yet it is prepared in the Huayang style. The taste, however, is rather average. As for wensi tofu, the unique soft yet distinct texture is something one cannot find in other cuisines. The knife skills are remarkable. To assess a Huayang chef's prowess, one can simply use wensi tofu as a benchmark. This is precisely why authentic Huayang restaurants are scarce. It truly demands a chef of exceptional skill. Diners are not foolish. No one would engage in a business that would ruin their reputation. Squirrel-shaped mandarin fish is a representation of Suzhou cuisine. One can judge its authenticity by observing whether it chirps like a squirrel when the sauce is poured over. This dish certainly did not disappoint Yihang. Longjing shrimp is the signature dish of this region, a staple on nearly every table in Jiangnan. Thus far, Yihang is thoroughly satisfied with all the dishes except for the lychee pork. Ding! You have tasted authentic wensi tofu, and your rating weight has increased by 1. You have tasted authentic squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and your rating weight has increased by 1. You have tasted authentic crab meat lion's head, and your rating weight has increased by 1. Congratulations, host! You have completed the linen travel task of tasting Huayang cuisine. Task reward: legendary Suona. Indeed, Yihang's expectations were not misplaced. How could one visit linen without indulging in Huayang cuisine? This must be one of the system's tasks. However, the reward of a Suona, oh dear, the only instrument that has been played from the full moon to the 7th day. Others receive grand prizes like the king of instruments, the piano, while he receives a rogue instrument. When Yihang regains his composure, he notices many people around him taking photographs. What a remarkable family. That little girl is stunning. I could just hug her. My goodness. Such a beautiful little fairy. She must have stepped right out of a fairy tale. Adorable. Truly enchanting. Such a tiny beauty. She will be extraordinary when she grows up. This is the only girl I have ever seen in reality that can genuinely be called a loli. And the girl's mother. How can someone be so beautiful? The man is quite handsome too. Qin Meilin glances up, unfazed, wondering why she is not the least bit annoyed by such discussions. Stealing a glance at Yihang, she finds him gently feeding chemo, his actions tender, the light casting a warm glow upon him. This warmth is something she hasn't felt in a long time. Ding! Host triggers the energized buff of love at first sight. After they have finished their meal, Yihang wipes chemo's mouth, and Qin Meilin settles the bill. Brother, it seems like mom has taken a liking to you. Hiss. The intuition of a woman's heart knows no age. Yihang playfully pinches her nose and asks, how did you figure that out? Chemo leans in close to Yihang's ear and whispers, Mom just stole glances at you for a long time. I've never seen her do that before. After settling the bill, as the trio prepares to leave, a girl in a JK uniform approaches, holding a selfie stick, and jogs over. Wait a moment. May I take a picture with you? Yi Hang frowns, but before he can respond, Qin Meilin surprisingly agrees. Can you guarantee it won't be posted online? Absolutely. After the picture is taken, they get into the car and Roma speeds away. Qin Meilin resides in Lakeside Garden, a standalone villa, and upon reaching the ground floor, she expresses her gratitude. Mr. Yi, thank you for today. Otherwise, Chemo would have truly been in danger. You're too kind. As they prepare to exit the vehicle, Chemo blinks her eyes, her gaze bouncing between the two. Did you forget something? Like leaving a contact number? Yi Hang's lips twitch as he exchanges WeChat with Qin Meilin. Just as they are about to leave, the little loli raises her face, innocent and bright-eyed. Are you going to give me a kiss? Chapter 46. The five-star hotels in Linen are undoubtedly more abundant than those in Sichuan and Chongqing. There exists a subtle technique for selecting a hotel. By perusing images on platforms such as Fliggy or Trip, one can discern whether the establishment is an old or new five-star hotel based on its decor. Established hotels embody a rich heritage, attracting a multitude of business travelers, while new five-star hotels exude a sense of modernity, aligning more closely with the preferences of the younger generation. Yi Hang followed the navigation and arrived at the Shangri-La in less than 20 minutes. The choice of Shangri-La was primarily due to its proximity to Linen University. Sir, allow me, he said as he exited the vehicle, tossing the keys to the doorman. He had booked a unique room, tucked away in a small standalone structure amidst the Westlake Forest, a building that, despite its size, offered tranquility. As a landmark of Linen, Shangri-La retained a vintage charm reminiscent of the last century, having been transformed from the Shilling dining area years ago, rich with history. Upon entering the room, fatigue washed over him, rendering him too weary even to take a shower. Traveling can indeed be a physically demanding endeavor. Clad in a bathrobe, he emerged only to tease Shin Yoyu, discovering she was deep in conversation with her roommate. Good night, darling, you should rest. We have so much to discuss, she said before abruptly hanging up. Yi Hang chuckled at his phone, bemused. How quickly one can forget their spouse in the company of friends. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to message Zhang Manqi. Yi Hang, it's late and I find myself restless. Zhang Manqi, having spent the day tidying up, was now applying a face mask and sending him a long-preserved photo. Zhang Manqi, here a little treat, image, JPG. If this is our topic, then I'm no longer sleepy, he replied, noting a playful photo of a neck adorned with bells. Yi Hang, apologies, that seems a tad excessive. Zhang Manqi, oh, is that so? Then I shall send you some risky ones. Yi Hang, enough, will you let a man sleep? Zhang Manqi, hee. I'll reward you when you return. Their conversation was brief as Zhang Manqi soon succumbed to sleep, burdened by the oncoming school year and a plethora of courses, including several stage plays where she was cast as the second female lead, memorizing her lines until her tongue grew weary. He opened a bottle of neon daijinjo and called the front desk to order a selection of sashimi and Arctic surf clams. To his surprise, Shangri-La offered bluefin tuna, yellowtail, and wild abalone among their sashimi selections. A dab of wasabi sent him soaring in delight. Alas, the life of a solitary sage can be rather monotonous. Ding! A WeChat notification interrupted his thoughts. Switching from his game, he found a message from Qin Meilin. Dad, are you asleep? Yi Hang. It felt rather peculiar for such an elegant woman to address him in such a manner. However, he soon realized it must be his adorable little sister using their mother's phone. Yi Hang. Chemo? Qin Meilin. Mama is in the shower. I'm sneaking a chat with you. Her voice was sweet and innocent. Yi Hang. Is Chemo still awake? Qin Meilin. I was thinking about you, big brother. Yi Hang couldn't help but chuckle at the abrupt shift from dad to big brother. The rapid changes in identity were quite unexpected. Perhaps the length of her message had caused her to lapse into a childish tone, which was rather endearing. 3 years of hard work, and yet I feel I'm in a bind? He mused, shaking his head. I mustn't dwell on it. That would be a sin. Yi Hang, it's time for bed. Chemo. Good night. Qin Meilin. Brother, do you offer bedtime stories? Mama tells me one every night. Bedtime stories? She seemed to know far too much. It was impossible to recount tales. Yi Hang felt as if his life was a series of unfortunate events, face palming at the absurdity of it all. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Shall I sing you a song instead?" Chin Meilin. Yes, yes. Being a KTV contestant had its advantages. Singing was a skill everyone possessed to some degree. Clearing his throat, Yihang pressed the voice message button. Passing by the school flower shop, from wilderness to seaside, there exists a romantic love that is merely a waste of time. Wandering through the bustling world, only to realize your silhouette, so ordinary yet extraordinary. Circumventing the city's boundaries, still unable to bid farewell. Love has lingered too long, yet it has somehow achieved perfection. Happiness has come full circle. He sang Lin Yujia's circling. Whether he sang well or not, the 60-second voice message was certainly sent. Chin Meilin. Wow, brother. You should be my dad. Then I could hear you sing every day.
Ye hang feipe palmet.
Chatting in the dead of night with a 5 or 6-year-old girl, and allowing her to tease him so openly, who could he possibly turn to for counsel on this matter? Just as he thought Chemo had fallen silent, another voice message arrived. Brother, will you take me to the Ocean Zoo? All the other kids have gone, but I've never been the Ocean Zoo. Linen boasts the largest marine animal park in the country, filled with a plethora of national-level creatures. Yihang pondered for a moment. He could accompany Shinyoyu for 2 or 3 days, but soon they would begin military training, and he would need to report back to school himself. It was certainly not guaranteed. Brother cannot promise, Chemo. I must return to school soon. I feel so pitiful at that moment. Having just stepped out of the shower, Chin Meilin noticed Chin Chemo using her phone to send a voice message. The sound of Chemo's lazy voice mingled with her own. Chemo? Who are you chatting with? Chemo quickly sent one last voice message. Mama is out. Good night, brother. Yihang chuckled and turned off his phone. It was time to sleep. One's life is precious as Chin Meilin emerged. Tousling her hair, Chemo swiftly tossed the phone aside, pretending to be asleep. Quite clever indeed. Yet, the phone screen lingered on their chat. Chin Meilin placed a gentle kiss on Chemo's forehead before turning off the lights. Gazing at the conversation with Yihang, she clicked on a voice message. Passing by the school flower shop, from wilderness to seaside, there exists a romantic love in an instant. A mist filled Chin Meilin's eyes. Chapter 47. Yihang's voice was deep and husky, resonating with a magnetic timbre that captivated Chin Meilin. She was utterly entranced. Was he perhaps a bass in his previous life? Sitting in the living room, she played his voice on repeat, oblivious to the passage of time until it struck 1 in the morning, engaging in a monologue. Do you like him? Come on, you're already 30. Isn't it a bit embarrassing to chase after someone younger? It seems. There is a little bit of that. Sister, wake up. Don't be so naive. She adores him. A middle-aged woman in JK attire shopping for groceries? Even a puppy wouldn't indulge like that. Well, never mind. Humph, you've only just met. It seems you are lacking a man in your life. Time for bed. Chin Meilin's self-dialogue took on a peculiar tone. Ding dong. Her phone chimed. It was a message from her best friend, Mengjia. Mengjia, remember to take your medication. 4 milligrams of risperidone and 2 olanzapine tablets. Don't let the alter ego emerge. Mengjia was a professor of applied psychology at Linen University. Wow, that's impressive. Dual personalities. There was no lingering in Linen. After spending a couple of simple days with Shinyoyu, Yihang set off for the bustling metropolis, preparing for the new student enrollment. Li Qingcheng eagerly sent a message. By my calculations, we are about to meet. Yihang, are you messing with my mind? Li Qingcheng, ha. I was thinking of treating you to some local delicacies, but I feel you don't deserve it. A local? Huh? Yihang held an S card. Was he afraid? Old nun. Prepare for battle. Li Qingcheng. Such a heavy taste? Yihang dismissed her with indifference, feeling refreshed as he packed his belongings. Ever since he had purchased a Gucci short-sleeve shirt, he believed that this group of luxury brand tycoons must be undercover hipsters in the country. TSK, TSK. A humble dog like me certainly doesn't deserve to wear such garments. He stuffed his bags into the Ferrari's trunk, shoving his change of clothes into a backpack. While others carried financial materials or advanced mathematics textbooks, Yihang packed 8 pairs of underwear. With everything in order, he ordered breakfast. The Shangri-La's breakfast was buffet style, but a la carte local dishes incurred a fee of 598 yuan per person, with delivery service available. While waiting for the meal, he called home. Ms. Wang Hui had fallen in love with simulators, constantly shouting in the family group chat. Today, the new energy stocks surged. It was a day for a feast. Tomorrow, however, would bring tears as heavy metals sliced through the market. Yi Hang could only advise her to invest in Bitcoin. With Yi Hang as her financial prodigy, Ms. Wang Hui was utterly convinced, pulling out 500,000 yuan for a bold gamble, claiming it was for Yi Hang's future wife. Sister, wasn't that 500,000 yuan mine to begin with? As for Yi Hang's father, Yi Dabiao, haha, his social media presence was a tale of its own. While others flaunted their wealth, he boasted about his son. The embarrassing tales of Yi Hang's childhood bedwetting were all laid bare by him. Most infuriatingly, he even adopted a cool boy's online alias. Enough already. I must escape this torment. Ding dong. Your breakfast, sir. The waiter wheeled in a cart. Sir, please enjoy your meal. Yi Hang glanced at the spread. 4 crab roe soup dumplings, a serving of jade dumplings, a portion of Jingjiang pork belly, and a slice of victory cake, all specialties from Linen. One must admit, when it comes to cuisine, the South reigns supreme. In a nutshell, delicacies can exist without meat, but true elegance is hard to achieve without refinement. After finishing his breakfast, he checked out, retrieved his car, and sped off toward the metropolis. Senior, I have arrived. Upon reaching the bustling city, Yi Hang felt as though his back had given out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've checked in to the city. The metropolis. International metropolis. Characteristics. Wealth. As a window to the world of Huaxia, the metropolis holds an undisputed status and culture, being the leader of the Yangtze River Delta economy. Yi Hang felt it imperative to use the S-card. System. Activate the S-card. The host consumes a guaranteed S-level card, illuminating all tasks and retrieving the guide. Instantly, the taskbar beside the system, previously marked with asterisks, revealed all 10 tasks. Yi Hang gasped at the sight of the various tasks. Fortunately, there was a guide detailing the pitfalls to avoid, including which were authentic local cuisines and which were mere imitations. With this guide, even an SS-level Yi Hang felt confident. By the time he arrived at Songjiang University Town, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Surrounding him were prestigious institutions, brimming with potential partners. The metropolis of finance, foreign languages, and the arts thrived here. As for the ladies, there was no need for concern. As the saying goes, the finance school produces scholars, the law school breeds zealots, and the art school is rife with admirers, while the foreign languages department is filled with heartbreakers. In this light, the finance school truly stood out. However, if one were to speak of the abundance of ladies, the art school was unrivaled. The vehicles parked around the campus told the tale. The foreign language department was filled with luxurious cars, often belonging to wealthy second-generation students who had not secured spots in better universities and thus ended up in foreign languages. Nevertheless, the faculty was top-notch, a testament to the power of money. When it came to dating, art students first targeted those in foreign languages, with finance students coming in second, while the law students were often left unnoticed. After all, should a breakup occur, the law students could drag you into a lawsuit that would leave you financially devastated. Their idol was the lawless Professor Luo. On the other hand, the finance boys were adept at applying economic theories to relationships. They knew how to control costs without making emotional investments. Risk management was their self-defense. The sunk cost fallacy kept you tied to them. Diminishing returns ensured the spark remained. Information asymmetry spoiled her. Good heavens. The finance boys were all masters of manipulation. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Yet, even more alarming were the finance girls. With a gender ratio of 4:6, one might think there was a glimmer of hope. How naive. The finance school's senior girls were all economic prodigies. If they didn't manipulate you, it would be like your ancestors were smoking green. Alas, in matters of love, intelligence seemed to vanish, and what one learned did not guarantee wealth. Yet, the finance ladies were still splendid. However, it had been 5 years since the last finance heartthrob graced her life. The thrill of infatuation had become a rare occurrence among the finance school's senior girls. Until Yi Hang arrived in his Ferrari, appearing at the gates of the finance school. Chapter 48. At this moment, Yi Hang felt the surge of madness. Outside the gates of the prestigious Mokai University, student buses lined up, with students disembarking, laden with bags of all sizes. The welcoming committee, comprised of senior students, held banners aloft, resembling flamboyant courtesans waving their handkerchiefs. Yi Hang parked his vehicle, retrieved his luggage from the trunk, and donned his backpack, feeling the heat of numerous gazes directed at him. The glaring Ferrari logo was hard to miss, and coupled with Yi Hang's striking good looks, even a baseball cap could not conceal his radiant presence. His sun-kissed aura and pristine complexion rendered him an irresistible attraction to the senior female students, making him the most eye-catching newcomer on campus. On the very first day of school, he had already become the focal point among the senior girls. How astonishing! Many in the crowd discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, deliberately silencing their devices. At that instant, a sophomore girl with a ponytail fixed her gaze on Yi Hang. Could it be a Ferrari suitcase? The most formidable freshman in history? Nearby, her friends chattered excitedly about Prada's summer collection and the collaborative Akira t-shirt from Supreme, Namius Paisley shorts, a favorite of the illustrious Edison Chan, and a limited edition European Gucci backpack. This ensemble was nothing short of a designer showcase. How had she never encountered such an individual before? If only Yi Hang knew how knowledgeable she was. A senior girl interjected, rolling her eyes. What are you talking about? You can't afford that. Can't afford it? I could get you a replica for $600. What about the Royal Oak? Can you get me one? The watch on his wrist, an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak with a high-end movement, was the epitome of luxury, valued at $400,000 to $500,000. The sophomore gasped. Only $400,000 to $500,000? Only? Do you not grasp the magnitude of that amount? That's akin to flaunting a BMW 5 Series or an Audi A6. Haven't you heard? The poor play with cars, while the wealthy adorn themselves with watches. Those without spare change or from old money families wouldn't be so ostentatious. Most importantly, the Ferrari suitcase was a hallmark of membership in an elite club. Even the entry-level Roma model had a suitcase priced at $100,000, which was not sold separately but rather as an optional accessory when purchasing the vehicle. The welcome point, shaded by a sunshade, was indeed a place of enlightenment, where many observed in silent astonishment. All right, ladies, time to make our move. Opportunities favor the prepared. Freshmen, do your homework. Remember, the third generation studies hard, while the fifth generation dresses well. Keep an eye out. A spirited junior girl, her hair styled in a playful bun, stepped forward, but after just a few paces, she returned with a sigh. I can't take it anymore. I need to dash to the restroom. Laughter erupted from the welcoming point as a tall, enchanting goddess appeared beside Yi Hang. Goodness! Could it be? Teacher Lee, our Mokai goddess is actually approaching a freshman. Incredible! The atmosphere at the welcoming point became electrified, resonating with waves of excitement among the newcomers. Yi Hang clutched his admission letter, struggling to locate the finance department. He intended to inquire with a senior girl, hoping for a serendipitous encounter, but unexpectedly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was met by none other than the eccentric Li Qingqing. Stop right there. A delicate hand grasped his arm, as Li leaned in, looking up at him. Am I really that intimidating? Yi Hang turned away, grinning playfully. You're not intimidating. You're predatory. Farewell. Li Qingqing pouted, feigning indignation. If you run, I'll ensure you fail your courses. Yi Hang was unfazed. He had two steadfast principles. He neither relied on others nor succumbed to threats. Some wealthy women just love to intimidate others. This woman, if not mentally unstable, was indeed a genuine goddess. With proportions that defied belief, long legs, a slim waist, and a delicate collarbone, she possessed an air of sophistication when donned in glasses, transforming into an intellectual tutor, and when unadorned, exuded the charisma of a socialite. Regrettably, she was not without her flaws. Her sharp tongue was a detriment. Today, Li Qingqing's attire was particularly appealing to Yi Hang. She had traded her plain glasses for golden frames, styled her hair in a way only a goddess could manage, and donned a chic black blazer paired with wide-legged trousers, elevated by glamorous heels that showcased her fair skin. With tattoos artfully concealed, revealing a playful yet intellectual demeanor. Adorable, I want to ask you out, Yihang mused. Li Qingcheng, feigning annoyance, playfully punched his shoulder. Nearby, the senior boys watched in stunned silence. Oh my goodness! The usually stoic goddess Li is acting like a schoolgirl in front of a freshman. I'm in disbelief. Not one to be deterred, Yihang dashed towards the welcoming point, seeking out the junior girl with the playful bun. Excuse me, do you know where I can report for finance? In Yi. The girl began to respond, but upon seeing Li Qingcheng pointing at her, she swallowed her words. Junior, I'm not quite sure, she stammered. Yihang raised an eyebrow. If you're being threatened, just blink twice. The surrounding seniors lowered their heads in silence, focusing on assisting other freshmen. This is no joke. I don't want to fail. I want to graduate. Li Qingcheng briskly pulled Yihang along, her eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. Come on, let's go report first. Yihang grinned. You overbearing elder. There was no escaping her grasp. And as they made their way, the new students at the entrance watched with a mix of envy and sympathy. Chapter 49. Li Qingcheng led Yihang to complete the enrollment procedures, leaving behind a group of envious and jealous freshmen. This scene was fortuitously captured by a senior with a lively hairstyle and shared on Weibo in the Magic Finance supertopic, rapidly gaining popularity. The accompanying text read, Magic Finance new students arriving on campus. Could he be the only male god in nearly a decade? Am I crazy for falling for a junior? S&T, the little pet of our goddess teacher, just too adorable? New students back to school season. Instantly, the comments flooded in, with many comments from fangirls of other schools that were quite eye-catching. One commented, what a charming little brother, with an image of licking. Another added, please broadcast Auntie's love on the screen. Thank you. A third remarked, a Ferrari suitcase? S&T, everyone in Magic Finance supposed to be broke? With a dog emoji. Someone else chimed in, don't think about it. He has already reported to Roma. Didn't you see the formidable Li beside him? Another commented, exclusive scoop, the junior S name is Yihang, majoring in finance, which happens to be Li S signature course. Yet another lamented, woo-woo. Does the senior next door still have a chance? Can't a 200-pound me shed a tear for love? Sigh, it seems that Songjiang University Town is indeed a haven for fangirls. Terrifyingly so. With a goddess by his side, Yihang felt no boredom. Along the way, many students greeted Li Qingcheng, each one hesitating to speak. They sensed that she was concealing something, but Yihang was disinterested as his little lover, Zhang Manxi, was waiting for him in their cozy abode. The enrollment process was straightforward. Admission notice, ID card, registration for student status, followed by dormitory assignment. The dormitory conditions at Magic Finance were among the best nationwide, 3 rooms and 2 halls, equipped with air conditioning, hot water, a kitchen, and a bathroom, along with a scenic balcony. The fee was a mere 1,200 yuan per person per year, with 2 occupants per room, sharing water costs, and the specifics to be negotiated with roommates. Any additional expenses, like electricity, were at their discretion, including whether to purchase a washing machine. However, the school provided a laundry room where washing a piece of clothing cost just 1 coin. Li Qingcheng seemed like a stepmother, chattering incessantly ahead. Yihang, however, was unconcerned. He chose to stay on campus to experience the camaraderie of university dorm life. After all, Zhang Manxi's little duplex was no less inviting than the dormitory, complete with warm bedding and the luxury of having tea served. If he wished to move out, he would need to speak with the dormitory manager, request a transfer from the school, and build a good rapport with their counselor. These matters could be negotiated, of course, and he could always ask for her help. Carrying his luggage, Yihang enjoyed the astonished glances he received. How do you know so much about Magic Finance? Are you a teacher? Such assumptions were not unfounded. The students he encountered earlier seemed like mice before a cat at the sight of Li Qingcheng. But she did not appear to fit the image of a typical university professor. Wasn't he that stereotype reserved for old scholars with glasses? Magic Finance was indeed a prestigious institution for finance, with notable social science elites in the central finance think tank being alumni with a profound heritage. If that were the case, Li Qingcheng suddenly fixed her gaze on Yihang and unexpectedly declared, my father is the principal. Well, that was that. Asking was futile. Ahead lay the Jingxian dormitory area, a high-end accommodation within Magic Finance. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Hang noticed she showed no signs of stopping. You can enter the male dormitory? He questioned. Li Qingcheng ignored him entirely, cheerfully greeting the dormitory manager. Aunt Mei, the dormitory manager responsible for new student registrations, recognized Li Qingcheng and smiled warmly, speaking in a soft Wu dialect, unmistakably a local of the magical city. Oh, Qingcheng, it's been a while. I almost didn't recognize you. Beautiful. Aunt Mei, I'm bringing a student. Room. The dormitory manager sized up Yi Hang, her keen observational skills revealing that he belonged to an A-list network. TSK, this year's new students are all exceptionally handsome. Go on, Auntie knows. Remember to say hello to your father for me. Yi Hang? What do you know? Why can't I understand your conversation? To make matters worse, Li Qingcheng actually proceeded up the stairs. Did you bring everything? Toiletries? Pillows and bedding? If not, you can take some from my place. They took the elevator to the 6th floor. One couldn't help but marvel at the value of 1,200 yuan a year. I brought them, Yi Hang replied as Ms. Wang Hui had already prepared everything. Downstairs, turn left, and you'll find the Maiyijia convenience store and a street full of delicacies. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the first thing that caught Yi Hang's eye was an inspirational quote left by the previous year's seniors on the wall. If you don't work hard today, the rich won't have anything to do with you. Sentimental pursuits, it seemed, were too distracting for a brother navigating the world. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness leads to rewards. Yi Hang was quite pleased with the dormitory environment. The balcony was spacious, the lighting was excellent, and the 2 living rooms connected, with 3 equally sized rooms, each possessing its own bathroom, aside from the shared kitchen and bath. While Yi Hang examined the room, Li Qingcheng took his suitcase and entered the assigned room. Yi Hang, do you prefer the upper or lower bunk? Lower is fine. Yi Hang adored this balcony. The large living room was appealing too. Buying a television, setting up a cozy sofa, and enjoying drinks with his roommates would be simply delightful. Will the dormitory have power outages? Li Qingcheng, casually tying her hair, helped Yi Hang arrange his bedding, her profile strikingly beautiful. The internet cuts off at midnight, and lights out is a mutual decision, provided no one in your dorm fails. If anyone does fail, the counselor will notify the dormitory manager, and your power will be cut off. After all, if you don't study seriously, you'll only be watching movies. After helping Yi Hang settle in, Li Qingcheng declared, I'm leaving now. There are professional classes in a few days. Don't be late. Just as she departed, footsteps echoed outside the dormitory door. Wow, what a surprise. Just from the accent, you can tell they're from Yangqing. Chapter 50. Yi Hang leaned out from the balcony, and the new guy greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, I'm Huang Su, from Yangqing. His authentic dialect was quite impressive. Had it not been for Yi Hang's recent trip to Sanya, where he had been rewarded with a grasp of the local dialect, he might have struggled to comprehend. The island had once been an administrative region of Guangdong province. Thus it was no surprise that the locals spoke Cantonese fluently. The traditional old tea culture of the island had evolved from the morning tea customs of Guangdong. Yi Hang extended his hand and responded in Cantonese. I'm Yi Hang, from the Sichuan Chongqing region. Huang Su was taken aback by Yi Hang's impeccable dialect, exclaiming, wow, your Cantonese is so standard. However, Huang Su's attention was primarily captured by Yi Hang's watch. Wow. A royal oak and a couple's edition? Does Yi Hang have a girlfriend? Yi Hang replied, couple's edition? That's impossible. He scrutinized Huang Su. He had come alone, wheeling a Rimowa suitcase and sporting a Tizot watch, likely worth around 20 to 30,000 yuan. He seemed to hail from a well-off family. Dressed in Air Force Ones, he was not particularly tall but had fair skin. Yi Hang's impression of the people from Guangdong was that they excelled in business. As the saying goes, a cup of wine in the bustling world, a pot of tea for great enterprises. Northerners favored drinking, relying on personal connections to get things done, while Southerners always conducted business over a tea table. Yet, the social scene was not merely about connections. It was filled with camaraderie and affection. As they chatted, Huang Su inquired about Yi Hang's major. They were not in the same class, as there were multiple classes within the finance department. Finance was a broad field with at least 6 classes, while other majors like business administration, economics, taxation, and public economics had around 35 classes. Yihang revealed, I'm studying finance. What a coincidence. I'm also in finance. Huang Su replied, although sharing the same major was common, they might not be in the same class, but they would sometimes attend lectures together. Huang Su suddenly perked up, tidying his belongings as the two shared a casual smoke. Yihang usually didn't smoke much, but Huang Su was evidently a seasoned smoker. Handing Yihang a cigarette, they both indulged in the moment. I've heard that our finance and business majors are quite prestigious, and the professors are exceptionally attractive. Yihang raised an eyebrow. How attractive? With names like Shen Youyu and Li Qingcheng, few could catch Yihang's eye. An 80 is already considered a beauty, and with makeup it could reach 85. A 90 would be on par with drama schools like Beijing Film Academy, he mused. A 95 is truly a rarity. Brother Yi, are you not aware of the trending topics on Weibo? Our university's most beautiful professor, Li Mo. Huang Su exclaimed. Yihang shook his head. Huang Su retrieved his phone, eager to show him. Upon seeing Li Qingqing's photo on Weibo, Yihang nearly choked. Cough, cough. It's her? Huang Su asked, puzzled. Yihang quickly waved his hands. No, I don't know her. No wonder Li Qingcheng was so familiar with the campus. She was indeed their course instructor. This meant that their university life for the next 4 years would be under her supervision. Huang Su looked expectant, but Li Mo is quite strict. You should avoid her if you want to pass. Yihang couldn't help but internally critique the notion of their so-called most beautiful instructor being a hidden romantic enthusiast, constantly flirting on WeChat and calling him her lover. As they engaged in conversation, another new roommate arrived. An imposing figure, a 190-meter tall man from the northeast. Hey, is this the right place? He asked in a thick northeastern accent. Yihang chuckled, yes, come in. His height was remarkable, and his solid physique suggested years of dedicated exercise. It was a shame he wasn't training for athletics. Yihang, standing at 183 meters, found himself looking up at him. Huang Su wasted no time, jumping up to jokingly hit the newcomer on the knee. Haha, what's your name? Yihang and Huang Su introduced themselves. The three quickly bonded over cigarettes. It was said that if there was a northeasterner in the dorm, by the end of 4 years one would inevitably adopt their spirited nature. I'm Sun Fong. Please take care of me. I can't do much else. But if there's a fight in the dorm, I'll handle them, he declared, causing laughter to erupt. Yihang was beginning to understand their personalities. Northeasterners were straightforward and quick to action, while Huang Su was more easygoing and adaptable. As they conversed, a commotion was heard at the door. I told you not to bring so much stuff. You have to think about your roommates. A mother entered, followed by a timid-looking young man with black-framed glasses. Yihang greeted them, hello, uncle and aunt. The woman smiled warmly. Hello, is this the right place? Sun Fong promptly offered to help with the luggage. Yes, auntie. Let me assist. Thank you. This is my son. Mada, greet your roommates, she urged. The boy, with a stutter, managed to say, hello, I.
Mada.
Huang Su and the others were unfazed by the stutter.
No worries, buddy.
We're all roommates now, they reassured him. Mada's father offered cigarettes, apologizing for his son's speech impediment. It's all right, uncle, no need to be so formal. We will look after each other, they replied. Soon, Mada's parents departed, leaving 2 more roommates, Hu Jinren and Zhang Fei. Yihang and Huang Su shared a room, while Mada and Sun Fong shared another, and Hu Jin and Zhang Fei occupied the last. As Yihang reflected, he realized this diverse group of roommates might lead to exciting culinary adventures whenever he visited their hometowns. How delightful! Chapter 51 Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in task at Songjiang University Town. Ding. The system is evaluating the roommate affection coefficients. Songjiang University Town is also a distinctive feature of the city. Yihang checked the affection values of his acquaintances. Huang Su scored 80, Sun Fong 81, Yuhong 82, Zhang Fei 80, and surprisingly, Mada had a score of 88. Seems Yihang is quite well liked. Ding. According to the system's final evaluation, the average satisfaction of the 3 is 80, and the side task is rated as A-class. Congratulations, host, for completing the first direct task of the journey in the magical city. with a reward of a lowly young Iyer voice-changing card. Yi Hang? Brother, you must have some issues. Isn't the distinctive feature of the magical city wealth? The task reward should be related to money. This is messing with my mindset. Lowly young Iyer voice-changing card. The host can switch freely between a pure lowly voice and a cool young Iyer voice, with no time limit. The 6 roommates sat together on a small bench in the living room, chatting and joking, when the topic shifted to the formidable figure of Limotu. Mada felt a bit shy, surrounded by Yi Hang and the others. Sun Fong patted Mada's shoulder. Mada, don't be afraid. If anyone bullies you in the future, I'll take care of them. Mada adjusted his glasses. Thank you. Thank you, Sun Fong. I can help you with your paper. Everyone burst into laughter at Mada's response. Haha, little Mada, you can help me too. Yu Hong, a person from Hubei, was known for his loud mouth. Mada chuckled. Sure. No problem. Yu Hong teased. Just kidding. I wouldn't let you help me. I'd be worried that Limotu would come after me. Yi Hang was flirting with Zhang Manxi on WeChat, not lifting his head. So, do people from Guang province really eat people from Hubei? There's a meme online saying that people from Guang province eat anything, even people from Hubei. Huang Su swore to the heavens. We people from Guang province absolutely do not eat people from Hubei. Yi Hang clapped and laughed. In this little dormitory, I didn't expect to find 2 talented individuals. Hearing Yi Hang's words, everyone burst into laughter. The 6 of them exchanged WeChat contacts and created a group chat. Yi Hang looked at the empty living room and suggested, should we get some things for the dorm? We'll be living in this room for 3 years, so we might as well make it look decent. I'll contribute a washing machine. We won't have to go to the laundry room anymore. Who knows what that washing machine has cleaned? Not to mention the washing machine. Some dorm mates aren't very clean, wearing the same underwear for a month. As for the air conditioning, every room has one, but they are old and creaky with mediocre cooling effects. Yi Hang didn't mind the expense. He had over 10 million in his account and was looking for ways to spend it. I'll cover the air conditioning, television, and sofa. You all can take care of the smaller items. Huang Su's eyes widened. Brother Yi, you're so generous. Sun Fong scratched his head, honestly admitting that he couldn't afford the big items. Living in the magical city, his monthly allowance was just over 2,000. Well, we can't let Brother Yi pay for everything. We should contribute too. Yu Hong nodded. Exactly, that's only fair. Zhang Fei also felt embarrassed, insisting that Yi Hang shouldn't pay alone. No way, Brother Yi, let us split the costs. Yi Hang smiled slightly and waved his hand. It seems he hadn't misjudged this group of roommates. No need, no need. I find it troublesome. How about this? I'll pay, and you all can handle the installation and errands. That should work, right? Sun Fong laughed. That's definitely fine. I'll go with Mada to pick it out this afternoon. Yu Hong patted his chest. Damn. I'll handle the cooking from now on. Huang Su was taken aback. Wait, you, a person from Hubei, can cook? Hee, my dad runs a restaurant, so I grew up in the kitchen and learned some skills. Yi Hang nodded. Although cooking isn't allowed in the dorm, everyone was in on the unspoken rule, and many upperclassmen secretly cooked in their rooms. There's a policy above, but countermeasures below. However, even if they could cook, boys are generally lazy. Who would want to cook when there's a cafeteria? It was settled then, we need to pay for the internet and get Wi-Fi. Little Mada suddenly raised his hand. I'll handle that. I can. Yi Hang patted his shoulder. All right, it's up to you. Make sure to get the air conditioning deposit refunded with Sun Fong. We'll own that air conditioning from now on. The dormitory was filled with harmony. A knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a pleasant voice. If you change the air conditioning, remember to report it to me first. What if something goes wrong? Also, when you graduate, the air conditioning deposit will not be refunded. The counselor stood at the door holding some documents. Yi Hang was taken aback, looking towards the entrance. A young woman with ear-length hair, likely in her mid-20s, stood there brightly. Hearing the sound, Huang Su, Sun Fong, and the others also emerged from the room. The counselor? The future 4 years of dorm life would be managed by this woman. From minor roommate conflicts to skipping classes, she would oversee everything. There was a joke online. Throughout your 4 years of college, Your life and death will all be managed by your counselor. My name is Zhang Xiaodong, the counselor for Class 3 of the Finance Department. The group exaggeratedly exclaimed in unison. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Xiaodong rolled her eyes and smiled. Enough with that. Here are some dormitory guidelines. You are allowed to replace appliances and add items, but you must report and obtain permission before installation. Also, please add the class group. Important matters will be communicated there. Yi Hang scanned the WeChat group for the class. Huang Su and the others joined as well. I'm leaving now. The day after tomorrow is the student-teacher meeting, and our new student welcome party for MOKai will also begin. We need to prepare performances for the class. Upon hearing this, Sun Fong instantly looked dejected. I can't sing, counselor. Are you going to make me perform a chest-smashing act? Huang Su was even more disheartened. I'm at a loss. Yu Hong leaned against the bed, banging his head against the wall. Is there a performance for the? In the afternoon, the dormitory went out for their first meal together. The east gate of Songjiang University Town is a food street. They randomly found a restaurant and enjoyed a few drinks. The emotions among men are so straightforward. Lacking the intricate schemes of women, a meal can strengthen bonds. Given that it was the first day of school, there weren't many activities in the evening. After the meal, the six of them playfully made their way back to the dormitory when Zhang Manqi sent a message. Want to do a fill-in-the-blank? Yi Hang. What fill-in-the-blank? Zhang Manqi. Fill-in-the-blank. Gonglis. This girl knows how to flirt. Chapter 52. The school season of Magic Finance coincides with the academic term of Songjiang University Town. Essentially, various schools engage in social activities, seeking out upperclassmen to discuss calculus. Magic Finance has a penchant for visiting magic arts, while those from the foreign language school immerse themselves in magic sound. As for the University of Political Science and Law, they seem to go unnoticed. Of course, there are some open classes. Among them, the public lectures by Li Qingcheng, the dual degree mentor from Magic Finance, attract the largest audience. Are you here to attend a public lecture or merely to admire legs? Yi Hang finally discovered Li Qingcheng's identity on the official university website. All he could do was sigh. One could only say, well hidden, stepmother. The week-long military training concluded without any pressure on Yi Hang. However, Huang Su, Yu Hong, and Zhang Fei lamented, their skin having darkened several shades. Brother Yi, what kind of physique do you have? Don't you need sunscreen? Huang Su reclined on the sofa, appearing utterly exhausted. The sofa, purchased by Sun Fong and Ma De from IKEA in Hongqiao, was an elegant gray, simple yet sophisticated. One must admit, Sun Fong, despite her robust stature, possesses a discerning eye for selection. After finishing his morning run, Yi Hang returned to the dormitory, opening a can of soda with one hand, exclaiming, ah, refreshing. Let me share an unspoken secret with you. What? Brother Yi, please enlighten me. Find yourself a girlfriend, and you won't get sunburned. Huang Su responded with confusion. I feel like you're just flaunting your happiness, but I can't find any evidence.
Ye Hang Shuruk.
The day after tomorrow is Magic Sound's welcome party. I heard that the piano goddess from the second year will perform solo, and there will be plenty of lovely ladies. Don't say I didn't warn you. Huang Su perked up upon hearing this. Wait, is it Zhuge Meichin? I've heard of her. In our cohort, you're the one trending, and she has been consistently popular. Indeed, Yi Hang has become the heartthrob of Magic Finance over the past decade. The fervent fans from Songjiang University Town have propelled him to trending topics. As for Zhuge Meichin, Yi Hang learned about her from Zhang Manqi, a promising candidate from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, known for her immense popularity on Bilibili, boasting over 3 million fans and breathtaking beauty. It is said that this welcome party is open not just to students but also to outsiders. While the music may be secondary, it is primarily about witnessing the goddess of magic sound. Li Qingcheng from Magic Finance, Zhuge Meichin from Magic Sound, and Yi Yunru from Magic Arts are collectively known as the three beauties of Songjiang. No way, how could I possibly miss this event? I must style my hair and don a sharp suit. Absolutely. Seeing Huang Su's excitement, Yi Hang smirked. Do you have tickets for the Magic Sound Theater? Huang Su's enthusiasm instantly waned, and he hung his head in disappointment. Darn it. But the next moment he beamed at Yi Hang. Brother Yi. Yihang shivered at the enthusiasm, placing his hand on Huang Su's approaching head. Stop. MHM. Brother Yi.
Yihang siket in resignation. Alright.
I'll do my best to secure us some tickets. Yihang is regarded with almost mythical reverence. Previously, someone had inadvertently revealed that he drove a Ferrari to school. The way his dorm mates looked at him transformed entirely. By the way, Brother Yi, can I take your Roma for a spin? Yihang kicked Huang Su lightly, asserting, cars and women are not for lending. Fine, after I finish my tasks in a couple of days, I'll take you for a ride. Though he stated this, Yihang is not inherently stingy. Generally, those who refuse to lend their cars are from the lower or middle class, surrounded by individuals who cannot bear the costs of damages. Moreover, Huang Su's family is evidently well off. Previously, his social media featured videos of him wooing girls with his father's Range Rover. Oh yeah, Huang Su lounged, Brother Yi. Let us play a couple of rounds? Naturally, they decided to play Honor of Kings. Unfortunately, Huang Su is notoriously unskilled, a typical bronze-level player, known for his poor performance yet love for the game. As they played, Sun Fong and Mada returned. Brother Yi, I chose the Gree air conditioner. Here's the receipt for your approval. Yihang, engrossed in his game, replied without looking up, OJBK, good job. It was nothing. Following them was the installation technician, and within 2 hours, the new air conditioner was set up. A cool breeze wafted through the room, contrasting the sweltering heat outside. Other than Yu Hong, who had gone out to dine with his parents, the dormitory was left with the 5 of them gaming together. After transitioning from Honor of Kings to League of Legends, under Yihang's guidance, they had hardly faced defeat. To Yihang's surprise, Mada's jungle skills were exceptionally impressive. He truly was the second incarnation of the renowned spicy hot pot. Indeed, one could hardly guess his prowess. Compared to the bronze-level skills of Huang Su and Sun Fong, Mada and Yihang were undoubtedly diamond-tier players. As they prepared for their final match, Yihang sent a message to Zhang Manxi. Wash up tonight and wait for your boyfriend. Zhang Manxi replied instantly, I know. Yihang had skipped the previous gathering mainly due to the start of the new semester, fearing a negative impression on their advisor. Mada, you'll take jungle. Is that all right?
Little Mada munched on chips.
Oh. Okay. Sun Fong initiated the engagement. Let us go. Huang Su chimed in. I want to drive a Roma. Understood. I'll follow Brother Ye's lead. Zhang Fei, playing as Aatrox, was ready. All right, let us go. Yihang as Draven, prepared for battle. They executed their strategy flawlessly, sending their opponents reeling in defeat, prompting the other team to retaliate verbally. Upon hearing her roommate being insulted, Sun Fong dove into the fray, retaliating fiercely. TSK. How dirty, covering my face. JPG. Nevertheless, it was exhilarating. They probably don't know I hail from the infamous Swan District, right? Let us see how they feel about my parents being alive. Watching Sun Fong argue back, Yihang laughed heartily, his fingers never ceasing their dance on the keyboard. Even without Sun Fong, they pushed toward victory, achieving a glorious ACE. With laughter echoing, their afternoon of gaming came to a close. University life is indeed splendid. Just as they finished, a message from Chao Mengmeng appeared. Are you there? Yihang suddenly remembered that this girl had also been accepted into Magic Sound, and was now at Songjiang University Town. Chapter 53. After all, she is an ex-girlfriend. Yihang typed out a message, getting straight to the point. No need to inquire if she was available. It was 9021, and with phones always at hand, did she not understand? Yihang had already moved on with Shin Yoyu and felt little interest in her. The only reason he kept her on WeChat was due to their past as classmates. Dinner together? What a novel approach. Yet, the memory of eavesdropping on Chao Mengmeng and Shin Yoyu's conversation sent a chill down his spine. Yihang replied, not going. Zhang Manxi's new JK outfit had arrived, complete with bells. Nothing could deter him from exploring new styles. Chao Mengmeng sent an angry emoji, exclaiming that the class had not even started, and he must be avoiding her. Yihang quipped, I'm off to see my little sweetheart. No time to entertain you. Chao Mengmeng retorted, I'll tell Yoyu. Yihang merely smirked, go ahead. Do you really dislike me this much? You weren't like this before. She lamented, enough of the dramatics. Anything else? Yi Hang had grown accustomed to such banter and did not take her little crush seriously. Besides, Shen Youyu's previous words had left a lasting impression on Chao Mengmeng, revealing the true nature of the main partner. Chao Mengmeng ceased her messages, and Yi Hang, uninterested, changed into a fresh outfit and grabbed the keys to his Roma before heading out. Huang Su stretched lazily. Where are you off to, Yigo? To do what men ought to do, came the nonchalant reply. The dormitory echoed with cries of despair. Come on, introduce us to a girlfriend. Yigo, will you be back tonight? Yi Hang waved dismissively, not coming back tonight. Yi Hang's Ferrari had remained parked at the school for a week, adorned with an array of notes on the windshield. Excuse me, could you add me on WeChat? I hope you don't take offense. My WeChat is, hey handsome, I see your passenger seat lacks long legs. Add me, and I won't disappoint you. WeChat. CXX21. Do you like ace pilots? Or perhaps electric mice? Douyin ID 254391. Was the senior from MOKI this forward? Perhaps she was from another school. Yi Hang tore off the notes and slid into his Ferrari, driving smoothly out of the campus, attracting numerous gazes. A girl with long black hair and an 82-point appearance, accompanied by her friend, exclaimed, "Oh no, we're late. The idol has left. Quick, chase after him. Wake up, girl, that's a Roma. You can't catch up." The Arc de Triomphe was nearby. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at his residence, parked, and ascended to his apartment. As he opened the door, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and a soft figure crashed into his embrace. Yi Hang, I missed you. Zhang Manqi clung to him, refusing to let go. Let me pinch you to see if you've gained weight. Zhang Manqi bit her lip and huffed. Not at all. I've been busy with rehearsals for the play. I skipped class just to see you today. Since Zhang Manqi had started dating Yi Hang, her beauty had blossomed astonishingly, embodying an ethereal allure. Such stunning legs. It would be a shame not to ride a tricycle. Zhang Manqi squatted down, eagerly changing his shoes, teasing, "Humph, do you care now?" She fed him slices of watermelon, asking, "Is it sweet?" Not as sweet as you." Zhang Manqi frowned playfully. "You're quite the charmer. When you weren't around, it was just me and my friend here." "Your friend? I hope I'm not intruding."
Ye Hang chocolate.
"Broke as a joke," Zhang Manqi replied, holding his hand and kissing the back of it. She had just been accepted as a flight attendant with the national airline, flying frequently, only visiting during her free time. Otherwise, her little sweetheart would be bored to death. A flight attendant. Quite intriguing. By the way, she's also from Sichuan. Want me to introduce you? Yi Hang teased. Sure, but only because you always wail about it. Have you run out of money? He joked. Zhang Manqi never asked for money directly, a quality Yi Hang admired. A wise woman would rather show her worth than demand it. Zhang Manqi excelled in this regard. There's still over 10,000 left, enough to get by, she replied. Yi Hang took out his phone and transferred 200,000 to her. As for Shen Yoyu, no need for concern. He had secretly stashed 50,000 in her suitcase last time. Balance must be maintained, and Yi Hang knew where his priorities lay. Zhang Manqi's phone chimed with a notification of the transfer. With a playful grin, she knelt on the sofa and bowed slightly. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Then, with a playful growl, she pounced on him. Chapter 54. Entering the sage's time. Yi Hang reclined on the sofa, perusing the system. In 10 days, the buff that brought in a fortune daily would upgrade to level 3. Currently, one of the tourism tasks in the Magic City had been completed, leaving 9 remaining. The next side quest was to experience 3 Michelin meals. In truth, Michelin's standing in the domestic market was rather awkward. However, given the vastness of China, each province boasts its own renowned delicacies. According to the Michelin Red Guide, the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, a largely lost culinary art, would surely overshadow them by leaps and bounds. It baffled Yi Hang why the exquisite Chinese cuisine required evaluation from a foreign tire manufacturer. Take, for instance, the national banquet cuisine at Lan Yuan in the Magic City, which utilizes traditional stoves without even a pressure cooker or microwave. Yet, it remains perpetually bustling, with tables hard to come by. Yi Hang meticulously examined the strategy information stored in his S-card. The Magic City boasted a total of 40 Michelin-starred establishments, with only one holding 3 stars. The remainder were either 2-star or 1-star. Additionally, there was a list of 50-century-old time-honored brands, including names like Cun de Restaurant, Lao Zhengxing, Lvbo Pang, and Xiao Jiajia, all famous for their local cuisine. One could only wonder if the taste remained unchanged. With 10,000 points in the system, should he try his luck at a draw? System, initiate the lottery. Host, do you wish to expend 10,000 points for a draw? Indeed. Soon, a spinning wheel appeared. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the prestigious score for Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 in D minor, limited to this piece alone. What the heck? I spent 10,000 points just for a sheet of music? Does this mean I know nothing else? Yihang was left speechless. System, does this imply that I am limited to this one composition? Correct, host. You have drawn this singular masterpiece, but it does not signify that you possess the extraordinary skill to perform it. Such a narrow-minded reward. A grand gift would have sufficed, sparing me the worry of the upcoming welcome party. Just as Yihang pondered this, a message arrived from Shen Youyu. Ding! Yihang chuckled and replied, I thought you might have forgotten you have a husband. Stop it. These past few days, our Chinese department has been busy preparing for a program. Same here. Meng Meng messaged me, saying you've been ignoring her. She wants to invite you for a meal. Your husband isn't in need of that meal. Besides, are you certain she is not hiding something? She is all alone in the magic city, without friends, just knowing you. I'm merely concerned for her. Yihang raised an eyebrow at her peculiar reasoning. Why aren't you worried about your boyfriend? Aren't you afraid she might steal him away? Well, if that were to happen, at least he'd be with someone he knows. After all, I can't manage him alone. Ah, how clever of you.
Yihang Muset.
Chao Mengmeng was at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and her dorm mates had been eager to get tickets. But Yihang couldn't quite grasp Shen Youyu's intentions. Was she perhaps sending a spy to monitor him? Alright then, it's just a classmate gathering. With no other choice, and before he could decipher Shen Youyu's true thoughts, Yihang tactically retreated, uncertain of what this girl had in mind. He messaged Chao Mengmeng, setting a time for tomorrow. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Yihang opened the door to find a beautiful girl with a suitcase, equally astonished to see him. Who are you? What are you doing in Manchi's home? Her cluelessness amused him. I was about to ask you the same.
Yihang scrutinize her.
Her looks were undeniable, scoring a solid 92. Definitely a standout. With a high ponytail, a blue and white scarf around her neck, and clad in a uniform with an airline cap, she resembled a wild flight attendant. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just poke your eyes out. Yihang was momentarily taken aback. Wow, quite the temper. I won't indulge such bad behavior. Just as he was about to close the door, Zhang Manchi emerged, wearing Yihang's shirt, peeking out. Yumming, you're back? I thought you were flying to the capital today.
Yihang recalet.
This must be the young flight attendant Zhang Manchi mentioned earlier. The wild flight attendant blinked, her gaze bouncing between Yihang and Zhang Manchi, finally fixating on the shirt Manchi wore. Manchi, who is he? Zhang Manchi dashed out barefoot, linking her arm with Yihang. Hey, this is my sugar daddy. Yihang interjected. She is the flight attendant I told you about, Wang Yuming. Wang Yuming's eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at Yihang. Oh, so you're that shameless man.
Yihang eklaymet.
What on earth did I do to deserve that label? Wang Yuming tugged her suitcase into the house and pulled Zhang Manchi aside. Manchi, keep your distance from him. This kind of man is a flirt, always eyeing the next catch while keeping one foot in the door. Now, tell me, how did you deceive Manchi? Chapter 55. Zhang Manchi gently tugged at Wang Yuming's sleeve. Yuming, please don't speak recklessly. Yihang has been exceptionally kind to me, as I have already mentioned. Wang Yuming hesitated momentarily. Upon returning from Chuanyu, Zhang Manchi had shared this matter with her closest friend. Initially, Wang Yuming was vehemently opposed. How could her dearest friend possibly be supported by someone else? However, she understood Zhang Manchi's family situation all too well. As long as she could lead a good life, Wang Yuming wholeheartedly supported her. She had thought that the benefactor was a portly, middle-aged man. The mere thought of Manchi being mistreated ignited her fury. But now, upon closer inspection, This was no paternal figure. One could easily mistake him for her boyfriend, a notion Wang Yuming found entirely plausible. A small question mark hovered above Wang Yuming's head. Zhang Manshi glanced at Yi Hang and nodded. All right, Yuming, you should be happy for me. I've even withdrawn from those socialite groups. My sole focus now is to be Yi Hang's devoted sweetheart. Aren't you afraid? Afraid that this scoundrel will grow tired of you and cast you aside? Wang Yuming stole a glance at Yi Hang. His appearance was above average, not strikingly handsome, but his calm and clean demeanor was captivating, utterly unrelated to the ostentatious men who drove flashy sports cars. Zhang Manshi took Wang Yuming's suitcase, and the two girls held hands as they settled onto the sofa. Yuming, does having a boyfriend guarantee that we won't break up? Besides, I genuinely like Yi Hang. The two girls were inseparable confidants. A charming, wealthy, and cultured academic like Yi Hang needed no invitation. Senior students from Songjiang University were eager to be his lovers. All right, I'm merely concerned for you. I didn't expect you to find a partner so quickly. I won't be able to come here anymore. With that, she embraced Zhang Manshi. This left Yi Hang utterly astonished. How could a woman's feelings change so swiftly? Zhang Manshi discreetly flashed Yi Hang a thumbs up from behind. Why can't you come? The keypad knows the code, and the house is quite spacious. I've already tidied up a room for you on the first floor. Sometimes when we're in class, this place isn't just yours. Yi Hang rubbed his nose. This house is quite nice, we should consider purchasing it. Wang Yuming shot a glance at Yi Hang, her tone laced with playful pride. You must treat Manshi well in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy. Such bravado, yet her tone was surprisingly meek. For the entire afternoon, the two girls remained ensconced in conversation. Yi Hang found it curious. How could women have so much to discuss? As evening fell, the vibrant food street near Songjiang University lit up with neon lights. Zhang Manshi and Wang Yuming finally emerged, both clad in fresh attire. Zhang Manshi wore a stunning satin silk dress, radiating beauty, while Wang Yuming opted for a simple, loose t-shirt and stylish sneakers, exuding a refreshing elegance. Let us go eat. They descended the stairs and entered a Ferrari. Having been a flight attendant, Wang Yuming was well-versed in luxury and refrained from any tacky exclamations, instead displaying a keen understanding of the vehicle. Is this the new Roma? Impressive. Yi Hang drove with one hand while Zhang Manshi read her lines in the passenger seat. Wang Yuming rolled her eyes. They usually hold auto shows. This month, their SA summer exhibition at the new International Expo Center. I'm still contemplating whether to attend. There are so many greasy men there, and those photographers are even more shameless. An auto show? Yi Hang expressed interest. The Roma is indeed impressive, but one knows how uncomfortable those seats can be. They are rigid enough to ruin one's back. Yi Hang and Wang Yuming engaged in light banter. You must encounter all sorts of quirky passengers while flying around, right? The moment this topic arose, Wang Yuming's frustration bubbled over. There are simply too many. The ones who insist on getting my WeChat are the worst. The airline has rules that allow crew members to share their contact details, but it's not applicable in first or business class. Just today, a passenger insisted on my WeChat. I refused, and even after disembarking, they wouldn't leave me alone. Ugh.
Yi Hang chuckled.
Not your type, I presume? Wang Yuming replied with a smile. It seems the benefactor is quite discerning. Flight attendants know how to pick their clients. If they don't receive your contact, they shouldn't press further. Those stories of fleeting romances with flight attendants are merely fantasy. Having settled her school affairs, Zhang Manshi turned to Yi Hang, wrapping her arm around his. Darling, what shall we eat? How about tangu? Wang Yuming, sitting in the back, interjected. Hey, be mindful. I'm not keen on witnessing your mushy moments. Zhang Manshi playfully pecked Yi Hang on the cheek and turned to make a silly face. As the Ferrari entered the bustling heart of the magical city, luxury stores lined the streets, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Sleek cars whizzed by, and even the once coveted Alfred had become a common sight. No wonder the system characterized this city as a hub of wealth. In the affluent areas, one could easily lose oneself in the extravagance, while the less fortunate were perpetually overworked and reliant on takeout. Upon reaching Tangu, the trio disembarked. The parking lot was already brimming with vehicles. Zhang Manshi pulled Yi Hang closer, teasingly saying, "Take care of your little sweetheart. If you lose her, no one will return her to you, Then you must remember the way back, Yi Hang replied meaningfully. Earlier in the afternoon, he had transferred a sum to Zhang Manqi, and she promptly sent 100,000 to her mother, a sufficient amount for at least 6 months' worth of medical expenses. The hostess at Tanggu rushed over. Sir, madam, do you have a reservation? Yes. Excellent, please follow me. Tanggu specializes in authentic Cantonese cuisine and has been recognized as one of the top 100 dining establishments globally, while Hotels magazine named it one of the top 10 hotel restaurants worldwide. Impressive. Not only does Guangdong produce landlords, but it also offers exquisite cuisine. However, in the magical city, Tanggu only received 1 Michelin star. Chapter 56. Tanggu, a name that can barely be considered a time-honored establishment. Among the renowned culinary gems inherited from Hong Kong are Guangyue Jinxiu, Liyuan, Sui Yuan, Tanggu, and Ding Tai Feng, which rank among the finest. Yi Hang was tempted to inquire about Huang Su. After all, he was a native of Yangqing. Michelin ratings are influenced by various factors. Flavor is merely one aspect. The decor, ambience, service, experience, and overall process are all criteria for evaluation. However, with only 1 star, Yi Hang was curious to discover how it earned that distinction. 3 gentlemen, their hands wiped clean, attended to him with enthusiasm while wearing masks. An elegantly vintage menu was presented, focusing on Yi Hang. Sir, today's seasonal lava pastry is a must-try. Seasonal dishes change daily, akin to seasonal soups, as certain ingredients may not always be available. Nevertheless, Tanggu has made these seasonal delicacies their signature to ensure quality. Yi Hang glanced around. The lava pastry was an obligatory order at nearly every table. I'll have 1 serving of the lava pastry. Certainly, sir. Zhang Manqi and Wang Yumin were engrossed in conversation about women's topics, occasionally casting glances at Yi Hang. The menu was exquisite, yet the taste remained a mystery. Yi Hang had savored Cantonese cuisine before. Even in Sichuan and Chongqing, there were numerous Cantonese dishes, but the flavors. Well, that was another story. Do you have any recommendations? Yi Hang discerned that the server hailed from Guangdong, so his suggestion should be reliable. Sir, Tang Ji's Cantonese cuisine is exceptional. I recommend the signature roasted goose.
Yi Hang nodded.
Alright, I'll have 1. The Cantonese roasted goose is a must-try. The 3-onion lobster is also a highlight. I highly suggest you try it. Okay. The 3-onion lobster is an award-winning dish at Tanggu, priced at 1,500, with an additional 10 service charge and 6 tax. The scallop and shrimp rolls are delightful too. Does your friend have any seafood allergies? Zhang Manqi, preoccupied with her conversation with Wang Yumin, waved dismissively. No, none. The candied sea cucumber is also quite good. Oh, and the shrimp dumplings are delectable, sir. Yi Hang was amused by the server's enthusiasm. Tanggu's salt and crispy chicken, and please add a serving of the old fire soup. The crab meat and sea cucumber soup is something the ladies would surely enjoy. For dessert, the server recommended the abalone pastry. Yi Hang ordered nearly everything the server suggested, realizing that Tang Ji's portions were rather modest. Michelin dining is about savoring the flavors, but to feel satisfied, one might need 3 bowls of spicy stir-fried meat, which sounded quite appealing. That will be all, thank you. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. After the server departed, the manager of Tanggu, dressed in linen attire and cloth shoes, approached him with a feedback form. Sir, thank you for visiting Tanggu. Once you finish your meal, kindly provide feedback on our service and dishes. On behalf of Tanggu, I wish you all the best.
Yi Hang nodded.
The service was commendable, nearly kneeling before him in courtesy. While waiting for the dishes, Yi Hang snapped a few photos to share in the dormitory group chat. Huang Su, how do these Cantonese dishes look? Huang Su replied, Damn. Yigo, you went to Tanggu without inviting me.
I'm upset.
Ever since Huang Su contemplated opening Aroma, he had become somewhat effeminate. Yi Hang had often thought of giving him a whack. Let us keep it civil, or I'll boot you out. Huang Su quieted down. Yigo, you must try the braised pork belly pot at Tanggu, although their version is average since it's a chain. When you come to Yangqing, I'll treat you to authentic braised pork belly. Deal. Yi Hang added a serving of braised pork belly to his order. Alright, tomorrow I'll bring you guys some Shajing roasted goose. Sun Fong chimed in. Why are tears streaming from the corners of my mouth? Jiang Fei quipped, wait. Why do I see a woman's hand? Yu Hong added, young man. You're too navi. Those are the hands of two women. By the way, Yigo, are you indulging in a double treat?
Little Mada.
Despite his awkward speech, typed incredibly fast. Yigu is out living it up, leaving us with instant noodles, boo-hoo. Huang Su retorted, Mada, do you believe I can knock out a boo-hoo monster with one punch? Mada responded with a corgi emoji, mocking him. Yi Hang observed the lively dormitory chat, laughing heartily. The dishes arrived promptly. Yi Hang had underestimated. The dishes he ordered were indeed single servings. He had been wondering if such a small amount of food would suffice. The second task in the Magic City was to achieve a Michelin experience with a satisfaction rating exceeding 93 times, and he hoped Tengu would not disappoint. The first dish, the signature 3-onion lobster, was presented. The 3 onions referred to scallions, onions, and shallots. Yi Hang took a bite. It was quite fragrant, with tender and succulent lobster meat that was flavorful yet devoid of any Sichuan influence. The aroma of scallions filled his palate. As a signature dish, Tengu executed it well, showcasing the skill of their executive chef, with a meticulously crafted soy sauce. The second dish, roasted goose, prepared in the Cantonese style, surprised Yi Hang with 2 distinct sauces, both exquisite. The base was savory with a hint of acidity, enhancing the freshness. However, the salt and crispy chicken at Tengu fell slightly short. The skin was delightfully crispy but visually unremarkable. Yi Hang, you must try this old fire soup. It's exceptional. Zhang Manqi scooped a spoonful and offered it to him. What a pleasant surprise. It truly is delightful. Cantonese cuisine is renowned for its soups, and this one had a delightful viscosity, brimming with freshness. Then the braised pork belly pot arrived, and Yi Hang felt he had underestimated the experience. The clay pot exuded sincerity, reminiscent of a lavish Cantonese family meal. Classic yet unforgettable. Yi Hang grew increasingly curious about Huang Su's description of the authentic braised pork belly pot. In his opinion, this dish was already remarkably delicious. The freshness of the East Star grouper, combined with the tender braised pork belly, was simply divine. Yi Hang exhaled, feeling rejuvenated. Darling, this restaurant is truly wonderful. This old fire soup reminds me of the soups my mother used to make. Oh my, I nearly forgot. Zhang Manqi is from Guangdong. Back when his father was healthy, his mother would brew soup all morning, a rare treat he seldom enjoyed now. Zhang Manqi, sipping her soup, remarked softly, but now I can savor it again, thank you, dear. Nearby, Wang Yumin felt like she might vomit from all the couple-less affection. Hey, don't forget about us single folks. Chapter 57. Sir, your candied sea cucumber. The Liaoning sea cucumber is distinct from the regular sea cucumber. Do not confuse the two. This delicacy ranks as the foremost among the 8 treasures of the national banquet and serves as the main ingredient in the renowned Buddha jumps over the wall. It is considered a precious ingredient. Yi Hang took a bite, savoring the burst of flavor, particularly the exquisite sweetness of the caramelized base. The fragrance of the candied sea cucumber melded beautifully with its texture, eliciting a gasp from Zhang Manqi. The crab meat and royal bird's nest soup is a favorite among women, yet Yi Hang found it rather unremarkable. He could only comment on the crab meat being exceptionally tender. The final dish, sir, is the abalone pastry. For dessert, the abalone pastry offers a unique fusion of crispiness and freshness. Although Yi Hang typically shies away from sweets, he found this particular treat to be delightfully delectable. Overall, Yi Hang was satisfied with the cuisine at Tengu. In terms of star ratings, it was mediocre at 1 star and could not compete with the 3-star establishments like Lies Cuisine, which is renowned for its imperial dishes, nor with the numerous esteemed restaurants from Guangdong and Canton. The prices were also steep, averaging around 500 to 600 per person, and with the inclusion of the signature lobster, the cost escalated to 800 per individual. What sets Tengu apart is that every aspect seems meticulously designed to achieve a specific goal: service, decor, dining experience, flawless in every regard. Yi Hang left Tengu feeling pleased with this Michelin experience. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter jogged over to present it. Sir, please review. The total is 14,820. Tengu adds a 10 service charge and 6 tax, bringing the grand total to 191. Upon hearing the price, Wang Yume gasped. This meal costs me 2 months' salary. The wealthy are truly unbearable. The salary of flight attendants is not particularly high, with Air China's pay being relatively competitive within the industry. Just look at Spring Airlines attendants. After flying a full schedule, they barely earn over $4,000 a month. There exists a hierarchy among airlines. Air China leads, followed by Hainan Airlines, Xiamen Airlines, and Sichuan Airlines, while Spring Airlines struggles to survive in the cracks. Yihang processed the payment with his card, and coincidentally, another critical hit was triggered. With the invigorating buff of 99 luck, he found that whenever he spent money, he would trigger the effect 8 out of 10 times. Ding! Triggered the daily fortune buff effect, 5x critical rebate, this Tanggu expenditure rebate, 17. 191 by 585. 955 yuan. Waiting for the offshore account to be credited. Ding! You have tasted Michelin for the first time in your life. The system is calculating the satisfaction level of the 3 diners. Each must exceed 90 for the task to be deemed complete. Yihang pondered for a moment. This was the second task of his journey in the magical city. Taste Michelin 3 times, 1-3. Side quest progress, 33. Ding! According to the system's final assessment, the average satisfaction level of the 3 diners, 92 points. The Michelin experience at Tanggu is validated. Please continue to strive, host. Tanggu did not disappoint Yihang. More accurately, the strategy from the S-card did not let him down. Descending the stairs and entering the car. It was nearly 8 p.m., yet the parking lot at Tanggu remained bustling with luxury vehicles. Where to? Zhang Manshi turned to Wang Yume. Yume, stay at my place tonight. It's been ages since we shared secrets. Wang Yume glanced at Yihang, feeling it was a rather risky proposition. Come on, while you two are up on the second floor making waves, leaving the young lady alone in her room. Have some decency, sister. You should hurry back to Yihang and enjoy your romance. I'll stay with my mom. Besides, aren't you worried Yihang might mistakenly enter the wrong room at night? Cough, cough. Yihang nearly choked on his own saliva. Oh, for heaven's sake. Thank goodness Wang Yume did not join. If a typical green tea girl encountered a handsome and affluent man like Yihang, she would surely be climbing over him. Bah, what do you mean by a green tea girl? She is our understanding and compassionate sister. Who could refuse such a considerate sister? Driving towards Mingmen Huafu, Yihang pressed down on the accelerator, while the 2 women chatted animatedly, and he listened in, catching bits and pieces of their conversation. Wang Yume could be considered a half-native of the magical city. Her parents were divorced. Her father remarried a PhD graduate from Jiaodong University, who brought along a son and a daughter. However, her mother was reluctant to remarry, fearing it might harm Wang Yume. I've advised my mom, but she didn't listen. I plan to register her on a dating site since she is still young. Helping my mother find a partner? Why is this operation so perplexing? Upon arriving at Mingmen Huafu, Wang Yume exited the car. Alright, don't make too much noise tonight. I'll give you a good beating, you little rascal. Zhang Manshi laughed, scolding her. On the way back to the Triumph Gate, Zhang Manshi embraced Yihang, her eyes misty, just as she was about to make a move when her phone rang. Shoo! Is my mom calling? She answered the call. Hello, Mom. A middle-aged woman's voice came through the receiver, clear as day to Yihang. Manshi, I received the money. Have you been busy with studies these past few days? Quite busy. This year, for the welcome party, our drama department has a performance called the Night Banquet of Tang Palace. Hee, I'm the center of attention. That's wonderful. Just don't wear yourself out. By the way, may I ask a question that perhaps I shouldn't? Where did this money come from? Zhang Manshi exhaled deeply. What was inevitable would eventually come. She possessed a strong personality and disliked keeping things hidden, as it exhausted her. Mom, I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell Dad. Silence enveloped the other end of the line for quite some time, just as Zhang Manshi was about to speak. Is he good to you? In that moment, Zhang Manshi felt a surge of emotion. Yes, he is 2 years younger than me. He is my junior. Zhang's mother seemed a bit taken aback. No, that's not what I meant. I'm not talking about your boyfriend. What ordinary boy has so much money to give you? Last time it was 50,000, and now it's 100,000. You still have your own expenses. Zhang Manqi lowered her head, nervously picking at her nails. Mom, the person supporting me is not some greasy old man. Chapter 58 once uttered. The words seemed to strike at the very soul. Zhang's mother's sobs were distinctly audible. Mom, I'm so sorry. All right, let us not dwell on that. Your father's medical expenses should be manageable for the next 6 months, right? Zhang Manqi was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Your dad has shown some improvement, but knowing about this situation, how can he come to terms with it? He has always cherished you the most. Had it not been for the missteps in his business, you could have pursued your own love. As a mother, I understand how much courage it takes to take that step. Mom, I truly care for her. It's the kind of affection that is indispensable. For a moment, Zhang's mother found herself at a loss for words. Are you not afraid that he might abandon you? Should I reflect on my shortcomings then? Having chosen this path, I have no regrets. I, Zhang Manqi, will never compromise myself to satisfy societal expectations by marrying someone I do not love. Zhang Manqi's tone elevated slightly. Let us not discuss this any further. If you need money, just let me know. With a sharp click, Zhang Manqi ended the call, wiped away her tears, and in an instant transformed her demeanor, smiling brightly at Yihang. Why? Why is it that girls can change their moods so swiftly? In a couple of days, we have the welcome party. Are you coming? Yihang ruffled her hair and replied with a grin, of course. How could I miss it? Upon arrival at the welcome party, the campus of Songjiang University was bustling with activity. The allure of the arts programs such as MOEN and MOE was simply irresistible. The MOEN Theater was second only to the Grand Theater of the new capital in the metropolis. Meanwhile, MOE's 3D stage was a remarkable spectacle. Yihang finally understood why these affluent youngsters flocked to Songjiang. The beauty was truly breathtaking. By the way, when is your welcome party? Next Friday. Yihang nodded in agreement. He planned to attend MOEN's event beforehand, hoping to make some exciting encounters. Arriving at the Arc de Triomphe, they ascended the stairs. What's the password? Your birthday. Zhang Manqi leaned against Yihang's shoulder, appearing languid and weary. 0910. With a click, the door swung open. Zhang Manqi helped Yihang change his shoes. Little AI, turn on the water heater, the television, and the ambient lights in the master bedroom. Don't forget the essential oils. Hurry and take a shower. I'll change the pillows. When Yihang emerged, Zhang Manqi was removing her makeup, seated on the sofa while checking her messages. The students from the finance department were chattering excitedly about MOEN's Zhuge Meichin. She has 300 fans on Bilibili. I heard her fans are planning to make a huge entrance this time. Do you have any pictures? Show me. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Is that all? Just 3 tons of drool? What's her name on Bilibili? Search Meichin is hungry. She has solo videos. Don't say I didn't inform you. Yihang glanced at the pictures. She was indeed quite beautiful. However, mere photographs couldn't capture the essence. One must see the person in reality, especially given the power of modern beauty filters. He opened Bilibili. As a longtime fan, Yihang preferred to observe rather than comment. No need to search. The featured music category on Bilibili was Zhuge Meichin's solo performance at the Grand Theater. Clicking on the video, the scene unfolded with a spotlight illuminating Zhuge Meichin at the piano. She began with a cascade of eighth notes, the melody exquisite and perfectly suited to her grace. Yihang, unable to comprehend the intricacies, simply enjoyed the beauty of the sound. Naturally, her allure was paramount. Her elegance was unlike any woman he had encountered before, a refinement cultivated by a musical upbringing that few could rival. Before he knew it, Yihang was entranced by the music. Darling, what are you up to? Zhang Manqi emerged from the bathroom, now donned in a silk nightgown that was simply captivating. Do you know Zhuge Meichin? Zhang Manqi tilted her head, drying her hair. Of course, she is a prodigy from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, proficient in piano, violin, cello, and all classical instruments. Are you familiar with the Rainbow Choir? The Rainbow Choir? Who isn't aware of it? They have over 1 million fans on Bilibili. It's a student-organized choir from the conducting department of MOEN, led by the esteemed Jin Qingji, a national first-class performing artist. Zhuge Meichin is his prized disciple. She has quite the pedigree. Yi Hang's memories of the Rainbow Choir were filled with humorous parodies like "Feeling Empty" and "Where Did Zhang Xichao Hide My Keys?" Catchy yet comical. However, their serious works like Zaya Collection and Grandma had graced the prestigious Heiluding Concert Hall in Shanghai, earning international acclaim. The BBC once dubbed the Rainbow Choir the greatest underdog in history. Jin Chengji, with his penchant for humor, often lightened the atmosphere with playful antics. Zhuge Meichin was undoubtedly the most outstanding student in MON's history. Her future was undoubtedly directed towards becoming a distinguished musician. Although she didn't sing in the choir, she was always at the forefront in orchestral arrangements. Yi Hang felt a spark of curiosity. After Zhang Manqi finished drying her hair, she settled onto Yi Hang's lap, applying a facial mask. Our MOE and MON frequently collaborate. This time, our drama department is rehearsing Night Banquet in Tang Palace, all under the direction of Jin Qingji. Just imagine, he will surely give Zhuge Meichin a chance to shine. Yi Hang set down his phone. So, does that mean Zhuge Meichin will be performing at your welcome party? Of course, I've heard that many media outlets will be in attendance, and reporters are everywhere around the hotels in Songjiang University Town. Is it really that significant? Headlines, satellite channels, various niche media, everyone's coming. Oh, and Bilibili will be streaming it live. You can watch it later. Suddenly, Zhang Manqi turned her head with a mischievous smile. If you manage to win over the talented Meichin, I'll treat you to. Chapter 59. The following day, Yi Hang arose early as usual, accustomed to morning swims, though it felt somewhat unusual. He descended the stairs to jog. The Arc de Triomphe community is in close proximity to Songjiang University Town, where many senior students preparing for postgraduate entrance exams rent accommodations, seeking a tranquil environment to make their final academic push. The community boasts a splendid environment, lush with greenery. Numerous young individuals, akin to Yi Hang in age, were jogging through the woods, while elderly gentlemen engaged in chess on stone benches. Yi Hang maintained a steady pace for 30 minutes and paused to observe a chess match on his return. Not to boast, but he had never shied away from a chess challenge, earning the title of the retirement home's chess assassin. Hey old Chin, are you insisting on taking back moves? An elderly man, graced with silver hair yet possessing an air of dignity, raised his hand to halt his opponent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yi Hang focused on the board. The opponent had already lost, having sacrificed 2 cannons, a knight, and a rook, leaving him nearly defenseless. The opposing old man protested. And you accuse me? You're the real blunder here. I refuse to play with you any longer. Such a character, when losing, one resorts to trickery. The silver-haired gentleman, adorned with spectacles, chuckled. I told you that you were out of your depth. You opened with your cannon, thinking my knight would be an easy target? If you don't want to play, fine, but you should let everyone know that Old Chun is the best in this community. The man in the octagonal hat stood up, hands clasped behind his back. If I hadn't taught you, would you stand a chance against me? I, Chun Xuan, refused to concede. With that, he departed, warning that the younger ones would tease him again. Yi Hang seized the moment as the chess game was interrupted, making his move, rook to e5. The elderly gentleman, about to leave, furrowed his brow and took a seat again, observing Yi Hang. Young man, you know how to play? A little, Yi Hang replied. Shall we see how you fare against Old Chin? All right, I'll give it a try. The old man initiated the game, but Yi Hang quickly discerned his strategy. Simple tricks attempting to show off. He immediately retreated his knight. Ah, interesting. Young man, are you seeking a trade? I lack a cannon, but I still have a knight and a rook, while you're left with just a knight. Yi Hang, unhurried, smiled. But there are still 2 pawns. To feast on fine cuisine, one must sacrifice a bit of meat. Very well then, I shall not hold back. The old man commenced his move. Slap. Yi Hang captured the rook, then pushed a pawn forward. In less than 5 minutes, the old man's brow furrowed deeply. This check cannot be faced. The 2 pawns are locking down the flanks. Knight to e4 I am. Yi Hang stood, suppressing a laugh. Off I go, grandpa. Think it over. Hey! Come back. Yi Hang slipped away. That old man was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine. Stinky and unyielding. When bested, he resorted to taking back his moves. Truly a tiresome fellow, the silver-haired elder pondered, while a driver nearby waited patiently. Sir, we must leave. Otherwise, Ching will scold me. After contemplating for a while, he added, I haven't seen my granddaughter in ages. I wonder how she is faring at school. Upon returning home, Yi Hang found Zhang Manqi still asleep and placed breakfast on the table. Do you have class today? After a while, a faint voice emerged from the bedroom. I have rehearsal in the afternoon. Yi Hang changed clothes and slung on his backpack. Then sleep a bit more. I'm heading to school. Take care, dear. At Yi Hang's university, classes had yet to commence, as this period was an adjustment phase. Following the welcome party, university life was set to begin. He made a round, discovering that no one else had risen. Only Mada was engrossed in studying programming.
YG.
Why you? You're back. Yi Hang placed the Shajing roast goose he had brought from yesterday on the table. Mada, why are you up so early? This. ISNT this. Research on Python? He glanced at Mada's computer, cluttered with dense code, which gave Yi Hang a headache. All right, I brought back Shajing roast goose. Let Yu Hong heat it for you. I'm off. Mada peeked over. Are you leaving again? Too many girlfriends. Must share the love.
Mada, speechless.
Upon arriving at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Yi Hang sensed an overwhelming ambience of music. As a full-time institution, the conservatory boasts 15 departments, often likened to Berkeley in China. The architecture still reflected the style of the last century. From the adjacent concert hall, melodious singing wafted through the air. Yi Hang disembarked and messaged Chao Mengmeng. Have you arrived? I'm in class. Yi Hang, do you have tickets for the welcome party at Moin? Chao Mengmeng, what, you want to go too? Yi Hang, I'll treat you to a grand meal. Chao Mengmeng, only Michelin-starred. I won tea settle for less than 3 stars. Upon hearing this, Yi Hang felt hope bloom. Indeed, a good classmate. Deal. Chao Mengmeng, how many tickets do you need? Yi Hang calculated. Last night, Zhang Manqi mentioned she had 2 tickets, intending to attend with Yi Hang. Therefore, he only needed to procure 5 tickets for his friends. 5. Chao Mengmeng. All right, remember that you owe me a 3-star Michelin meal. By the time her class ended, it was nearly noon. Yi Hang, out of boredom, circled the artificial lake 49 times.
Yi Hang.
When Chao Mengmeng arrived, carrying a cello, she was panting heavily. Sister, I'm starving. Chao Mengmeng rolled her eyes, slapping the sheet music into Yi Hang's arms. Is this how you ask for a favor? No way. Fine, more friends mean more paths. More wives mean more homes. Here, carry it, she said. Yi Hang, resigned, helped her with the cello. Let us grab a bite in the cafeteria. As they walked side by side, they encountered a throng of female students leaving class at Moin. Just then, a fellow tapped Yi Hang on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, could you tell me how to get to the theater? Yi Hang had no clue. Chao Mengmeng interjected, keep going straight, turn right at the end, and after passing the Science and Education building, walk another 500 meters. Thanks, senior. Chao Mengmeng scoffed. He probably here to see Zhuge Meichin. With rehearsals for the welcome party, We had a constant stream of visitors. Wow, quite the sensation. Yi Hang, don't you have anything to say to me? What could I possibly say? We aren't in a relationship. Chao Mengmeng stomped her foot. We used to. What on earth was this girl thinking? Yi Hang pondered, genuinely puzzled as to what attracted the goddess Shen to him. A complete oblivious man.
Yi Hang scrutinize her.
Chao Mengmeng was quite attractive, albeit too proud. I suspect you're a spy sent by Shen Youyu, but I have no evidence. Bah, who is her spy? We are sworn enemies. What kind of play is this? If beauty traps don't work, will you resort to a series of tragic schemes? Is there a divide and conquer plan as well? Keep acting, just keep acting. Chapter 60. Why are there only 2 tickets? Noon. I was dining in the cafeteria of the Magic Sound Academy. Chao Mengmeng produced 2 tickets and exclaimed, "Be grateful. Do you know how difficult it was to secure these? I had to plead with the counselor to get them. With 5 people in our dormitory, 3 others were unable to attend. Well, I suppose 2 tickets aren't too shabby." Yi Hang accepted the tickets. To be honest, the cafeteria at the Magic City Music Academy is far superior to that of the Magic Finance University, primarily because There are so many beautiful girls. While seated for lunch, Yihang spotted no fewer than 4 or 5 girls whose attractiveness surpassed a score of 90. Why even bother going to the theater? Let's just enjoy the cafeteria instead. The gender ratio at Magic Sound and Magic Arts is 2:8. Each day, numerous students from other universities come to dine here, particularly those from Magic Finance. Chao Mengmeng nibbled on some okra. 2:8. Yihang was astonished. So, the boys at Magic Sound are as rare as pandas? Chao Mengmeng huffed, proudly declaring, in our orchestral department, the situation is even bleaker. Over 40 girls and only 2 boys. Goodness! The piano department has the most students, and those who manage to enroll are typically affluent and beautiful, hailing from wealthy families. When their instructor, Jin Qingji, holds a major class, my word, the seats are filled to capacity. As a result, students from our school are left standing outside to listen. Yihang clicked his tongue. They're all coming to see Zhuge Meichin, aren't they? Indeed, she responded. Music requires early cultivation. Most who start later are merely hobbyists. Chao Mengmeng comes from a well-off family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to attend the prestigious Magic Sound Academy. After finishing lunch, I accompanied her to the supermarket to buy a few items, and Yihang prepared to head back. On the way, Li Qingcheng messaged him with an image. Tickets for the Magic Sound welcome party, and there were 5 of them. Yihang was overjoyed. This was likely Zhuge Meichin's final performance before graduation, and in the future, tickets would come at a price. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly wondered if she might be inviting him to attend. Want to go together? How delightful! Am I correct in my guess? The key issue was, he had already promised Zhang Manshi that they would go together. No way. Li Qingcheng. Fail a course or attend the welcome party. Choose one. What the hell? Is this how you play? Resorting to underhanded tactics when you can't win? You sound like an old man from the neighborhood. Yihang replied. Li Qingcheng. I'll be waiting for you at the Magic Sound Theater entrance tomorrow. If you don't come, you will regret it. Yihang steeled himself, thinking, for the noble dormitory, for your happiness, I'll take the plunge. Fine. I want all 3 remaining tickets.
Li Qingcheng. Alright.
Come to my office in the afternoon to pick them up. On the day of the welcome party at the Magic City Music Academy, numerous reporters had already entered the campus, but those without credentials could only loiter at the entrance. The school was bustling, and the parking lot was completely full. The artificial lake was filled with vehicles from outside, with many people placing energy drinks and bottled water atop their cars. This was truly outrageous. Those in the know understood. At the theater entrance, people surged in and out. Zhuge Meichin's popularity remained high. She was renowned for her multifaceted talents, and her delicate fingers traversed the piano keys with ease, catapulting her to fame. However, her sporadic performances left her fans on Bilibili quite frustrated. Alas, the reality was that she did not rely on her looks for success. Yihang's Roma arrived as scheduled, halting at the entrance. After receiving the 5 tickets last night, the dormitory erupted with excitement. When he left home today, Xiao Mata had even styled his hair into a slicked-back look. In the dormitory group chat, Huang Su, Yego, Weivy arrived. Where are you? Sun Fong. There are so many people. Yu Hong. Yego might be backstage, preparing to go on stage. Xiao Mata, Corgi smirk. JPG. The group chat buzzed with excitement, while Yihang sat in the car, pondering how to respond to Li Qingcheng's WeChat messages. Yesterday afternoon, after obtaining the tickets from Li Qingcheng, he had vanished without a trace, leaving no messages at all. After all, watching with a teacher could never compare to being with a romantic interest. Li Qingcheng, remember not to be late tomorrow. Enter from backstage and mention my name. Li Qingcheng. Acknowledge this message.
Li Qingcheng.
Li Qingcheng. If you're alive, reply to me.
Li Qingcheng. Alright.
Yihang, is this how you want to play? Fine. Li Qingcheng. You're doomed. I, Li Qingcheng, have spoken. Li Qingcheng. Why are you like this? Stop messing around. Okay? The little puppy is just being mischievous.
0 Li Qing. Yehang.
My patience has its limits. You have 5 minutes to respond.
Li Qingcheng. 1.
2, 3, 4, 5. Missed voice message. Yi Hang glanced at the string of messages and felt a twinge of schadenfreude. He looked at his watch. The show was about to start. Zhang Manshi was already urging him. He sent a message to Li Qingqing. Sorry, Teacher Li. I had an upset stomach last night, and I've been feeling awful. Almost immediately, a reply came back. Li Qingqing, do you think you're funny? Yi Hang sent a photo of the omeprazole he had purchased yesterday. I'm serious. No lies. Li Qingqing. All right, if you can't make it, that is fine. I'll declare you failed this semester just like that. Haha. Threatening me? Not a chance. Everything was in order, and the arrangements for Zhang Manshi were made. He called her. I've arrived. Great. Darling. I'm waiting for you at gate A. Moi. After hanging up, Yi Hang suddenly felt a violent jolt from behind. Had he been rear-ended? Chapter 61 Through the rearview mirror. Yi Hang noticed that the vehicle that had collided with his was a blue Continental. Without much thought, he was about to step out of the car to discuss the matter when a leg, adorned with high heels and bent at a perfect 90 degrees, emerged from the vehicle behind him. Wait a moment, that leg. I feel like I've encountered it before. No, I must have seen it somewhere. As he observed the elegant Li Qingqing, adorned with sunglasses and wide-leg trousers, stepping out of the car, Yi Hang was utterly stunned. Li Qingqing attempted to shield her face from the sun with her delicate hand, tilting her head to assess the damage. Goodness. You are truly my nemesis. In a flurry, Yi Hang hastily donned a mask and gently pressed the lock button on his car, ensuring that his Roma was securely locked. Li Qingqing squinted her beautiful eyes and approached, tapping on the window of the driver's seat. Excuse me? Sir? Sir? Yi Hang, feeling flustered, turned his face away, covering it with one hand. I apologize. I was distracted by my phone and inadvertently pressed the accelerator too hard, causing the accident. Are you considering settling this privately? The sun was glaring, and the reflection made it difficult to discern the details, especially with him wearing a mask. Yi Hang stammered, gesturing to Li Qingqing that everything was fine. Sir, what do you mean? Li Qingqing glanced at the car, recognizing the new Ferrari Roma, which was indeed a luxury but not particularly valuable in her eyes. Coughing, she thought, how absurd to claim it was not worth much. If you are worried about my ability to compensate, you need not be concerned. Please step out so we can discuss the compensation plan. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qingqing rapped on the window a few times. This person was quite peculiar. It was rare for someone involved in an accident to remain inside their vehicle. Truth be told, Li Qingqing felt a vague familiarity with the individual inside the car, but the glare made it impossible to see clearly. In no time, the collision of two luxury vehicles, coupled with Li Qingqing's stunning visage, drew a crowd of onlookers. The most astonishing part was that some recognized the master of magic finance. Could I be mistaken? A Continental rear-ending a Ferrari? Goodness. This woman is excessively beautiful. Wait. She looks so familiar. I believe I saw her on the school website. Wow, those legs are dazzlingly long and slender, devoid of any excesses. How intriguing that this man refuses to exit the vehicle. There must be something amiss. What a joke. He had just stood up Li Qingqing, only to be rear-ended moments later. Who am I supposed to seek justice from? Besides, this woman is nothing short of a ruthless school tyrant. Yi Hang waved his hand, tightening his throat. You may leave. No compensation is necessary. As time ticked away, Yi Hang glanced at his watch. Only 10 minutes remained until the concert began. Zhang Manshi must be anxiously waiting. This won't do, sir. I know the value of your vehicle. It must be over 3 million. Rest assured, name your price. I can afford it. Li Qingqing crossed her arms, resolutely refusing to leave. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Beautiful, wealthy. Oh heavens. Someone please take me in as a sugar baby. I no longer wish to strive. My appetite has waned, and I am suited for a life of leisure. Being a slacker can be quite delightful. Even a devoted admirer has its merits. Yi Hang felt tears welling up. Just then, a voice message chimed on his WeChat. It was Qin Meilin. Upon answering, he was greeted by the sweet, childlike voice. Hello, is this Big Brother? Kimo misses you so much. Yi Hang. Who? Wait, why are you calling now? Seeing Yi Hang on the phone, Li Qingqing resumed knocking on the glass. Sir? Sir, please exit the vehicle. We must resolve this issue to avoid a crowd. Ah. Haha, yes. It's Chemo, Yihang replied, turning his head while covering the receiver and whispering. Zhang Manqi inquired, brother, why is your voice so soft? Chemo can't hear you. Coughing, he said, I was just wondering how Chemo thought to call me. As he spoke, Qin Meilin's voice chimed in. My apologies, Mr.
Ye.
I hope I'm not interrupting. Chemo insisted on calling you. Are you available to talk? Yihang forced a smile, glancing at Li Qingcheng outside. Cough. It's fine, go ahead. My apologies for the disturbance. We have arrived in Magic City to attend a piano show and wondered if you were free. Chemo has been clamoring to see you. From the side, Qin Chemo's voice piped up. Big brother, I miss you. For a fleeting moment, Yihang contemplated simply vanishing. Meanwhile, Li Qingcheng found the person inside the car increasingly suspicious. Why would he prefer to take a phone call instead of addressing the accident? How busy could he possibly be? Knock. 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 Sir, please exit. I must discuss compensation with you. Li Qingcheng found this individual far too dubious. Could it be? Could he be a car thief? Oh no. What if this car was stolen? What if the owner met a tragic fate, reduced to mere flesh, transformed into a human dumpling? In an instant, Li Qingcheng connected Yihang with a string of serial murders. Yihang was utterly bewildered. Which fool would steal a Roma? Sir, if you do not exit the vehicle, I will call the police. The surrounding students, enjoying the spectacle, continued to cheer. This is it, Yihang. You're in deep trouble. Just as Yihang resigned himself to facing the music and prepared to exit the car, a loud bang resonated from behind. Simultaneously, a startled cry erupted from his phone. Oh no, we were rear-ended. Mr. Yi, I have to go. I will call you back. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yihang gazed at his phone while lowering himself, peering through the rearview mirror, only to witness a Maserati collide with the Continental. A flawless execution. My precious. Ha ha ha. Chapter 62. What is happening? Happiness arrives unexpectedly? Li Qingcheng's car was hit. A pig crashed into a tree, and you crashed into the pig. Li Qingcheng narrowed his eyes, rubbing his forehead. Just moments ago, he was infuriated by Yihang, his waist aching from anger. What a situation. The driver still hadn't exited the vehicle. Within 5 minutes, his own car was rear-ended again. Is the entire world conspiring against me today, deliberately seeking to provoke my wrath? Rage, an explosive spiral of fury. Li Qingcheng found himself at a loss for words, turning to witness his vehicle caught in a sandwich between two others. He felt the fire within him threatening to erupt. Li Qingcheng extracted a small piece of paper from his bag, scribbled his phone number, and affixed it to Yihang's car. With a huff, he said, Since you're not coming down, here's my number. Call me for compensation if needed. And remember, I won't forget you. After uttering this, he approached his own vehicle. To his surprise, the car that had collided with his was a Maserati Ghibli, and stepping out of it was a stunning beauty. The surrounding students erupted in excitement, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. The entrance of the campus theater was already crowded with reporters from various media outlets, Phoenix Television, popular internet influencers, and fans from Bilibili, all drawn to the spectacle of the three-car collision, cameras in hand.
Yihang stared in disbelief.
Come on, go admire your Zhuge Mei-Qin. What's the fuss here? Inside the Maserati, Qin Meilin unfastened her seatbelt and rubbed her adorable child's head. Be good in the car, mommy will handle this. Hey, mommy, I'll wait for you. Li Qingcheng crossed his arms, lowering his sunglasses to gaze at Qin Meilin as she exited the vehicle, igniting a frenzy among the students. Was this not more thrilling than watching Zhuge Mei-Qin? Wow, am I having a stroke of luck today? These two ladies are absolutely breathtaking. Renee Chauvilla heels, a Givenchy lambskin handbag, and Van Cleef Arpels ocean heart. Oh, I need some air. That figure is incredible. Qin Meilin glanced at the damage, relieved to find it was merely a minor scrape. But this wasn't Tia Santana, dear sister. European auto bodywork and paint, direct from overseas. For such a small area of paint, 100,000 at least. Qin Meilin was eager to take her child to a solo performance she absolutely couldn't miss. Art appreciation must begin at a young age. The theater was already checking tickets, and she rummaged through her bag. Oh, will 100,000 be enough? It's sufficient. Mommy. Thank you, Mommy. You're the best. In a flash, Li Qingqing's suppressed anger surged. Is everyone allowed to bully me? First, Yihang stands me up, and now a Maserati driver throws down 100 grand like it's nothing. Am I some sort of plaything to be trampled upon? So you want to flaunt your wealth? Huh? How could you possibly crash on this wide road? Not a single apology as you step out. Just a price tag thrown my way? Do you think I'd settle for $1 billion? Li Qingqing was furious. Qin Meilin, usually gentle, was now pressed for time, her tone slightly urgent. Yet, did you just say my backside is wider than the road? Fine. Let us see how well you can handle both sides of the argument. In an instant, Qin Meilin shed her previous gentleness, her alter ego surfacing. So I've encountered a fierce woman. How delightful. The one thing I fear not is someone like you. With that, she produced a card and slapped it onto the Maserati's hood. It's just a counterfeit Continental GT, worth around 400,000. This card has 800,000 on it. Go, get the original paint fixed. The rest? Consider it a little enhancement for you. With a tilt of her chin, she grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Li Qingqing was taken aback. This was a battle of equals. In an instant, his anger boiled over. Ha! Sharp tongue. Take your worthless card back. Qin Meilin opened her car door halfway, scoffing. Don't want it? Don't say I didn't warn you. This money could keep a pretty boy for a month at 100 grand, and no 2 months would be the same. She scanned Li Qingqing. But you? You lack both ferocity and charm. Can you withstand the pressure? Yihang, watching from behind, was in stitches. Li Qingqing had met his match? Oh my! And Qin Meilin was quite the force to be reckoned with. Was this really the same gentle mother he knew? Li Qingqing pointed at Qin Meilin. You, with that face full of fillers. Even your eyelids look unnatural. Your grandmother should sharpen her sewing scissors. Otherwise, it seems like you're just another low-tier internet celebrity. Li Qingqing was resolute. He never wanted to see her again. So annoying. So furious. Thoughts of violence crossed his mind. All this was Yihang's fault. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Qin Meilin, feeling the tension rise, took a deep breath, attempting to maintain her composure. A goddess should not lose her temper. Why stoop to the level of such a person? Just so you know, mine is the original. I'm naturally beautiful. No need for your concern. Surrounding spectators gasped. Was a beautiful woman's tongue so foul? Wow. What an eye-opener. I remember now. That woman is a dual-specialized mentor at MOKai. Li Qingqing, the fierce one. Oh my god. This can't be true. The sister truly lives up to her reputation. Even her insults are elegantly delivered. Tomorrow, Weibo will explode. Isn't this more entertaining than watching Zhuge Meiqin? I adore strong women. They are unbeatable. Meanwhile, Yihang was watching in shock from his car. Goodness. Never provoke a woman. Do I look like I have 8 lives to spare? Time to skedaddle. Seizing the opportunity while the two were bickering, Yihang quietly opened the passenger door and, crouching low, dashed away. Chapter 63. The backstage of the new Capitol Theater. Today, Zhuge Meiqin is adorned like an ethereal being. Having just completed her base makeup, she engages in a live broadcast while greeting her fans on Bilibili. Is my vision deceiving me? Meiqin is finally going live. Sister, fly, fly, fly. Brother, love, love, love. Oh dear. Perhaps it's been too long since Meiqin last broadcasted, and I'm reacting. I still adore Meiqin. Her beauty is astonishing, her voice melodious, and her talents are remarkable, with a personality that is simply perfect, unlike other streamers who are merely frivolous. Zhuge Meiqin giggles softly. With a stunning score of 98 for her looks, she surpasses Xin Youyu, Li Qingqing, and Qin Meilin. Her naturally sculpted face distinguishes her from ordinary internet celebrities with an aura of purity. It evokes a sense of first love. Crucially, her figure is nothing short of explosive. Standing at a height of nearly 110 pounds yet boasting a C-cup, few would believe it. The makeup artist feels inferior, marveling at her flawless skin, so youthful it could be likened to fresh dew. Suddenly, A knock resounds at the makeup room door, and a pleasant male voice calls out, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the performance hall on the second floor?" Zhuge Meichin turns her head, smiling. "Just walk straight and take the second staircase on your right." "Thank you." The makeup artist also notices Yihang. "Wow. This guy is so radiant." Zhuge Meichin remains unfazed, but then pauses. "Wait a moment. This person seems so familiar. Cindy, what was the name of that guy who was trending on Weibo from Mokai?" The makeup artist ponders for a moment. "I think it was something like Yi. I can't quite remember." "Why, Meichin?" "Oh, it's nothing." Little does Zhuge Meichin know, Yihang is currently in a state of panic. The performance is about to commence, and Zhang Manqi is surely growing anxious. Phew! Yihang rushes to the second floor, drawing the attention of everyone around him with his tall stature and tousled hair. All the while the whispers swirl about him. Wow! This guy is so handsome, so tall and impeccably clean. It feels incredibly refreshing. My inner teenage girl is losing it. Am I falling in love? Could he be a celebrity? The key is, he's wearing a mask so I can't see his full face, but his aura is truly remarkable. He muses, what if I just went up and pulled off his mask? Would I get beaten up? Outside the second floor performance hall, a line of young girls whisper and exchange glances, and Yihang, not deaf, hears every word. Passing by the second floor restroom, a sophisticated woman draped in a Burberry shawl steps out, exuding an exceptional presence, her gold-rimmed glasses reminiscent of an esteemed art professor. At that moment, she frequently glances at Yihang, who feels a tad uneasy under her scrutiny. "Madam, you're already 50. I'm quite flustered." The woman suddenly speaks, "Young man, do you have a girlfriend?" "Oh no. Just my luck."
Yihang sighs.
"Yes, I do, auntie." That's fine, that's fine. Would you consider having one more?" Yihang is taken aback. "Oh?" The woman, with a cheerful demeanor, seems to grow fonder of Yihang with each passing moment, stepping closer, unable to resist chatting further. No, auntie, I truly love my girlfriend." Disappointment flickers in her eyes as she adjusts her glasses, still undeterred. "No worries. Are you also from Songjiang University Town?" Yihang, in a hurry to check his ticket, does not pause. "I'm from Mokai." The woman's eyes widen in surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence. My daughter just enrolled there. She's even a mentor." "Haha, is that so?" At the mention of a mentor, Yihang feels a knot of anxiety. He has no idea how to face Li Qingchang tomorrow. "Hey, don't overthink it. My daughter is always busy with work and doesn't date. I'm quite anxious about it. I wanted to ask you for your WeChat so you two could chat. You're both young, surely you have common interests." "Oh, so this is a matchmaking attempt." Reluctantly, Yihang provides his WeChat. The woman snaps a few photos. "Haha, you really are quite handsome. I must be going now. Bye." Without waiting for Yihang to walk far, she swiftly sends the photos to her daughter. "Qingcheng, what do you think of this young man? If you want to make your mother happy, perhaps you should get to know him. Don't keep letting grandpa push you." Li Qingcheng, too preoccupied with her own matters, has no time to check WeChat. As the opening approaches, Zhang Manqi, having meticulously prepared, waits anxiously for Yihang's arrival. Just as she is about to call him, Yihang finally arrives. "Phew! Am I late?" Zhang Manqi takes out a tissue, gently wiping the sweat from Yihang's brow. "Why were you running so fast?" Yihang wipes his face, catches his breath, and smiles. "Let us go." Outside the theater, female students observe the pair intently. Everyone else has already entered, leaving just the two of them. Once inside, the auditorium is filled to capacity, with leaders from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music seated in the front row, alongside this year's new students, including Chao Mengmeng. The stage is beautifully decorated, with only a few scattered audience members still finding their seats. Row 6, seats 2 and 3. Here we are. Zhang Manqi looks stunning today, attracting many admiring glances. With the earlier commotion behind them, Yihang feels no need to wear a mask anymore. Zhang Manqi sits to Yihang's left, leaving the seat on his right empty. Yet, a peculiar feeling lingers in Yihang's heart, an unsettling sense that this situation is far from resolved. As the opening approaches, the stage lights dim, plunging the theater into darkness, and the hostess' voice resonates. "Welcome to the 21st New Student Gala of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Yihang exhales, relieved that perhaps everything will be all right in the darkened theater. Even if they meet, they may not recognize each other. Unfortunately, within a minute, Li Qingcheng strides in, her heels echoing sharply in the hushed auditorium. Yihang furrows his brow and turns to look. Not seeing her would have been better. Upon glancing, his soul nearly escapes him. Who else could it be but Li Qingcheng? Yihang hastily turns away, flustered as he puts on his mask, his heart racing. Zhang Manqi regards him with curiosity. Darling, what's wrong? Why are you wearing a mask? Yihang coughs lightly, ahem. Just a bit of a cold. A cold, indeed. 7th update. Chapter 64. Li Qingcheng exhaled softly, placing her small hand on her chest to calm herself, determined not to let anything spoil her mood today. Her phone flickered to life with a message from her mother. Image. JPG, image. JPG, image. JPG. Qingcheng, what do you think of this young man? If you want your mother to live a few more years, you should get to know him. Don't keep grandpa nagging. Although he is a bit younger, your mother doesn't mind. Oh, and he is also from Magic Finance. He might even be one of your classmates. Li Qingcheng was initially unfazed. After all, her mother had been urging her to marry for quite some time. However, upon seeing the person in the photographs, her composure shattered. Could it be Yihang? Adjusting her phone screen to dim the brightness to avoid disturbing others, she typed furiously, Mom, where did you see him? Just on the 2nd floor. Probably here for the welcome party as well. Got it, sounds great. Nice. Yihang, you're dead. How dare you fool me? You even have an upset stomach? Fine. Die in the restroom for all I care. Li Qingcheng immediately sent a voice message. Just when Yihang was at a loss for what to do, his phone rang. Li Qingcheng's voice message. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. What's going on? Can't you show some decorum? You're ruining the mood. Can't you silence your phone? Young people these days are truly over the top. Yihang quickly apologized. I'm sorry. He pulled out his phone and saw Li Qingcheng's voice message. Meanwhile, fiery gazes from nearby pierced through him as Li Qingcheng slowly turned her head. In the air, there was a hint of awkwardness, a subtle tension. To retreat is the best strategy. Yihang turned to Zhang Manqi, saying, I'm going to the restroom. With that, he bolted away, only to hear Li Qingcheng shout after him. Yihang. Naturally, her gaze fell upon Zhang Manqi. Do you know him? What is your relationship with him? They asked in unison. Li Qingcheng was utterly distressed. She dashed out in pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhang Manqi sat in her seat, bewildered. What is happening?
Outside. Li Qingyalet. Yehang.
Stop right there, you scoundrel. In her high heels, she struggled to keep up with Yihang, finally discarding her shoes, determined to catch him. I'll teach you a lesson for deceiving me. Yihang sprinted ahead, glancing back while lamenting. I really have a stomachache, but I have urgent matters.
Urgent matters.
Sneaking off with a lover is your idea of urgent? Do you think you're more charming than me? Do you have a better figure than mine? Are you more attractive than me? Have you eaten too much excrement to not appreciate the taste of meat? Tell me, who is she? As she spoke, she hurled one of her high heels at Yihang, who was fleeing ahead. Passers-by turned to witness the spectacle, murmuring about the scandalous drama unfolding. We're not even a couple, are you out of your mind? He retorted. Well, you've got a point. You think you have a point? Fine. I'll chase you down, just stop. Li Qingcheng's delicate foot raced across the ground. But as she turned a corner, Yihang had vanished. He had hastily ducked into a random room, oblivious to the sign on the door that read actor's dressing room. This woman is truly terrifying. I'd rather live a quiet life. Yihang hid in the dressing room of the campus theater, typically reserved for stage actors. With Zhuge Meichin's solo performance, the spacious room had been left empty save for her. But Yihang was unaware of all this. What to do? What to do? That fierce woman is coming for me. The dressing room was cluttered with props, costumes, and racks of clothing. Where could he hide? In a panic, he noticed a grand vintage piano. Its triangular shape was entirely enclosed, ample enough for an adult to fit inside. Without a second thought, Yihang dove in, deciding to hide there for the time being. Though it was uncomfortable, he could endure for a while. Thank goodness, I'm finally free, he sighed. scratching his back as he settled in. But just as he got comfortable, he heard someone enter. A cacophony of voices echoed from outside. "Hey Mei-chin, did you hear? It seems there's been a scandal in row 6. I heard a guy was caught cheating on his girlfriend." The makeup artist giggled, covering her mouth. "Really? What a scoundrel." "Yes, the main girlfriend is stunning, fair-skinned and long-legged. And the other woman is gorgeous too, draped in designer labels. I can't fathom the mindset of these men. Why abandon such a wonderful girlfriend for an affair? Scoundrels deserve their fate." The makeup artist was indignant, wishing she could punish Yi Hang herself. Indeed, one must be discerning when choosing a boyfriend. Nowadays, the less attractive they are, the more likely they are to cheat. What's the outcome? Zhuge Mei-chin sat in a chair, applying her final touches before going on stage. Hiding beneath the piano, Yi Hang sighed. As long as women exist, gossip will never cease. Finally, the main girlfriend burst out, running and crying. "I heard through the wall that this guy has been seeing 3 or 4 others. Indeed, the tendency to exaggerate is a deep-rooted flaw in our culture. Often, a single event becomes distorted through the mouths of 2 people. Yi Hang, tucked beneath the piano, felt his face turn pale. What have I done to deserve this? How did I earn the label of a scoundrel? Just as he was fuming, the door creaked open. Li Qingqing's familiar voice came through. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask if you've seen a man? He is quite handsome, wearing a mask, about 1.80 meters tall, with a very clean aura." Chapter 65. Zhuge Mei-chin and the makeup artist turn around. "Ah, here she comes. The fair-skinned, stunning beauty with long legs," the makeup artist whispered. Zhuge Mei-chin turned around and was instantly captivated. Wow! She is so beautiful. Even the usually adored Zhuge Mei-chin found this woman extraordinarily lovely. "Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't see anything. Is that so? A man who looks utterly repulsive?" Li Qingqing raised her eyebrows, her tone laced with suspicion. Yi Hang's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. "You're the one who is repulsive. Your entire family is repulsive. With that large backside, one might think you've given birth. What was that?" Li Qingqing vaguely heard Yi Hang's remarks. Yi Hang quickly clamped his mouth shut. The dressing room is directly above the stage, making it quite noisy, so it's normal not to hear clearly. Zhuge Mei-chin shook her head at Li Qingqing. "Really, we haven't seen anything, sister. We've been right here and... This is our dressing room. I doubt he would have the gall to intrude." "Oh, I see. Thank you for your help." Before leaving, Li Qingqing scanned the dressing room, ensuring that Yi Hang was absent before she departed. "Wow, that sister is so beautiful," the makeup artist couldn't help but exclaim. "She must be that man's girlfriend, right? Yes. My goodness. Such beauty must be the result of several lifetimes of good fortune. I'm utterly enchanted." As she spoke, Zhuge Mei-chin stood up, stating that time was running short, and they needed to change quickly. "All right, I'll help you." At that moment, Yi Hang, with his somewhat dull ears, caught a flurry of rustling sounds. What's happening? Is fortune smiling upon me? "Oh my. Mei-chin, your figure is incredible. I am envious." The makeup artist sighed with admiration. "You look great too. Keep undressing. It's so hot. I'm drenched in sweat." In Yi Hang's limited view, Zhuge Mei-chin bent down, just as her phone rang. "Oh, I see, teacher. Yes, I'll change quickly." After hanging up, Zhuge Mei-chin urged, "Hurry, we're about to go on stage." Yi Hang held his breath as he saw the makeup artist bring over 2 adhesive bandages. "Sister Mei-chin, use these. The little dress has a strap that could affect your ethereal aura." "Right. What is this operation? Are they going to give me a surprise?" Yi Hang could hardly fathom the consequences if Zhuge Mei-chin discovered there was someone beneath the piano. It would be catastrophic. Gulp. Yi Hang swallowed hard. The potential fallout was unimaginable. Now, all he could do was wait for them to hurry on stage and find an opportunity to slip away. "Sister Mei-chin, this outfit is simply tailor-made for you. You look breathtaking." Zhuge Mei-chin, now adorned in her little dress, looked otherworldly, an exquisite vision of beauty. I think I look quite lovely too, though it's a bit embarrassing being so exposed inside." Zhuge Mei-chin had made considerable sacrifices for her perfect figure, regarding which, well, let us just say it's delightful. "No worries. I've tightened everything for you." The 2-hour performance will be over before you know it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hurry! Cindy, help me adjust this. All right, you can come in now. A flurry of footsteps followed. My dear lady, they've already begun announcing your first performance. How prepared are you? Yang Hong, the director of the school theater, rushed in wearing a headset. Not only is she directing this welcoming gala, but she also choreographed the renowned performance Tang Palace Night Banquet. Yes, I'm ready. Let us head on stage. Absolutely stunning. The men who pursue you will have to line up all the way to the Huangpu River. Zhuge Meichin donned a dreamy sky blue pleated dress, revealing her snow-white collarbone and elegant swan neck, her slender waist accentuated, and her entire presence radiating an explosive charm. No doubt, she is a celestial being. The performance will unfold as follows. Directly above this dressing room is the center of our stage. You will sit at the piano and here, let me place this headset on you. Yang Hong, the assistant director, helped Zhuge Meichin with the headset. Having experienced numerous performances, she felt no fear whatsoever. The headset is connected to the control room. Upon hearing my cue, you will prepare to rise and deliver an astonishing debut. Understood. Yang Hong turned and called out to the door. Come. Reposition the piano onto the lift. Several stagehands entered, lifting the piano. Meanwhile, Yi Hang sat helplessly inside the grand piano, his expression blank. It's over. Absolutely finished. There's no way to clear my name now. For 2 hours, I can endure solitude, but can I endure this urge? Taking a deep breath, he thought, if it comes to it, I'll burst out and confront them. A scoundrel is still a scoundrel. Suddenly, the surroundings began to sway, and Yi Hang quickly steadied himself. Director, this is so heavy. No more chatter, hurry up. Don't delay the performance. Yi Hang. 4 or 5 stagehands hoisted the piano onto the lift. All right, darling, it's time to go up. Everything is set. Now we just await the start of the performance. On the other side, Li Qingcheng was about to lose her temper at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music's theater. Yet she still couldn't find Yi Hang. Ugh! I'm so angry. That scoundrel dared to deceive me. As she leaned against the wall while slipping on her high heels, her cheeks puffed up in frustration, resembling a goldfish. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. You are a goddess. Do not let a scoundrel ruffle your feathers. With a determined stride, she entered the auditorium. Now, please welcome our Miss Zhuge Meichin, who will perform Beethoven's 14th Piano Concerto, Moonlight, under the resounding applause of the audience in the tiered seating of the grand hall. When the starry blue-clad Zhuge Meichin gracefully took her place at the piano, she mesmerized everyone present. Chapter 66. Amidst resounding applause, Zhuge Meichin rose gracefully, executing a classic European bow before taking her place once more at the piano. Good heavens! Could it be that she was nurtured by dew? If only I could win her over, even for a single day. In person, she is undeniably more stunning than in the videos. I swear. In the background, Li Qingcheng crouched low, returning to her seat with an air of solemnity, casting a glance at Zhang Manqi. Yi Hang deliberately ignored my calls and messages. All for the sake of this woman? I recall during our time in Sanya, Yi Hang mentioned he had a girlfriend. Could it possibly be her? Suddenly, Li Qingcheng occupied Yi Hang's position, and the two mesmerizing beauties locked eyes in a fierce stare. After a brief silence, Li Qingcheng was the first to speak. What is your relationship with him? Zhang Manqi detected the hostility in her tone, sensing trouble. What does it matter to you? The brother-s woman was determined not to yield. Just as Li Qingcheng prepared a retort, the audience behind them intervened. Could the two of you quiet down, please? At that moment, the stage shimmered as the performance commenced. Meanwhile, Yi Hang hid beneath the piano, gazing up with tears in his eyes. When Zhuge Meichin took her seat at the piano, it utterly stunned Yi Hang.
I am blinded.
Do not look, do not listen, do not see. Amit Ba. Yi Hang quickly turned his head, a little too forcefully, and with a bang, he hit the inner corner of the piano, a sharp pain shooting through him as he grimaced. Yet this minor mishap did not go unnoticed by Zhuge Meichin, who tilted her head. When her almond-shaped eyes met Yi Hang's, shock overwhelmed her. Zhuge Meichin's expression froze on her exquisite face. In an instant, blood rushed to her head, and 1,000 thoughts of how Yi Hang might perish flashed through her mind. Simultaneously, thousands of eyes in the audience were fixed upon her. Steady, steady. Mei Qin, do not jeopardize your future for a single individual. Zhuge Mei Qin remained composed, placing her hands calmly on the piano, attempting to suppress her shock and anger. Taking a deep breath, she muttered under her breath, where no one could see, very happy to meet you, Yi Hang. Yi Hang, feeling a bit awkward, looked at Zhuge Mei Qin and scratched his head. You're a bit too early to be happy. At this moment, a minute had already elapsed since Zhuge Mei Qin began her performance. 1 minute on stage felt interminable and torturous for the audience below. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what had transpired. What is going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Don't you all notice her expression is rather unnatural? Is this really the Zhuge Mei Qin I know? Such a situation had never occurred before. What on earth is happening? Is anyone in charge? It's been 2 minutes and still no start? The assistant director, Yang Hong, was equally astonished, hastily seizing her walkie-talkie. Mei Qin, what on earth is happening? What are you doing? The entire audience awaits your cue. Downstairs are all the school leaders, new students, and various media. Yang Hong's furious voice echoed in Zhuge Mei Qin's earpiece. Yet they remained oblivious to what transpired on stage. Zhuge Mei Qin felt her voice tremble. I don't know why you're here, but... Yi Hang, I have but one request, you must not cause any trouble. Otherwise, I swear I'll kill you. Yi Hang, infected by Zhuge Mei Qin's tense atmosphere, nodded vigorously. They've chosen not to report me, and I still create chaos? Am I even human? Zhuge Mei Qin closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her fingers poised above the keys. As she struck the first note in C-sharp minor, the entire Magic Capital Theater fell silent. Drawing from Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata and Debussy's 15th measure of 8th notes, it was a melody steeped in dreams and tender emotions. Countless musicians have attempted this renowned score, a 3-part sonata brimming with a young girl's fantasies of perfect love. Lyrical, fluid, intense, and striking, it transported all to experience the sentiments of the Middle Ages. Zhuge Mei Qin's fingers danced like sprites, lively and exuberant. Eschewing traditional piano sonata form, her first movement unfolded with a slow tempo, revealing a subtle melancholy, her forte. The second movement, marked as allegretto in D-flat major, surged forward briskly, a stark contrast to the languidness of the first. However, Yi Hang could distinctly discern the anxiousness in the rhythmic transitions. Felt rushed. Is she nervous? With his background in Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 in D minor, he was naturally well-versed in piano techniques. Yet, his concern lay with the impending third movement, which would demand urgency and ferocity. Would she be able to handle it? The tempo of the allegro in C-sharp major in 4/4 time required the execution of a tempestuous melody. This would test the pianist's skills to their limits. Smooth runs, crisp staccatos, and wide leaps across octaves had to be precise and forceful. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe. Evidently, Zhuge Mei Qin's execution felt overly rigid, lacking the passionate emotions and spirited resolve she was known for. This was far beneath her capabilities. She recognized this herself. Yet her mind was consumed with thoughts of Yi Hang beneath the piano. Everything was in disarray. The audience murmured again. Why does it feel so chaotic? Is it a lack of artistic sensibility on my part? Is it just me who feels it is too rushed? As the second movement began, a sequence of glissandos emerged, and I must apologize. I failed to perceive any beauty. It was no surprise. She was far too anxious, and had already played remarkably well. The Moonlight is notoriously lengthy. Merely memorizing the score is no small feat for an ordinary person. Chapter 67. Just when Zhuge Mei Qin was on the verge of tears, a mobile phone quietly emerged from beneath the piano. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Zhuge Mei Qin stole a glance. It displayed just 3 words, Rondo. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Of course, why hadn't she thought of using the form of a rondo? The third movement was passionate and soaring, and due to her nerves, she wouldn't be able to perform it. Why not adopt the structure of Abacaba for the grand rondo, transitioning through section B in G major, section C in A major, and returning to the original key for the second B section, stacking climaxes one after another to conclude with a rest. Brilliant! With Yi Hang's hint, Zhuge Meichin transformed her previous anxiety into a series of descending notes as foreshadowing, and thus the rondo commenced. Like ascending a staircase, the music cascaded through Zhuge Meichin's fingers, building upon itself endlessly. It was evident that the audience was thrilled. Waves of notes surged forth, akin to the sea crashing onto the shore. It felt as though one were stepping from light into the realm of immortality. The audience held their breath, captivated by Zhuge Meichin on stage. Goosebumps erupted all around. As the final 16th note struck, the 7-minute and 27-second performance of Clair de Lune concluded, and the hall erupted with thunderous applause. The experts from the Shanghai Music Association closest to the stage exchanged incredulous glances. My goodness, this was the most breathtaking rendition of Clair de Lune I have ever heard. Undeniably, there were flaws, yet the ingenious incorporation of the rondo form was truly innovative. She truly put her heart into this. Let us not be too critical. She is merely 21 years old, and her concert in the Golden Hall of Vienna is just around the corner. Zhuge Meichin took a deep breath. Finally, it was over. This rendition of Clair de Lune was one she had longed to perform but dared not attempt. Were it not for Jin Qingji's insistence that she overcome her inner turmoil, she would have never found the courage. Applause echoed from below. Yi Hang clapped enthusiastically, curled beneath the vintage piano, evoking mixed feelings of love and frustration in Zhuge Meichin. Were it not for him, she would not have felt such tension. But if it weren't for him, how could she have transcended the limits of Clair de Lune and brought the performance to a close? Relishing the applause from the Magic Sound Theater, her previously anxious heart finally settled. She turned her head and shot Yi Hang a fierce glare. Everyone noticed Zhuge Meichin's nervousness, yet her clever resolution earned her a standing ovation. Then, a question arose. How would Yi Hang make his exit? This was one of the world's 8 unresolved mysteries. Zhuge Meichin rose to bow gracefully, her beauty captivating, thanking the audience and everyone present. Upon reseating herself, one would expect the first segment of the performance to conclude, the curtain to fall, followed by a brief intermission before the next act. After all, the Rainbow Choir backstage was still waiting. However, Zhuge Meichin playfully tossed a strand of hair and, with a charming glance at Yi Hang, whispered, "Care to explain? TSK, there are 2 canaries in the audience. If they knew I had conjured a living being, Yi de Gongzi would gain quite the notoriety." Yi Hang felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, was Zhuge Meichin planning to turn the tables? He shrank his neck and cleared his throat. Remember, that was the first snowfall of 2003, arriving a bit later than in 2002. Are you teasing me? Fine, if I pull you out now, who do you think will suffer? Zhuge Meichin raised her chin, her exquisite face radiating mischief. Am I cowardly or what? Hey, Zhuge Meichin, you can't do this. This is a case of ingratitude. You've got leverage over me. I'm so scared. I'm trembling like a dice. Just recalling the earlier moments in the dressing room while changing clothes made Zhuge Meichin want to dismantle him. This isn't a viable plan, Yi Hang suggested. How about this? When the curtain falls, you let me out, and I'll pretend I was blind today. If anyone spills the beans, they're the real fools. He spoke with righteous indignation, feigning outrage. Zhuge Meichin pursed her red lips, smiling as she surveyed the surroundings, whispering through her teeth, I still feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage. Yi Hang scratched his head. If all else fails, I'll let you beat me up. How about that? Wouldn't that just be a win for you? If my dad finds out, do you believe he would toss you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Zhuge Meichin's father was the honorary vice president of the Shanghai Music Association. Yi Hang was utterly at a loss. Fine, do whatever you want with me. I have nothing more to say. So what should we do? As the curtain began to descend, Zhuge Meichin suddenly turned, smiling, and looked Yi Hang in the eye. Am I beautiful? You're all right, a bit broad, perfect legs. I'll give you 150,101 points, just to make sure you don't get too proud. I'll kick you to death. Zhuge Meichin raised her foot to kick Yi Hang, and it was only then that he realized the gravity of the situation. No. Hey! Yi Hang covered his eyes. You! Zhuge Meichin was about to explode with anger. At that moment, The curtain fell completely, and the staircase at the center of the stage opened. Assistant Director Yang Hong, along with the makeup artist and a small assistant, had been waiting below for quite some time. Oh my goodness, Mei Qin, you were incredible. Perfect. Do you know, I was so nervous for you that my palms were sweating. Hurry, hurry. It's time for the Rainbow Choir. Just then, Zhuge Mei Qin yanked Yi Hang out. Instantly, the audience was astounded. Mei Qin. Who is he?
Ye Hang stumbled.
Pulling at the muscles in his face. Hi everyone. I'm a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. My name is. Zhuge Mei Qin delivered a swift kick, her foot landing on Yi Hang's backside. Speak properly. I'm a Taobao model earning an average of 200 per gig. My name is Zhang Quandan. Chapter 68. Zhuge Mei Qin, in her high heels, pushed Yi Hang onto the stage while she herself stood in the elevator. Director. The stage is now in Yi Hang's hands. The director was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Mei Qin. Who on earth is he? The master of the trident. Indifferent to his fate. Deserved this. With a smile she added, goodbye, dog. As the staircase board closed, Zhuge Mei Qin vanished, leaving Yi Hang and the piano on stage. As the curtains slowly rose, a completely unfamiliar young man appeared before the audience. The venue erupted in chaotic murmurs. What is happening? Where's the Easter egg? What about the Rainbow Choir? Who is this person? Wow, this handsome guy is stunning. What's his relationship with Zhuge Mei Qin? Are they a couple? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, there were those even more shocked. Yi Hang, Yi Hang, Yi Hang. Mom, it's the big brother. Li Qingcheng and Zhang Manqi stood up simultaneously, utterly bewildered. What is going on? Li Qingcheng was even more frantic. What is his relationship with Zhuge Mei Qin? In a corner of the stands, Qin Meilin wore a look of disbelief. This. Meanwhile, the group of 5 from row 15, room 602, erupted in excitement. Huang Su led the charge, standing up. Yi Gu, incredible. Sun Fong shouted in exhilaration. This is our Mo Kai's. Mo Kai's. What? Is Mo Kai here to crash the performance? The freshmen in the front row, including Chao Mengmeng, were left in a daze. In contrast, Yi Hang, undeterred, loosened his collar. At this point, there was nothing left to worry about. I am grateful to Miss Zhuge Mei Qin for this opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a national-level tambourine player, a renowned performer of the afterthought art, a seed contestant in the International Immortal Cultivation Championship, a seasoned conversation ender, the champion of the National Face Blindness Competition, an enthusiast of daydreaming, a cafeteria sprinting athlete, a second-tier cold water splashing artist, and a famous contrarian artist. My specialty is... Yi Hang glanced at the audience, who were laughing uproariously, and remarked, my specialty is the piano. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing. Where did this joker come from? Oh my, I'm tearing up from laughter. Is he from the demonic path? Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Zhuge Mei Qin stood off stage, utterly flustered. If anyone could tame Yi Hang in this world, she must have saved the world in her previous life. Zhuge Mei Qin's makeup artist recognized this face. He was the male idol of Mo Kai, his popularity on Weibo rivaling that of Zhuge Mei Qin. Mei Qin. No, how is Yi Hang here? How did he end up here? Haha, not only is he here, but he has also exposed my body. Zhuge Mei Qin covered her face, infuriated. She had intended to tease Yi Hang, but he had perfectly defused the situation, and laughter filled the entire theater, achieving harmonious resolution. In the next moment, she slapped her forehead. Zhuge Mei Qin, you truly are foolish. A person who understands the Abacaba rondo form cannot be an ordinary individual. Indeed, the rondo beneath Mozart's Second Piano Concerto is a classic among classics, its technical difficulty rivaling that of the Moonlight Sonata. However, Zhuge Mei Qin had no idea that Yi Hang had far more tricks up his sleeve. On stage, Yi Hang was eloquent. Surprised? Unexpected? That's right. I am here today to duel with Zhuge Mei Qin in piano. The moment these words left his lips, the entire venue erupted in uproar. What? Zhuge Mei Qin's father is the honorary vice president of the Shanghai Music Association, and his piano skills are undoubtedly among the top 10 in the country. Can he compete? Mei Qin's specialty was absolute pitch, Remember how he flawlessly replicated a child's score from the neighboring house during the live stream? To be able to compete with her, this person's skill must be remarkable. This is interesting, truly interesting. This ticket is worth it. A few elder musicians in the audience exchanged glances, completely unaware of this situation. As for the director, Yang Hong, she was equally baffled. Mei Qin, you must give me a reasonable explanation for this. Regarding the commotion Yi Hang had caused, Yang Hong was currently satisfied, but what if this guy turned out to be a fraud and ruined the performance? Director, after the show, I will explain everything to you. Zhuge Mei Qin was eager to see what kind of piece Yi Hang could perform. Zhang Manqi, on the other hand, widened her eyes, fearing she would miss any moment from Yi Hang, as this man had brought her endless surprises. As for Li Qingqing, he was already dumbstruck.
Yi Hang,
No longer wasting words, sat at the piano amidst the puzzled gazes of the audience, completed a brief tuning, and spoke to the broadcasting room. Please turn off all the lights in the venue. Yang Hong gave Zhuge Mei Qin a helpless glance and instructed through her intercom. Do as he says. Instantly, the lights in the entire venue went out, plunging the theater into darkness. Give me another beam of light. Suddenly, a warm beam of light illuminated the piano, transforming the entire world into Yi Hang's stage. To the girls, it seemed as though the usually carefree Yi Hang had become serious for the first time, resembling a master from a distant realm. This moment was etched deeply in their minds. The audience buzzed with speculation. What is he going to do? I'm curious about what piece he will play. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like I see the aura of a master in him for the first time. Yi Hang gazed at the black and white keys, clearing his mind of all distractions. With the system prepped, suddenly, Yi Hang's mind was flooded with Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto in D minor. The grand piano solo, akin to an innate ability, seamlessly fused with his being. As he began, a torrent of explosive seven-note chords bombarded the eardrums, cascading into an F major descent, overwhelming the audience with a resounding echo that reverberated endlessly. Then silence fell. Zhuge Mei Qin was stunned. She gazed in disbelief at Yi Hang on the stage. This is Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto, the most difficult piece in the world. Commonly known as Rach 3. Chapter 69. Why has it stopped? It sounds quite beautiful. The makeup artist beside her wore a puzzled expression, feeling that the sound was grand and majestic, as if it encompassed all the heavens and the earth. Indeed, Yang Hong was even more perplexed. Zhuge Mei Qin held her breath, for it was the first time she had heard someone play the piano in such a way that it sent shivers down her spine. This was Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto in D minor, the most challenging piece in the world, commonly referred to as Rach 3. What you just heard was the prelude of Rach 3. Yang Hong and the makeup artist shook their heads, unable to comprehend what Zhuge Mei Qin was saying. They simply enjoyed the music, shouting for likes and support. As the most difficult piece to perform globally, playing Rach 3 demands a physical exertion equivalent to shoveling 10 tons of coal in one breath. Zhuge Mei Qin was in awe. Indeed, due to its immense difficulty, it is temporarily excluded from the top 10 masterpieces. There have been instances of pianists collapsing mentally while attempting to perform Rach 3. For Zhuge Mei Qin, this piece was something she dared not even consider attempting. The members of the 150-member Music Association backstage also recognized the piece. They guessed correctly. Should be Rach 3? Yes. Indeed, the most challenging piece in the world. This was unabashed showmanship. I wish I could show off as well, but I can't even play the simplest canon in D properly. Yi Hang leaned closer to the microphone. Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto, dedicated to everyone. In an instant, the Andante, in a 2/2 time signature with a 3-part song form, captured attention immediately. Against a backdrop of flowing string melodies, the piano under Yi Hang's hands presented a uniquely elongated melodic line, and the piece began to unfold smoothly. The rapid, jumping rhythms enchanted the entire hall under his command. Despite the absence of an orchestra, the seamless performance felt effortless for Yi Hang, a flawless display that was simply impeccable. Yi Hang closed his eyes, lost in the music's intoxicating reverie, his slender fingers strong yet delicate, swift like a mountain stream, joyful like a hummingbird at play, and thunderous as if a storm had suddenly erupted. After the second phase, the melody surged dramatically, akin to a tempest, cleansing the audience's souls repeatedly. Compared to Zhuge Meiqin's clever variations, Yihang's rapid arpeggios in F major were pure virtuosity, striking like heavy blows that released pent-up emotions, allowing his performance to resonate with profound intensity. Everyone was entranced by Yihang's grand performance. The 17-minute piece posed no difficulty for him. Yang Hong was spellbound. He appeared to be a natural artist. Meiqin, is it really about the competition? Zhuge Meiqin could hardly speak. The novice trembled in awe. Yihang resembled a gaunt, pale, fervent specter, enveloping a passionate soul. As he concluded the three-part song, the music surged and then faded, as if orchestrating a hidden suspense, akin to unresolved emotions. Then reigniting, the moment the final note was struck, all emotions ceased. Sorrow, nostalgia, valor, determination, mockery, joy, uncertainty. Zhuge Meiqin felt as though she were floating on a cloud, only to suddenly crash back to earth. As the piece ended, everyone remained immersed in Yihang's performance, and after a long pause, thunderous applause erupted. With the members of the Front Row Music Association rising, everyone stood, perfect, flawless. I cannot find a single fault. With my level of skill, I cannot critique. I have decided to send this video to Mr. Hua upon returning. The concert hall will welcome another luminary from Huaxia. This is divine music. Yang Hong pulled Zhuge Meiqin's hand, urging her to applaud. Quick, double tap. Zhuge Meiqin bit her red lips, casting a somewhat melancholic glance at Yihang, her body nearly swaying apart from Yang Hong's enthusiasm. It must be said that Yihang's rendition of Ratch 3 was the only flawless live performance Zhuge Meiqin had ever heard. The others had been akin to disastrous train wrecks, utterly unwatchable. Watching the curtain slowly descend from the stage, she suddenly realized this fellow wasn't so unbearable after all. The applause had yet to subside when Yihang slipped away quickly. Little did he know, the entire performance had been live-streamed on Bilibili, and the comments were flooding in. What else can I say? Someone like me, merely a small fry, seems to have no choice but to be a sycophant, right? Can anyone comment on how he played? It was simply impressive, nothing less. This is not a piece we can judge. There's probably no one alive today who can play it. Not to mention, no one in the country can. As a novice from the Central Conservatory, I say that calling Ratch 3 a swan song is not incorrect. The difficulty is just too great. Who can ensure they won't make mistakes in 17 minutes? Besides showcasing skill, one must also control their emotions. With the handsome young man's performance, he has already surpassed the standards of the concert hall. To put it bluntly, those who can perform Ratch 3 are essentially in the Hall of Fame. What Yihang didn't realize was that by tomorrow, Bilibili's trending topics would be dominated by him. Navigating backstage, Yihang took the actor's safe passage, adjusting his collar as he walked. It was sweltering, far hotter than a summer day. He turned right and entered the restroom, the relief of nature's call always so comforting. Just then, as he turned, he caught sight of Li Qingcheng and nearly lost control. Have you lost your mind? This is the men's restroom. Chapter 70. The welcome party at the school theater had not yet concluded, resulting in a relatively uncrowded restroom. Li Qingcheng bit her lip, securing the door behind her with a single foot. Who would have thought that you possessed such deft hands? With a swift motion, she seized Yihang. Those hands were indeed quite exquisite, but the person himself was utterly disappointing. Perhaps it would be best to sever ties. Yihang hastily attended to his personal matters. No. Is it so wrong for me to accompany you? A murder should be conducted with discretion. Li Qingcheng instinctively lowered her gaze, realizing with horror that her eyes had been sullied. Seizing the opportunity, Yihang made a hasty retreat, only to find a divine figure awaiting him at the entrance. Qin Meilin. There she stood, cradling the adorable Kameng, with a playful demeanor at the restroom door. Kameng, call me Daddy. Kameng reached out. Daddy. Yihang leaned against the wall, nearly choking on his own blood. Unbeknownst to him, the current Qin Meilin was a secondary persona, indulgent and domineering. She wore a smile that was more ghastly than cheerful. Li Qingcheng emerged from behind, her mind swirling with questions. You have a daughter? It was impossible to explain, simply unfathomable. Why linger? Run. Enjoy yourselves, ladies. Farewell. Just as he prepared to flee, Qin Meilin and Li Qingchang seized Yi Hang, one on each side. Are you trying to evade justice? Before Yi Hang could protest, the two formidable guardians conveyed a multitude of sensations that rendered him incapable of relishing the moment. Li Qingchang clenched her teeth. You are coming with me. Qin Meilin, equally determined, flashed a cunning glint in her eyes. Indeed, you are under arrest. You cannot treat me this way. This is a violation of my human rights. I shall report you. Amidst his pig-like howls, Yi Hang was whisked away. At the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, the inaugural performance of Zhuge Meiqin concluded triumphantly. The Rainbow Choir's rendition of Teacher, I Wish to Speak to You was melodious and captivating. However, no one anticipated the sudden emergence of a prodigy named Yi Hang, who stirred the musical realm like a wildfire, spreading internationally. This enchanting welcome party was broadcasted live on Bilibili, the flawless performance eliciting fervent admiration. Meiqin is absolutely stunning today. Alas, my goddess has been snatched away by a man. The hatred of a stolen wife is not to be taken lightly. Face the gale. At this moment, I yearn to compose a poem, with beauty like Meiqin, unforgettable at first sight. A day without seeing her drives me to madness. Having concluded her debut, Zhuge Meiqin finally found herself with some leisure time. Yet, as she sat backstage, her mind was a blank, consumed by thoughts of that man hiding beneath the piano.
Bang!
Zhuge Meiqin slammed her palm onto the armrest of her chair. The resentment of a body, not to be shared with the heavens. Do not let me see you, Yi Hang. Just as she prepared to change out of her fatigued attire, Zhuge Meiqin shivered involuntarily. Could it be that Yi Hang was hiding here again? She scoured the dressing room thoroughly, finally relieved to find him absent. After a quick wash in the restroom and changing into clean clothes, she felt significantly more at ease. Then, she took out her phone and sent a video of Yi Hang's solo performance to her father. Meanwhile, videos of Yi Hang had already flooded the internet. Unknown man unexpectedly rises to fame online, performing Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 in D minor, shocking the world. At the entrance of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, 3 luxury cars collided. Insiders reported seeing the piano duelist emerge from the front vehicle. Breaking. This man is none other than Yi Hang, a freshman at Shanghai University. A Maserati with a linen license plate. Netizens reveal it belongs to the only daughter of a certain consortium. At 68 Shashia Road, the bustling New World business district sparkled with lights, with numerous century-old establishments clustered together. Couples holding snacks could be seen in 2s and 3s, creating a lively atmosphere on this early summer night. In an open-air Western restaurant, the resident singer's rendition of Southern Girl resonated with charm. Unfortunately, it was disrupted by 2 women. Qin Meilin and Li Qingchang, both unwilling to yield, stared daggers at each other, ready for an all-out confrontation. Yi Hang held Kumeng, both of them enjoying a delicious meal. Kumeng, this is delightful, the saltwater shrimp. Daddy will peel it for you. Kumeng licked her spicy, rosy lips, eyes wide with anticipation. Yi Hang, too weary to correct her mistake, had long grown accustomed to the headache she caused. After peeling one, Kumeng eagerly chewed. So good. I want more. The attentive staff at the restaurant brought over a napkin. Regrettably, they were oblivious to the tensions between Yi Hang and the 2 women. How I wish a wealthy lady could see through all my bravado, allowing me to drop my facade and enter her 500 square meter heart. So, you knew Yi Hang before? Having returned to her primary persona, Qin Meilin was gentle and considerate, a stark contrast to her previous domineering demeanor. Indeed, so you are his teacher? Li Qingqing scoffed. I was, but I am not now. I was merely in aroma, and the owner refused to come down. It turns out it was you. Yi Hang, could you be a bit more considerate? Sounds as though you would be spared if I did come down. As they continued to peel shrimp, I wondered how long they could bicker. Yet, within 5 minutes, the 2 women, once at odds, were now arm in arm, as close as sisters, as though they were wearing the same pair of pants. It was my fault. Yi Hang stood me up and my tone was unkind. Sister, please do not take it to heart. Qin Meilin, 2 years older than Li Qingqing, flirted with a hint of affection. Not at all, dear sister. Do not stoop to her level. Her? Yihang turned, puzzled. It's nothing, just a slip of the tongue, referring to myself. Phew. I almost revealed my secondary persona's existence. The purpose of Qin Meilin's visit to Shanghai was merely to regularly check on her psychological well-being. Chapter 71. Despite their outward hostility, the two women's fondness for each other was surging. In linen, Qin Meilin's affinity for Yihang had reached 75, but this time it soared to 82, surpassing the threshold of 80 signified friendship. Yihang was taken aback. Had it not been for Qin Meilin's playful alter ego, her inherently gentle nature would have allowed her to express her affection freely. In an unexpected turn of events, Qin Meilin and Li Qingcheng became good friends, exchanging WeChat contacts and even sharing drinks. Li Qingcheng waved to the waiter. I'll have a whiskey sour. And you, sister? B52, please, Qin Meilin replied. Yihang interjected, hey, who's gonna take care of you if you get tipsy? The two women chorused, none of your business. Yihang sighed, contemplating the B52 cocktail, which, with its base of 15 milliliters of gin, was hardly different from straight alcohol. You might as well drink straight from the bottle, he muttered. Such a strong drinker you are. The waiter brought the drink menu, his gaze darting among the peculiar quartet. They ordered a bottle of M-Doc's second label, Aoyun red wine, and another bottle of Ace of Spades. The two women laughed and chatted, surrounded by a lively crowd at the outdoor bar, where young professionals from the nearby Ginza International were enjoying the midnight allure of Shanghai. Yihang relished the tranquility. Li Qingcheng's taste remained as impeccable as ever. Red wine was not limited to Lafite and Penfolds. Many connoisseurs in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou owned vineyards in Australia. The second label that Li Qingcheng chose was akin to a junior Lafite, offering a taste that ranged from 3,000 to 30,000 yuan. It was sweet and flavorful, with packaging and quality that matched the highest standards. Its reasonable price stemmed from its lesser fame, as the vintage was simply not up to par with the flagship. However, the rarity of vintage wine is a matter of chance. The 1982 Lafite is a limited edition because it was among the finest vintages prior to the millennium. One bottle lessens the supply, elevating its value. As for Ace of Spades, it is sparkling wine priced around 200 yuan per bottle if not ordered at a bar. The pink Ace of Spades that Li Qingcheng ordered was more expensive, at 3,000 yuan per bottle. This drink was designed to appeal to affluent women. One cannot be seen drinking a 3 yuan Jiangxia bai, can they? It satisfies vanity while delivering a rich taste, complemented by elegant packaging and premium vineyard production methods. Aoyun, being a domestic brand, garnered market presence through its impressive marketing team, targeting 5-star hotels. Its quality was above average, yet some people still believed that foreign wines were superior. This bottle of Aoyun cost 4,000 yuan, representing the best vintage from 2002, post-millennium. Foreign vineyards rarely sell for less than 50,000 yuan. One should not underestimate the prowess of red wines. The concept of premium pricing is an enigma. The tulip theory has been exploited by capitalists, who are adept at reaping profits from the uninformed. There is a saying that aptly encapsulates this. The goal of financial pursuits is to profit from the naivety of others, aiding them in their struggles but never to elevate them to wealth. Life is frail, and those who dare to boast often rent luxury cars to fabricate personas, flaunting deposits to attract the gullible, consolidating high-end connections while simultaneously exploiting the unsuspecting. The two women were drinking heartily, having polished off a bottle of red wine and a bottle of sparkling wine within 10 minutes. Well, I'm not sending you home. Whoever wants to can do so, Yihang thought, as Meng Meng had fallen asleep in his embrace, her tiny mouth moving adorably. It was endearing yet troubling to have a mother with a hint of a split personality. Yihang could not shake the feeling that Qin Meilin was peculiar. Her gentle demeanor was reminiscent of an exemplary woman, yet she could also fiercely confront Li Qingcheng. In psychology, this is referred to as dual personality, indicating a psychological disorder where two distinct personas exist within one individual. In milder cases, the dual personalities coexist, akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors. However, in severe cases, the two personas operate independently, with each one's thoughts and decisions unaffected by the other. It is a frightening psychological disorder that necessitates ongoing intervention from mental health professionals. Such conditions often stem from childhood trauma, experienced by those who have endured significant hardships. Resolving it is akin to extinguishing one of the personas entirely. Some dual personalities do not even communicate. Often, the primary persona remains oblivious to the actions of the secondary persona and vice versa. For instance, at this moment, Qin Meilin finished her drink, her delicate hand covering her flushed face. "Sister, what just happened? Why are we suddenly here drinking? Beautiful. Was my guess accurate?" Yihang slowly turned, regarding her as if she were an enigma. "Yihang, what are you doing here? Meng Meng has been clamoring to see you." Li Qingcheng, with both hands, opened a bellin oyster, placing it on Yihang's plate, appearing adorably baffled. Yihang raised his hands in surrender. "Don't ask me. I have no idea. Sister, we agreed to come here for a painting." Just then, a woman in high heels rushed over, breathless, and upon spotting Yihang's table at the outdoor bar, leaned against her knees to catch her breath. "Meilin, your location was so hard to find." The newcomer was none other than Meilin's close friend, Meng Jia, a professor of applied psychology at Linen University. At that moment, Yihang's ears buzzed with the system's voice. Ding! Triggering the side quest, "I am truly not a rich second generation. You have discovered Qin Meilin's secret. It appears she possesses a dual personality. Quest requirement: assist Qin Meilin in returning to a normal life. Current quest progress: 10. Chapter 72. Who is this?" Yihang scrutinized Meng Jia, who was equally assessing him. Qin Meilin leaped up, embracing Meng Jia, and introduced, "This is my dearest sister, a professor of applied psychology at Linen University, Meng Jia." Yihang exchanged glances with Li Qingcheng, raising an eyebrow. This was entirely contrary to Qin Meilin's usual style. She resembled a tomboy, with her platinum hair slicked back, dressed in a white blazer, a versatile camisole, and perched on high heels. She embodied the essence of a modern urbanite. The conspicuous detail: a band-aid. As they settled at the table, Meng Jia took her seat. Qin Meilin continued, "This is the handsome guy who saved Kameng at Linen University, Yihang, and this is Yihang's mentor, Li Qingcheng." Meng Jia was taken aback. "Li the demon?" Yihang, who was in the midst of savoring an oyster, nearly choked. Goodness, that trivial incident had become common knowledge. Li Qingcheng, unfazed, smiled and said, "Indeed, that would be me." The three women soon formed a lively camaraderie, while Yihang yawned repeatedly. "So, that Ferrari belongs to you, Yihang?" "Yes." Meng Jia exclaimed, "You have no idea. I even wrote a note thinking there was a murderer in the car. Who wouldn't step out of a Ferrari?" She laughed until her stomach hurt. Yihang grimaced and took a hefty bite of his oyster. To his utter surprise, he found himself on stage. Li Qingcheng, her cheeks flushed from the wine, looked stunning. At the table, three breathtaking beauties gathered. Despite Meng Jia's tomboyish appearance, the system had rated her attractiveness at an astonishing 92 points. Meng Jia discreetly observed Yihang, only to discover Li Qingcheng and Yihang were both wearing the same model of watch, an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. This was rather delightful. "Yihang, do you not drink?" he was asked. Glancing up from his family group chat, he replied, "I don't drink. Otherwise, who would take you home later?" The three had driven there. Suddenly, Yihang recalled his system task of uncovering Qin Meilin's secret, which seemed straightforward. "How about a game of truth or dare? Isn't it a bit dull for you three to drink? Why not play truth or dare together?" Li Qingcheng, feeling tipsy and cheerful, readily agreed. "But you don't drink." "To hell with it, it's just finding a designated driver," she declared. "Drink, why wouldn't I?" Meng Jia chimed in, "No cheating. Whoever cheats must bark like a little dog." Qin Meilin snapped her fingers. "Waiter, bring a new glass." The red wine was poured generously. The rules stipulated that anyone who lost must truthfully answer a question posed by the other three, or face a drink. The first round commenced and Meng Jia lost. "Go ahead and ask." Li Qingcheng, brimming with enthusiasm, thought for a moment before asking, "Meng Jia, are you a lesbian?" Qin Meilin raised an eyebrow. "Correct." Meng Jia tossed her hair. "Indeed." Yihang smiled slightly. As expected, his guess was accurate. It was Qin Meilin's turn. After pondering, she decided to pose a more challenging question. When was the last time you celebrated love? Meng Jia remained composed. 5 years ago. I don't believe it. Yi Hang was quick to assert that Meng Jia was lying. After all, she was a mature woman who didn't have certain physiological needs. I swear. Meng Jia rolled her eyes dramatically. Fine, my turn. Yi Hang, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, Are you Qin Meilin's psychologist? What a revelation. The question left Meng Jia stunned. Qin Meilin was taken aback. This was her greatest secret. How did Yi Hang figure it out? Meng Jia stared into Yi Hang's eyes. I will drink. Yi Hang smiled subtly. Sister, your acting skills need work. This drink is wasted on you. Qin Meilin's expression has already revealed the answer. Beep. Current task progress, 20. In the second round, Qin Meilin lost. Li Qingcheng mischievously asked, Meilin, are you married? The gentle, primary personality of Qin Meilin had no capacity for deceit, especially under the influence of alcohol. She shook her head. The question arose. Was Kameng born from a rock crevice? It was Meng Jia's turn again. Meilin, before you ask this question, you should take your medication. With that, Meng Jia retrieved 3 small white pills from a portable medicine box. What question could possibly require medication? Qin Meilin was reluctant to take the pills. Meng Jia feared that the next question might trigger Qin Meilin's alternate personality. All right, go ahead and ask. Meng Jia paused before inquiring. This is a question I've hesitated to ask you. Is Kameng your biological daughter? What a revelation. Qin Meilin indeed had a significant secret. Yi Hang quickly lowered his head, relieved that Kameng was soundly asleep and had not overheard their conversation. In that instant, Qin Meilin's expression darkened. Meng Jia, you promised not to ask me this. Well, you are correct. Kameng is not my daughter. Beep. Current task progress, 30. There must be a reason behind this, possibly even the cause of Qin Meilin's dual personalities. Thus, Yi Hang poured more wine for Qin Meilin. So, Kameng is your sister Isen Tishi? In an instant, Qin Meilin felt the chills run down her spine. This was her most profound secret. How did he know? Meng Jia was equally incredulous. She slowly turned her head, fully aware that she was a psychology professor at Linen University. It was not surprising. Considering Qin Meilin's age, having a second child was plausible, especially since Kameng appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. Hence, Qin Meilin could have had Kameng when she was merely 24 or 25. Qin Meilin gazed into Yi Hang's eyes for an extended moment. I will drink. She downed her glass of Ace of Spades in one gulp. Waiter, bring me 3 more bottles of Ace of Spades. Qin Meilin wiped her mouth, her eyes misty. She disliked the sensation of being exposed and vulnerable before others. Beep. Current task progress, 50. Chapter 73. In the third round, as fate would have it, Yi Hang lost. It was of little consequence. The information he sought was nearly within his grasp, akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. The intriguing secrets surrounding Qin Meilin would gradually unveil themselves with each clue. Let me ask first. Qin Meilin huffed, her frustration emanating from her dominant persona. Why are you and Li Qingcheng wearing matching watches? She had noticed it the moment they exited the car, a palpable scent of jealousy wafting through the air. Yi Hang shrugged. I fell into a trap. Li Qingcheng, however, had no intention of clarifying. She merely sipped her drink, taking smaller and smaller gulps. Ah, the fade of sisterly camaraderie. It was Meng Jia's turn to probe. If you had to choose one of us as a lover, who would it be? Wow, are you messing with my head? Yi Hang retorted, I choose to abstain. How was he to respond? This was a perilous question. Selecting any one of them would surely offend the others. No, he had to pick one, there was no alternative. With a sigh, he pointed at Li Qingcheng. After all, she had shaped the course of his university life for 4 years. If she insisted on his failure, then failure it would be. Now it was Li Qingcheng's turn. Who was that girl sitting next to you today? My little sweetheart. The 3 women chorused incredulously. I don't believe it. See, when I tell you the truth, you don't believe me. How is this any different from Shinyoyu? The stigma surrounding the idea of maintaining a mistress still lingered in their minds. often associated with middle-aged men. Yet, for someone like Yi Hang, while not exactly besieged, he certainly did not lack female attention. After a short while, the trio decided to depart. The evening had passed without incident, and Yi Hang had already uncovered half of Qin Meilin's secret. This captivating mystery was still ripe for exploration. He handed the sleeping chemo to Meng Jia. Meng Jia had not indulged excessively, walking steadily, while Li Qingcheng, on the other hand, leaned on Yi Hang, clutching her handbag, struggling to maintain her balance. Here, the car keys. Yi Hang accepted the keys to the European luxury vehicle. If you can't handle your drink, then don't drink.
Li Qinggang.
Her eyes, clouded by inebriation, mistook everything for Yi Hang. Whatever first, he would take Qin Meilin and Meng Jia back to the hotel. With Meng Jia looking after her, Yi Hang had no cause for concern. Take your time. Okay. As he turned the steering wheel, Yi Hang glanced at Li Qingcheng, whose head lolled to the side in the passenger seat, illuminated by neon lights, her profile an exquisite sight. This woman had many virtues, except for her propensity to speak. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, he assisted her upstairs before departing. The complex was in close proximity to MOK, and he returned to campus in a mere 10 minutes. The following day, Yi Hang awakened to find Huang Su had procured breakfast. The dormitory, aside from Yi Hang's 5 computers, was playing back the video of his solo performance from the previous day. Brother Yi, a legendary figure forever, not only did you dominate the school's trending topics, but you also captured Zhuge Meiqin's heart. And, Brother Yi, was that Ferrari that crashed yesterday really yours? Huang Su mumbled, his mouth full of soup dumplings, greasy and unrestrained. Yu Hong sprawled on the sofa, having just finished a basketball game, sweat glistening on his brow. There's only one Ferrari in the Songjiang University town. Who else could it belong to but Brother Yi? This logic was akin to the notion that in the realm of Douyin, there were less than 1,000 Ferraris nationwide, yet Douyin boasted 5,000. Yi Hang nearly forgot, though the collision with Li Qingcheng's car had not been severe. The rear fender had indeed suffered a dent. Currently, there were only 3 authorized service centers for Ferraris in the country. In Mo-Do, Lin and D-Do, which differed from typical 3S dealerships as they solely provided after-sales service, along with a 1-year full vehicle replacement warranty. The caveat was that one could not tamper with the engine software. Otherwise, the warranty would be voided. This policy was certainly less favorable than Porsche's 3-year warranty. Moreover, Yi Hang's Roma was fully insured. Perhaps it was time for an upgrade. Just then, Sun Fong emerged from her room and inadvertently sprayed her soda all over Xiao Mada. Xiao Mada glared at Sun Fong. That's too much. Sorry, Mada, but Brother Yi's Ferrari is changeable on a whim. Huang Su collapsed on the sofa, despondent. Brother Yi's life is extraordinary. While I'm merely existing, Yi Hang chuckled, tossing the Ferrari keys to Huang Su. Take them and charm some ladies. But for heaven's sake, don't let me find an umbrella in my car. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulders and headed off to class, ignoring the raucous crowd behind him. Today marked the first major lecture at MOK, Li Qingcheng's finance class. This core course required attendance, and skipping was reserved for second-year students. First-year students had to adhere strictly. As for elective courses, the mantra remained. Mandatory classes were to be skipped, while elective ones were to be embraced. However, earning credits was paramount. Students like Huang Su often selected electives based on enjoyment, typically ones that allowed for absences, such as Professor Zhu Liang's asset evaluation course. Ostensibly about asset assessment, it was, in truth, merely a study of second-hand real estate and vehicles. Word around campus was that Professor Zhu Liang's greatest passion was buying and selling second-hand properties, without intermediaries profiting from the transactions. MOK also offered a rather peculiar elective, abnormal psychology. Yi Hang had considered enrolling in this course but was promptly vetoed by Li Qingcheng. Sighing, he lamented, while others study to please their mothers, I seem to study to satisfy my stepmother. Li Qingcheng's text message arrived as expected. Are you awake? Big lecture today. Don't be late. Yi Hang responded with an emoji. Got it, stepmother, accompanied by an eye roll. Li Qingcheng replied, Stepmother? I quite like that title. Doesn't it add a certain flair? He face-bombed, nearly choking on his own disbelief. As he made his way to the lecture, Yihang found himself approached by at least 5 different groups of people inquiring about Li Qingqing's classroom. Come on, haven't you ever walked before? Haven't you ever seen legs? To his annoyance, most of them were not even from his own university, but rather students from other institutions. The boys from Yoshui Foreign Language School were particularly numerous, alongside those from Southeast University of Political Science and Law. With so many tall beauties at MOE and affluent girls at MOE, why were they not seeking them out? Before long, a fellow student with a stack of books strolled past Yihang. Hey, can I ask you for directions? Yihang raised his hand, cutting him off. Straight ahead. Take a right at the 2nd floor of the teaching building. The student scratched his head and chuckled. Thanks, man. Gotta hurry. Don't want to miss the class, gotta hurry? I'll give you something to hurry about. Yihang thought, rolling his eyes at the book titled On the Self-Cultivation of an Actor. Impressive. Upon arriving at the classroom, it was already filled to capacity, with students standing in the aisles. Li Qingqing, now wearing frameless glasses and holding a laser pointer, had donned a tailored suit, her ponytail exuding professional elegance against the backdrop of the projector screen. This was the essence of popularity. And it was quite infuriating. The moment Yihang walked into the classroom, Li Qingqing's gaze zeroed in on him. Following her lead, every student turned to stare at him. Many recognized Yihang, murmuring amongst themselves, he looks so familiar, haven't I seen him somewhere? Then it clicked. The welcoming party at MOE. It was him, the one who performed Rachmaninoff's 3rd Concerto. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Taking his seat, Yihang noted that although the finance department consisted of 6 classes, the number of students was still manageable. The large classroom could accommodate over 100, and at times, Li Qingqing opted to split the class into 2 sessions for convenience. However, major lectures typically gathered the entire department together. This arrangement led to a rather peculiar scenario. With a male-to-female ratio of 60-40 at MOCI, the core area of academic excellence was predominantly occupied by bespectacled females. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, it was an all-male crowd. Yihang casually chose a spot and called the roll. Everyone was present on the first day, with no one skipping class. Li Qingqing's gaze lingered momentarily on Yihang before she commenced the lecture. In her professional demeanor, Li Qingqing was quite charming, meticulous in her approach. Let us begin with a self-introduction. My name is Li Qingqing, and I am your instructor for finance and business management. Yihang retrieved various thick textbooks from his backpack, including real estate finance, international trade, corporate finance, and case analysis. Each book was about the size of a clenched fist. Yihang's intelligence posed no issue. With a foundation in high school mathematics and some comprehensible financial models, he was able to grasp the material, albeit with some effort. The class was fully engaged, finding Li Qingqing's lessons quite intriguing. Who can tell me whether buying a house is an investment or a consumption? Li Qingqing occasionally glanced at Yihang, discovering, to her surprise, that he was reading. Yihang, would you like to answer? A handsome sigh escaped the room. Couldn't there be a moment of peace? The question was rather simple. Yihang stood up and calmly replied, investment. A silent consensus rippled through the room as everyone nodded in agreement. There was no fault in his reasoning. Anyone who deemed purchasing a house as mere consumption was evidently ignorant of economics. Very well, Li Qingqing acknowledged, continuing with her inquiries. I have a friend who possesses 5 million and wishes to buy a prime commercial property. Where would you recommend?
Yihang contemplated seriously.
I wouldn't recommend any location. In fact, I would advise against purchasing a commercial property altogether. Frowns began to appear among the audience. After all, commercial properties were often viewed as golden geese. Who wouldn't want to invest, especially in a lucrative location? This was an easy question. Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, impressed. Please elaborate on why you wouldn't recommend it. Commercial properties are essentially a massive scythe targeting middle-class families, he asserted. To be precise, if your net worth does not exceed 10 million, you should steer clear of any property labeled as commercial, regardless of whether it is in a first-tier or third-tier city. Most individuals lack the experience and knowledge to perceive the risks hidden within commercial properties. Hence my recommendation. Li Qingqing continued to entice Yihang. But this prime property is priced exceptionally low, and it's located on a bustling street. Most importantly, It offers a buyback guarantee after 2 years, allowing for unconditional repurchase if one changes their mind. Yihang shrugged. Then you should go ahead and buy it. Who is stopping you with all that money? The room erupted in laughter, and Li Qingcheng let out a chuckle. This young man was certainly amusing, signaling him to take his seat. What Yihang said holds considerable merit. The financial attributes of commercial properties dictate their long-term benefits. Until your personal net worth reaches 10 million, I would not advocate for investing in any commercial properties. All the temptations I mentioned earlier are merely marketing strategies. Asset allocation is always at the core of finance. Maximizing your benefits is the ultimate goal of our financial studies. Next, Li Qingqing displayed a chart on the screen via her phone. The graph illustrated that low prices entice purchases, while street-facing prime locations seem like a windfall from the heavens. The buyback guarantee is akin to borrowing your money for 2 years, only to return it when you no longer desire it. In fact, depositing money in a bank would yield interest over those 2 years, ensuring that developers remain unscathed. The most significant factor is the exorbitant taxes associated with commercial transactions. A few years ago, a business owner in Yangcheng sold a commercial property for 16.5 million, only to pay a staggering 24 million in taxes. This is a true story. As Li Qingcheng continued her lecture, Yihang checked the system. His current daily earnings buff had upgraded to level 3, netting him 160 a day, which totaled 64,800 for the month. He was also working on several ongoing tasks. Qin Meilin's dual personality task progress, 50. Magical City travel task, Phase 2 task progress, 20. The first class concluded swiftly, with Li Qingqing's lessons remaining engaging, her economic models presented in a comprehensible manner. All right, we have 5 minutes before class ends. Let us review the key points. With that, she discreetly took out her phone to send Yihang a WeChat message. Li Qingqing, about the socks you helped me remove last night? Li Qingqing, you didn't TC anything inappropriate, did you? Li Qingqing, let us grab a meal after class. Li Qingqing, why are you not responding again? She then sent a playful emoji, depicting a friendship bed collapsing. Meanwhile, Yihang stared at the chat history projected on the screen, utterly shocked. The lecture hall fell into a deathly silence. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Li Qingcheng looked up to find everyone's expressions awry, fixated on the large screen behind her. There, glaringly visible, was the chat history between her and Yihang. Wow! Splendid! Li Qingcheng was taken aback.
Chapter 75a.
This is Yihang's teacher for the next 4 years. A foolish woman whose mind is consumed with thoughts of romance. Swiftly shutting off her phone screen, Li Qingcheng, despite her worldly experience, managed to gather her belongings without a hint of embarrassment. Class dismissed, she announced, then briskly exited the large lecture hall, leaving all the students staring at Yihang. Huang Su, Sun Fong, and Yu Hong, the rascals from the dormitory, dashed over to Yihang, embracing him. Brother Yi. What's your relationship with the fiercely? Stammered Xiao Mata. Taking off. Socks. Hee. Yihang playfully slapped Mata on the forehead. Jiang Fei retrieved his phone, comparing Yihang's WeChat avatar. Indeed, it's definitely Brother Yi. Only he could have such an obscure avatar. And still attract girls. The avatar displayed? Yu Hong quipped. First, it's about taking off socks. Next, it's about filling in the blanks. Yihang felt utterly speechless, having been caught in Li Qingqing's antics. Noon. Although he had originally planned to dine with his dorm mates, the proud teacher insisted on dragging Yihang to the faculty cafeteria. 5 minutes or you'll flunk. I mean it. Oh, for heaven's sake. After exchanging greetings with Huang Su and the others, Yihang slipped away. The faculty cafeteria was located on the first floor, separate from the student dining hall. Generally, professors who had attained teaching assistant titles dined here, and undoubtedly the counselor qualified as a teaching assistant. One should never underestimate counselors. A master's degree is no small feat thus. When Yihang entered, he inadvertently drew some attention. Li Qingcheng had already prepared his meal. Shrimp with scrambled eggs, sweet and sour ribs, marinated pork, and a serving of white-cut chicken. Is this enough for you? Without a lunchbox, Li Qingqing sought out the cafeteria's dishes. The selection was evidently far more sumptuous than that of the student cafeteria. Thank you, stepmother. You're truly wonderful. Yihang jested. Li Qingqing sat opposite him, delicately eating her meal, revealing her family's strict upbringing and her graceful demeanor. If only you could always be like this. How was class today? With a mouthful of rice, Yihang responded, quite good. I've been dabbling in the stock market. My mother invested in Bitcoin a while back, and in just a month, it surged from 32,000 to 50,000. Her initial 500,000 has now grown to 780,000, largely thanks to Iron Man's savvy strategies. Tesla has directly linked with PayPal, supporting Bitcoin payments, backed by a legion of players worldwide. What other outcome could there be but an increase in value? Have you chosen your elective courses? Li Qingqing asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. How dare you say that?
Yihang retorted.
If you hadn't delayed things, there wouldn't be so many girls flocking to the filled elective courses. In the dormitory, Huang Su signed up for theory and practice of romance. Sun Fong opted for table tennis, and even Xiao Mata enrolled in appreciation of crosstalk. Listen to this. What sort of majors are these? They're practically the perfect way to coast through credits. I've enrolled you in advanced mathematics. Financial theory cannot exist without logical closure, and the reverse thinking from higher math greatly benefits economics. Yihang wore a look of despair. Please don't tell me. He started, but Li Qingqing remained unperturbed. You'll thank me in the future. You're something else, he mumbled. The afternoon brought the advanced math class taught by Qi Jingchun, for whom Li Qingqing had already put in a good word. Yihang bit hard into a sweet and sour rib. What did you say? If you dare skip class, it'll cost you dearly. Li Qingqing, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, placed the carefully prepared strawberries beside Yihang's fruit plate. After taking a couple of bites, she declared, I must maintain my figure. Otherwise, you won't like me. As they conversed, a middle-aged man of about 35, devoid of the typical middle-aged greasiness, approached. He was slightly balding, with distinct features, wearing glasses, and exuded an air of academic dedication. Qingqing, why are you eating at the cafeteria? He sat down opposite them without invitation, his expression tinged with a hint of flattery. Li Qingqing displayed a look of disdain. Why can't I eat in the cafeteria? The man adjusted his glasses, lowering his gaze, and was momentarily pained to see their matching Audemars Piguet watches. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat here before? Let me eat in peace. It's none of your concern. Yihang could easily surmise that this man was undoubtedly one of Li Qingqing's admirers. By the way, I have 2 invitations for the financial summit in Shanghai on the 15th of this month. Li Qingqing ignored him, focusing instead on cleaning her utensils. She turned to Yihang and asked, Are you full? Yes. The man could no longer contain himself. Qingqing, are you even listening to me? Clearly exasperated, Li Qingqing decided to drop the facade. I have a boyfriend now, Liang Qi. I hope you will cease to bother me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. With that, she pulled Yihang closer, you know my temper.
Yihang, bejilderet, stammeret, meol meol meol.
Chapter 76. The romance between teachers and students in universities is as common as the stars in the sky, hardly surprising. Yihang paid it no mind. Given Li Qingqing's temperament, one would be wise to tread carefully. In the afternoon, it was time for Professor Qi Jingchun's advanced mathematics class. The finance major is inextricably linked to the logical foundations of mathematics, with only 3 core subjects available: advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and statistical probability. Under the influence of big data, the application of mathematics has evolved, and since the new curriculum reform in 2012, non-science schools no longer include advanced mathematics as a compulsory subject. Even when it is offered, it is typically approached tangentially with only a superficial understanding. Delving into complex variables and calculus feels akin to wielding a deadly weapon. Those who choose it must be somewhat unhinged. Indeed, compared to Yihang, our class 602 is a motley crew of underachievers. Zhang Fei spoke in a pronounced Beijing accent, making his words flow effortlessly. You think I wanted to? Yihang and Xiao Mata had engaged in a bit of banter, now excluding Huang Su from their revelry, as he was simply too inexperienced. Huang Su was joyfully driving Yihang's Ferrari in circles. Just as Yi Hang prepared to head to class, Huang Su returned, panting heavily after downing an entire bottle of sugar-free cola. Refreshing. Absolutely exhilarating, Yi Gu. The Ferrari truly is a man's dream. You wouldn't believe it. After driving just 300 meters, a junior asked for my WeChat. Yi Hang chuckled. Well, if no girls leap into your car, you might want to reconsider your looks. I was terrified to push it beyond 100 on the hills behind Songjiang University town. Yi Hang patted his shoulder. Young man, I leave the task of convincing me to change cars to you. With that, he slipped away, leaving the 602 dormitory in stunned silence. In the afternoon class, only about 30 students were present, with a few graduate students who were not unattractive. However, Yi Hang found little interest, perhaps due to the abundance of beauty he had encountered, which had raised his standards. He chose a seat at the back, but after 20 minutes, the professor had yet to arrive. Apologies, everyone, the professor is running late. Qi Jingchun was a treasure of the mathematics department, without question. Years ago, he was a doctoral advisor at Tsinghua and Peking University and one of the first intellectuals to study abroad in the United States. However, since the passing of his wife, he had lost interest in research and was lured to teach, becoming a cornerstone of the institution. His teaching style was humorous, rich in substance, with little superfluous talk, often incorporating personal anecdotes. According to Li Qingqing, Qi was a candidate worthy of the Academy of Sciences. However, the mundane realities of life had ensnared him. Each day, he rode a vintage bicycle, scavenging for recyclables on campus. Everyone has their own life. For Yi Hang, being a carefree traveler who could earn money was not a bad existence. Focus on the key points. Wealth. Qi Jingchun adjusted his reading glasses and scanned the room, naturally noticing Yi Hang among the familiar faces. No need to call roll. Those who choose my advanced math class are obviously compelled. Laughter erupted. I encourage you to study linear algebra. May lightning strike me if I'm joking. You see, I initially pursued mathematics purely for the enjoyment. It just so happened that I ended up at Tsinghua and Peking University. It wasn't my intention. Is that even a reasonable statement? Just happened to. He continued. For those of you studying finance and economics, learning a bit of advanced math is beneficial. At the very least, you should understand the difference between equal principal and equal interest loans. In short, do not repay your mortgage early. I'm sure your esteemed teacher has covered that, so I won't elaborate. This old man was quite amusing, making complex concepts accessible and easy to comprehend. Indeed, a mortgage is the most significant financial leverage an average person can wield. Yi Hang flipped open his advanced math textbook. This edition was the fourth from East China Normal University, incomparable to the sixth edition from Tongji University, but then again, Yi Hang was merely taking it as an elective. After perusing for a while, he found it quite engaging, keeping pace with Qi Jingchun's lecture. Yet, Yi Hang felt it was somewhat slow. Despite his wide-ranging interests, refinement was necessary. Time was of the essence. As he browsed the system's marketplace, he discovered that the lowest-priced buffs started at a staggering 50,000 points, leaving him astounded. Yi Hang deemed it essential to expedite his travel tasks in the bustling city. Points, after all, held more significance than currency. During the 2-hour advanced math class, Yi Hang was thoroughly engrossed. Mathematics, he mused, could be likened to an RPG game. The linear algebra, limits, and complex variables were mere quests, while solving problems was akin to defeating bosses, with the thrill of acquiring loot. The sense of achievement served as a psychological reward. As the class neared its end,
Yi Hang streçed lazili.
he sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. Upon turning, he caught sight of a girl with a lively bob haircut who quickly averted her gaze, resembling a startled rabbit. Clad in a floral dress and simple white sneakers, she was as ordinary as one could be, devoid of any ostentatious adornments. It was clear her sneakers had been washed repeatedly. She exuded a gentle elegance, evoking a sense of first love. Did he not recall the class beauty from his childhood? Any boy who glimpsed her would surely feel a surge of protective instinct. Perhaps noticing Yi Hang's gaze upon her, she bit down anxiously on her pen, attempting to mask her embarrassment. For the first time, Yi Hang recognized a kindred spirit in the opposite sex. Clean, radiant. Shinyoyu was at the peak of beauty, the ideal girlfriend every male student dreamt of. Chow Meng was a peerless beauty, akin to the quintessential supporting actress in a drama. Li Qingcheng was the elder sister, the epitome of a strong woman, with and without glasses, seemingly two different individuals. Qin Meilin was fully mature, capable of fulfilling a man's every fantasy regarding mature women. And Zhuge Meiqin was a talented woman, destined for the limelight. Alright, class is dismissed. Qi Jingchuan's voice broke the spell of Yi Hang's daydreaming. Ding ding ding. His phone buzzed. Chow Meng texted. When are you taking me out for a meal? Michelin is my only consideration. Yi Hang replied. How about a slap instead?
Chapter 77, Cao Meng, ít.
If you dare to give it to me, I dare to eat it. Yi Hang. Has your mother not hit you in 3 days? Chow Meng. Rolls eyes. I saw your Ferrari today. Which young lady has suffered this time? Yi Hang thought for a moment. Aside from Huang Su, who could it be? Shouldn't that be her honor?
Cao Meng, sa meo.
Yi Hang. Let us do it tomorrow. Bring along your dormitory friends, but only if they're pretty.
Cao Meng, an rai.
I'll inform Goddess Shin right away. Yi Hang hung up the phone, too lazy to engage with her. It was probably just empty talk. He called Shin Yoyu, but to his surprise, she hung up on him. After a while, a WeChat message arrived. Big class. I'll reply after class. Love you, hubby. Yi Hang felt reassured about Shin Yoyu. His System S favorability rating remained unwavering at 100. A man must have his own career. Women only slow down my draw. Since Zhang Manxi's last encounter with Li Qingcheng, she had not asked further. A mistress must have the awareness of a mistress. This was one of the aspects Yi Hang appreciated about her. Back in the dormitory, he continued with his leisure. During this time, Li Qingcheng sent a message saying she had signed Yi Hang up for a show. This woman certainly didn't let a minute go to waste. Could I perform solo? My crocodile is exceptionally fierce. Li Qingcheng. I have registered your name. If it doesn't work out, just perform your last act at Mayin again. Or do you have something new? It seemed he couldn't escape this. Yi Hang thought for a moment and realized he hadn't used the ballroom dance reward from last time. Yi Hang, let us go with ballroom dancing. After a while, Li Qingcheng replied, All right, I've registered it. The next day, Yi Hang's Ferrari appeared at Mayin as scheduled. Chow Meng dressed beautifully today, sporting a pair of short shorts that showcased her long legs, dazzling to behold, while her equally attractive roommate stood beside her. The car halted in front of them. Get in. The two girls climbed into the vehicle. Yi Hang turned to ask, Aren't you going to introduce us? Before Chow Meng could respond, her roommate took the initiative. Chun Jishi, Meng's roommate, from the piano department, extended her exquisitely manicured hand, which Yi Hang shook, noting her delicate, slender fingers. Judging by her attire, she seemed to be a young heiress. From what he had heard, being from the piano department indicated her family had some wealth. Carrying a Longxiang bag, this type of girl was the kind most favored by foreign language majors. Having seen a bit of the world, they often sought boyfriends who had studied abroad, claiming not to love money while secretly valuing it more than anyone. They were simply on a higher tier, adept at concealing their intentions, and during a sisterly plastic gathering, they were undoubtedly the ones to catch the big fish in the end. To pursue a relationship with them, one must first weigh their wallet. Such women would definitely ask for money and gifts. Thus, once you're in, leave no room for hesitation. Indulge them extravagantly. What else could one do? After all, I'm spending money. Ultimately, a breakup is inevitable. Would one keep them as a family heirloom? Chow Meng, seated in the passenger seat, introduced. This is my high school classmate, Yi Hang. Chun Jishi smiled, her legs crossed, standing at 168 meters, charming in her petite stature. Yi Hang, of course, was well known. He had made quite the impression at the welcoming party, where he had shared the stage with the goddess, a rarity at Mayin. Yi Hang smiled without speaking, waiting for the fish to bite. The two girls chatted about topics of interest to women. Yi Hang perused the S-card strategy and selected a newly rated 2-star Michelin restaurant, Jingxiwi, located at the Bund, known for its trendy cuisine. Trendy cuisine refers to Chaozhou cuisine. Yi Hang's impression of it remained rooted in handmade beef balls, but in reality, Chaozhou cuisine had already made its mark internationally. The unique methods of preparation, such as cold dishes, raw marinating, and salty assortments, distinguished it from the 8 major culinary traditions. Moreover, unlike other Michelin establishments, Jingxihui only accepted reservations. When Yi Hang made his reservation yesterday, he was already the last one. This indicated its popularity. Upon arriving at the Bund, Yi Hang parked in front of an old Western-style house with a history of 100 years. A waitress in a qipao approached to take the keys. Chun Jishi and Chao Mengmeng looked on in amazement. So this is Jingxihui, a Michelin restaurant at the Bund. I've wanted to come for ages, but could never secure a reservation. Chao Mengmeng, naturally, didn't show any signs of retreat. After all, she came from a family with some assets, albeit she was low-key about it. As for Chun Jishi, sister, that's a bit too deliberate. Entering the courtyard, several luxury cars were already parked. One with the FV2201 license plate made Yi Hang pause. Suddenly, Chun Jishi remarked, "That car is so ugly." Ugly? Yi Hang realized he had misinterpreted her. This woman seemed a bit superficial, only focused on the vehicle, not noticing its FV plate. The FV plate allowed access across the subcontinent and Hong Kong Island, with no limit on the number of trips per day. The application requirements included a registered capital of over 50 million, sales exceeding 50 million, and assets above 50 million, along with an investment of over 10 million Hong Kong dollars on Hong Kong Island, and it could be applied for by state-owned, collective, or private enterprises. This meant that this single vehicle represented the face of a company. But that wasn't the key point. Why does the Maserati next to it look so familiar? Chapter 78. May I ask your name? As Yi Hang's attention was drawn to that exquisite jiboli, the doorman of Jingxihui approached him. Indeed, a doorman. Such an outdated practice still exists? It seems this truly is authentic Teochew cuisine. My surname is Yi. Mr. Yi Hang, please follow me. The private room you requested is ready, and we have replaced the furnishings with exquisite sandalwood as per your request. Chao Mengmeng, trailing behind, expressed surprise at the scent of sandalwood. You haven't forgotten, have you? Yi Hang shot her a glance, signaling her to appreciate the details. You have always had a fondness for the fragrance of sandalwood. A 2-star Michelin establishment could hardly meet such specific demands. Upon entering the restaurant, which was described as a European-style villa, they discovered a remarkable 200-square-meter observation terrace at the back. In the prime real estate of the Bund, it was indeed a lavish endeavor. It ensured customer privacy while providing stunning views. Judging by this alone, awarding Tang Gu a Michelin star was certainly justified. The private room was modest in size, facing a decorative screen, with the sound of wine being poured from the adjacent room, creating an ambience reminiscent of a bustling foreign market. The three settled down as the waiter presented an exquisite menu. Welcome, gentlemen.
Jingxihui spécialise in innovative Teochew cuisine.
Unconfined by the traditional ingredients and cooking methods, we select only the finest ingredients, sourced from Australia, Canada, Japan, and France, with additional selections from the Guangdong region. This is indeed different from traditional Teochew fare. Yi Hang was astonished to find that the S-card guide actually included the menu. However, it was still quite impressive. Teochew cuisine is renowned for its preference for costly ingredients rather than conventional ones. The grand dishes featured rare ingredients such as bird's nest, shark fin, abalone, and even conch and red crab. As Shanghai's premier Teochew restaurant, it offered a dazzling array of mackerel, silver-skinned fish, and swan tails. The owner had truly put his heart into it. Sir, would you like some recommendations? Yi Hang was preoccupied with examining the system and did not notice the waiter. Let's hear it. With a smile, the waiter prepared to retrieve an iPad from a nearby drawer. A series of exquisite 3D menus appeared. For Teochew cuisine, we recommend flower crab, cold fish, and sea cucumber with fish maw. May I inquire if you prefer sweet or spicy flavors? The Jianghuai region favors sweet dishes, while north of Lingnan, they lean towards spicy red braises. In Sichuan, due to the cold, we have hot pots infused with Sichuan pepper to ward off dampness. That's why Sichuan beauties have such good skin, right? We are all from Sichuan. Yi Hang sipped the kung fu tea offered by the waiter. Is Chun Jishi also from Sichuan? Chun Jishi nodded. Yes. I'm from Leshan in Sichuan. Then sweet it is. Haven't you had enough hot pot at home? Do you still seek it out when dining out? Very well, sir. A must-try dish is our signature Teochew-style braised fish maw, made from the Guangdu gong, hand-selected daily by our manager, sourced from South Africa and Australia. You may also opt for the local fish maw, which is fresh and sun-dried, offering a unique taste and texture. Guangdu refers to the swim bladder of the grouper, while fish maw is the processed swim bladder. In the north, it is called fish bladder. In the south, fish belly. Fish maw, bird's nest, shark fin, and sea cucumber are among the 8 treasures of the sea, considered grand and essential dishes in the Manchu Han imperial feast. In addition, there are the 8 treasures of the mountains. Unfortunately, they are currently unavailable. The mountain treasures include bear paw, deer antler, rhino horn, camel hump, civet, leopard fetus, lioness milk, and monkey head. All of these are top-tier ingredients, requiring exceptional culinary skills. The Puning Duban sauce braised East China small yellow croaker is also a popular dish. This is the quintessential Teochew fish rice, a specialty. The sauté sauce braised yam with snowflake beef, which is air-freighted from Kobe, features the most tender part of the ribeye. The waiter remarked, "Yihang, please take note." Traditionally, Wagyu beef is classified into 5 grades: A5, A4, A3, A2, and A1. Only A3 and above reveal a marbled texture. However, few are aware that above A5 lies the snow dragon black beef, with only 50 heads produced annually, and its price is equally stunning: 3,000 yuan per gram. 1 pound costs tens of thousands. Can you believe it? Frozen mackerel just arrived today, sir. You are in for a treat. Frozen mackerel pairs well with chilled tea. Do you 3 indulge in alcohol? Yihang looked up, adhering to the lady's preferences. Chen Jishi brushed her hair back. Shall we have a drink? We don't have class tomorrow. Understood, understood. It seems we have no intention of returning. Chow Mengmeng, unable to resist, replied, Sure. Why not? What a hint of artificial sisterhood. Are we about to break into a rendition of Taking Down the Tiger Mountain? The clear soup with West Lake's special tongue is our signature nourishing soup, warming to the stomach. The West Lake special tongue refers to large clams or sand clams, resembling oysters, and strictly speaking belongs to Shandong cuisine, though prepared in the Teochew style. The Longhuai conch is our pride in Teochew cuisine. Yihang nodded. According to gourmet critic Kai Lan, conch represents the most exquisite ingredient in Teochew cuisine, can only be found in Teochew, nowhere else will suffice. Yihang also ordered the skin gold sea cucumber and pufferfish with burnt grass. That will be all. Very well, sir. Please follow me to view the wine cellar. Chapter 79. The waiter led Yihang to the wine cellar, where an entire wall was dedicated to concealed wines. Jinxiwi specializes in private collections, and many patrons store their wines here. What you see before you is the collection of guests. Ah. The likes of Feiyin Guojiao are no longer surprising. There are 20-year vintage, 30-year-old cellar, and quite a few 1998 Quintus Latour, as well as exquisite Burgundy barrel brews. Fresh, fresh, fresh. This is akin to chasing after a cow for the freshest meat. Sir, over here as well. The entire wall flipped around, and even with Yihang's experience, he was somewhat astonished. The marble partition revealed a whole wall filled with various wines. Valendraud's Garage Red, the collaboration between La Mandat and Gaffali, and the dry red of Xiaoying Cabernet Sauvignon. When it comes to red wine, anything below 100 is merely table wine, to put it colloquially, akin to the large green bottle in beer. Only wines exceeding 1,000 can reveal their elegance, and those over 3,000 embody flavor, aroma, and appearance, while anything above 10,000 is merely an investment in vintage. Prices vary according to different grades. Options abound for Lafite Latour from average vintages, better vintages of Margaux, and top vintages of Mouton and Haut-Brion. However, once it surpasses 50,000, it becomes a collection rather than a practical choice. Young man, would you like a recommendation? Just then, a gentleman approached from behind, and the waiter discreetly stood to the side. This must be the owner of Jinxiwi. A 2003 Lafite, a 2005 Baron and Margaux, all suitable for young palates. Yihang had already made his choice, smiling, the Abbey of Obiang. That sounds delightful. The waiter, swift and careful, retrieved the bottle from the cabinet, still encased in plastic, dusting it off. Sir, are you sure you want this wine?
Ye Hang nodded.
Very well, I shall aerate it for you. The man glanced at Yi Hang with delight. You have exquisite taste, young man. Saying this, he produced a business card. Du Jianqing. Yi Hang did not possess a business card but was unperturbed as he extended his hand. Yi Hang. The Abbey of Obiang is a classic among classics. I have recommended it numerous times, yet not a single patron has understood its merit. It is rare to encounter a kindred spirit. This is a black card for gourmet dining. The restaurant will keep track of all your preferences, and next time you visit, just give us a call, and the kitchen will prepare dishes tailored to your taste. Only then did Yi Hang realize that Du Jianqing was the owner of Jingxiwi, a chef specializing in Chaozhou cuisine. The card bore only this single statement. Yi Hang graciously accepted it. There was no need for awkwardness. He needed to begin building his network, and Du Jianqing Wudenti genuinely believed that a shared interest would lead him to befriend an 18-year-old student. Roma is the ticket. From the moment he entered Jingxiwi, Du Jianqing had taken note of Yi Hang. An 18-year-old lad dining on an average of 5,000 yuan for Chaozhou cuisine? Was establishing a private kitchen merely to achieve a Michelin 2-star rating? How superficial. I won't disturb your meal. Remember to call me next time. Yi Hang resumed his seat. Chun Jishi appeared curious. Yi Hang. Do you know that person? Yi Hang retorted, why do you? Chun Jishi stuck out her tongue.
Du Jianqing.
The owner of Jingxiwi, a connoisseur in the Shanghai circle. Anyone he favors receives a black card for gourmet dining. Yi Hang pulled out the card. You mean this? You actually have it. Chun Jishi covered her mouth. Having this card was akin to stepping into their circle. Many seasoned players in Shanghai would be eager to socialize with him. To be honest, Chun Jishi grew increasingly curious about Yi Hang's identity. A freshman with merely a 300,000 yuan watch, yet driving a Ferrari? How could she not feel a bit of excitement? The dishes arrived promptly. The modern Chaozhou cuisine exceeded Yi Hang's expectations. Such top-tier ingredients, even for a chef, would be daunting to prepare. Mishandling them not only wastes the ingredients but also invites customer complaints, the greatest loss of all. Sir, the first dish, our signature braised fish maw. The two women did not start eating immediately, opting first for the customary photo session with their phones. Yi Hang had no such rituals. He rarely posted on social media. The moment it touched his palate, he experienced an explosion of freshness. Following the initial burst was a sweetness, distinctly different from traditional Cantonese flavors, with a hint of osmanthus, delightful and appetizing. It satisfied all of Yi Hang's fantasies about Chaozhou cuisine. Delicious. Chow Meng Meng also took a bite, though the portion is small. The flavor is so unique. It's absolutely delightful. Yi Hang then sampled the Longhuai conch. The waiter explained, we carefully trim all the edges, preserving only the tenderest parts. To be honest, the main difference between Chaozhou cuisine and Cantonese cuisine lies not only in the meticulous selection of ingredients but also in the quality and flavor. The Puning broad bean paste braised Donghai small yellow croaker was exceptionally fresh. This broad bean paste is certainly not the same as that from Sichuan. As for the slightly fatty Jinghua fish, while diners may not feel much, the preparation is quite intricate. The bones must be removed, cut into pieces, and cooked over fire to ensure the meat remains intact, complemented with a delicate celery sauce to highlight the Chaozhou method. Although it was a cold dish, the effort was evident, smooth and novel. What astonished Yi Hang the most was the fish rice. How could such inexpensive delicacies as big-eyed chicken and sand-tip fish be prepared so exquisitely? Sir, the red wine has been aerated. We won't disturb your meal. Jingxiwi wishes you a pleasant dining experience. We are always here for you. The waiter withdrew. Yi Hang wiped his mouth and took a moment to relax. Ladies, shall we toast? Let us go. The three clinked their glasses and continued eating and chatting. Yi Hang, have you been in touch with Goddess Shen lately? Yes. Why do you ask? Yi Hang took a bite of the puffer fish with green shoots, rich in flavor, the skin tender as glue, and the flesh succulent. Especially with the puffer fish's roe atop the skin. TSK. That's a delightful treat, capable of making a man tremble with anticipation. Goddess Shun hasn't been replying to my messages. I thought she was upset with me. Yi Hang chuckled. Are you performing for me? She's been busy with her classes, and the Chinese department is preparing a project. What project? Something about ancient Chinese poetry? I'm not quite sure. Chun Jishi was perplexed and asked, Yihang, do you have a girlfriend now? Strangely, the girl showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, she seemed somewhat eager. You should savor it, truly savor it. Chapter 80 Indeed. Chun Jishi exclaimed with palpable excitement. Really? That's fantastic. Chow Meng Meng replied, no, I meant. Isn't it a bit regrettable for an exceptional guy like you to have a girlfriend so early? Yihang waved his hand dismissively, perceiving the ulterior motives behind her words. Was it really him who should feel regret? Chow Meng Meng was utterly speechless at Chun Jishi. If it weren't for Yihang mentioning bringing a girl, she wouldn't have bothered with Chun Jishi at all. Yihang was taken aback by Chow Meng Meng's unvarnished honesty. I believe you could still enjoy 2 more years of freedom, he remarked. Look at what you're saying. Does having a girlfriend mean one cannot have fun? Nonsense. Yihang's girlfriend is quite beautiful. Chow Meng Meng nodded vigorously in affirmation. Chun Jishi perked up her ears. Women like this, who possess a hint of cunning charm, often disregard whether a man has a girlfriend once a new target emerges. They only care about their own allure and the prospect of reeling in a big catch. Should she hear of someone more attractive, her spirits would plummet. Yet she adeptly understands the art of seduction and restraint. In the realm of WeChat, her social circle was undoubtedly brimming with connections. Unlike those who seek red envelopes during festive seasons, this straightforwardness is merely a sign of low status. Men of a certain caliber simply do not fall for such antics. Chun Jishi epitomizes the archetype of a woman who plays both roles. Desiring reputation and wealth, yet upon a breakup, she would undoubtedly wail and accuse her former partner of being a scoundrel. In reality, she would drain a man's resources and then turn the tables, creating a false narrative of being the one who was discarded. Yihang could only muse, Sister, you have too many tricks up your sleeve. How beautiful is she? May I have a glimpse? Without Yihang's prompting, Chow Meng Meng already understood that she would not be shown. The beauty score awarded by the system rated Chun Jishi at a mere 90 points. Honestly, such looks would only categorize her as a minor internet celebrity. Is Zhuge Meiqin beautiful? Chow Meng Meng countered. Chun Jishi nodded. Our goddess from Moin must surely be stunning. Do you think you are as beautiful as Zhuge Meiqin? Chun Jishi shook her head. To put it plainly, Yihang's girlfriend and Zhuge Meiqin are on the same level. Chun Jishi's eyes widened. Women, or most people, often harbor a peculiar notion that what they cannot possess is invariably superior. This distorted sense of comparison leads them to embellish the merits of others, creating a deceptive sense of pleasure. Especially when they perceive themselves as inferior to another's girlfriend, their longing intensifies. So, this is the goddess spoken of by the infatuated? Little do they know, when these women take the initiative, it can be utterly daunting. Yihang smiled silently. Chun Jishi had already begun to entertain her own thoughts, secretly opening a search on Bihou. How to discreetly pursue someone who is already in a relationship, especially if their girlfriend is more beautiful than I? The highly praised responses were laughable. Get some sleep. Dreams hold everything. Feeling a tad disheartened, Chun Jishi posted on her moments, naturally shielding it from Chow Meng Meng. The accompanying image featured the silver cutlery from Jing Shi Hui, intentionally capturing the red wine from the monastery in the frame. After all, it was a 30,000 yuan bottle. She might as well flaunt it. She added a location, Bunjing Shi Hui Private Restaurant, with the caption, a bit disappointed. Is there anyone to console me? Instantly, the likes and comments flooded in. This post was clearly aimed at the fish in her pond. What's wrong, Jishi? Not happy? Hikari commented, impressive. Jing Shi Hui at the bund. Do you need a little puppy, the kind that barks? Han Xiao added, don't be upset. I transferred you some money. Buy something delicious. About summer, wow. A 30,000 yuan bottle from the monastery. And is this Chaozhou cuisine? May I have a sip of your leftover fugu? Sly grinned by. Why aren't you replying to my WeChat? Posting on Moments instead? Of course, there were those who were not easily fooled. Mark Gu. Fishing for compliments? Some perceptive admirers immediately sent money, with at least 10 red envelopes, yet Chun Jishi refused to accept any. Zero seeking flowers, just kidding. She understood the strategy of reeling in a bigger catch. One long xiang bag was worth more than 10 red envelopes, after all. That foreign language school's little puppy pursued her for a month without success. ultimately leaving in disappointment, having invested 100,000 in a Longxiang bag. Impressive, indeed. Thus, Chunji she found herself at a loss. One thing was certain. Yi Hang was certainly not lacking in wealth, giving her an unfamiliar sense of unpredictability. Of course, previously, she had toyed with infatuated admirers, yet was Yi Hang one of them? Reflecting on Yi Hang's stunning girlfriend only confirmed it. Her taste was on par with that of his girlfriend. After all, Yi Hang's girlfriend was of the type that resembled Zhuge Mei-chin. Looking at those pursuing Zhuge Mei-chin, were they not all affluent, high-status fish? This endeavor was bound to be lucrative. Chun-ji she lifted her glass with determination. Regardless, today Yi Hang is treating us, so I toast to you. The green tea schemer was in full swing. Yi Hang, unfazed, found that the trio had nearly finished their drinks and meals, preparing to settle the bill when unexpectedly, Qin Mei-lin entered with a glass in hand. To his surprise, she was accompanied by Du Jianqing, the owner of Jing Shi Hui. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Qin Mei-lin remained graceful. Yi Hang was certain that today she was in her element. Du Jianqing exclaimed in delight, Mei-lin. Do you know them? Qin Mei-lin shot Yi Hang a glance, playfully remarking, not just acquaintances. She is the adorable daddy. Chao Meng and Chun Ji she were astonished by the woman's beauty and poise, but the conversation took a turn. Daddy? Du Jianqing chuckled. I was wondering who had captured the heart of our adorable Mei-lin. Brother, shall we share a drink? The nearby waiter poured Yi Hang a glass of red wine. Pleasure to meet you. Boss Du. The three raised their glasses in unison and drank heartily. Du Jianqing humbly responded, oh, compared to Mei-lin, what am I but a mere boss? Chapter 81, Beep. Qin Mei-lin's dual personality. Task progress 60. Yi Hang felt somewhat bewildered. This could only indicate that Du Jianqing was also a part of the mission. What, in fact, is Qin Mei-lin's true identity? It is now certain that Qin Mei-lin possesses a dual personality, and it is highly probable that Meng Meng is her sister. Moreover, Du Jianqing mentioned that his business was insignificant compared to Qin Mei-lin's. Goodness gracious! A 2-star Michelin restaurant situated in the prime area of the Bund, frequented by the culinary elite of the metropolis, is undoubtedly a formidable player in the game of wealth. If this does not denote affluence, then what does? As for the gaze of Qin Mei-lin, it did not linger on Chao Meng or Qin Jishi at all. It was evident that they were not of the same caliber. Yi Hang, you all enjoy yourselves. We shall take our leave first, Qin Mei-lin remarked with a smile. Du Jianqing clapped Yi Hang on the shoulder, saying, no worries. Come to Jingxi Hui. I really like you, little brother. Haha. After bidding farewell, the trio did not linger excessively and proceeded to settle the bill. Sir, with the Fresh Cuisine Black Card, you receive an 80 discount. Jingxi Hui charges a 10 service fee, bringing the total to 67,800. The kitchen has already noted your preferences, and you may communicate any requests. Furthermore, with this black card, future reservations are unnecessary. Chao Meng stuck out her tongue. How expensive! Chun Jishi, on the other hand, could hardly believe it, as her monthly allowance barely exceeded 10,000, just enough to maintain a modest lifestyle in this bustling metropolis. Aren't cosmetics free? SK2 Essence costs $2,500 a bottle. Shu Uemura makeup and platinum water would easily amount to $1,500, wouldn't it? And what about those torn black stockings? A pair from Balenciaga costs $2,800. A meal costing $70,000 even after a discount. How could Shinjishi not be astounded? Some labeled rich second-generation individuals might grit their teeth and swipe their father's credit card for such a meal. But it is rare to find someone like Yi Hang, who appears utterly unfazed. Mr. Yi, your bill is $74,580. Your phone number has been automatically recorded, and you will receive a verification code. 95241. Alright, sir. Your information has been successfully updated. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. You are now a distinguished user of the Fresh Cuisine Black Card. After settling the account, the system's cheerful voice chimed in. Beep. Triggered the daily wealth buff effect, 10x critical rebate. This time at Jingxi Hui, 2-star Michelin. Rebate, $745,800. Awaiting offshore account funds transfer. Sir, your designated driver is ready. Following the doorman to the exit, the chauffeur awaited at the entrance. Yi Hang had always possessed a robust tolerance for alcohol. A mere breeze would awaken him. However, the matter of drunk driving is detrimental to both oneself and others, especially given the potential for a criminal record. Such a risk is simply not worth it. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am your designated driver." Yi Hang tossed the keys of his Ferrari to him, and the three climbed into the vehicle. To Songjiang University Town. Yi Hang turned to them. "Shall I treat you to some music first?" Chun Jishi, clearly not finished with the evening, ventured, "I know a great live house. Shall we sit for a while?" Chow Mengmeng had no objections, as she simply wished to treat Yi Hang to a meal. But to her surprise, Yi Hang seemed entirely pleased. Yi Hang bent down to send a message to Zhang Manshi, preparing to tear a pair of Balenciaga stockings later. "Perhaps another day. Are you playing hard to get with me?" Chun Jishi could only feel frustrated in her attempts with Yi Hang, ultimately resorting to flaunting her achievements to a little sycophant on WeChat. Once the car was in motion, the designated driver, evidently experienced, was accustomed to various vehicles. Driving a Ferrari is distinctly different from others. The Roma lacks a P gear and only has an N position upon starting. Throughout the journey, Yi Hang engaged the driver in casual conversation. "What is the best car you have ever driven?" The driver chuckled. "The finest. Must have been a Rolls-Royce. But no, last month I drove a 488 for a boss in Gubei, also a Ferrari." Yi Hang was contemplating changing cars. "Driver, which car do you find most comfortable?" He was thoroughly tired of the Ferrari S seats. To speak of comfort, it must be the Maybach S-Class. That car is genuinely comfortable, the suspension is impeccable, and you barely feel the bumps. But the Maybach is too old-fashioned. It looks too much like a chauffeur's vehicle. Nowadays, the trio of BBA, Benz, BMW, Audi no longer holds their traditional advantages. It used to be about riding in a Mercedes and driving a BMW, but now it seems one drives an Audi and rides in a Mercedes, despite BMW's renowned handling. Yet, who can resist Audi's ability to attract attention? As they returned Chow Mengmeng and Chun Jishi discreetly added Yi Hang on WeChat. Yi Hang was curious to see what tricks she might have up her sleeve. Upon arriving at the Arc de Triomphe, Yi Hang generously tipped the driver 1,000 yuan. The distance from the Bund to Songjiang is not trivial, and his little electric scooter would certainly not suffice for the round trip. Beep. The host has tasted extraordinary contemporary cuisine, 3 Michelin experiences, 2-3. Side mission progress 66. According to the system's final assessment, average satisfaction level of the 3, 95 points. The 2-star Michelin experience at Jingxi Huai is validated. Please continue your efforts. Hearing the password unlock, Zhang Manshi quickly removed her facial mask and opened the door. "Darling, you're back." Personally attending to Yi Hang's shoes, she revealed that her slippers were adorably adorned with electric mice. "Have you been drinking? I'll prepare something for you." Before Zhang Manshi could turn, Yi Hang embraced her and pressed forward. "Phew." Almost made Zhang Manshi feel shy. "All right. I have prepared hot water for you. Go wash up. Your new pajamas are laid out on the bathtub. They were just sun-dried today." After changing his shoes, Yi Hang emerged to find Zhang Manshi already resting. The living room was softly filled with music from Xiao AI. He headed upstairs to sleep, catching a glimpse of the delicate black stockings. Indeed, she is a considerate little sister. Chapter 82. The enigmatic melodies of the District East Dormitory Building. The dormitory conditions were unparalleled, featuring 4-person single rooms, lofted beds with desks below, and private showers, all nestled within a tranquil grove. Throughout the journey, Chun Jishi resembled a chattering little frog, incessantly inquiring about Chow Mengmeng and Yi Hang. "So, do I have no chance?" Chun Jishi had attempted to add Yi Hang on WeChat, but he had yet to accept. This led her to preemptively block some overtly fishing-related posts on her social media, revealing her cultured and serene side. "What are you all discussing? What do you mean there's no chance?" 2 other roommates entered the dormitory simultaneously. One from the orchestral department and the other a prospective member of the conducting department's Rainbow Choir. "Don't say you have no chance. I don't either." Chow Mengmeng removed her contact lenses and remarked to the other 2 roommates, "The heartbreaker has fallen under Yi Hang's spell." Who could that heartbreaker be? Chun Jishi, of course. The roommate's eyes widened. "Yi who? Yi Hang? So, You all dined with Yi Hang at 02 today, exclaimed the Rainbow Choir member in astonishment. However, I have explosive news about Yi Hang. Do you want to hear it? Chun Jishi quickly turned her head. Hurry and tell us, sister. As long as women exist, gossip will never cease. Our illustrious leader of the Rainbow Choir, Isnt Shi, the mentor of Zhuge Meichin? I heard. It said that Yi Hang is hiding under Zhuge Meichin's piano. Even Chun Jishi looked a bit bewildered. While chatting with Shen Youyu, Chao Mengmeng frowned and asked, why is he hiding under the piano? I'm not sure. And whether it's a surprise or not is known only to Zhuge Meichin herself. Oh, please don't spread this around. Ever since Yi Hang played La San, our leader has become a bit withdrawn, locking herself in the classroom, replaying the performance over and over. She has come to a conclusion. The other three in the dormitory perked up their ears. This fellow is undoubtedly a genius. The difficulty of La San is unprecedented. Without decades of piano experience, one cannot achieve such a level of completion. Chao Mengmeng did not respond to her roommates and continued chatting with Shen Youyu. It's all your fault for insisting I take Chun Jishi with me today. Shen Youyu asked, so how is it?
Cao Mengmeng vip liếc.
Yi Hang isn't interested in her at all. Please, Shin, how could Yi Hang possibly be interested in such a green tea? Shen Youyu laughed heartily. Chao Mengmeng continued, but Chun Jishi secretly added Yi Hang on WeChat behind my back. Though I suspect Yi Hang didn't accept. Shen Youyu inquired, how can you tell? Chao Mengmeng answered, she looks utterly dejected. Shen Youyu said, oh, I see. Good night. I wish you success in pursuing Yi Hang, he. Oh? What a mysterious operation. The next day, Yi Hang did not see the elderly man he played chess with in the community. After running for 30 minutes, he returned. If it weren't for his commitment to physical exercise, his body wouldn't withstand it. Upon returning, Zhang Manshi had already prepared breakfast, milk, bread, and fried eggs. Yi Hang was not picky. As Ms. Wang Hui remarked, he would eat anything except for excrement. Do you have class today? No, our rehearsals are basically all concluded. We're just waiting to perform on Friday. I heard many city leaders will be attending. Zhang Manshi tied her hair up, revealing her elegant neck. Yi Hang took a sip of milk and said, then it's perfect. Let us buy a house. Cough, cough. You want to buy a house? Zhang Manshi nearly choked. The housing prices in the Magic City are the highest in the country. Not to mention the likes of Bundes Thompson Riviera and Polytianchi. Even in Songjiang, it costs around 40 to 50,000 per square meter. Buying a house. She wouldn't even dare to think about it, so she assumed Yi Hang intended to purchase one. I'll buy it for you. Zhang Manshi momentarily failed to grasp the meaning. Are you saying? You want to buy me a house? Yi Hang looked up. What's wrong with you today? You keep repeating my words. Yi Hang had his own plans. Renting wasn't his style. Giving Zhang Manshi 10,000 monthly while also paying rent meant the landlord would use part of that rent to pay off a loan. Well, what's this? Helping someone else pay for a house? With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy his own? Honey, Zhang Manshi sat on Yi Hang's lap, snuggling up to him. Being a mistress to this extent truly felt like the pinnacle of life. Yu Meng would come to find me soon. Should we invite her to join us? Yi Hang had no objections. More opinions are always welcome. Now, I'm asking for your opinion. Do you want to buy this one directly, or do we buy a new one? Zhang Manshi firmly declined. No, I don't want this. I want my own house. After finishing breakfast, Wang Yuming arrived as scheduled, wearing a sleeveless silk blouse and a floral skirt, exuding an aura of sophistication. What are you two up to? Zhang Manshi hugged Wang Yuming and giggled. We're not living in this house anymore. Wang Yuming looked confused. Why? You just paid rent and now you're not staying? Are you two doing charity work? Yi Hang is buying me a house. Wang Yuming stared at Yi Hang, slowly processing the information, her mind struggling to keep up. Are you saying your benefactor wants to buy you a house? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Yi Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth. What's there to joke about? It's just a house. Do you hear what people say? Being handsome is one thing, but being so generous. How come nowadays mistresses are so extravagantly kept? Why not buy a car while you're at it? That would be the ultimate peak of life. Wang Yuming rolled her eyes. This man is too unreliable. Well, I was thinking the same. After all, Manchi needs a mode of transportation too. Wang Yuming, stunned. Chapter 83. The abundance of spoiled girls in Songjiang University Town. In Songjiang University Town, there exists a plethora of girls who are financially supported by affluent benefactors. Those with even a hint of beauty, those who carry themselves with an air of superiority, and those from the Drama Academy, all seem to fall into this category. The wealthy residents of Gubei, a prosperous area of Shanghai, are privately referred to by the seniors of the arts as Gubei daddies. Not only do they tend to be of an advanced age, but they also often exhibit a rather greasy demeanor, incessantly asking whether one enjoys their company or how grand their lifestyle is, frequently calling one daddy. Although financial support is never lacking, discussions of real estate and vehicles are typically met with trepidation. The mere mention sends many into a state of avoidance. A person like Yi Hang, who actively purchases properties for his mistress, is akin to a national treasure, a protected species. Wang Yuming initially felt a twinge of pity for Zhang Manchi, believing her close friend was traversing a path fraught with societal disapproval. However, she soon realized. Could she admit to feeling a flicker of envy? With her monthly salary as a flight attendant barely reaching 8,000, her occasional appearances at auto shows earning her a mere 500 each time, and working extra days occasionally pushing her monthly income to a ceiling of 20,000, she found herself exhausted. Yet Zhang Manchi, on the other hand, earned upwards of 100,000 monthly, with Yi Hang frequently gifting her designer bags and dining at Michelin-starred establishments. Now, the prospect of purchasing a house and a car loomed large. Both are women, both human. Why the disparity? Sob. Zhang Manchi brushed her bangs aside, observing the couple ahead, seemingly lost in their romantic world. To an outsider, they would appear as a young couple, entirely disconnected from the notion of financial support. Onlookers would merely think, wow, how stunning, what a perfect match, and then move on. Upon arriving at the Poly Ocean Century Sales Center, Yi Hang parked the car, and the trio disembarked. Yi Hang had already set his sights on this property, conveniently located near Songjiang University Town, merely a 15-minute drive via the elevated highway. Nestled amidst the vibrant Shi Mountain area, it is surrounded by national forest parks, the Thames Town, the Kaiyuan Prosperity Shopping Center, and the Wanda Plaza, offering an abundance of dining and entertainment options, with Happy Valley a mere stroll away. Moreover, Poly is among the top 10 real estate developers in the nation, comparable to Vanke, Evergrande, and Country Garden, known for their high-quality, well-furnished homes. Naturally, the prices reflect this prestige, making the property highly sought after, yet not entirely sold out due to its steep costs. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have a familiar property consultant? Yi Hang waved his hand dismissively. No, this is our first visit. The sales representative, a charming young woman with a sweet voice and keen insight, immediately recognized their intent to purchase and greeted them warmly. Please take a seat while I fetch some water. No need. I prefer to avoid any inconvenience. What models do you currently have for sale? I am looking for a furnished property. With that, the young woman sprang to action, leading Yi Hang to the central display of available properties, pointing out the premier building within the community. Sir, all our current offerings are spacious layouts. 3-bedroom, 2-living-room configurations, 4-bedroom, 2-living-room options, as well as penthouse duplexes. Here, take a look. In real estate, the most desirable unit is often referred to as the building king, especially in high-rise elevator buildings where lower floors may be deprived of sunlight and suffer from poor ventilation, particularly in properties with a low plot ratio. The ideal floors are typically the 11th to 18th, offering splendid views and ample natural light. However, the 14th floor is often avoided due to superstitions surrounding its perceived inauspiciousness. Feng Shui is a complex belief system, one that warrants both skepticism and acceptance. As one ascends beyond the 18th floor, the rooms may experience a slight reduction in value, yet the top floors command premium prices. Poly is renowned for its penchant for duplexes on the uppermost levels, where one can even glimpse the Huangpu River from the penthouse. The two women had little understanding of real estate, recognizing only the Poly brand's esteemed reputation. Currently, we have a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit on the 28th floor, a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit on the 30th, and a large and small unit on the 31st, with similar options on the 32nd, the young woman explained earnestly. Yi Hang pondered and inquired, what is the area of the larger 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit? The spacious 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout measures 168 square meters, with a shared area of 28 square meters, resulting in a usable area of 140 square meters, comprising 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, 3 master bedrooms, 1 guest room, and 2 living rooms. The shared area refers to communal spaces such as the elevator lobby and fire escape, essentially common property. Ah, the shared area. A conundrum in real estate. And what is the current price per square meter? Yi Hang continued. Sir, poly properties are known for their quality nationwide, and the current price stands at 50,000 per square meter, the sales representative replied, slightly tentative, as this price point is notably high in a region where properties typically range from 30,000 to 40,000 per square meter. Does this include the shared area? Yi Hang pressed, knowing that some smaller developers deceptively include shared space in their pricing, which can be quite misleading. Rest assured, sir, we do not charge for shared areas. Ah, but the price still feels steep. Even without the shared area, the cost remains high. Buyers are often less savvy than sellers. That is an eternal truth. Yi Hang nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. I am not entirely satisfied with these floors. My preferred choices are the 18th and 22nd. A duplex is acceptable, but only if there is a discount. The young woman's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, please hold on. I will consult with our manager. Purchasing property is always a gradual process, akin to boarding a train before purchasing a ticket. One cannot expect to become wealthy overnight. Shortly, the young woman returned. Sir, we actually have a large 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit on the 20th floor available. This property is what we call a concealed listing, meaning the developer has repeatedly raised the price but still retains ownership, opting not to sell. Such properties are typically reserved for insiders or those with connections. This particular unit was originally intended for our developer's daughter, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it has remained unsold until now. We are considering reopening the sale. Yi Hang nodded. Very well, let us take a look at this property. Chapter 84. The advantages of a fully furnished home lie in its convenience. The sales representative cheerfully handed over the keys and said, Sir, please follow me. The community's environment is impeccable. Although the occupancy rate is not high, the surroundings are indeed pleasant, with property management staff visible everywhere, nodding in acknowledgement. This certainly alleviates many concerns. Some property management attitudes, however, are quite unspeakable. Purchasing a home can feel akin to acquiring a paternal figure. The community boasts a gym and a children's area, amenities that we at Poly provide for our homeowners. There is also an artificial lake, and the sign at the entrance reading Welcome Home creates a lovely atmosphere. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Ascending to the 20th floor via the elevator and entering the apartment, there was no anticipated odor of formaldehyde. Is this your model unit? Yi Hang inquired, somewhat astonished. The layout of the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room space not only boasts north-south ventilation but also features flooring that has already been laid, with an overall minimalist decor style. The two women's eyes lit up. Yi Hang, this unit is genuinely impressive. I adore this open kitchen, one of them remarked as they wandered about, clearly enamored with the 160 layout. Yi Hang felt quite satisfied. No major renovations were needed, merely the addition of furniture. As for everything else, he would leave it to Zhang Manxi to handle. His sole responsibility was to finance the endeavor. This balcony is enormous, Zhang Manxi exclaimed. The sales representative interjected with a smile. Sir, this balcony is part of Poly's new flat design. You can choose to open it up, linking it to the living room for your own customization. While Yi Hang was engaged in negotiations with the sales representative, the two women whispered behind his back. Manxi, is Yi Hang really going to buy you a house? Wang Yuming asked, entwining her arm with Zhang Manxi's. Of course, aren't we here to view properties? Wang Yuming still felt it was surreal. There can't be any tricks involved, right? I've read online that some men, under the guise of purchasing a home, end up putting it in their own name, essentially granting you free lodging until they tire of it and simply hand it over to someone else. Zhang Manxi had considered this possibility. I haven't thought that far ahead, and Yi Hang isn't that kind of person. I already have my own place, Isn't it exhausting to go in circles like this? Wang Yuming nodded. That's true. So what if it's not in my name? Yuming, let me show you something. Zhang Manqi pulled out her chat history with her mother. See this? My mom wants me to learn to be content. She even discourages me from asking Yihang for money. Wang Yuming's eyes widened in disbelief. Your mom has lost her mind. Doesn't she worry you'll get taken advantage of? I don't feel taken advantage of at all. Yuming, heed my advice. Don't be overly materialistic. Sometimes what you lose far outweighs what you gain. Zhang Manqi discreetly glanced at Yihang and whispered, even if one day he can't support me, I would still choose to be with him. I might even sell this apartment to return the favor. Desire is like sand slipping through one's fingers. The tighter one grasps it, the more it escapes. Wang Yuming pressed her forehead in exasperation. This is insane. You've truly lost your mind. I can't fathom you at all. When you find someone you truly like, you'll understand. Yihang is different from others. As the two women conversed, Yihang's voice broke through. Manqi, what do you think of this place? Do you like it? Zhang Manqi rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around him. I love it. Shouldn't we look at a couple more options? After all, it is our first home. Yihang often found himself at a loss for words with her. While others sought lavish gifts like cars and houses, she seemed to desire nothing. The 2 times he had sent her money had been entirely voluntary. Am I being played here? Zhang Manqi timidly questioned. Is it all right if I choose my own furniture? That would be simply perfect, Yihang replied, uninterested in the logistics of moving. Haha. Sure, I won't interfere. Buy whatever furniture you fancy. Zhang Manqi beamed with joy, like a child. Yihang turned to the sales representative. What's the price of this apartment? Prices can vary greatly within a single building. Naturally, the 16th floor is less expensive than the 12th. Sometimes, highly sought-after layouts even prompt bidding wars among buyers. The sales representative seemed a bit excited. It seems. Is this decision made? Despite her professional demeanor, she felt nervous. Yihang appeared quite youthful. The likelihood of someone his age purchasing property was almost negligible. Based on her extensive experience in real estate, most buyers were accompanied by their parents, accounting for about 80 of transactions, while 15 consisted of the patriarchs of families in their 50s or 60s buying homes for their children. The remaining 5 were merely affluent individuals indulging in investments. However, given the current economic climate and tightening credit, this 5 demographic was dwindling. The sales representative remained skeptical and cautiously probed. Sir, have you made a decision? Yihang chuckled. Do I truly not look like someone who would buy a house? The sales representative quickly waved her hands, filled with apologies. No, I didn't mean to imply that. It's just that you've seen this property, which is one of our withheld listings and is fully furnished. This 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom, 1 kitchen unit has a total area of 168 square meters. Our manager just mentioned that the standard price is $57,580. She scrutinized Yihang anew. Clad in a hip-handed t-shirt, sporting a pair of starry Yeezys, and wearing shorts from a collaboration with a well-known figure, complemented by a watch of an unrecognizable brand. His sun-kissed aura made him approachable. Yihang mentally calculated the total cost, amounting to several $100,000. With 27 million in his account, he knew he had more than enough. Upon hearing the price, the 2 women could also approximate the figure. Wang Yuming recoiled, biting her lip. Manqi, that's hundreds of thousands. My goodness, I could never afford even one in a lifetime. Chapter 85. The saleswoman observed Yihang lost in thought and let out a sigh of relief. If he had readily agreed, she would have certainly deemed him foolish. Even the wealthiest individuals in Gubei deliberate extensively before making such decisions. Sir, there are numerous loan options available for you, including provident fund loans, combined commercial loans, and pure commercial loans. Currently, Polygroup has introduced a new repayment policy, and based on our collaboration with major banks, we can offer a minimum down payment of 20. If your credit is sound, we can proceed this afternoon. Yihang shook his head. Are there discounts for full payments? With the current transition between old and new capital, the United States printed $19 trillion in just 39 weeks, leading to global inflation. Naturally, Huaxia is not immune to this, compounded by new housing regulations and pressure from banks. Major real estate companies like Poly, Vank, and Evergrande are all scrambling for cash. In the past, purchasing a home with loans was encouraged. Now, if you can afford to pay in full, you are considered the ultimate benefactor. The father of the entire group. Cash flow is the lifeblood of a business. And with authorities overseeing everything, money and power will always reign supreme. The saleswoman blinked. Her mind momentarily stalled. Sir, are you suggesting a full payment of 10,000? I apologize if I have offended you. Look at that. This is truly a display of sophistication. Indeed, for others, spending is simply spending. But for Yihang, spending is akin to earning. Do you understand the concept of making money daily? The saleswoman clutched her chest, astonished by the cash flow displayed. It was rare to encounter someone capable of a full payment of 10,000. Yes, sir. But I need to consult my supervisor. Please hold on. All right. Zhang Manqi timidly remarked, Yihang. Smaller properties would suffice. I don't have specific demands. Yihang chuckled. That shouldn't be the case. Is this really the Zhang Manqi I know? Wang Yuming's mind was busy calculating how many lifetimes it would take her to earn 10,000. At 500 per car show, she would need nearly 20,000 visits. Goodness, you're even more formidable than the stars of Diyun society. Soon, the saleswoman approached, her high heels clicking rapidly. Sir, under the new repayment policy, full payments are discounted by 3. She quickly pulled out her calculator. This means the total price for full payment is 9,409 million. For sales, the concepts of full payment for cars and homes are vastly different. Full payment for a car might bring a salesperson to tears due to meager commissions. However, with houses, commissions are based on the sale price, excluding loan interest. Yihang smiled. What else do you have for us? The saleswoman was somewhat taken aback by Yihang's savvy. Additionally, we will waive 5 years of property management fees, and on top of that we can round down. That brings it to 9.4 million. To be honest, this was already the manager's bottom line. She was eager to finalize this transaction. In the current economic climate, where everyone is busy combating inflation, investing in stocks and funds, those capable of paying in full are indeed rare gems. Yihang nodded. This was likely her limit, and further negotiation seemed futile. Manqi, are you certain about this unit? Zhang Manqi nodded vigorously. Yihang turned to the saleswoman. Then let us proceed with the paperwork. The saleswoman was elated, leading Yihang and the others downstairs to the sales center in the exhibition hall. 3 cups of top-quality Xinjiang tea were served. Yihang signed the contract documents swiftly. Paying in full for a house is not as complicated as one might think, devoid of the need to visit banks, akin to purchasing luxury goods. A house is merely another commodity. As they reached the final step of inscribing names on the property certificate, Yihang handed the pen to Zhang Manqi. Here, sign. This house will belong to you from now on. The saleswoman, who had accompanied Yihang through the payment process, was left speechless. Goodness, you spent 10,000 to buy a house for your girlfriend. Brother, do you still need a girlfriend? Wang Yuming, watching in astonishment, kicked Zhang Manqi lightly. Zhang Manqi pointed to the property certificate, addressing the stunned saleswoman. Please write our names. Yihang, Zhang Manqi. Wang Yuming was in awe. 10,000. A cooked duck has flown away halfway. The saleswoman remarked enviously, Beautiful lady, I truly envy you. If my boyfriend bought me a 10 million house, I would be willing to overlook anything. Zhang Manqi bit her lip and exchanged a glance with Yihang. Ahem. Miss, I am the other woman. Completing the final step of the online signing, the house now belonged to Zhang Manqi and Yihang. In the exhibition hall, Zhang Manqi embraced Yihang, while Wang Yuming crossed her arms, feeling a blend of reluctance to witness such affection, yet enjoying the spectacle, akin to being force-fed dog food. Thank you, Yihang. What woman could resist such a gesture? Apologies, I must confess. I cannot. Sister, I am starving. Ravenous as a lightning bolt. Wang Yuming, weary of the word envy, felt a hint of despondency. Let us go. I know a place that serves authentic scallion pancakes. Super delicious. Zhang Manqi wiped her tears, laughing and crying simultaneously, which genuinely amused Yihang.
Ada scallion pancakes.
Wang Yuming exclaimed as they got in the car. Yihang chuckled ruefully. Let us go. You lead the way. The scallion pancakes is the third mission in the 5-star Metropolis. A legendary pancake featured in a BBC column. Chapter 86. In the Huangpu district, Yongjia South Road, the traffic is utterly congested. A performance beast worth 4 million. Yet it crawls at the same pace as the Passat on the left, barely reaching 20 miles per hour. To the right, a gentleman in a KTM X-Bow frequently glances over. Everyone is stuck in traffic, engaging in idle chatter. Is that aroma from Sichuan Chongqing? The gentleman asks. Yihang turns his head. The man wears an MLB baseball cap and flaunts a Patek Philippe Nautilus on his wrist, conspicuously striking. Those who wear the Nautilus fall into two categories. Either they are fervently passionate about Patek Philippe, akin to their love for the royal oak, adored by some and incomprehensible to others, or they harbor a deep-seated disdain for it, critiquing its peculiar design, which has an oddly delicate allure. The Nautilus is considered an entry-level model, available in various price ranges. The gentleman possesses a steel Nautilus 5711, the most sought-after model from Patek Philippe, perpetually surpassing its retail price due to high demand, making it a rare commodity. Hence, acquiring such a watch is akin to purchasing a house in a fifth-tier city, with an annual appreciation of around 20. It is on par with Yihang's Royal Oak, which retails around 300,000. The car he drives is intriguing. Have you seen Four-Wheel Brothers? The KTM X-Bow is essentially a convertible version of the Whirlwind Storm. Haha, this car is remarkable, lacking a roof and, consequently, a key. Its steering wheel serves as the key. Thus, upon exiting, one must detach the steering wheel. Rather than being classified simply as a performance vehicle, it resembles a licensed toy, priced at 50,000 abroad, yet with various taxes it amounts to approximately 1.4 million upon arrival in the domestic market. Stuck in traffic, Yihang, feeling somewhat anxious, jestingly remarked, "Feel free to ask away." The passenger, Zhang Manqi, leaned forward. "Who is it, dear?" The gentleman in the KTM, noticing Zhang Manqi, was momentarily struck by her beauty. Wow! What exquisite taste! Driving aroma and accompanied by a lady.
I'm envious.
Yihang quipped, "Envy is one thing, but what on earth is envious supposed to mean?" Wang Yuming continued to peer out. "Wow! Take me along, would you? Two lovely ladies. Truly, no one loves me. I'm just a little cabbage in the field." The two jesters continued. "The other day, while eating corn, I accidentally lost a tooth. That shouldn't hinder my driving a Ferrari, right?" Yihang laughed. "Not at all, but boasting will certainly let the air out, haha." They exchanged amused glances. The gentleman in the passenger seat had another man beside him. "Hey, are you going to eat scallion pancakes too?" "Indeed. Shall we meet outside the shop shortly? Let's go." Yihang, no longer engaging in idle chatter, pressed the accelerator, leaving the KTM behind, both inhaling its exhaust fumes. Ding! You have discovered an old shop in the Magic City that has been around for 40 years. This scallion pancake shop has been featured on BBC, and the owner is named Ada. 5-star Magic City mission wait 1. Half an hour later, Yihang parked the car, leaving a spot for the gentleman in the KTM. "I'm Chen Shihao, just call me a Hao. This is my friend Luanjia." The three descended from the vehicle, exchanging introductions. "Yigo, I envy you so much. Unlike us two single dogs." Yihang found it slightly amusing to see the man holding the KTM steering wheel. Even Zhang Manqi was taken aback. "Why is he carrying the steering wheel?" Wang Yuming quipped, "Why not just carry the whole car?" Laughter ensued as they strolled and chatted. A DS scallion pancake shop, located in the bustling Huangpu district, was crowded with a long queue forming. "We've grown up eating these scallion pancakes, Yigo. You came here because of recommendations, right?" Yihang shook his head. "Was it Douyin-'s recommendation?" "Yes, but unfortunately, Ada is old now, and the scallion pancakes don't taste the same as before. They used to cost 5 yuan, and now they've risen to 8 yuan. Not that it's about the money, but rather, the flavors of our childhood are irreplaceable."
Yihang nodded.
Many flavors from childhood have vanished. The once popular local eateries have closed down, leaving only the Panda hot pot still in operation. Why doesn't he find an apprentice? Luan Jie shook his head. Ada has long made his scallion pancake recipe public, yet no one can replicate his taste. That's true. A dish like braised pork can be prepared in both southern and northern styles. By the way, Are you from Sichuan Chongqing?
Ye Hang nodded.
I was just about to ask you, do you know what Bao Pai Long means? And what about Hama Pai? It was the first time Yi Hang encountered someone asking about Bao Pai Long. He earnestly explained, it's an old Sichuan Chongqing dialect, meaning someone is upright, handsome, and responsible. Zhang Manqi, linking arms with Yi Hang, burst into laughter, casting a glance at Chen Shihao that conveyed a hint of patronizing affection. Chen Shihao and Luan Jie exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Oh, so that's what it means. Hee. Constantly being praised makes me a bit shy. Laughter erupted among them. Wang Yuming, on her tiptoes, remarked, how long will this line be? Chen Shihao glanced at his Nautilus. At least an hour. We'll have to wait. There are many tourists in the Magic City now, and a DS reputation is growing. He limits the supply to 300 each day. Ah! Why the limit? Dear, are we still going to eat? Zhang Manqi seemed reluctant to wait. Yi Hang, however, was intrigued. With such high demand, why the limitation?
Luan Ye shrugged.
To prevent scalpers. Mainly, a DS health can't handle it. Just as they were conversing, a man who had just bought a scallion pancake took a bite and spat it out, exclaiming, damn, this tastes awful. I can't believe I waited 2 hours for this. Chapter 87. Chen Shihao and Luan Jie furrowed their brows. No one wishes for the flavors of their childhood to be tarnished. Yet the reality is, Ada has aged, and his scallion pancakes have indeed lost their former glory. Chen Shihao raised his hands in resignation, and Luan Jie shook his head. Thus, why does the S-Card Guide deem Ada's culinary offerings a must-try in the Magic City? Some internet-famous delicacies are truly subpar. For instance, the tea shop Cha Yen Yusei in Sha City, which saw queues stretching into the next month on its opening day. This implies that if one wishes to savor a beverage from there, they would have to wait until at least next month for their turn. Is that absurd? Moreover, there's SHT, where one must pay exorbitant prices to scalpers just to stand in line, deliberately creating an atmosphere of overwhelming demand, making their offerings exceedingly scarce. Yi Hang once thought highly of Old Master Yuan's considerable achievements. Why? Because he was simply too full overindulgence at its finest. However, this was the system's third task, and Yi Hang was determined to discover the true taste of Ada's scallion pancakes, which had graced the BBC column. Ada's establishment was modest, merely 20 square meters, with him as the sole staff member and a sign outside that read, open daily from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Each scallion pancake is 8 yuan. From 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. Each person may purchase up to 5. From 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Only pre-orders are accepted. After 2 p.m., each person may purchase up to 2. Due to long wait times, please be patient. No cutting in line to avoid disputes. If you must leave for an emergency, please inform those around you. If it exceeds 20 minutes, you must re-queue. As Yi Hang and his companions neared the front of the line, a middle-aged man from behind tapped him on the shoulder. Hello, buddy. May I ask how many you are planning to buy? Yi Hang pondered briefly, perhaps 5. The man chuckled, how about this? I'll buy your scallion pancakes. I see there are 5 of you, which means you can purchase 25. Surely, you can't eat them all. How about selling a few to me? Intrigued, Yi Hang inquired, how much are you offering? 100 each, what do you think? That's the going rate. It dawned on him that he might have stumbled upon a lucrative venture. Reselling a DS scallion pancakes, purchasing at 8 yuan and flipping for 100. A net profit of 92. Wang Yuming raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, Manqi, what do you think? Let us partner up. When our company goes public, we'll be major shareholders. You truly are a prodigy in investment. Yi Hang waved dismissively. Apologies, my friend, but we are not in need of that kind of money. Please seek someone else. The middle-aged man did not press further and walked away. When it was finally their turn, Ada, tending to the stove, suddenly declared, we're closing for lunch. Please return at 2 p.m. Instantly, discontent erupted around them. What We've queued for 2 hours. Finally, it's our turn, and now this? It felt like a waste of feelings and a squander of their morning. Ada is becoming increasingly unreliable. Let us go. I won't be returning. Yi Hang then realized that it was already past 1 p.m. Brother Yi, do you really want to eat? Luan Jie and I have been eating here since childhood. Ada knows us. If you want to eat, we can talk to him.
Chen Shihao noticed ye Hang's slight disappointment.
Yihang, feeling no qualms, acknowledged the task at hand. After waiting so long, his patience was wearing thin. All right, how I'll trouble you. Chen Shihao stepped forward as the crowd dispersed. Leaning in, Ada, do you remember me? Ada, looking down and squinting, didn't he even glance at him? Go away. Go away. We open at 2 p.m. Luan Jie approached, speaking in authentic local dialect. Uncle, it's me, little Jie. Do you remember? I once knocked over your stove. You chased me for 8 blocks. Unfortunately, the elder was hard of hearing and couldn't catch his words. Only then did Ada hear, lifting his gaze and laughing heartily. Ah, it's you two little rascals. It has been ages since you last visited Ada for pancakes. Chen Shihao and Luan Jie exchanged glances. It seemed Ada hadn't forgotten them. Uncle, I have a friend who wants to eat your scallion pancakes. But you're closing now. Ada's gaze drifted past Chen Shihao to Yihang and his companions. Truth be told, many come daily hoping to leverage their connections, all seeking to buy more scallion pancakes. Yet, regardless of one's stature or celebrity status, the rule remains. If you wish to enjoy the pancakes, you must queue. Ada nodded. There are still 2 here. They are for my grandson, but you can take them for your friend. Just as Chen Shihao was about to express his gratitude, Yihang stepped forward, speaking in fluent, authentic local dialect. Uncle, I wish to taste your freshly made pancakes. Ding. As time has passed, Ada's scallion pancakes are no longer as they once were. Find a way to recreate the flavor of 20 years ago. Task rating, SS. Wow. SS level. An S rating was a given, but an SS-rated side quest could significantly enhance the prestige of the 5-star Magic City. Perhaps this scallion pancake could be the first SS. Chen Shihao and Luan Jie were momentarily taken aback. Such authentic local dialect? Wasn't he claiming to be from Sichuan and Chongqing? Chapter 88. Ada slowly raised his head, equally astonished. You can speak the local dialect of the Magic City? Indeed, my friend. I crave the authentic scallion pancake. The common understanding of the Magic City's dialect refers to the vernacular of its metropolitan area. However, the true essence of the dialect should be the local Wu language from the Taihu region, particularly the Suhujia dialects that have emerged since the Republic era. Few young people in the Magic City truly grasp the old dialect. In many ways, it is on the verge of extinction. The old magic dialect emphasizes a particular intonation. Let's hear you say something rural, Ada challenged, somewhat incredulous. How could such a young lad possibly speak Suhu dialect? Chen Shihao patted his chest and chuckled. A little country bumpkin? That's child's play for us. Regrettably, Ada shook his head. You're mistaken. Go on. Luan Jie was bewildered. Ada, sent little country bumpkin just a synonym for rural person? Or perhaps, it's just that. No, that's not quite right either. The term little country bumpkin locally refers to a foolish person, and broadly it can mean an idiot or a simpleton, essentially a derogatory term. As for Luan Jie's reference, it was an expletive.
Yihang chuckled.
His knowledge of the local dialect, enhanced by the system's rewards, proving fruitful. Gong gang pai ong zi. In an instant, Ada was taken aback. His hands halting their labor, his eyes misting over. It had been years since he had heard that phrase, foolish ong zi, spoken aloud. The last person who frequently used it had departed nearly 20 years ago. Strangely enough, even Chen Shihao and Luan Jie, both locals, were oblivious to its meaning. Yige. What does that phrase mean? Asked Luan Jie. Yihang covered his face. It's purely a vulgar insult, best left unexplained. For those curious, look it up yourself. However, Ada's tone suggested that the person who had left nearly 20 years ago was likely his mother. Ada, physically disabled, had relied on this craft to support his mother, younger brother, and son, managing to purchase 3 homes in the precious land of the Magic City. Rising at 3 each day, he would need dozens of pounds of flour and 5 pounds of scallions, earning a living through sheer diligence, thus establishing his reputation. Chen Shihao elaborated beside him. Ada took a long pause, then turned his gaze back to Yihang. If you wish to savor the old scallion pancakes, you must wait. The old stove heats slowly, and we need aged yeast. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Ada quickly tidied up the shop and locked the door. Yi Hang took Zhang Manqi's hand and followed Ada. Chen Shihao's eyes sparkled with delight. Yi go. If you can let us taste the flavors of our childhood, you shall be my father. Yi Hang waved dismissively. I have too many sons. You'll have to wait in line. Have you heard the latest? Wang Yuming scoffed, having a daughter and still wanting a son. Such insatiable greed. Chen Shihao widened his eyes in astonishment, seemingly uncovering a monumental secret. Zhang Manqi's cheeks flushed with color. After traversing 2 alleys with Ada, they arrived at his kitchen. He brought out a vintage stove, rekneading the dough, chopping scallions, and rolling it out. Once the stove was sufficiently heated, he pressed the dough onto it. A fragrance, identical to the previous one, wafted through the air. So fragrant. Zhang Manqi wrinkled her delicate nose. Chen Shihao felt a surge of excitement. This is the flavor. My goodness. Ever since I ventured out to Suhui, I have not encountered it again. Yi Hang squatted nearby. Uncle, why does changing the stove make such a significant difference in flavor? Earlier, he had noticed that the pancakes were made on an iron plate. The city regulations prohibited open flames in shops, forcing the use of makeshift stovetops crafted from gasoline barrels. This was why he insisted on traditional methods. The flavor had evolved beyond his control. While time's progress and the dross must be discarded, the taste had also transformed from what it once was. Understood, he mused. They always say I recruit apprentices who cannot endure hardship, day after day, year after year. This is the spirit of craftsmanship, the traditional flavor of the old magic city. Soon, the aromatic scallion pancakes emerged, each distinct with a golden, crispy exterior, their deliciousness awakening the appetite. Try it. The first bite was crisp, the specially blended oil bursting with flavor, enveloping the scallion and meat filling. A sensation of utter satisfaction. This scallion pancake was genuinely the best Yi Hang had ever tasted. Absolutely delightful. Zhang Manqi exclaimed, her face aglow with surprise. Wang Yuming was equally astonished. It's different. Truly different. Strange. How can the flavor change so drastically just by moving to another place? This is the unique charm of Chinese cuisine as opposed to foreign fare. Chen Shihao and Luan Jie savored the moment, realizing, this is the taste of our childhood. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have tasted the old flavor from 20 years ago, a memory cherished by a generation of Magic City residents, courtesy of Ada's scallion pancake. This side quest is rated SS level. Quest reward, Focus Buff, a 10x critical rebate card with a limit of 10 million, restricted to vehicle purchases. Beep. Unfortunately, in your purchase at Poly Ascension, you did not trigger the daily wealth accumulation buff effect. What a pity. If only I had triggered the 10x consumption rebate, that would have been 100 million. Yi Hang discerned a pattern. The greater the expenditure, the lower the probability of triggering a rebate, such as when buying cars, watches, or houses. Conversely, everyday purchases often yielded a 10x rebate. He felt slightly disheartened. Focus buff. Activation conditions. The host possesses a photographic memory and exceptional divergent thinking. Effect. Intelligence 500, Memory 500, Rational thinking 500, Charm 20.
Duration, permanent.
Splendid. With this buff, Yi Hang need not worry about teacher Qi Jingchuan's math class. As for the 10 million 10x critical rebate card, it seemed tailor-made for purchasing a vehicle. Chapter 89. Yi Hang profoundly comprehended the substantial rewards associated with an SS-level achievement. The value of a single S-level reward could eclipse that of 10 A-level rewards. Relishing a nostalgic flavor, Chen Shihao and Luan Jie wore expressions of contentment. The group bid farewell to Ada as they emerged from the alley. Chen Shihao inquired, Brother Yi, are you visiting Magic City for leisure, or perhaps? How about we indulge in some skewers tonight? Wang Yuming cast a glance at Chen Shihao, who was gripping the steering wheel, unable to suppress her laughter, perplexed by their tastes. Yi Hang replied with a smile, My brothers, we hail from Songjiang University Town. This suggested that Chen Shihao and Luan Jie were undoubtedly older than Yi Hang, having graduated several years prior. Chen Shihao handed him a business card, saying, Brother Yi, let us connect on WeChat. If you ever wish to change or purchase a car, feel free to reach out. I humbly run a second-hand luxury car rental service. You're welcome to come for tea sometime. Luanjia added, Brother Yi, I may not have much to offer, but I've started an MCN company, currently nurturing a handful of small streamers with millions of followers. Though lacking in other talents, I do have a multitude of charming ladies. Heh. Yihang felt slightly exasperated but noticed that Luanjia wore a Vacheron Constantine overseas on his wrist. The three of them, it seemed, shared a certain affinity. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, the Patek Philippe Nautilus, and the Vacheron Constantine overseas, all belonged to the same echelon of timepieces. As for the MCN company, it essentially functioned as an influencer management agency, akin to a celebrity entertainment firm. Its purpose is to invest in promising influencers, packaging them under capital operations to ultimately monetize their visibility. Many leading streamers on domestic platforms like Douyin, Shark, and Lizzie are signed to MCN companies, while small influencers often struggle to gain traction independently, thus forming a complete industry chain. Ironically, one MCN company even labeled itself as a single dog, and to add to that, another operates a second-hand luxury car business, which fundamentally involves a play of at least 20 million. What has happened to people these days? Whatever happened to honesty and reliability? Yihang understood well that Chen Shihao and Luanjia's desire to befriend him was not rooted in his good looks. How naive that would be. Networking is an equitable exchange. It is the continuous provision of valuable resources that fosters unbreakable friendships. All right, I shall seek you out for leisure, he mused. Upon parting, Yihang discreetly checked the two men's fondness levels through his contact lenses. Chen Shihao's affection was notably higher at 80, solidly placing him in the friend zone, while Luanjia lingered at 75, which was not an issue, as 75 merely indicated familiarity, with ample opportunities to come. Dear, where shall we go now? The three climbed into the car, and Yihang fastened his seatbelt. I'm buying you a car, he declared. Zhang Manshi expressed a hint of excitement. Are we going right now? It's already 2 p.m. Indeed, so you should contemplate what car you desire. I recommend the Dongche Emperor app, I swear. I'm not advertising. Despite having mentally prepared for Yihang's generosity, Wang Yuming sighed in disappointment upon hearing he would indeed buy Zhang Manshi a car. Oh, dear benefactor, I was wrong. I am willing to reflect on my mistakes. Turns out one can indeed purchase a car or house in a single day. Yihang exuded an aura of indulgent wealth. Zhang Manshi opened her phone to download the app. Yuming, what car do you think I should buy? Girls often lack a clear concept of cars, much like boys struggle to differentiate between lipstick shades, thinking they're all simply red. Don't buy a Mini. Don't buy a Mini. Don't buy a Mini. Important things should be repeated thrice. Zhang Manshi looked puzzled. Why not? Wang Yuming sighed. You're part of magic art, and you still don't know? What car do the second wives of magic art drive the most? Mini Coopers. If you drive that, aren't you practically announcing to the world that you're being kept? Yihang couldn't help but give Wang Yuming a thumbs up. What an astute sister. What about the Beetle? That car suits me well. My dear sister, your taste clearly aligns with second wife models. The top 4 second wife cars are: first, the Beetle; second, the Mini; third, the Maserati; and fourth, the Range Rover Evoque. Yihang teased, Yuming, you know too much. You're practically a prelude to being a mistress, haha. Go away, I'm not. That, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Wang Yuming felt a twinge of guilt. Today, Zhang Manshi had made her envious. If only someone like Yihang were to spoil her, it'd be hard for her to refuse. Please, dear sister, don't say it's hard to refuse. Any woman would find it difficult to decline. Let me know when you decide on a place. Yihang drove the Ferrari with a relaxed demeanor. I think the Porsche Macan is quite appealing. The Audi TT is also good, though a bit small, and the Z4 doesn't have the latest model. Wang Yuming appeared particularly enthusiastic, as if she were buying a car for herself. Upon hearing Macan, Yihang nodded. Porsche is excellent. Shall we take a look? I believe Porsche suits Manshi's temperament well. Isn't it more suited to yours? Zhang Manshi was preoccupied with how to save costs for Yihang, while Wang Yuming simply admired the brand. Porsche is quite expensive. Yihang, however, left no room for hesitation, flooring the accelerator and heading straight for the Porsche dealership. Chapter 90. Number 7358. Zhongchuan Road, Minhang District, Porsche 4S Store. After escaping the congestion of Yongjia Road, the Roma soared onto the elevated highway like a wild beast unleashed. Upon arriving at the Porsche 4S store, a sleek new Taycan caught Yihang's eye. The three exited the vehicle, with the two ladies leading the way while Yihang lowered his gaze to his phone, casually accepting friend requests from Chun Shihua and Luan Jie. However, Yihang noticed that Chun Jishi was quite tenacious. Just a day after her WeChat request was declined, she couldn't resist sending another.
Yihang çaklet koldu.
Come on, sister, where's your decorum? Your usual aloof demeanor towards admirers should come into play. Chun Jishi, requesting to add you as a friend. Chun Jishi? Chun Jishi. I'm Chun Jishi. Please accept. Chun Jishi. Are you still in bed? Chun Jishi. It's afternoon. Lazy pig. Time to wake up. A little advice. If you flatter one handsome guy, you become a backup. Flatter 100, and they all become backups. That's the transformation brought about by quantitative change. Keep going, dear. Hurry up. The sales associate at the entrance of the 4S store, with a beaming smile, approached with an umbrella. Good day, sir. The sun outside is quite fierce. Please come in. Stepping into the Porsche 4S store, a refreshing breeze greeted them. A striking pink Taycan in the showroom resembled love itself. Wang Yuming clearly wanted Zhang Manshi to have some knowledge about cars, albeit limited to a few popular models. Typically, those who can't afford them tend to admire them from afar. Serious buyers with budgets of 1 to 200,000 primarily look at models like the Levita, Accord, and La Vida. As for interior design, handling, and specifications, those considerations were simply beyond their scope. However, Porsche is akin to the Hermes of luxury brands, thoroughly understanding the aesthetic demands of female customers while also grasping the male fascination with handling and features. Their marketing strategy is astutely executed. Among the myriad luxury vehicles priced at $1 million, Porsche ranks among the top. The key factor is, it retains value exceptionally well. Can you believe that a Boxster sold after a year can fetch its original price? As for the Panamera, it is adored by those looking to flip cars, practically allowing one to profit from every sale. Drive with confidence while I sell with ease. As long as everyone is happy, that's what matters. Of course, the prices are equally attractive. Without discussing the base price, the options for the Panamera alone can easily amount to the top-spec X5 costing $800,000. SNT it just the Hermes of automobiles? Only Hermes engages in option pricing. Thus, purchasing a base model Porsche allows one to scoff at even the likes of the Passat, which is often derided by insurance assessors. In the center of the showroom, a 4K Sony high-definition television showcased exhilarating overtaking scenes, stirring adrenaline. The expansive 800-square-meter showroom displayed all the best-selling Porsche models. Hello, would you three like some tea? Yihang took Zhang Manshi's hand, accompanied by the keen-eyed Wang Yuming, while a male sales associate hovered nearby, scrutinizing the trio from every angle. Wow, these young ones. Some are driving Ferraris at 18. I was just learning to eat at that age. It was evident that this was a prime target demographic. Dressed in branded attire, if they casually mentioned their desired model. Is this a pure electric Taycan? Can't possibly be a hybrid, right? Steady. The three types of customers that make sales associates wary are 1. The silent ones, 2. The overly chatty ones, and 3. Those recording with their phones. None of these types are likely to make a straightforward purchase. Only someone like Yihang, arriving with a girlfriend, truly embodies the essence of a potential buyer. Hey, Dad.
Yihang,
The male sales associate quickly slapped his own mouth, awkwardly chuckling. I apologize, sir. I misspoke. Wang Yuming rolled her eyes dramatically. What a character, calling someone dad. There are plenty of offspring around. Yes, sir, the Taycan is Porsche's new pure electric model, designed to compete with Tesla's Model S. Currently, there are 4 versions of the Taycan: the 2020 Taycan, Taycan 4S, Taycan Turbo, and Taycan Turbo S, each with varying horsepower 408, 530, 680, and 762 horsepower, respectively. All 4 variants boast a range of 462 kilometers and feature a 2-speed automatic transmission. The new energy segment is indeed an intriguing concept. Just look at Neo, which boldly claims an 800-kilometer range, yet in reality, with air conditioning, it barely reaches 500 kilometers. In stop-and-go city driving, it dwindles to 300 kilometers, and in winter, a mere 150 kilometers.
Pure industrial waste.
Tesla is a different story, as it genuinely offers savings. However, to be honest, since I'm already buying a Porsche, do I really need to worry about fuel costs? What truly captivated Yihang was the acceleration from 0 to 100. When he once drove Xinyu to Linen, a Tesla S unexpectedly outpaced his Roma at a traffic light. How could he tolerate that? Before Yihang could voice his concerns, the sales associate swiftly alleviated his apprehension. Are you worried about the Taikang's range, sir? Rest assured, Porsche prioritizes customer experience above all. We provide a 5-year warranty on the battery, along with a 3-year guarantee.
Yihang nodded.
The brilliance of Porsche lies in its 3-year warranty. Any issues with the vehicle result in a direct replacement. If there's a problem with the engine, congratulations, you've just received a new car. Moreover, the Taikang boasts an impressive 0 to 60 km h acceleration time, and the 0 to 100 km h time is 3.38 seconds. You need not fret about the range. The 462 kilometers is a conservative estimate if we were to follow Tesla's narrative. Well, we should claim 600 kilometers. Wait, what? Even the top-spec Taikang Turbo S accelerates faster than Yihang's Roma? I believe Mr. Yi is indeed drawn to the Taikang's acceleration. There's a saying about electric cars. They slice through the air like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 91. The positioning of Porsche should be as a top-tier luxury brand that surpasses BBA. Its counterparts are Lamborghini, forgive me, the superficial vice president of Lambo, and Ferrari. The 911 Turbo S is indisputably a premier sports car. There's a saying that Porsche reigns as the king of sports cars, yet this is a matter open to debate, for there are 2 emperors and a queen above it, the emperors being Ferrari and Lamborghini, and the queen being Maserati. Allow me to introduce this vehicle. The Taikang boasts an adaptive cruise control feature, heated seats, ventilation and massage functions, and adaptive sports front seats. The front wheels are equipped with a 10-piston Porsche surface-coated brake, PSCB, as part of an optional package, along with a carbon fiber heated steering wheel and a head-up display. I highly recommend opting for the Glacier Blue Matrix LED headlights, which will enhance the visual impact of the front FA-Aude. Yihang gently squeezed Zhang Manqi's hand. Which one do you fancy? This is fully electric. How about the Panamera? Cayenne? Mekong? Taking advantage of the sales pitch, Zhang Manqi glanced at the price tag and gasped. 1 million. I could actually accept something in the 100,000 range. Wang Yuming was beside herself. A man wanting to buy you a car and he chooses something in the 100,000s? Sister, are you trying to drive me mad? The sales associate, perceptive as ever, chimed in. Madam, you are welcome to take a seat and try it out. This Taikang on display is the base model, yet it remains quite comfortable. Zhang Manqi blinked her beautiful eyes. Darling, what is a base model? Yihang chuckled. It means the entry-level version, the lower configuration. Other features require additional options. He pulled Zhang Manqi into the car for a test drive and turned to Wang Yuming, suggesting, Lemon, why don't you try the passenger seat? You will have more opportunities to sit there than I will. Lemon? Wang Yuming shot Yihang a glare. I'll eat that lemon. The 2 ladies sat in the car, with Zhang Manqi resting her hands on the controls, a palpable sense of affluence surrounding them. The male sales associate maintained a respectful distance while explaining the features. Yihang wandered aimlessly around the showroom, contemplating who should inherit the Roma he intended to exchange. His father, Comrade Yi Daipyo, who enjoys both driving and tea. Alas, his enthusiasm for automobiles remains fixated on the Toyota Land Cruiser, the aging and dilapidated Highlander at home, a true testament to durability, akin to a family heirloom. Sigh. An indestructible Toyota, an unfixable Volkswagen. My water friends do not deceive me. How about selling it to Chun Shihao? That would be less than gifting it to my mother for grocery runs. The thought was slightly audacious. An elderly lady driving the Roma for shopping? The summer auto show in the magical city was about to commence, and Yihang intended to explore thoroughly, without exhausting himself. Madam, would you care to try the Panamera? Yihang turned, and Zhang Manqi hopped out of the car, her eyes sparkling. I like it. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, do you have a driver's license? Of course. I obtained my license immediately after finishing high school, but I haven't driven since. Not a problem. Driving is a skill honed with practice. Even seasoned drivers sometimes cannot discern between black and white silk. Oh, what am I saying? Wang Yuming leaned in to examine the Panamera. Manchi, come here. This Panamera even has a starlight ceiling. Yihang was somewhat surprised. Isn't the starlight ceiling exclusive to the Rolls-Royce? Madam, this Panamera is one that a customer ordered but, due to a financial setback, must part with. It is currently awaiting a new owner in our showroom. Yihang raised an eyebrow. Opportunity had knocked. The optional suite for the base Taikung would involve a lengthy wait. He called over the sales associate. How long would it take to acquire this Taikung if I were to opt for the selections? The sales associate, brimming with enthusiasm yet tinged with regret, explained that many customers chose pre-owned vehicles to avoid waiting. This is one reason why Porsches retain their value. Sir, if you were to choose the top configuration, it is estimated to take approximately 6 months, as all options are assembled in Germany before being shipped directly to the domestic market. That's understandable. The Roma was a lucky catch. Otherwise, I would have little patience to wait that long. What about that Panamera? The sales associate raised an eyebrow, delighting in the prospect. Sir, please hold on while I fetch the configuration details for that Panamera. Shortly, the sales associate returned, slightly breathless. Yihang glanced at the options and noted that Zhang Manchi's luck was extraordinary. The previous owner who had to relinquish this vehicle was undoubtedly a wealthy woman. The 2020 Panamera, adorned with Bordeaux red leather, totaled 146,000. The carbon fiber wheels, panoramic sunroof, and other luxurious features were all part of a hefty configuration package. Yihang noted that even a red Porsche seatbelt commanded a price of 10,000, truly the Hermes of automobiles. Sir, what do you think? Currently, this Panamera is the most fully equipped vehicle we have in store. Others would require a wait. Electric vehicles, while somewhat ahead of their time, present a conundrum regarding range. The promised 492 kilometers of travel can become a hassle with constant recharging. Yihang observed that Zhang Manchi seemed to favor that Panamera. How much for this 2.7 configuration? Quite appealing. The sales associate hurriedly responded, Mr. Yi, the base price for the 2020 Panamera 2.9T is 1.46 million, with the selected options totaling 973,000, culminating in an impressive sum. As the two women stepped out of the car, the astonishing price resonated, causing Wang Yuming to stumble momentarily. How much? The sales associate glanced at Yihang. Madam, the total including options is... Wang Yuming was taken aback. A small matter, remain calm. This is just a routine occurrence. Wang Yuming has been through this before. Chapter 92. Bargaining is an art. Yihang, feeling too lazy to engage in idle chatter, recognized the preciousness of a wealthy person's time. For instance, sitting in the showroom while savoring a delightful afternoon tea from Porsche, observing Zhang Manchi test-driving the car was quite enjoyable. After all, the number of women purchasing Porsches was on the rise. The considerate Minhang 4S dealership had a comprehensive training program, allowing one to master the essentials in just 30 minutes. Driving was not akin to piloting an aircraft. The salesperson, seated across from Yihang, began, Sir, if you opt for financing, we have some complimentary offers, such as full leather floor mats and a year of comprehensive maintenance at our dealership. Yihang was rendered speechless. Why did salespeople always insist on recommending financing options? He waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'll pay in full. He understood the exasperation of some nouveau riche. It was indeed a unique pleasure reserved for the affluent, something unimaginable to others. Glancing at his watch, Yihang noted the time. It's getting late. I dislike delays. Your dealership is responsible for the entire process of registration, purchase tax, and vehicle filing. If I cannot collect the car by 5 o'clock, I shall reconsider. The salesperson instantly became alert. Of course, Mr. Yi. I will take care of it right away. Yihang proceeded to the front desk to make the payment, only to trigger a tenfold critical hit. Beep. Unfortunately, this purchase of the Porsche Panamera has not activated the cashback reward.
Yihang sighed in resignation.
Was it that significant expenditures rarely activated cashback rewards? For purchases exceeding 1 million, the tenfold cashback rate automatically diminished. The experience required to upgrade his daily income buff to level 4 was an astonishing 100,000 points. Yihang could only shake his head in disbelief. Currently possessing 4 buffs, Daily income buff, LV3. Energized buff, 99 luck, 20 charisma. Focus buff, 500 intelligence, 500 memory, 500 rational thinking, 20 charisma. Mall points, 1200. Account balance, 137,000. If only spending could elevate buffs, Yihang would swiftly ascend to being a major player on Earth. Zhang Manqi bounced over, darling, I've completed the training. Where's Wang Yuming? Peering through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, Yihang was alarmed to see Wang Yuming leaning against the wall, visibly unwell. Dear, what have you done? He inquired, concern etched on his face. Zhang Manqi replied innocently, I didn't do anything. I just hit 120 on the track. Oh dear. The Minhang 4S dealership boasted the third-largest test-driving track in the metropolis, a favored choice among the affluent youth for testing performance vehicles. To think a novice female driver could reach 120 kilometers per hour. Wang Yuming was now in a state of distress.
Yihang inhalet sharply.
He would have to be cautious in Zhang Manqi's car. She was a potential road hazard. The salesperson rushed over, Mr. Yi, please provide the name for the vehicle registration. Zhang Manqi. Understood. Zhang Manqi cast a sidelong glance at Yihang, her eyes brimming with affection, causing the nearby male salesperson to feel increasingly awkward. Ms. Zhang, we will register you as a Porsche member. Shortly, you will receive a text message verification code on your phone. In no time, the registration was complete, and a message from Porsche appeared on her phone. Ms. Zhang Manqi, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. You are entitled to after-sales service for all Porsche models, along with a birthday greeting card each year from all the staff at Minhang Porsche 4S dealership, wishing you a smooth journey ahead. Unlike the message from Ferrari, which came from the headquarters, Zhang Manqi's message was from the dealership. Regardless, the money had been spent, and prestige was effortlessly attained. Soon, Wang Yuming returned, collapsing onto the sofa and gasping for breath. Manqi, I deeply suspect your driving license was acquired from a karting game. I'd like to live a few more years, you know? Wang Yuming took a sip of water, looking puzzled. Yihang, did you make the payment? Yihang, pulling his gaze from the WeChat group, replied, yes. What? Why didn't you bargain? Indeed, shopping and bargaining were innate skills for women. The adept bargainer was present. The efficiency of the Porsche 4S dealership was impressive, as everything was completed in less than 2 hours. As the salesperson gently drove the Panamera out of the showroom, handing over one main key and one spare, Wang Yuming transformed into a bundle of envy. Yihang parked his Ferrari Roma next to the Panamera. Where to next? Zhang Manqi peered out. Home. Which home?
Arc de Triomphe.
Yihang chuckled, Alright.
You lead the way and I'll follow. It wasn't he that he doubted Zhang Manqi. He merely feared she might struggle to handle this chariot. Throughout the journey, Zhang Manqi drove at a leisurely pace, the matte silver Panamera trailing behind the Ferrari. Both vehicles moved slowly, attracting quite a bit of attention. Inside the car, Wang Yuming propped her head up with one hand, exhaustion evident in her expression. Manqi, I envy you so much. Zhang Manqi, however, was fixated on the road. Hesitant to accelerate, how about we let Yihang support both of us? Wang Yuming, who had been fatigued, turned in horror, her eyes darting. What? What are you saying? Manqi, come on, it's just a joke? Zhang Manqi replied calmly. Yuming, we've been best friends for years. I share everything with you, and you know everything about me, just like the worm in your belly. A sister's husband is off limits. That's the first rule of sisterhood. What are you talking about? Fine, once Zhang is rich, remember to help out your little sister. I'm skilled in massages and other things, just a bit chatty. I hope the boss won't mind. Wang Yuming sighed in relief, secretly exhaling. Just now, I almost lost my composure. Chapter 93. South Jing Road is the most bustling street in the magical city. Typically, when one peruses the whimsical extravagance of the Bund on Douyin, it all resides along this thoroughfare. This distinctive pedestrian street integrates 5 major functions: shopping, tourism, business, and culture. As I pass through the vibrant hub, numerous internet celebrities, backed by their teams, engage in street photography, clad in high fashion, braving the blazing sun. 2 luxury cars, each valued at $1 million, inch along at a maddeningly slow pace, capturing everyone's attention. A young lady, brandishing a selfie stick, exuberantly approaches the sluggish vehicle of Yi Hang. "Hello, handsome. Is this the fabled one-handed Ferrari?" "One-handed Ferrari?" Yi Hang smirks, adjusting his grip on the steering wheel of the Roma. "Would you like to experience it?" Through his contact lenses, he notes that the petite influencer possesses a mere 78 points in attractiveness, yet her admiration for him is a striking 80. Indeed, financial prowess begets allure. The young lady with her backpack nods eagerly. "Absolutely. 3,000 yuan a day, and if you rent for a week, it's a 10 discount. 2 weeks, 20 off." Enough chatter, I must return the car now. Instantly, laughter erupts in her live stream. "You're hilarious. 3,000 a day? Hurry up and return it. A minute late counts as 2 days." Do the viewers genuinely believe she's renting? Can a rental car sustain damage? Where's their discernment? Some speculate he might indeed be the owner. Such a thing cannot be feigned. The young lady, amused, trails behind, persistently questioning. "May I ask, what do you do for a living to afford a Ferrari?"
Ye Hang Shrugs.
"Does tourism count? I merely wish to be a slacker." "Fair enough, it is tourism," she concedes, undeterred, as she approaches the equally sluggish Porsche Panamera. Zhang Manqi, donning sunglasses, lowers her window halfway, revealing a stunning profile that nearly suffocates the influencer's livestream with admiration. "Wow, she's breathtaking. She rivals that guy in looks. Her skin is flawless, and her figure is astonishing. And look at that passenger seat. There's a long leg. Forget striving. I'm done." As the audience numbers surge, the influencer poses the same question. "Miss, what do you do to afford such a luxury car? Care to share?" Zhang Manqi, hands on the steering wheel, pauses momentarily. "Does being a kept woman count? Professionally a mistress?" Instantly, the comments explode. I'm dying of laughter. "If you're a mistress, I must be a duck. Come on. Tell us the price. Let me resign myself. A mistress so lovely? Surely you must be costly." Honestly, no one believes her. What is wrong with society? Nearby, Wang Yuming lies back, exasperated. "Most women fear others knowing they are mistresses, yet you openly declare it." The influencer, astonished, asks, "So, what's your monthly allowance?" Zhang Manqi contemplates, reminiscent of love, about 100,000, sometimes 200,000. "When my benefactor is in a good mood, he gives me 500,000. I spend whatever I receive." Wow! The audience is taken aback. Is there such an honest lady? I don't buy it. Your benefactor must be quite old. Indeed, such men are usually greasy. Zhang Manqi smiles beautifully. Him? Not yet 20. Wang Yuming, unable to contain herself, leans in. The man who supports her is right behind. "Go interview him." The influencer's jaw drops, and laughter erupts in the live stream. "Ha! The naive host has been played. That's her boyfriend, you fool. These envious fools. They see a beautiful lady and assume she is being kept. Dear host, you're doomed. Her boyfriend will hunt you down." Yet, Zhang Manqi is indeed supported. After the influencer departs, Zhang Manqi grows bolder. The trio enjoys refreshments at Starbucks before returning to the Arc de Triomphe. They also purchased a plethora of items from Carrefour. The three return home, laden with bags. Wang Yuming collapses onto the sofa, striking a pose.
I am exhausted.
"I've been fed dog food all day. You two have no humanity. Let me just sink into the sofa like a slacker. Did you enjoy it?" Zhang Manqi giggles while helping Yi Hang change his shoes. "This is the pinnacle of life. You insufferable woman. You're so annoying. I'm not going anywhere. I'll camp out on the first floor and watch you two lovebirds engage in unspeakable acts." "Humph." Wang Yuming flips over, pointing at her head, fixating on the couple. Yi Hang is utterly indifferent. He effortlessly pulls Zhang Manqi up, treating Wang Yuming as though she were invisible, and they begin to indulge in their playful antics. Wang Yuming hastily covers her eyes.
I am sorry. I am worthless.
As they separate, Zhang Manqi gazes at Yi Hang, misty-eyed. "I don't know how to express my gratitude. The only way is to offer myself to you." Zhang Manqi wraps her arms around Yi Hang's shoulders, almost melding into him. Watching from the sofa, Wang Yuming feels nauseated. Be a person? In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of the world. Must I disdain you with my gaze? How bitter. Continue to be bitter. If I cannot attain it, I shall report it. Today, I was sickened by Zhang Manqi's car and choked on dog food. How pitiful. All right, I'll give you tonight. Wang Yuming and I need to tidy up. Zhang Manqi rises from Yihang, pulling Wang Yuming towards the room. Hey. What are you doing? Weren't you staying here today? I'm preparing the room for you. So, am I Wang Yuming going to stay or not? I'm definitely not leaving. I'll endure just to witness this couple. Chapter 94. The two women whisper in the master bedroom on the first floor. The events of the day left Zhang Manqi feeling as though everything was unreal, akin to a dream. Noticing her best friend's unusual mood, Wang Yuming grasped Zhang Manqi's hand. Darling, what's wrong? Yuming. Have you ever experienced something like this? Wang Yuming rolled her eyes. Sister, are you trying to show off? The little flight attendant was tired of the word envy. Zhang Manqi sat on a beanbag, covering her face. Last month, I was fretting about my father's medical expenses, and this month, I have a car and a house. Suddenly, I feel a sense of emptiness. My life seems to have lost its direction. Such feelings were foreign to Wang Yuming. She was simply a vibrant lemon. All right, Manqi, you're making me green with envy. You're using lamer cosmetics, Sisley makeup, and wearing high couture from Versace. Remember those Jimmy Choo heels? You barely wore them once a month, and now? Those Manolo heels at 20,000 a pair, and you're wearing them out in a month. So sour. Zhang Manqi pouted her red lips. Yihang prefers a natural look. Please take the makeup away. I won't need it anymore. Listen here. Sis, your mind is entirely consumed by him. What happened to the strong, independent woman you used to be? Wang Yuming was drawn to Zhang Manqi's resilience. In a sense, they were cut from the same cloth. Yet, women excel at deceiving themselves. From now on, just focus on being beautiful. I think you were right before. You should enroll in all the classes, beauty, yoga, fitness, everything. You need to make Yihang see you in a new light. What's wrong with being a pretty vase? Beauty is also a form of capital. Zhang Manqi smiled through her tears. Good sister, let us make money together. Hey, how about I get Yihang to take you in as well? Wang Yuming was instantly startled. Are you joking? Zhang Manqi replied earnestly, I'm not kidding. I can barely handle him alone. My hips hurt. Oh, my aching hips. Meanwhile, Yihang had just finished his shower and retrieved a can of sugar-free cola from the fridge, checking the system. 5-star Modu Wealth Side Quest Overview. 1. Check-in at Songjiang University Town. Rating S. 2. Experience 3 Michelin restaurants. Progress 66. 3. BBC Cuisine. Scallion Pancake, you've tasted the flavors of your childhood. Rating SS. 4. Visit famous landmarks. Oriental Pearl, Disneyland, Poly Theater, Sinan Mansion, Tianzifang, Jing'an Temple, Old City God Temple. Progress 0. 5. Enjoy Disneyland. Note. Requires at least 2 female companions. Progress 0. 6. Savor authentic local cuisine from Modu. Note. Requires a century-old restaurant. Progress 0. 7. Sample 8 treasures from the mountains and seas. Special ingredients. Cloud sliced deer antler, golden ginger, 9-eyed yellow ginseng, 100-knife betel nut, silkworm chunpi. Progress 22. Have a woman wear a qipao from the old Modu's Ruafuxiang. Progress 0. 9. Experience the Peace Hotel in Modu. Spending 200,000. Progress 0. 10. Establish a company with assets of 10 million in Modu and achieve profitability. Progress 0. Currently, only tasks 1 and 3 were completed. A long journey lay ahead. Yihang was gradually realizing the significance of points. But what could 1,700 points do? The marketplace had 3 tiers of lotteries. 1,000 points for one draw, 10,000 points for another, and 50,000 points for the grand prize. At the 50,000 level, the rewards were extraordinary. Wait a moment. With a buff of 90 luck value. Wasn't he that? Yihang slapped his forehead, wondering why he kept forgetting about luck. Money had become less important. Skills and items were now the true treasures. System, lottery. Does the host wish to spend 1,000 points for a lottery draw? Yes. Instantly, a rather unremarkable roulette appeared before Yihang, and he sighed at the lackluster rewards. A can of Nicholas Zhao C's farts. A single sock of Gui's stinky socks. A baby bottle from Xiaobing's childhood. 3 black lines appeared on Yihang's forehead. Please, don't take advantage of my low points. Yet, there were still some valuable items. Body Attribute Enhancement Potion. 8-pack Muscle Shaping Capsule. Enhance any skill to a master level. Forget it. Let us do this. As the pointer began to spin, Yihang rubbed his hands in anticipation. 1,000 points are still valuable. Once I have money, I'll definitely draw those 50,000 ones. Just as it seemed the pointer would land on the baby bottle, Yihang panicked. Oh no. Even 90 luck points can't save me. Ding. The host has obtained the Body Attribute Enhancement Potion. Phew. As long as it's not the baby bottle. Body Attribute Enhancement Potion significantly increases the host's personal attributes. Strength, constitution, agility, explosiveness, and basic bodily functions. Yihang had no objections. As long as it didn't cost him money, he was fine with anything. Do you wish to use the potion? Use. As the potion flowed warmly down his throat, Yihang felt a burning sensation in his abdomen and sides, akin to worms crawling. Wow! How fascinating! Yihang removed his shirt, gazing at himself. 8-pack abs.
Shark músculos a XL21.
Although Yihang exercised regularly, he had never achieved such a perfect body fat percentage. At that moment, Zhang Manqi emerged from the master bedroom, her mouth agape. Darling. When did your physique become so impressive? Wang Yuming followed closely behind. Holy cow. This girl is actually drooling. Chapter 95. Apologies, I am merely... No, I am parched. Wang Yuming dabbed at the drool at the corner of her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she approached the refrigerator for a drink. Darling, what would you like for dinner tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Yihang, having changed into a fresh ensemble, descended the stairs and found Zhang Manqi donning a pink leopard apron in the open kitchen. You can cook? I thought girls only knew how to make instant noodles, perhaps adding a fried egg for sophistication. Humph. How dare you underestimate me? I truly could not before, but one must always strive for improvement. Wang Yuming assisted her in soaking the small ribs to remove the blood. Manqi's culinary skills were delectable. It had been a year since she last savored her cooking. Yuming, would you kindly tie my hair? Zhang Manqi revealed her elegant neck to Yihang, inquiring, Darling, shall we have seafood porridge for dinner? And perhaps blanch some greens? Yihang had no objections. Whatever she decided to prepare was to be embraced without interference. Ugh! What a vexatious double entendre. I shall eat whatever you make. It was akin to driving. The passenger should remain silent, for nothing irked him more than a chatty co-pilot during a drive. Zhang Manqi pecked Yihang on the cheek and playfully nudged him away. All right, let the woman cook. The man should stay out of the kitchen. Very well. Wang Yuming felt utterly disenchanted. What was there to eat? Dog food would suffice, as it was ample and filling. Yihang reclined on the sofa. After the lottery draw, the system had dwindled to a mere 200 points. His card balance was also just over 2 million, but he still possessed a card with a 10 million limit for guaranteed tenfold rewards on automobile purchases. So, was the next vehicle to be a Ferrari? The Ferrari 488 Pista was indeed an excellent option. To leap straight into a Lamborghini felt excessively ostentatious, not in line with Yihang's style. The numerous drawbacks of Tesla's electric vehicles made them unworthy of consideration. Driving a McLaren would resemble renting a car, requiring time to wait. As for a Koenigsegg, it was best to forego such a choice. Only 12 of those vehicles existed nationwide, yet countless appeared in wealthy novels. Utterly unrealistic. Yihang pondered that chance encounters at car exhibitions remained his only recourse. In the domestic market, acquiring a ready-made supercar wasn't as simple as merely showing up. Many sought immediate purchases, hence the emergence of Chen Shihou's second-hand luxury car market. Indeed, I could consult Chen Shihou for some recommendations. Yihang messaged, Ahow, I am considering changing cars. Do you have any good suggestions? Chen Shihou replied instantly, Young Master Yi, hasn't your Roma been driven for less than 2 months? And now you wish to change vehicles? Yihang retorted, I was rear-ended. it's best to replace it. Chen Shihao responded with a bewildered emoji, quickly followed by a news article. At the Magic Sound New Year Gala, 3 luxury cars collided unexpectedly, with 2 women competing for attention. The owner of the damaged Roma allegedly refused to exit the vehicle. Yi Hang's expression was one of utter disillusionment. This trivial matter had become common knowledge. Cursed marketing accounts. Yi Hang declared, "It wasn't me. I deny it vehemently." Chen Shihao chuckled. "Haha. Understood. What price range are you considering, Brother Yi?" Yi Hang contemplated, "Within 10 million, perhaps." Chen Shihao gasped. "Oh dear. Young Master Yi, I submit to your excellence."
Moments later.
A picture arrived, showcasing a showroom filled with luxury cars. Aston Martins, various models of Lamborghini, an older version of the 488, and a Porsche 911. "Young Master Yi, there's an auto show at the International Expo Center this month. Shall I accompany you? We have permits for test drives with renowned automotive influencers." Yi Hang nearly forgot. Chen Shihao also had his own promotional account on a live streaming platform, boasting over 10 million followers, with a third of them being female admirers. "Agreed. See you then." Chen Shihao continued, "I'll also keep an eye out for you. The cars at my company would surely not pique your interest, so I shan't embarrass myself."
Yi Hang similet subli.
These wealthy second-generation heirs, passionate about cars and watches, were astute, adept at understanding people, and well-versed in the significance of connections. They excelled at crafting personas and, most importantly, engaging in conversation was effortless and invigorating. Ding ding ding, the 602 dormitory group chat buzzed.
Huang Su, Yi Hang.
"Brother Yi, are you returning today? The counselor inquired about you, and I covered for you." Sun Fong. "Brother Yi, in 3 days the school will welcome newcomers, and our finance department is expected to present a program. The entire class is awaiting your participation."
YU Mio?
"Are we freshmen required to prepare a performance? Little Motor. Shall we perform LOL? I am fantastic as Yasuo." Yi Hang had almost forgotten. He had not returned to the dormitory for 2 days. Surely, the counselor wouldn't he hold a grudge against him? It seemed prudent to cultivate a favorable rapport with Zhang Xiaodong, preparing for future absences.
Yi Hang replied, "Sig."
"The formidable Demon King reported me without my consent." Jiang Fei? A collaboration between teacher and student? This is unprecedented. Little Motor. I'm curious to see it. Huang Su. "We must have cheers from our 602. Brothers. Let us rally behind Brother Yi. I'll fund a light board for him." Sun Fong. "Leave the banner to me. I have a senior at the print shop who recently fell for my 40-meter-long sword. It's time to showcase true skill." But this bunch of rascals. Yi Hang smirked mischievously. "Don't let me down. After the welcome event, shall we arrange for a few skilled technicians to entertain?" Instantly, the group chat erupted. Huang Su. "What technicians? Primarily, I just want to relieve my back and shoulders." Yu Hong. "I can't take it anymore. I'm closing the curtains." Jiang Fei. "How about a massage?" Little Motor. "What are you all discussing? I fail to comprehend." Sun Fong. Shoo, little child. Go play with your Lego." Little Motor angry. "JPG, I want to join." Yi Hang laughed until his stomach ached. Arrangements. All arrangements. By evening, the meal was prepared, and the kitchen was filled with tantalizing aromas. "Darling, dinner is ready." Yi Hang tucked away his phone and swiftly took a seat at the dining table. "It smells divine. Braised ribs, pepper salt chicken wings, spicy stir-fried tofu, boiled shrimp, and a pot of seafood porridge. Forgive me, I shall be the first to sample." Yi Hang picked up a piece of rib. Zhang Manshi gazed at him with eager anticipation. "How is it? A bit too sweet? Delightful. I must say, dear, have you studied cooking? This is exquisite. No embellishment. It was genuinely delicious." Wang Yuming produced a bottle of sparkling wine and chuckled. "Flattery. And more flattery." Chapter 96. Cheers. Zhang Manshi was filled with joy, mistaking the sparkling wine for beer. She guzzled it down with gusto. "Oh dear, Manshi. That's not how one should drink sparkling wine. You'll get tipsy too easily." Wang Yuming, not paying attention, watched as Zhang Manshi drained a tall glass of sparkling wine, all on an empty stomach. Instantly, 2 rosy blushes appeared on her cheeks. It was intentional. She was simply elated today. Wang Yuming gazed at the pink ace of spades, a rare luxury at 300 per bottle. She usually hesitated to indulge. Unexpectedly. After only a few sips, Wang Yuming appeared slightly tipsy. Sister, your tolerance is shockingly poor. Moreover, Yihang noticed that when she was inebriated, she became excessively talkative. Wang Yuming grasped Zhang Manchi's hand. Her eyes glazed over. Manchi, you are my dearest, best sister. You've changed. I can hardly recognize you. But I'm truly happy for you. If one day Yihang treats you poorly, you must tell me. Sisters, while we may lack other skills, we excel at cursing. No one on the internet can outdo me. Heh. Goodness. Yihang was stunned to sit across from a keyboard warrior. With that, she downed the remaining sparkling wine in her glass in one go, then thudded her head onto the table, falling asleep. This left Yihang utterly flabbergasted. Zhang Manchi's long legs playfully brushed against Yihang's ankle underneath the table as she sighed. Yuming has a very low tolerance.
Yihang,
Holding the third small rib, could only marvel at how quickly the two of them had consumed their drinks. How poor is her tolerance? A glass of beer? Well, perhaps half a glass. Goodness. She is both inexperienced and loves to drink. Yihang chuckled. Wang Yuming's beauty must be a trade-off for her drinking capacity. I've never encountered someone so incapable of handling alcohol. Zhang Manchi adjusted Wang Yuming's hand comfortably. Darling, shall we carry her back to the room? She can't sleep like this. Yihang advised. You should eat something first. You both drank so quickly. There's hardly anything in your stomach. Zhang Manchi turned around, placing her long legs over Yihang's. I'm not hungry. I rarely eat at night. Recently, during rehearsals, our teacher requires us to keep our weight under 100. Otherwise, it affects our stage performance. Zhang Manchi's figure was simply unmatched. Yihang often pondered if such a slim waist truly existed in this world, until he noticed Zhang Manchi's exaggerated hourglass figure. A real-life beauty filter. Let her rest on the table for a bit. Once she is sound asleep, we can carry her to the room. Zhang Manchi tilted her head, glancing at Yihang as he ate, and suddenly blurted out. Are we playing games tonight? Yihang looked up from his meal. Are we playing cops and robbers? I'm tired of that. Damn. This girl is playing with fire. Zhang Manchi's cheeks flushed. How about Electric Mouse? I've only played that once. That is fine. So, shall we begin? Yihang raised an eyebrow. Now, who knows if Wang Yuming is still asleep? Before Yihang could respond, Zhang Manchi flashed a mischievous grin, glanced at Wang Yuming, and crawled under the table. Is it a taste of earthly delights? Before Yihang could react, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Li Qingcheng, playing chicken. Yihang quickly lowered his head, signaling Zhang Manchi to be quiet, and answered the call. Hello, Li Demon? Teacher Li, damn. Your counselor said you haven't returned to the dorm for 2 days. Lost in revelry? The voice of Li Qingcheng, a commanding presence, reached him, causing Zhang Manchi to glance up in surprise. That voice sounded so familiar. It dawned on her. It was the woman pursuing Yihang. Since that's the case. Yihang suddenly widened his eyes, feigning calmness. No, the school hasn't mandated that we must return to the dorm at night, right? On the other end, Li Qingcheng frowned. What's that noise? Cough, cough. I'm just eating.
Yihang halted Zhang Manchi antics.
The school dance is in 3 days, the standard ballroom dancing. Do you know how to dance? Don't embarrass yourself in front of the entire school. Yihang rubbed his forehead, feeling blood rush to his temples. I won't go back on my word. Did you not notice? A multi-talented little puppy. Do you have a suit? A suit? I actually don't. There's never been an occasion to wear one. Never mind, I suppose you don't have one either. I'll go to Chansons tomorrow to have one tailored for you. Thank you, Teacher Li. Saying thank you isn't too much, right? A tailored suit costs at least tens of thousands, if not millions. Zhang Manchi raised an eyebrow, looking at Yihang.
Silang limuting, likingen.
Yihang could only nod. Alright, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'm hanging up. Snap. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Yi Hang abruptly pulled Zhang Manqi up, transforming into the villain. If I don't make you meow today, I'll change my surname. Please, let us engage. Shuxiang Yayuan. The new European-style DCOR gave the room a certain charm. After hanging up, Li Qingcheng tilted her head. Her instincts told her something was amiss with Yi Hang. She sent a voice note to Wang Manny. I feel that something is off with Yi Hang, but I can't quite pinpoint what it is. Shen Manny replied instantly. Sister, trust your sixth sense. If you feel something is amiss, that dog of a man must have issues. Just as Li Qingcheng was about to reply, she slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to ask for his measurements. How am I supposed to order a suit? At that moment, Li Qingcheng's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly washed fruit, puzzled. Who are you ordering a suit for? Li Qingcheng tossed a grape into her mouth, mumbling. It's nothing. Li Mother adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, sharing the same scholarly aura as Li Qingcheng. Sitting beside her daughter, she asked, Did you add that young man I suggested before? How did it go? Li Mother seldom visited, as the children also needed their own space. I did add him. Li Mother said sternly. Enough. Look at me. You've used that excuse at least 99 times. Li Qingcheng rolled her eyes playfully. This time, I really did add him. Truly, I did. Chapter 97. Please be honest with me. Is there a man in your life right now? Li Qingcheng exhaled deeply and said, Well, Mom, I'm going to bed now. Please remember to close the door when you leave. With that, she slipped on her slippers and made a hasty exit. Stop right there. And awkwardly Qingcheng turned around and retorted, What can I do for you, Mother? Sit down. Li Qingcheng obediently took a seat. Answer my question. Having once held the title of an esteemed professor, Li Qingcheng instinctively bowed her head at the authoritative tone. No, I haven't. I think you might be hiding something. Do you know that by the time I was your age, I had already started dating? My dear daughter, do you perhaps have some kind of illness? Li Qingcheng declared earnestly. I swear to heaven, I am perfectly fine. Then why don't you bring a man home? You're getting older, almost 29, and soon you'll be 30. Once a woman turns 30, her desirability plummets. Unlike men who at 30 are seen as flourishing, they become the center of attraction for young girls. What about you? Are you not worried about being overlooked as you age? Li's mother spoke with heartfelt concern, her mind racing with worry. Li Qingcheng tossed her hair back. Mom, you underestimate me. It's not that difficult to find a man. There are plenty of them around. Li's mother clapped her hands. But where are these men? You speak so grandly. Yet where are they?
Invincible. Li Qingcheng mumbled.
You may not care for yourself, but you must consider us as well. I am officially giving you an ultimatum. Within the next month, you must bring your boyfriend home for dinner. Li Qingcheng was taken aback. Mom, aren't you being a bit too hasty? I'm still young. Li's mother began gathering her things to leave, casting a glance at Li Qingcheng. Is it embarrassing to say this? Don't wait until menopause sets in and no man wants you. Wait a moment. Li's mother suddenly turned around, her gaze piercing and making Li Qingcheng uneasy. Qingcheng, you wouldn't happen to be a lesbian, would you? Don't think I am unaware of what young people are thinking these days, this nonsense about lilies and sapphics. I must warn you seriously. Your father and I are traditionalists, both in education. You better rid yourself of such thoughts. Li Qingcheng felt a sense of foreboding. She knew she could not escape this conversation. Even if she were to find someone now, it would be too late. It was impossible to simply pluck a man off the street for her mother. Li's mother raised her chin defiantly. Well, if you don't bring someone home, you needn't return at all. I might just reconsider having another child with your father. Bang! The door slammed shut. Li Qingcheng picked up her phone and messaged Shinmani. My mom issued an ultimatum. Shinmani replied, shocked face. JPG. What did Auntie say? Li Qingcheng. Bring a boyfriend home within a month, or they might consider having another child. Realizing the implications, Shinmani burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can see your account is doomed. Sigh. The mature woman lamented. What about asking Yi Hang to help deflect? The next morning, Yi Hang, who had classes that morning, rose early. After playing a new game with Zhang Manqi until the wee hours of the night, he felt invigorated. 2 hours of rest was enough to sustain him throughout the day. Noticing Wang Yuming, dressed in her flight attendant uniform, he saw that her dark circles were not concealed despite her efforts. She resembled a panda. As Yi Hang washed up, he admonished, "Young lady, you should get more sleep. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you're older." Wang Yuming retorted, "Do you have no conscience saying that? I don't know how many times you woke me up last night. Am I not suffering enough?" Fuming like a fish, she grumbled. Today, she had a flight to catch. What a predicament.
Ye Hang ignored her.
Sitting across from her for breakfast. Surprisingly, she could cook. Her fried eggs were well done, albeit overly sweet due to too much mayonnaise. Is Manchi still sleeping? Let her be. She must be exhausted. By the way, are you going to the auto show at the International Expo Center? Wang Yuming took a sip of milk and bit into her bread. Of course. Standing there for $800 isn't something you rich kids can relate to. A girl has to earn her keep. Are you a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? Yi Hang teased, knowing that with her looks, she deserved a more prestigious car model. Realizing his jest, Wang Yuming shot back. I'm a Ferrari. How about that? Buy a car and get a model with it.
Ye Hang chuckled.
It would certainly be entertaining to bring someone like you home. You sure know how to boost your ego, he said as he stood up, grabbed his keys and declared, I'm full now. I've got classes today. Until we meet again. Wang Yuming waved her tiny fists behind him. I'll get you. When he descended the stairs, Yi Hang noticed the elderly man he usually played chess with was absent and drove his Ferrari straight to school. The morning class was taught by Professor Chi Jingchun, an elective. It didn't really matter whether he attended or not. His roommate in dorm 602 was probably still in dreamland, and disrupting their slumber was not Yi Hang's style. He headed straight to the classroom and found it already populated by several classmates. To his surprise, the last time's White Lotus girl was sitting in his seat. Well, if you're in my seat, I'll sit beside you. Hey. Beautiful. What a clitch pickup line, Yi Hang thought, covering his face with an emoji. However, the girl seemed oblivious until he waved his hand in front of her face. Beautiful? Only then did she remove her headphones and point to herself. Huh? What's going on? Yi Hang shrugged. Are you mute? The girl blushed and quickly grabbed a marker to write, her penmanship elegant. Sorry, I can't speak. Oh. Yi Hang's eyes widened in surprise. It was true. Instantly, a wave of disappointment washed over him. There's just so much misfortune in this world. Yi Hang was at a loss for words and could only respond in writing. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were deaf-mute. The girl smiled, revealing two adorable dimples, her expression bright and cheerful. It's all right. Yi Hang found it a bit strange. Typically, those who cannot speak are also born deaf. Why could she hear him? He expressed his curiosity, and the girl laughed as she removed her hearing aid from her left ear. Yi Hang's eyes widened in realization. Not wanting to give up, he put in his contact lenses again, only to find that the girl's beauty remained astonishing. Chapter 98. The Advanced Mathematics of Magical Wealth adopts the 6th edition of Tongji. Accounting A and Finance B differ in versions, yet the new curriculum reforms tailored teaching proves remarkably effective. Leaf Hang eagerly peruses the Advanced Mathematics, 7th edition, Volume 1. He activates his concentration buff and in an instant, an unparalleled focus envelopes him, causing the world around him to slow down. It feels akin to a cinematic experience, layered with the thrill of an RPG game. During high school, Leaf Hang found Chinese literature to be his greatest headache. However, his foundation in mathematics was solid, making operations like square rooting second nature. Honestly, mathematics serves as a boon for the lazy. Many prefer the agony of rote memorization over the struggle of critical thinking, a mindset that Leaf Hang finds difficult to comprehend. After all, friends may betray you, and women may leave you, but mathematics remains steadfast. If it is not understood, it simply remains so. As time flowed, the 2-hour class concluded rapidly. To his astonishment, Leaf Hang had completed the readings of Advanced Mathematics, Linear Algebra, and Probability Theory. When he finally lifted his gaze, Li Qingcheng was already seated beside him. Wow, why didn't you say anything? He exclaimed. Li Qingcheng shot him a glance. Didn't you see me greet you? Did you greet me? One cannot deny the potency of the concentration buff. Leaf Hang was completely oblivious to the class ending. Is there something from stepmother? Li Qingcheng's taste remained impeccable. her high heels paired with tailored trousers accentuating her slender legs, and her fitted v-neck top exuded professionalism, albeit with a rather profound decolletage. This woman is flawless except for her overwhelming stepmother aura. Quite the conundrum. Li Feng organized his textbooks and placed them into his backpack as they exited the classroom together. I've scheduled an appointment with Master Chun from Chansons. He just returned from Neon yesterday and is free for lunch. We're on a tight schedule with a heavy task ahead. Li Qingcheng tossed him the keys to her Bentley. Forget your Ferrari. It's a waste of energy. They hopped into the car, heading straight to No. 5 Maoming South Road. Chansons, a venerable establishment in the tailoring industry of the magical city, boasts a nearly 70-year history characterized by traditional styles. It has even been featured in the Apple Daily and lauded by Forbes as Asia's finest tailor in the past 40 years. Passed down from the elder Chun to his second-generation heir Qin Jianing, this marks the 18th year of its legacy. The Gentleman's Gazette has bestowed high praise on Qin Jianing for his exquisite blend of elegance, retro flair, and innovation. After graduating from the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, Qin Jianing declined collaborations with renowned designers like Yoji Yamamoto and Rei Kawakubo, resolutely returning to inherit the declining Chansons, transforming it into a bespoke tailoring establishment that rivals luxury yet exceeds its grandeur. In the realm of fashion design, one cannot overlook Antwerp. Chansons has essentially dominated the bespoke suit tailoring for celebrities in the domestic entertainment scene. Moreover, all the suits worn by Jason Statham's character in Fast Furious 7 were designed by Qin Jianing. Arriving at Chansons, Li Feng parked the car. We're here. Li Qingcheng removed her sunglasses and effortlessly linked her arm with his as they walked inside. The moment he entered, a delightful aroma of Darjeeling tea enveloped him. On this sweltering summer day, the young ladies donned charming Central European dresses. Li Feng couldn't help but wonder, aren't you hot? A petite secretary emerged from the reception area, her beauty matched by her sweet voice. Ms. Li, you finally made it. Boss Chun has been eagerly waiting. He has a flight back to Kowloon tonight. I heard there's a wealthy lady who specifically requested him for a fitting.
Liking regainet her autoritative demeanor.
Her smile wide. I heard Master Bao is here. Is there a problem? Qin Jianing is the proprietor, and Master Bao is the pinnacle of bespoke tailoring in this generation. A treasure of Chansons, having designed for luminaries such as Zhang Yimou, Yao Ming, and Wang Lei. The secretary giggled, covering her mouth. Not at all, quite the opposite. With that, she opened the door to the meeting room. Ms. Li, I'll take my leave now. Very well. Inside, a middle-aged man with vintage gold-rimmed glasses, impeccably groomed with an air of suave sophistication, was meticulously examining a button under a magnifying glass. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, his arms outstretched for an embrace. Ms. Li, how wonderful to see you. Li Qingcheng, however, showed no preference for pleasantries and firmly pushed Qin Jianing aside. Being from Hong Kong, he was momentarily taken aback and directed a wry smile toward Li Feng. I must apologize for my rudeness. Li Qingcheng, direct as ever, wasted no time. Boss Qin, we have an orientation at school and would like you to create a suit for us. Qin Jianing, pipe in mouth, shook his head, chuckling. Only you, Li Qingcheng, would be audacious enough to approach me so directly. So, is this the gentleman you mentioned, your lover, husband, boyfriend? Li Qingcheng replied with a grin. All of the above. Coughing, Qin Jianing nearly choked. Although accustomed to Li Qingcheng's forthrightness, he still found himself caught off guard. Hello, Qin Jianing.
I'm Li Feng.
Qin Jianing, skipping the formalities, stated, let us get started. Please remove your shirt. Li Feng complied, lifting his arms. Instantly, his well-defined musculature was exposed, a healthy physique rather than one overly bulky from gym training. Qin Jianing paused, visibly impressed. Wow, perfect. An impeccable physique. For a tailor, nothing delights more than a model figure that showcases their craftsmanship to the fullest. You are practically a natural mannequin. Beside them, Li Qingcheng was equally taken aback, internally elated. She discreetly messaged Qin Mani, exclaiming, wow. Li Feng's physique is simply phenomenal.
I am absolutely tempted. Salivating.
Qin Mani replied, no pictures, no talk? Chapter 99. Stealthily activating the camera on the phone. Click. Li Qingcheng, image. JPG. Qin Mani? Is this it?
I am sorry.
Let me wipe my drool first. Chun Jianing was oblivious to Li Qingqing's photography. His entire focus was captivated by Yi Hang's perfectly sculpted muscles, akin to admiring a masterful piece of art. Frankly, when Qingqing asked me yesterday to custom-make a suit for you, I declined. 3 days is too rushed. It is an impossible task. Custom suits typically require a month, involving 4 fittings. The first, selecting fabric and style, taking measurements. The second, fitting for size and proportions. The third, assessing fit and comfort. The fourth, collecting the finished garment. If urgent, it could be ready in 3 weeks, provided one is willing to pay a premium. However, only I, Chun Jianing, can achieve this, specifically at Chansons. It is my honor to design your attire. Chun Jianing clapped his hands. So shall we begin? Li Qingqing crossed his arms, assisting. Chun Jianing called for his secretary. Amy, come in. The moment the secretary entered, she gasped, "Oh my! Such a perfect physique!" Chun Jianing cleared his cutting table, biting on his pencil, taking measurements. Neck circumference, shoulder width, jacket length, sleeve length, chest measurement, waist, pant length, hip circumference. A vintage garment rack was rolled out. The secretary reported the measurements while Chun Jianing took notes. "Wait, Qingqing, for the welcome party. Is such formality necessary?" Li Qingqing diverted his gaze from Yi Hang. "I believe he requires formal attire." "Understood." Chun Jianing presented an array of exquisite fabrics. Traditional suits are only available in British, American, and Italian styles. Given your physique, I suggest an Eton collar, and your proportions are perfect. The English style is the finest choice. This must be paired with fabric from Piacenza. With a flourish, Chun Jianing revealed a striking black fabric, sophisticated at first glance, and upon further inspection, it exuded a hidden audacity. Stable, dynamic, three-dimensional, your presence is more radiant, yet I believe. The suit should evoke a sense of masculinity. The essence of a suit lies in its presentation. Worn well, one is a gentleman; worn poorly, one is merely a brute. The measurements are in. The secretary promptly handed them to Chun Jianing, who, with decades of experience in tailoring, recognized their perfection at a glance. A golden ratio. This proportion eclipses many young stars in the entertainment industry. He immediately sketched a draft on the blueprint. Should anyone dare to claim that China lacks suits, I shall use this ensemble to silence them. It is indeed somewhat embarrassing. Authentic suits are a European specialty, represented solely by the British, American, and Italian variations. As for Korean and Japanese styles, they hardly qualify as suits. They might as well be termed trendy wear. Haute couture is a technical craft. Assessing the skill of a suit maker hinges on measurement. In a sense, the exorbitant price of a high-end suit primarily covers the measurement process. Next comes the ensemble coordination. Shirt, tie, jacket, trousers. If one were to delve into details, it could take days to discuss thoroughly. Once the jacket is established, it is time for the shirt. Chun Jianing hastily urged, "Follow me." Yi Hang stood there, too anxious to breathe, while Li Qingqing chuckled, remarking, "He becomes quite erratic when faced with something he adores." There is a whole collection in the back. A row of shirts neatly arranged. English, Italian, American, traditional, formal. Try Huang Xiaoming's. This is his. Give it a go so I can gauge things accurately. Chun Jianing produced a black shirt. Yi Hang tried it on, but Chun Jianing shook his head. "No, your physique surpasses his by far. Your broad shoulders are evident. Try this one, Hu Gues." Yi Hang exclaimed, impressive. "But still not right. TSK. In comparison, his pointed collar is simply unsuitable for you. You require something more grand." Chun Jianing's hand swept over the garments, selecting a more tailored shirt with a bolder collar. "This is the one. Peng Yuan's." Goodness. Yi Hang donned it, and truth be told, it was the only one he found comfortable. In the eyes of the onlookers, Yi Hang's aura soared. Chun Jianing snapped his fingers. "This is it. What do you think?" Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled. If Yi Hang previously radiated a sunny, clean vibe, resembling a summer basketball player, now, clad in the shirt, he transformed into a domineering figure. "Your physiques are comparable, yet your facial contours are sharper. The octagonal collar simply one T do. Let us switch to an Eton collar, and the cuffs." Chun Jianing bit his hand, retrieving another striped shirt with a different collar and cuff style. Guess whose shirt this is? While speaking, he gestured towards Yihang.
Guodas?
Guoguda? Chun Jianing paused momentarily. Jason Statham? Spot on. It's his. Chun Jianing might not know the domestic name of the brute, but everything fell into place as anticipated. With the shirt settled, it was time for trousers. The secretary was quick on her feet, bringing over a stool. Sit down. Remarkably, Chun Jianing knelt on the ground. Yihang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Do I need to? No need once you sit down. A swift jump, Chun Jianing opened the glass door revealing a row of suit trousers. Your legs are long. Cropped pants are the best choice. Too long for 8-point. 6-point is far too casual. Young man, change into the trousers. Yihang held the trousers but didn't budge. Chun Jianing. Change? Come on. Everyone is watching me change. Sensing Yihang's hesitation, Chun Jianing laughed. No worries. Big guy. What is there to fear? You're indifferent, and Yihang has no objections. Once changed, Chun Jianing nodded. All set. Shoes. The secretary rolled in a cart filled with an array of shoes. Brogues, Oxfords, Marshalls, Derbies, loafers. Chun Jianing selected a pair of Oxfords. This pair is perfect. You cannot go wrong. What size do you wear? Size 44. Without needing Chun Jianing's reminder, Amy turned to adjust the order. Chun Jianing added from behind. Make sure it's Ferragamo. Understood. Soon, the secretary entered holding a pair of leather shoes, and Yihang changed into them standing tall. He donned the shirt as well. The moment Yihang appeared before the trio, the shift in their gazes was palpable. Clap, clap, clap. Chun Jianing applauded. Absolutely splendid. Li Qingqing's heart raced. No woman could resist a well-tailored suit. Chapter 100. Wait. Something feels amiss. Chun Jianing suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh dear. The tie. She reached out and switched on the ambient lights of the display case behind her. The ties that came into view made it evident that choosing one for Yihang would be quite a challenge. Two of the simplest color combinations. Dark on light, light on light. Clearly, both would suit him. Chun Jianing turned to Amy. Amy, please fetch me the gradient tie I brought back from Paris Fashion Week. Amy paused. That one. Your father's favorite, the Starry Night? Chun Jianing nodded. Oh my. Amy shook her head, exhaling deeply, and retrieved the midnight blue tie adorned with stars. Chun Jianing helped Yihang put on the tie. Li Qingqing watched from a distance, applauding. No wonder he is a top student from Antwerp. With this starry blue tie, Yihang transformed from a sunny, handsome young man into an epitome of gentlemanly elegance. All right, that should suffice. After a flurry of activity, it was already afternoon. It would be delivered to the school in 3 days, just in time for the gala. Chun Jianing lowered her head to continue perfecting Yihang's suit, murmuring, I am truly looking forward to it. Li Qingqing left the school address and departed with Yihang. At the checkout, Amy, the secretary, followed closely behind. Ms. Li, your total expenditure amounts to 457,900, which includes the coat for 230,000, the Ferragamo Oxford shoes for $6,000, and the shirt for 39,000. Li Qingqing pulled out her purse. Why is there no tie included? Amy chuckled. Mr. Jianing mentioned that since his father's passing, this tie has been his personal treasure. So far, he has yet to find someone worthy of it until Yihang appeared. Very well. Yihang stepped forward, offering his bank card with a smile. No reason for you to foot the bill. Stepmother. Amy? Wait, stepmother? What is the relationship between these two? Li Qingqing was unperturbed. Regardless, you have the funds. As the payment was processed, the suit totaled 450,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the SS-level hidden task, customizing a suit of your own. Side character reward. Title Shelby's Bruiser. Yihang eagerly checked the details. Shelby's Bruiser. The host automatically wears this title upon donning the suit. Effect. Physical capabilities enhanced by 500. Explosive power by 500. Integrating MMA, military combat techniques, jiu-jitsu, and Bajiquan. Description. The fog over London is the smoke exhaled by the Razor Gang.
Duration, permanent.
Note 1. Please use this title with caution. Yihang gasped. This is quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, it is good to be prepared, for even in a lawful society, extreme situations can arise. Self-defense is indeed a necessary measure. Upon returning to the school, Li Qingcheng had a meeting to attend, while Yihang headed directly to his dormitory. On the way, he fortuitously encountered Counselor Zhang Xiaotong.
Yihang.
Finally caught you. Do you treat the dorm like a hotel, coming and going as you please? Today, you must. Before Zhang Xiaotong could finish, Yihang cheerfully presented her with a Dior bag. Counselor, I found this bag on the way. I don't quite understand. Thought I'd gift it to you. You found this? Why can't I find anything like that? One should never strike a smiling face, especially when it belongs to such a considerate junior. Besides, Zhang Xiaotong was not genuinely out to reprimand Yihang. Ahem. Since it's a found item, I shall reluctantly accept it. Yihang smiled. So, Counselor, does this mean? Zhang Xiaotong waved her hand, displaying impatience. Just don't go overboard. As long as your advisor doesn't come looking for you, you're off the hook. Who could possibly have a quarrel with such a charming junior? Upon returning to the dormitory, Yihang found his roommates engrossed in gaming. Hey Yi, you're back. Quick, quick. Let Huangsu go, we need a top laner. Huangsu looked defeated. Come on. I'm just a bit inexperienced. Yihang waved his hand. You all carry on. I want a video chat with my girlfriend. Have you eaten? Sun Fong, squeezing a grip strengthener. I've eaten Yi, there's instant noodles in the dorm. Want a bowl? Never mind, I'll order takeout. Yihang ordered a serving of braised chicken, a portion of pan-fried dumplings, and a serving of pork ribs with rice cakes. He then sent a playful emoji to Shen Youyu on WeChat. A cheeky rabbit knocking at your door. JPG. That was their little inside joke. Shen Youyu had been exceedingly busy over the past few days. Each time she replied, she was either memorizing ancient poetry or preparing for projects. Yihang couldn't comprehend how they seemed so leisurely. His last message lingered, asking Shen Youyu if she would be returning home during the holiday. Before long, a reply came from the little fish, a heart-to-heart. I just finished up, preparing to call you. Upon hearing this, Yihang promptly sent a video call invitation. When the call connected, the screen revealed a face adorned with a messy bun and a thick layer of dark facial mask. What on earth? Who are you? Hand over my girlfriend. Yihang pretended to shield his eyes, peeking through his fingers. Shen Youyu scrunched her delicate nose and tapped the screen. Your girlfriend has been kidnapped by me. To rescue her, you must pay a ransom of 50 million. Cash only. The goofball had me laughing. From the video, the laughter of other girls echoed, chattering away. Youyu, that's too little. Make it 100 million. No way, be bolder. Let us make it 5 billion. Yihang's eyes widened, the background revealing their dormitory with bunk beds and a bowl of leftover hot and sour noodles on the table. This isn't right. Shouldn't the legendary girls' dorm be excessively tidy? Are there limits to the benefits? Show me. Shen Youyu feigned anger, suddenly shifting the camera to others. Yihang said he wanted to see you all change into Nei. This girl certainly knows how to tease her boyfriend. Chapter 101. As Yihang was about to press play on the video, he was suddenly greeted by the sounds of playful shrieks from the other end. Shen Youyu would never truly allow Yihang to watch. The camera was shaking so much that even his mother would recognize him. It was a shame that Yihang had stolen a few glances. What a waste! Yet, he had still underestimated the audacity of the young ladies. You let him come, and I'll prepare a few hearty slaps for him. If he can't see the needle's eye, I'll look down upon this lecherous dog. She giggled. Ah, this must be a girl from northeast China. Then, a sultry voice called out, Come on, I just applied some moisturizers on my thighs. So fair and tender. I can't stand it. The camera switched to Xiao Yuer, with Shen Youyu grinning so widely that her face mask was cracking. Who looks better, me or my roommate? Hearing the girl's mockery, Yihang shrank back, feeling shameful. You little fish, don't let me see you, you're finished. No one can save you, I swear. Shen Youyu whimpered, facing the camera, as if to perform a cupping therapy from afar. Sleep well, little dog, see you later. Choosing a spouse is wise, but if one is not wise, one must make do. After ending the video call, Yi Hang found himself still replaying the girl's melodious laughter in his mind. Playful, innocent, and delightful. With a toothbrush clenched between his teeth, Huang Su poked his head in. Brother Yi, any girls around? Yi Hang, with an air of maturity, patted Huang Su on the back. Young man, practice your sword drawing techniques. Do you understand? Otherwise, you'll end up like me, being teased. In the dead of night, the perceptive Zhang Manqi sent him a new outfit photo, rendering Yi Hang unable to find sleep. It was truly captivating, he had to see it. Other distractions were merely cough-inducing. With a refreshing surge of energy, Yi Hang managed only 2 hours of effective sleep each night. The rest felt like mere filler. Yawning, Sun Fong emerged from the small dormitory, spotting Yi Hang immersed in advanced mathematics. Mornings are when one's memory is at its peak. Were they to be used for anything other than study? Good morning, Brother Yi. Yi Hang ignored him, engrossed in his work. Sun Fong, with a toothbrush in his mouth, peeked in, his eyes widening in astonishment. What? Did you see something filthy? Bah! Brother Yi, you are indeed a marvel. Huang Su, with his messy hair, also noticed Yi Hang studying calculus, which is a subject that one either possesses or does not, perhaps something that may never come again. Is this the gap between me and Musk? Seems like being a slacker isn't so bad after all. Once Yi Hang finished perusing a calculus book, he had completed all the content for the first half of his freshman year. What remained was the practical application of problem solving. Who doesn't enjoy venturing into new territories? As Yi Hang lifted his gaze from the sea of mathematics, he noticed his roommates staring at him as if he were a monster. Good morning, pups. When he finally emerged from the dormitory, freshly dressed, they wore the same bewildered expression. What's wrong with you guys? I'm leaving. With car keys in hand, he strode out. In just a couple of days, the welcoming event for new students would take place. While every university in Songjiang University City had its own festivities, many flocked to the school due to Li Qingqing, the most beautiful professor. Apart from the departments of music and arts, the welcoming event for the Department of Finance was particularly noteworthy, mainly due to Li Qingqing's presence. Thus, Yi Hang prepared his suit, all while his stepmother insisted he tidy up his hairstyle. Although he was already quite handsome, there was nothing wrong with becoming even more so. After all, one can never have too much of a good thing. Yi Hang's hairstyle featured tousled locks, and shaving his temples made him appear quite spirited. As for those flashy styles favored by idols, they lacked the masculine vigor that should be preserved. Driving towards 394, Daegu Road, Zhang Manqi sent a voice message. Darling, I just remembered. Did we forget to purchase a parking space? This morning, when I went downstairs, there was a ticket on the car. Yi Hang raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had overlooked that detail. Polly's future would be their love nest. Zhang Manqi's Porsche and Yi Hang's Ferrari. If Roma hadn't been sold yet and he managed to snag another at the car show, wouldn't that be 3 cars? With a single hand on the Ferrari, he sent a voice message to Zhang Manqi. I'll call the sales department. Love you, Mua. A call was placed, and the sales representative answered promptly. Mr. Yi, I was just about to call you. I remembered that you might have forgotten to buy a parking space. How are the parking spaces sold? Are there any restrictions? In Shanghai, where land is extremely valuable, some developers' parking spaces are tied to property ownership. 1 unit, 1 parking space, and they don't sell extras. However, with wealth, what can't one obtain? Mr. Yi, the parking spaces at Poly are subject to property rights. 1 space per unit. Yi Hang turned the steering wheel. I want 3 parking spaces. The sales representative hesitated. That is a bit complicated. The sale of parking spaces requires verification, signing, tax payment, and transfer. In China, any private property must be registered. The contract for the parking space must be treated like that of a property sale. I know you can find a way. No one would refuse a chance to make money, right? The sales representative chuckled. Of course, Mr. Yi. Please hold for 2 minutes while I check the basement for available spaces. After hanging up, he remembered the tale of a wealthy individual who spent 40 million to buy all the parking spaces in a complex, only renting them out. The representative soon called back. Mr. Yi, currently, there are 3 parking spaces available, 201, 202, and 203. of which 2 owners have quoted a sale price of 300,000 each. Would that be acceptable to you? 300,000 is no small sum for a middle-class family. Adding developer fees, acquiring 3 spaces would cost nearly 1 million. No problem. Can you handle the paperwork? The representative didn't immediately agree. Yihang sent a voice message to Zhang Manshi, finalizing the deal, and promptly transferred 1 million. Manshi, 3 parking spaces. After class this afternoon, let us go with the sales representative to sign the paperwork and also finalize the contract with the adjacent space owners. Got it. Just in time, Yihang arrived at the high-feel celebrity star design store. Tony, I'm here. Chapter 102, Beep. The host has triggered the side quest, I am not a rich second generation. A styling design from Tony that costs no less than 10,000. Quest reward, a grand lottery gift package. Yihang parked his Roma and looked up at the high-feel styling design studio. These were the sorts of pretentious English names that Tony loved to concoct. The packaging appeared extravagant, and the storefront was undoubtedly flamboyant. Inside, several long-legged beauties were showcasing their presence. At the lower end, some second-hand scooters were parked outside, like Suzuki competitions. The more upscale ones featured larger luxury cars. Unfortunately, Yihang had underestimated high-feel, which was backed by the affluent Qin Fun from Shanghai. As the saying goes, diligence does not always equate to wealth. But Qin Fun was undoubtedly wealthy. Upon entering, a blonde attendant approached him. Sir, do you have an appointment? Isn't it possible to get a haircut without one?
Yihang retorted.
The blonde girl in her flowing yellow dress gasped. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Not wanting to listen to her explanations, Yihang pointed straight to the most expensive artistic director above. Just arrange that one for me. The blonde girl hesitated. Sir, the design by director Lucy is quite costly. 3,980 yuan. Are you certain? Yihang sighed. 3,980 was merely the amount he earned from lounging around for 2 days. He remained patient. Yes, I'm certain. All right then. The blonde girl nodded eagerly. You are our esteemed guest. Let us start with the shampoo. She turned and whispered to another Tony stylist passing by. Hurry. Call Lucy. Yihang couldn't discern any difference between the 3,980 yuan shampoo and the 20 yuan version. Aside from the fact that the blonde girl's touch was softer, it didn't seem to have any additional benefits. The service, however, was commendable. All the attendants were uniformly trained, with large eyes reminiscent of a certain brand, though some had a bit too much makeup. With their average looks, they were hardly breathtaking, but the experience was indeed soothing. If only Ms. Wang Hui could have provided him with such head massages regularly. Perhaps his father wouldn't have lost his hair so early. It was amusing how often he used his father's hair as a guarantee. After the shampoo, wrapped in the salon's Hermes cape, Yihang sat in front of the mirror, gazing at his youthful reflection, perplexed as to why his hairstyle was deemed inadequate. Li Qingcheng insisted he needed a styling makeover. The tattooed female stylist, no female designer, stood behind him, combing his hair while chattering. Sir, are you attending any important events? Yihang nodded, not particularly. Just something natural will suffice, you can decide. Lucy, the stylist, raised an eyebrow. Typically, those who requested her services were women, and the price difference between men's and women's haircuts was stark, especially for someone like Yihang, whose hair was easy to manage and could be styled in 5 minutes. Nevertheless, Lucy maintained her professionalism, continuing to inquire patiently. Your facial features are soft yet well-defined, and you possess a sunny disposition. Moreover, your skin is quite fair, and your hair is on the softer side. A stylish buzz cut would suit you perfectly. It's low maintenance and will look natural even if you skip styling. In essence, the money spent here was worth every penny.
Yihang,
Only understanding the phrase easy to manage, acknowledged it. After all, who has the time to fuss over their appearance amidst so many girls in the vicinity? Your features are quite prominent, making you appear more fashionable and urban. Yihang inquired, with all that said, can the price be a bit higher? Lucy? Nearby, a fashionable lady undergoing a perm burst out laughing, spraying her juice. Sir, if you find it cheap, you might consider our membership card starting from 50,000 yuan. Raising an eyebrow, Yihang asked for more details. Lucy patiently explained, "This is Highfield's bespoke service. If you recharge 50,000 yuan, I will personally oversee your styling. You won't need to come to the studio. I will visit you for your grooming." As she spoke, she showcased photos from her phone of her styling work with several young celebrities. "This is from the last Golden Eagle carpet event." Yihang glanced and confirmed. Indeed, Lucy's appearance was impressive, though her arm tattoos were somewhat off-putting. Not that it mattered. The home service was for haircuts, not styling. What nonsense. Alright, let us begin. After all, he only needed to complete the system task to claim the grand gift package. Lucy, slightly taken aback, began working on Yihang's hairstyle. It must be noted that Lucy possessed deft hands. With a few snips, the cuts were perfectly placed. A skilled barber doesn't require complex steps, much like how the finest ingredients need only a pinch of salt to create a culinary masterpiece. In under 5 minutes after trimming the sides, Yihang looked significantly more refined. Lucy deftly styled his hair with her fingers. Yihang was astonished. The hairstyle truly was a second revolution for men. He looked spirited and sharp, with his facial features accentuated from the side. "Oh dear. I've become even more handsome." The advantage of this hairstyle was that if he were to attend a formal event, a little water could style it into a neat side part, and with a suit, he would undoubtedly be the most dashing gentleman present. "I don't even need a side part to be the most dashing. Sir, are you satisfied with this styling?" "Quite so." After a shampoo and simple styling, Yihang swiped his card for 50,000 yuan and added Lucy on WeChat. Beep. "The host has completed the side quest. I am not a rich second generation." Quest reward. A grand lottery gift package. Yihang decided not to open his reward immediately. The thrill of the blind box was part of the excitement. As Yihang exited, a familiar figure entered the shop, but he dashed away too quickly for her to catch up. Yihang. Who else could it be but the scheming Chen Jishi? She sought out Lucy, the designer who had styled Yihang. "Was that man you styled?" Lucy replied, "Yes." Chen Jishi probed, "How much did he spend?" Lucy smiled. "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose customer privacy." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Chapter 103. The Magical Finance Institute is hosting its welcome party, the second event following the Magical Music Academy. Banners proclaim the theme, Youth, Dreams. Set sail at the Magical Finance Institute 2020 Welcome Party. Although it cannot compare to the grandeur of the Magical Music Academy, the media is fully present. Alongside the renowned Rainbow Choir and the goddess of Bilibili, Zhuge Meichin. However, the Magical Finance Institute boasts its own beauty, the esteemed mentor Li Qingqing. The seniors are busy preparing their performances. Thinking of this, Yihang can't help but chuckle. A sophomore from an unknown department has decided to break through the competition from the magical music and arts by presenting a character from the second dimension, Luo Tianyi. Clad in black and white stockings, all of them flaunt their long legs of 172 meters. It's quite amusing. The dormitory is buzzing with excitement, as they are determined to reclaim their pride on their home turf. As for traditional performances like crosstalk and skits, they are entertaining, but they certainly do not compare to the allure of the girls. Backstage in the grand auditorium, in the makeup room. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Yihang straightens his posture while Li Qingqing delicately adjusts his suit. When Amy from Chansons delivered the custom suit in the afternoon, the entire school's program had already gone through a round of rehearsals. Once Yihang donned the tailored suit, everyone backstage was left in awe. The perfect embodiment of both gentleman and rogue. Seeing Yihang strut in his suit, Li Qingqing couldn't help but notice his awkward gait. "Oh, I'll be gentle." She glanced at his hairstyle. "Who styled your hair? It looks quite nice." "Of course. It cost 3,980. Should I introduce you to Tony? He's amazing." Li Qingqing rolled her eyes. "You can keep that for yourself." "Keep it? Ahem. Alright, let me check the mirror." As Yihang looked into the mirror, he was taken aback. "How am I so handsome?" Indeed, a suit is a man's armor. With his naturally sunny disposition, he is sure to captivate the seniors at the Magical Finance Institute. Li Qingqing's gaze flickered. Yihang embodied all the qualities she admired in a man. Gentle yet wild, capable of both delicate melodies and casual street food banter, grounded yet charming. Though he may have a sharp tongue, it only adds to his appeal. All right, let's get those shoes on. Li Qingcheng crouched down, retrieving a wooden box containing a brand new pair of Ferragamo Oxford shoes. Pure gentlemanly elegance. Yihang removed his sneakers. Phew. How long has it been since I washed my feet? Awful. He chuckled. They smell like pickled cabbage, but everyone who has tasted them swears by it. Li Qingcheng looked up, her hands deftly untying the shoelaces, her slightly pursed lips exuding a hint of allure. This startled Yihang. No. I was just joking. This girl is fierce. What if she truly covers face? Are you really interested? Ugh, that's absurd. This woman has an uncanny ability to read men's minds. She's adept in economics and understands men's sentiments as if they were an open book. Ignoring her, Yihang slipped into the Oxford shoes. So how do they fit? Tonight they will suffice. After today I'll need a suit for each season. Once he wore them, he felt no discomfort, a testament to Chun Jianning's discerning taste. After all, she is of the same caliber as fashion icons like Rei Kawakubo and Yohji Yamamoto. They're quite nice, though a bit unfamiliar, he noted. Li Qingcheng showed no signs of rising. You'll need to adapt. As finance students, we often attend summits requiring formal attire. Perhaps it was a matter of angle. As Yihang looked down to adjust his shoes, his gaze inadvertently shifted lower. Coupled with Li Qingcheng's stunning silver-scaled evening gown, high heels, and a daring slit, her swan-like neck and radiant collarbone were dazzling, her hair elegantly styled. Wow! This is too much. Noticing Yihang's silence, Li Qingcheng met his gaze, and in that moment, her face flushed crimson, instinctively covering her chest. Yet, realizing the source of the gaze was Yihang, she hesitated to lower her hands. Sensing the awkwardness, Yihang cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Ahem. Why does it feel like my belt is too tight? Following his lead, Li Qingcheng tossed her hair. Is your belt size too small? That shouldn't happen. Chun Jianning wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Hey, I was just making an excuse. You don't have to take it so seriously. Indeed, a woman in love can often lose a significant measure of her intellect, with some seeming to have none at all. Truly fascinating creatures. As Li Qingcheng spoke, she half-squatted, her hands reaching towards Yihang's waist to inspect the belt. Just then, their counselor, Zhang Xiaotong, who was overseeing the welcome party, abruptly pushed the door open without knocking. Teacher Li, you are next for the performance. Are you prepared? Upon seeing the scene before her, the three of them locked eyes. The atmosphere grew so tense it could be cut with a knife. What is happening? Li Qingcheng quickly shoved Yihang aside, her embarrassment evident as her complexion matched the color of her collarbone. Ahem. We are almost ready. Poor Yihang was nearly knocked to the ground. Wow. Why is she so strong? Zhang Xiaotong's mouth fell open, her eyes wide as saucers. Yihang instinctively recalled a lyric. Eyes wide as copper bells, radiating sharp intelligence. Ears perked like antennas. All right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have barged in like that. Teacher Li, you have 5 minutes until your performance is announced. I'll be back shortly. With a swift bow, Zhang Xiaotong vanished from the makeup room. I need to use the restroom. Li Qingcheng felt she could no longer remain with Yihang. Chapter 104. In the backstage restroom, Li Qingcheng covered her face. Sigh. The evening gown accentuated her angular collarbones, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, leaving her mind in a whirl. Could this be a significant step forward? Damn it. Li Qingcheng, what are you thinking? Where is your usual decisiveness? Where is that fierce spirit of confrontation? Bring forth your aura as a formidable woman, just a mere child. What storms have you not weathered? Why did you falter just now? So embarrassing. Ultimately, she was still a woman, particularly a strong woman in public, who, in the presence of someone she liked, felt utterly diminished. Once Pandora's box was opened, she transformed into a nurturing elder sister in an instant. Her usual aloofness and unapproachability were mere facades. Yet Yihang remained unaware that he was the key. Calm down. She turned on the faucet to wash her hands. Today, Li Qingcheng had unusually adorned herself, donning a Harry Winston pendant and a Cartier bracelet that sparkled brilliantly, enhancing her snow-white skin. Ah, breathtakingly beautiful. Yihang had secretly used contact lenses moments ago, and he was astonished to find her beauty reached a staggering 98. Li Qingqing paced back and forth in the restroom, attempting to steady her racing heart while discreetly texting Shin Manny. We just clashed. Shin Manny replied instantly, dazed. JPG. Li Qingqing. So awkward. My evening gown is a bit low-cut. Shin Manny. Understood. Understood. Don't say any more, you'll be restless tonight. A little excited? He. JPG Li Qingqing. I'm trying to calm down in the restroom. I've never felt this way before. Shin Manny. You need to stand tall. Where is that aura of yours that used to challenge the heavens? Only before Shin Manny could Li Qingqing revert to being a little girl. Oh, and let us not forget Yi Hang. Li Qingqing. I can't do it. I really can't. Shin Manny rolled her eyes. Who says they can't? I believe it's time for me to step in and help you deal with that flirt. Li Qingqing. He is not like that. I feel I have no charm in front of him. Today, I especially wore an evening gown, and the last time I wore one was during the 4 major workshops. And he never complimented me. So infuriating. Shin Manny gasped in astonishment. Infuriated. When did Li Qingqing ever use such adorable phrases? Shin Manny. Can you endure this? Hey, wait, are you still the Li Qingqing I know? At this moment, she should alleviate Li Qingqing's emotions, especially since she was about to take the stage. How's the preparation going? SNT ballroom dancing your forte? When Shin Manny graduated from university, it was Li Qingqing who enrolled her in a ballroom dance training class, claiming it was a necessary skill for a financial professional. Li Qingqing. My legs feel weak. Shin Manny. I knew it. How about practicing some military-style boxing? Didn't your uncle teach you before? Hiss. This woman can also do military boxing. Li Qingqing. No more talking, it's time to go on stage. Shin Manny. Good luck. Unfortunately, it was too late. Once again, the annual welcome party commenced, and the Shanghai Finance Academy welcomed numerous eager students. On the stage, the 2 hosts were fervently engaging the audience. Behind the stage, Yi Hang was already prepared. Beside him, Zhang Xiaodong appeared anxious. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's about to start. Where has teacher Li gone? Ah. Zhang Xiaodong repeatedly dialed her phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Dial again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Zhang Xiaodong wore a frustrated expression. Unable to vent her anger at Li Qingqing, she could only glance at Yi Hang. However, Yi Hang's aura was simply overwhelming today. The people nearby dared not meet his gaze. Even a fool could see that his suit was expensive, with gold-embossed double-breasted buttons and the chansons logo. Moreover, one must never bite the hand that feeds. They had just been in the makeup room together. How could Li teacher vanish in the blink of an eye? Yi Hang shrugged and attempted to call Li Qingqing again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. There was nothing to be done. No one answered. Zhang Xiaodong pressed her forehead. What to do? What to do? Suddenly, she looked at Yi Hang with wide eyes. Can you go up by yourself? Yi Hang was stunned. You must be joking. Ballroom dancing is a partnered dance, and it's an Olympic competitive event, encompassing styles such as samba, rumba, and paso doble. To be honest, he could dance alone if needed. However, having a missing partner would make the performance feel awkward. As long as the bigwigs in the audience had no objections, Yi Hang would be indifferent. There were also 3 pairs of senior ballroom dancers nearby. With only 1 minute left before the program began, if she truly couldn't make it, they would have to find someone else. Previous welcome parties always featured a ballroom dance segment. As a financial institution, this social skill was somewhat ingrained in the students. Such a situation had never occurred in past years. My teacher Li. The audience included prominent figures, any one of whom could not be offended. Indeed, in the audience sat not only Li Qingqing's father and the principal of the academy but also family members. Enough waiting. Zhang Xiaodong commanded the actors waiting backstage. Who can ballroom dance? 1 minute left. Yi Hang needs a partner. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The backstage fell silent. Where could they find someone? And in formal attire, just then a small hand was raised. Yi Hang turned around. No way. SNT that the mute girl from teacher Qi Jingchun's class? Instantly, all eyes were on her, and feeling the collective gaze, the girl's face flushed. Zhang Xiaotong looked at her suspiciously, rushing over and grabbing her hand. Nari, can you really do it? The audience consists of our entire school's faculty and students, and others from different schools. Nahe? Surprisingly, she was also from a minority ethnic group. Guessing correctly, she should be from the southern Xinjiang Uyghur region, a place renowned for its beauty. Yihang thought she had a bit of an ethnic vibe. Quickly, put in the contact lenses. Unfortunately, in terms of appearance, Nari's gaze drifted towards Yihang, and she nodded. Zhang Xiaotong was overjoyed, pulling her along. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Go change clothes. The makeup room has an evening gown. Don't worry about whether it fits. Just get on stage first. Then, she grabbed the earpiece and shouted. Let them hold on for one more minute. Just 1 minute. Chapter 105. When Nere appeared before the crowd clad in an elegant black evening gown adorned with crescent stones, an overwhelming sense of pressure and suffocation enveloped the atmosphere. The seniors beside Yihang, engrossed in their ballroom dancing, stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Nere. She resembled a princess from a distant land, as if she had traversed a millennium from the Dunhuang murals, descending like a celestial being. She embodied the grace of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, dazzling in her splendor. Silence reigned among the onlookers, while thunderous applause erupted from outside, undisturbed by the tranquility backstage. Zhang Xiaotong was rendered speechless. The stage director's voice echoed in her earpiece, repeatedly calling, Zhang Xiaotong, are you ready or not? The entire school's leadership is out there. Respond. Yet Zhang Xiaotong remained oblivious. The crowd parted, allowing Nere to approach Yihang, her gaze lowered, delicately lifting her gown as she navigated the high heels. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. A fairy. Could it be? My heavens, is this truly the Nere I know? Did she forego makeup? Is this her genuine, unadorned beauty? Does such breathtaking beauty even exist? Who can enlighten me on how to capture her attention? To be honest, while I often do not envy beauty, this extraordinary allure evokes a pure sense of admiration, leaving any inclination to compare oneself feeling utterly inadequate. So, my friends, is anyone forming a team to venture to the southern regions to seek out beautiful women? I shall be the first to enlist. God has bestowed her with unparalleled beauty yet closed 2 windows. 2. I detest the divine. Mark my words. She shall become an internet sensation on Bilibili tomorrow, or I shall stand on my head and suffer. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Nere reached Yihang, extending her hand, though unable to speak, merely waving it before him. Yihang finally snapped to attention, captivated by her undeniable beauty. His first instinct was to check her system score. Name: Hani Nere, gender, female, height, 1.73 m, age, 21, beauty score, 100, emotional status, single, occupation. Upgrade necessary to view. Temperament. Upgrade necessary to view. Notes. Upgrade necessary to view. Favorability. Upgrade necessary to view. What the heck? A beauty score of 100. Yihang was utterly astonished. A score of 80 signifies an ordinary beauty. 85 represents the campus belle, while 90 denotes a flawless combination of fair skin, exquisite features, and long legs. A score of 92 to 95 shines brightly in the entertainment industry. 95 to 98 reveals a goddess among mortals. But 100? Yihang had no doubt that if a score of 101 existed, the system would grant it without hesitation. Could it be that her beauty had been concealed before? The contrast was staggering. Yet the thrill of unraveling this mystery was exhilarating. Just as the crowd marveled at Nerea's beauty, a furious shout erupted from backstage. Have you all lost your minds? What sort of occasion is this? This is. The stage director, Chun Bohan, halted mid-rant, equally astonished as he gazed at Hani Nere, blinking in disbelief. Is that you, Nere from Public Economics, sophomore? Zhang Xiaotong finally grasped the situation, turning to Chun Bohan, her face pale with shock. I'm so sorry, director. I'll ensure they take the stage now. The crowd, now fully aware, resumed their frantic preparations. Quickly, quickly, prepare for the ballroom dance. Listen to my count. Chun Bohan commanded, asserting control as he shouted through the earpiece, ensuring everything was in place and instructing the host to prepare their script. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaotong exclaimed, "Wait, what about Nerea's hearing aid?" She hurriedly passed it over. Yihang held Nerea's delicate hand, his palm slick with sweat, reassuring her. "Is this your first time performing? Damn. Ascension your first time?" Yihang had undergone a system upgrade, enhancing his physical abilities, so he felt no fear. Nere raised her enchanting eyes, shaking her head with a smile, her small finger pointing from Yihang to herself. She communicated a series of signs. Yihang, however, could not decipher them. "Damn it. I need to purchase a sign language dictionary from the system. This communication will be too cumbersome otherwise." Yet Yihang managed to grasp her meaning. "You're saying, you're only nervous when you're with me?" Nere nodded in affirmation. Yihang smiled, gently tickling her palm. "Don't be anxious. Everyone is only focused on your beauty." With Yihang's encouragement, Nere took a deep breath and tightened her grip. "Now, we invite the third-year and second-year seniors to present a ballroom dance, La La Land." As the grand hall descended into darkness, 24 LED screens illuminated a fantastical stage, and the projected 3D scenes began to dance and leap. When the theme song of La La Land, Another Day of Sun, filled the air, the hall transformed into a vibrant sea of joy. With a foundation laid by masterful ballroom dancers and a well-rehearsed performance, every step taken by Yihang exuded confidence. As the first pair, Yihang and Hani Nere, took center stage, the auditorium erupted in cheers and screams. Huang Su, acting like a complete fool, waved a light board, howling with excitement. It was utterly hilarious. As the grand finale of the ballroom dance, it had always been the specialty of the Magic Finance Department, and the cheers in the hall outshone the noise from the dormitories. "Wait, is that Nere? No way, no way, no way. This is our public economics Nere. I can't believe it. She is simply too stunning. The man accompanying her must be Yihang, right? How infuriating. That rascal has stolen our limelight. My goddess is so beautiful." Even in a fierce demeanor, the school leaders in the audience wore expressions of surprise, initially anticipating a stage mishap, only to be met with delightful astonishment. Yet, why isn't the center stage occupied by teacher Li Qingqing? Who are these others? Li Jian, the president of Magic Finance, sat in the front row, flanked by Li Qingqing's mother, Tong Jing. "Who is this girl? Where is Qingqing?" Tong Jing, wearing glasses and exuding a kind demeanor, replied, "If you can't even remember your own students, don't ask me. Don't hinder my enjoyment of the performance." Li Jian pursed his lips but quickly composed himself, resuming a serious demeanor befitting his position. Chapter 106. The barriers to ballroom dancing are not high. It is not just the PUA players who mingle in circles. Even a 200-pound individual can learn. However, mastering the art of dancing requires a stringent standard. This is not merely about maintaining a fit physique for Latin dance. Even in social gatherings, one must tread in sync with the rhythm. Each genre of music demands its own unique steps and tempo. For instance, the expression training in modern dance is a technical endeavor. In social dancing, poor execution can lead to a disastrous performance. The welcome party at the Magic Finance Institute, rather than being exclusively about ballroom dancing, leans more toward social dance, with its social attributes overshadowing the dance itself. Yet, under the spotlight, Yihang and Hanina stole the limelight from the other three pairs of ballroom dancers. The vivacity and exuberance of La La Land were brought to life by their performance, perfectly aligning with the film's rhythm, neither rushed nor sluggish. Their synchronized quick flashes during the dance highlighted the evident struggle of the other three pairs. The stage and rehearsal are two distinct realms. Moreover, strictly speaking, this segment of ballroom dancing should be categorized as a theatrical performance. If there is blame to be assigned, it falls upon Li Qingqing. The national team shows little regard for the students' feelings. After the show, they vanish. Hanina, however, made numerous mistakes. Nonetheless, her foundation in ballroom dance was commendable. Several times, she nearly caused Yihang discomfort with her missteps. Yihang whispered in her ear, "You are too tense. Hold my waist tightly. If you fall behind my pace, one misstep leads to another." In such circumstances, sternness gives way to gentle encouragement. Upon hearing Yihang's words, Hanina nodded and instinctively clung to his waist, almost merging their bodies. Yes, yes, splendid. With Yi Hang's encouragement, Hanina gradually relaxed, and her steps began to radiate warmth. La La Land is a classic in ballroom dancing, blending various techniques. Essentially, anyone who can dance to it need not fear any ball. Yet, it was clear that Hanina was not accustomed to wearing high heels. Yi Hang worried she might inadvertently twist her ankle. Here's a tip. If you struggle with your balance, lean on me. The proximity between them rendered the audience oblivious to their concerns. Yi Hang's apprehension was that once they transitioned into the second phase of the landcast with its hip movements, grand leaps, and intricate footwork, maintaining balance would become increasingly challenging. Thus, rhythm was her only salvation. However, Hanina was still too eager. The piano melody of Another Day of Sun was about to lead into the chorus, signaling the arrival of the second phase, the moonlit dance that captivates in the film. According to Lee Ching-chung's choreography, this segment was intended to be a duet for the leading pair. Without needing a reminder, the other three pairs gracefully exited the stage during the interlude, leaving Yi Hang and Hanina at the center. What astonished Yi Hang was that Hanina not only knew the choreography but executed it remarkably well. Did you sneak a peek at our rehearsal? Even with a thorough understanding of La La Land, changes made by Li Qingqing would not have been known without prior observation. Under the flickering stage lights, Hanina's radiant face flushed, and her hand playfully pinched Yi Hang's waist. Ouch! You're quite mischievous, aren't you? This segment was a continuous shot, placing them under scrutiny. Any mistake would be keenly observed. How difficult was this dance? Even the professional choreographers of La La Land had stumbled over 100 times before achieving success, leaving them bruised and battered. Yet, with Yi Hang's support, every movement of the grand dance was executed atop his feet, ensuring a solid foundation. Nevertheless, Hanina's performance was unexpectedly delightful. She adeptly played to her strengths, with her prowess shining through in her expressions. Does ballroom dancing not require emotion? Certainly does. This dance was meant to convey the budding affection between the two. During previous rehearsals, Li Qingqing's expressions had lacked vitality, leading to a less compelling performance. Otherwise, it could have been even more perfect. However, it was unsurprising. Before meeting Yi Hang, Li Qingqing had always presented a cold demeanor. In harmony with the music, Yi Hang and Hanina's duet left the audience in awe as affection poured forth from the stage. It was a collective emotional experience, a rhythm of love being force-fed to the audience. Wow! So beautiful. The execution is flawless. I may not understand the technicalities, but it is undeniably captivating. If I find it beautiful, then it is beautiful. What did you say? Sorry, I was completely engrossed in Hanina. I apologize. I feel unworthy to witness such high-caliber dance. A playful facepalm emoji. Equally astonished were the school leaders in attendance, representing the highest caliber of talent at the Magic Finance Institute, with Yi Hang and Hanina before them. The old principal's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Incredible. We have such remarkable students at our institute. Beside him, Mrs. Tong Jing observed the performance with a glimmer in her eyes, reflecting the duet. Thank goodness your daughter didn't come. She would have ruined the performance. Li Qingqing interjected. Meow meow meow, is that my mother? It was only then that Li Jian expressed his confusion. What on earth has Li Qingqing been up to? Tong Jing replied, why do you care? I am completely disenchanted with her. At 28, she still hasn't found a boyfriend. This is all you're doing. The couple had grown accustomed to bickering. Am I not allowed to care? As long as she doesn't care about me, I'm fine. The amiable principal Li enjoyed a stellar reputation outside, but at home, well, he was under the thumb of his wife. Tong Jing's gaze was piercing as she focused on the couple on stage. Regardless, I have issued her an ultimatum. She must bring a boyfriend home within a month, or else. Or else what? She doesn't listen to me. Do you think she'll listen to you? Or else I'll have to find another one. Principal Li reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the stage, fearfully fixating on Tong Jing. Are you joking? Surely you're not serious. That's just to prompt her. You see how she is. By the way, this young man looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Li Jian sighed in relief. Indeed, like mother, like daughter. As the moonlit duet concluded, accompanied by strings, Yihang lifted Hanina in a swirling motion, elevating the atmosphere of the grand auditorium to a fever pitch. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. However, the climax was yet to come. The final act, designed by Li Qingcheng, was the Grand Waltz of Broadway. As the curtain began to descend, a figure lurking backstage watched Yihang and Hanina's duet on the verge of tears. Chapter 107. According to the original design, Yihang and Han Nair would only complete their final duet under the moonlight at the moment the curtain fell. Naturally, the timing was quite critical. In the grand finale, Yihang was required to lift Han Nair for the landing performance. At the same time, they would transition into the third phase, a rapid flash mob featuring Broadway waltzes. However, just as Yihang lifted Han Nair, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle. In an instant, Han Nair's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Nevertheless, she persisted in completing the landing. Yihang, quick on his feet, skillfully maneuvered to Han Nair's side to support her. At that moment, the curtain fell completely. What happened? Han Nair's injury drew the attention of all her companions, who hurried over. Nair, are you all right? Oh no. It's swollen. What should we do? The third phase is about to start. You can't continue dancing. Delaying treatment could worsen it. Call the school nurse, quickly. Yihang crouched down, examining her delicate foot, which was marred by a large bruise. Without timely ice treatment, it could become serious. We can't continue dancing. As Yihang spoke, he intended to carry Han Nair to the nurse's office. But she resisted, her small hand tugging at his, shaking her head vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, her exquisite face paling. No. Yet Han Nair remained unwilling, pointing at her wrist. After the curtain fell, the third phase flash mob afforded the stage actors only 15 seconds.
Yihang understood her intention.
Was it truly necessary? It was merely a welcome event. This girl was too stubborn. Just as Yihang prepared to carry her off the stage, Zhang Xiaotong rushed over. What happened? Upon seeing Han Nair's swollen ankle, her expression turned pained. Oh dear. You can't continue dancing. If this goes on, your foot will be ruined. She turned to Yihang.
Yihang.
Hurry. Take her to the nurse's office. A nearby dancer inquired, so, can we continue our performance? Zhang Xiaodong, holding her script, playfully knocked the questioner on the head. What are you talking about? We've already performed splendidly. As Yihang contemplated leaving, Li Qingcheng approached briskly, accompanied by a nurse. Quickly, take her to the nurse's office. Han Nair felt hesitant to meet Li Qingcheng's gaze, fear evident in her demeanor. Yet, Li Qingcheng smiled warmly. Leave the stage to me, don't worry. Han Nair finally relaxed, supported by the nurse as she stepped off the stage. Zhang Xiaotong was exasperated. My dear teacher Li, where have you been? Hurry, hurry. Only 5 seconds left. All lighting and stage crew, prepare to continue the performance. Yihang watched Han Nair exit the stage, surprised as he wrapped his arm around Li Qingcheng's waist, ready to commence the final flash mob. Where were you? You've been gone so long. Li Qingcheng dismissed him, biting her lip. Do you think I care about your opinion? Yihang asked, perplexed. Sister, are you feeling okay? The jealousy was palpable, almost suffocating. There was no time for further banter. The curtain was drawn once more. City of Stars transitioned into a group flash mob waltz, the background music shifting from Another Day of Sun to Summer. The melody grew lively and bright, devoid of Han Nair's awkwardness. Li Qingcheng was quite familiar with this segment. Their synergy was impeccable, as if they were two halves of the same whole. Minor details required no reminders, yet. Her foot hurt. Did you step on me again? Yihang gasped, gritting his teeth. Ow. Why do you keep stepping on me?
Licking suppresset her lågter.
Step on you? I'd rather bite you. Hey, can't you act a bit reasonably? If you don't show up, will the performance continue? Yihang protested, this is too much. Couldn't you just call me? You don't know my number? If your eyes go blind, donate them to someone in need. Zhang Xiaodong and I have called you at least 10 times. Did you ask for my permission to have someone else take my place? I'll step on you. Don't you fear being seen by the audience? The more they see, the better. Let them witness what a scoundrel looks like. Even so, Yihang had to endure the dance, his waist being painfully pinched. Your father is in the audience. I'm not blind. You infuriate me. Don't think you'll graduate. Why was this girl so unreasonable? Yi Hang spun her away, nearly sending her flying. Nevertheless, one must admit, Li Qingqing's waist was incredibly flexible. That's not how you handle jealousy. Are you teaching me how to eat? I'll eat however I please. You don't need to worry about me. Who cares about you? As they danced and bickered, curious glances were cast their way. Seizing the final moments of the flash mob, Yi Hang released Li Qingqing, and they danced separately. Clearly, Li Qingqing's return to the stage caused quite a stir among the audience. What's this? Is it a magic trick? Just moments ago, it was Han Nair, and now, in a mere 10 seconds, she had transformed into Li Qingqing? Wow. A surprise? I must be blind, it was just Nair. And now it's Teacher Li. What was happening? Regardless, they were both goddesses. Admiration was the only response. The performance drew to a close, and the audience erupted in applause, a harmonious atmosphere prevailing. Notably, Principal Li Jian and Tong Jing also noticed the switch. Oh look, Qingqing is on stage.
Li Jian,
Unconcerned with anything else, was simply pleased. It was the student's passion, and there was no room for dissatisfaction. Tong Jing raised a brow. What's going on here? It was that young girl just a moment ago, and now it's Qingqing? She glanced at Yi Hang beside her. Suddenly, she recalled their previous encounter at the Magic Sound Theater. Oldly, I remember now. The boy next to Qingqing is the freshman I mentioned to you from Magic Finance. Without turning his head, Li Jian replied, the one you said you wanted to introduce to Qingqing? He seems quite promising. Little did Yi Hang know. In just a couple of days, he would appear before them as Li Qingqing's boyfriend. Chapter 108. Just. Do the two of them seem odd?
Li Jian,
Seated closest to the stage, was not blind. Tong Jing also noticed something was amiss. Frowning. What are they doing? Do they not understand the occasion? Thankfully, the grand auditorium was alive with cheers and applause. The audience chose to overlook the subtle antics of Li Qingqing and Yi Hang. Both Li Jian and Tong Jing were highly educated individuals in their 50s, having attained professorships within the system, with Li Jian having ascended to the position of principal. Their experiences and knowledge were unparalleled.